This audiobook contains 19 censored sentences and 110 modified sentences to make it suitable for all audiences. Visit our website to listen to the original version without censorship or modifications. Link in the channel bio. We're not the brightest. Naya, well, Erin is a bit of an exception. I suppose Kuroka teased before chuckling to herself. Ignoring her playful comment, I glanced at our assembled group and then reviewed the message Kanzaki had sent me. It was simple. He accepted. We are now considered honorable guests in Fengyan Foodie. With this confirmation, I turned to the group. All right, everyone. We have been given the honor of being guests in Fengyan Foodie. Let's make sure we represent ourselves well and make the most of this opportunity. Nia, that's surprising. Unless that Virion person is planning to pull a fast one on us, Kuroka remarked, her skepticism evident and perfectly reasonable. It would be best if we stay on alert. Aaron, Sarog added, his expression serious. Even if he is one of the more righteous eradicators, he is still one of them. And if what you told us before is correct, if ordered by Fumara, he may just throw his principles out the window, right? It would be best to stay alert while on that planet. We may not know how everything operates, nor how his subordinates will feel about us, Regulus chimed in. Keisha and Chiron silently nodded in agreement, while Anren Wu appeared troubled, her gaze cast to the side as she frowned. Good points, all of you, I said, acknowledging their concerns. We'll proceed with caution and stay vigilant at all times. Let's ensure we're prepared for anything. I turned to Anren Wu, beckoning for her to share her insights. Do you have anything to add, Anren Wu? She met my eyes and responded. Even if Fumara commands Virion to carry out a task, he may choose to defy. He has shown this rebellion on numerous occasions, and while it causes tension, Fumara tends to allow him that freedom. Seems like he holds a great deal of power and respect if he's granted so much independence, Chiron commented, to which Anren Wu nodded in agreement. That's just who Lord Virion is. His actions have garnered him the respect of Fumara and others, even if they may not always approve of his methods. They cannot deny the impact of his accomplishments. Anren Wu explained, a hint of pride in her tone. Lady Raria tried to emulate his example, but her approach was too gradual. It only serves to emphasize the extraordinary achievements of Lord Virion, she concluded, her expression reflecting her admiration. Well, let's get moving. We can't leave them waiting indefinitely. I informed them before initiating our teleportation out of there. Upon our arrival on the planet, courtesy of my teleportation abilities, our senses were immediately overwhelmed by the bustling scene before us. It quickly became apparent that we had appeared in a spacious area filled with bustling foot traffic. High walls flanked us on both sides, occasionally interrupted by vendors selling a variety of goods. To our right, a vast body of water extended, perhaps a lake or even a sea, its expanse shimmering under an unseen sun. On the left side, beyond the protective walls, lay a dense, sprawling forest that hinted at the mysteries it held within. Directly in front of us, a short staircase beckoned, leading to a multitude of buildings adorned with architecture reminiscent of traditional Asian designs, their intricate roofs and ornate decorations standing proudly. Dominating the scene at the very back was an imposing structure, grand and imposing, which I surmised to be the location where Virion awaited our presence. What struck me as particularly peculiar were the clouds lingering above, swirling with an almost sentient grace, as if they were observing the bustling activity below. Woe Aoife breathed, her voice laced with awe as her eyes took in the captivating surroundings with childlike wonder. Before we could fully absorb the intriguing environment, a voice called out, "You're here," drawing our attention forward. Approaching us was Kanzaki, his familiar figure bringing a sense of relief. He was not alone. Flanking him were Carino, Abilka, and Bisusbu. So that towering structure is where Virion is, correct? I asked, my eyes fixed on the impressive building in front of us. Kanzaki nodded in confirmation. Yes, that's the one. He's expecting all of us, so let's make our way there. There will only be 2 other people with him in the meeting, so it won't be too crowded. The tournament of strength has been postponed until tomorrow because of your arrival, so you can discuss it with him, Kanzaki explained, his tone efficient and reassuring. I nodded, and we all followed him towards the imposing edifice. As we approached the grand building, Carino began to speak, offering a monologue that was both informative and engaging. This place is quite remarkable. The planet itself is about 3 times the size of Earth, and a significant portion of its land is under the control of Virion's people. This city, the main hub, is just one of many, each governed by one of his trusted subordinates. If I recall correctly, there are 8 of them in total, overseeing various regions. Additionally, the smaller areas are managed by the High Elders, she explained, her voice carrying a mixture of admiration and respect. Are the High Elders just old people? Asked Kuroka, as she and Chiron managed to get some food from the nearby vendors. No, they're quite different, Kanzaki explained as we weaved through the bustling food district. They belong to a unique species. They have an incredibly long lifespan, living for around 10,000 years, similar to devils in the Draconic dais. Despite their advanced ages, these High Elders appear as men in their 30s. The current eldest is about 6,002 years old. This new group replaced the former elders to eliminate corruption. Keisha, clearly intrigued, inquired, and what's the species name? They're called Hanlagongs, Aaron Wu replied. Lord Virion has mentioned them numerous times, and I've had the opportunity to meet a few. Like humans and other species, they have their share of good and bad individuals. Generally, though, most of them seem to be decent people, Aaron Wu added, joining the conversation with her own observations. Our conversation went deeper into the intricacies of the planet, the figure of Virion, and various other pertinent topics as we approached the imposing structure ahead. The exchange flowed effortlessly, enriching our understanding of this new world. After about 10 minutes of walking, we reached our destination. The grand structure stood apart from the rest of the city by a small, picturesque bridge that spanned a gently flowing river beneath it. The water sparkled in the light, adding serenity to the majestic scene before us. Several sentinels stood guard at the entrance, their expressions stern and vigilant. As we approached, they instinctively raised their weapons, barring our path. However, their demeanor shifted upon recognizing Kanzaki, Carino, me, and Aaron Wu. With a swift motion, they retracted their weapons, nodding respectfully and granting us passage. We headed towards the large, ornately decorated door. The craftsmanship was exquisite, with intricate designs and carvings that spoke of a rich history and cultural heritage. As I looked around, I noticed various decorative elements adorning the entire structure, invoking a strong sense of having stepped back in time to ancient China from our own universe. The atmosphere was filled with a blend of grandeur and nostalgia, each detail meticulously crafted to evoke a connection to a bygone era. Upon entering the majestic building, Kanzaki led the way, guiding us through its extravagant halls. The interior, reminiscent of structures from various factions within the Draconic dais, was incredibly lavish. The ceiling towered high above us, adorned with a massive chandelier that illuminated the expansive space. Smaller light sources added to the grandeur and overall illumination. The flooring was a captivating mix of rich wood, vibrant red concrete, and luxurious gold marble, creating a visually striking contrast at every step. The building consisted of 5 levels, with Virion's quarters presumably located on the top floor. Our journey took us up numerous staircases, each floor offering unique designs and ambience. The ascent was a spectacle in itself, with each level unveiling new sights and architectural marvels. Ornate carvings, intricate mosaics, and elaborate scenes adorned the walls, recounting tales of history and legend. As we reached the 4th floor, it became clear that this level posed a challenge, much like those encountered in other significant structures. This floor was meant to test those seeking to proceed further, emphasizing the importance and security of the uppermost level. Despite the challenges, we navigated through, drawing upon our collective experiences and skills. We finally arrived at the 5th floor, standing in front of a formidable set of large doors that loomed ahead, signaling our final destination. Kanzaki turned to look at me, giving a subtle nod before stepping back, indicating that it was my turn to take the lead. I approached the doors confidently, placing my hand on their surface, only to be suddenly and forcefully repelled. "What was that, Naya?" Kuroka asked, her voice tinged with confusion as she watched me stumble backward from the unexpected rejection. Kanzaki stepped forward to explain, "You need to prove yourself to gain entry. I had to do it too last night. Use your powers however you see fit to open the door." A grin spread across my face, intrigued by the challenge. "Interesting," I murmured. Gathering my energy, I decided to unleash a bit more of my power, aiming to demonstrate my worth. However, my control slipped for a moment, and instead of simply opening the door, I accidentally blew it off its hinges with a powerful burst. "Ah," I uttered, staring at the now detached doors with a mix of surprise and mild embarrassment. The intensity of my power had been more than sufficient, and the grandeur of the entrance lay in ruins at our feet. Upon entering the room, we were greeted by the bewildered gazes of the two occupants. Stalwart and imposing, a towering, muscular man commanded the center of the room. His long hair, a deep blue with lighter blue tips, framed his face in a striking manner. Clad in a simple navy shirt and matching pants, his formidable physique was accentuated. His bright and intense yellow eyes sparkled with a hint of amusement as they observed us. Standing beside him was a woman of equal allure. Her ethereal beauty was enhanced by the large, elegant white horns protruding from her head. Her long, flowing white hair cascaded down her back, a striking contrast to her captivating yellow eyes, which mirrored the amusement of the man. She was dressed in a flowing white dress, the fabric billowing gracefully around her as she moved. Traditional geta adorned her feet, adding a touch of cultural elegance to her appearance. As she observed us, she twirled a lock of her hair around her finger, a playful smile dancing on her lips. Passing through the remnants of the shattered door, my companions trailed close behind. With a casual flick of my fingers, I restored the door to its original form before turning my attention to the man I assumed was Virion. "Sorry for that," I said, meeting his gaze directly. "Partner, was that some kind of power play? Destroying the door and blowing it off its hinges just to prove a point?" Drake's voice echoed in my mind, his tone curious and slightly admonishing. In response, I simply smiled, offering no clear answer, my eyes fixed on Virion. He held my gaze for several seconds, his own grin slowly spreading across his lips. It was as if he were assessing more than just my physical presence. His eyes seemed to delve deeper, examining my soul and personality, a sensation that was both unsettling and intriguing. "Outer God," Virion murmured, his voice carrying a mix of curiosity and respect. "I welcome you to my home planet, Feng Yun Fudi. From today until your departure, you will be our honored guests. Please, make yourselves at home." He gestured for us to sit, and we complied, sinking into the proffered chairs. The pair echoed our movements, and a weighty silence descended upon the room. However, it was Virion who shattered the silence, opening the conversation. "I observed your companions arriving in our planet a few days ago. I watched them for a time, but it appeared they were simply scouting. Therefore, I deemed it fit to formally extend an invitation to you," he stated, crossing his arms with purpose. One of the primary reasons for our visit is the widely publicized Tournament of Strength," I replied, observing as he nodded in agreement. "Yes, the tournament attracts a significant number of individuals to our planet every time it is held. This year is no exception. However, I must confess, I am somewhat surprised that you wish to take part," he commented, his demeanor reflecting his genuine astonishment. "I will be the one participating, accompanied by my—" Sarah started, glancing at Regulus, who responded with a nod. "My tool, if that is acceptable." Sarah clearly found the term distasteful, but he felt it necessary to use in this context. Virion arched an eyebrow, his eyes moving from Sarorg to to Regulus and back again. A living tool? He asked, his voice carrying a hint of confusion at Sarorg's unusual choice of words. Yes, he is a tool from our universe. His function has evolved somewhat from his original purpose, but Sarorg nodded at Regulus, who promptly transformed into a giant battle axe. Sarorg seized the weapon and raised it into the air. He can morph into this form, as well as armor, he explained, showcasing the versatility of his companion. Huh, now, that is quite intriguing. As long as you present this to the tournament organizers, it should be acceptable. There are others who employ summons to fight, so using him in this manner will not be an issue, Virion replied, clearly amused and fascinated by the display. I see. That's reassuring, Sarah responded as Regulus returned to his human form, the transformation complete. The woman regarded me with a blend of curiosity and doubt. Well then, what brings you here, Outer God? She asked, her voice steady yet probing. My apologies for the oversight. I am Milt, the esteemed general and advisor to Lord Virion. She greeted us with a warm smile, her eyes lingering as she awaited our response. I took a moment to collect my thoughts before speaking. We'll be direct with you. We would like you to join the resistance. Considering your methods and principles, it's strange that you remain aligned with Fumara, unless it is solely for the convenience of your people. As I spoke, Virion closed his eyes, his expression unreadable as he absorbed my words in silence. Milt, on the other hand, narrowed her eyes at me, her gaze intense, but her demeanor controlled. It was evident that she had reservations about my proposal. Yet there was a glint in her eyes, perhaps a hidden desire to break free from their current alliance, hindered by unknown reasons. I had anticipated that this might be the case, but I must respectfully decline your offer. Given the current circumstances, joining the resistance would not be advantageous for us. Our existing alliance with Fumara provides us with a stable life, and, as you mentioned, it is highly convenient for my people. Trade routes and other essential resources are intrinsically linked to this alliance, Virion stated, opening his eyes and fixing his gaze on me. Milt chimed in, adding to his reasoning. Furthermore, we see little to gain from aligning with the resistance. From what we know, they reside on a barren rock, an inhospitable place where nothing thrives. They are slowly withering away, and it is surprising that any of them are still alive. Before I could formulate a response, Aoife interjected with enthusiasm. Rariat joined us. All eyes turned towards her, causing Aoife to blush in embarrassment at her impulsive outburst. Anrin Wu smoothly stepped in, maintaining her composed demeanor as she addressed Virion and Milt. Lord Virion, Lady Milt, the information you have about the Resistance's planet is outdated. Since the arrival of the Outer God and his team, there have been significant improvements in the conditions. Anrin Wu placed a small device in the center of the table and activated it with a press of a button, projecting a holographic video of scenes from the Resistance's planet, particularly New Stellonium. This is New Stellonium, a city on our planet that has been reconstructed by Aaron. The footage showcases the current state of affairs, with stability and flourishing life for Madame Raria's people who were saved from imminent death during the crisis on our planet, Anrin Wu elaborated. The holographic display depicted bustling streets, thriving agriculture, and advanced infrastructure. As you can see, Anrin Wu continued, the planet has undergone a remarkable transformation, from a desolate rock to a thriving environment capable of sustaining life and fostering growth and prosperity. The video then transitioned to reveal other areas of the planet, each scene reinforcing the narrative of renewal and rejuvenation. These are various locations across the planet, Anrin Wu continued, gesturing to the shifting holographic scenes. As you can see, it is exceptionally livable. We have established expansive farms in multiple regions, and Aaron ensures a consistent supply of food for everyone. Additionally, we now have 4 planets orbiting ours, with Svlauria and the species of the Volgenders being the newest members of our celestial neighborhood. Virion and Milt focused intently on the video, their expressions serious as Anren Wu detailed the rejuvenation and flourishing state of the planet. It was a stark contrast to its condition just a few months prior. Milt's surprise was evident. Her interest in the planet visibly peaked, while Virion maintained a steady, contemplative gaze at the holographic display. As the video showcased Raria, a subtle smile tugged at the corners of Virion's mouth. He appeared almost proud and visibly relieved to see her thriving. When the video concluded, a heavy silence settled over the room, all eyes turning expectantly to Milt and Virion, awaiting their response. Milt began to speak, but Virion interjected, cutting her off. "I will consider your proposal, but I'm not entirely convinced just yet. Therefore, allow me to suggest an alternative," he said, looking up at us with a mixture of hope and mischief in his eyes. "And what might that be?" I asked, my gaze fixed on him, curiosity piqued. "Participate in the upcoming tournament," Virion proposed. "Even if it's just one of you, reach the final. I will be your final opponent. If you can defeat me, I will ensure that our entire planet joins the resistance. You have my guarantee," he declared, a confident smile spreading across his face. Milt, seated beside him, stared in shock at Virion. Words seemed to fail her as she processed his bold declaration. After several moments, she finally found her voice. "Are you out of your mind?" she exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. "I have the final say in this matter," Milt, Virion declared with an authoritative tone that left no room for argument. Milt seemed to shrink back, acknowledging his authority in the discussion. In that moment, he embodied true leadership, far removed from the casual appearance his attire might suggest. Though, admittedly, I often present a similar demeanor, usually laid back about most things. Closing my eyes, I mulled over Virion's proposal. Sarorg and Regulus had already expressed interest in joining the tournament from the beginning, drawn by the challenge it presented. However, glancing at Anren Wu, I considered the possibility that she might also compete. If she did, it would almost certainly lead to a clash between our own in the tournament. "All right, we accept your challenge. You better keep your word, Virion," I responded, a grin spreading across my face. "I always keep my word. Rest assured, Outer God," he replied confidently. "However, if by chance you do not succeed, what then? I doubt any of us can truly resist you if you chose to take stronger action," he added, his gaze fixed intently on me, probing for my intentions. "Well, cross that bridge when we come to it. For now, let's keep things straightforward," I replied. Turning to my companions, I asked, "Who else is joining the tournament?" "I know Sarorg is already in." As I anticipated, Anren Wu raised her hand. "I will join," she declared firmly. "I have participated in the past, and I will do so again now." She then glanced at Sarorg and added, "If we meet in the tournament, don't hold back." Sarorg nodded, a determined expression on his face. "Naturally," he agreed, accepting the challenge with ease. I then looked at Aoife, silently encouraging her to join. However, she shook her head, reminding me of her earlier words about wanting to take a break from fighting after being involved in several recent conflicts. The rest of our group remained silent, showing no interest in participating. So I concluded that it's settled. Anren Wu and Sarorg, along with Regulus, will participate. "That works, right?" Virion nodded in agreement and elaborated. "We will delay the tournament by an extra day to accommodate these changes and allow participants to opt out if they feel uncomfortable. Typically, the tournament spans 4 days, starting with numerous matches on the first day, followed by the preliminaries and culminating in the main event." "That's perfectly fine. We're not in any rush," I replied, and we went into a more detailed discussion about the tournament and what to expect if and when they decide to join the resistance. Ultimately, the meeting proved to be productive. We were also informed that many of Virion's generals were not present due to their supervisory duties in various regions, but we were welcome to visit them if we wished to discuss matters further. As we exited the large structure, a young girl hurried over to Virion and wrapped her arms around him in a tight hug. She had short, wavy black hair, bright yellow eyes, and wore a light blue dress adorned with gold stars. "Dad, where, huh?" she began, then paused as she noticed us, her eyes widening in surprise. "You have a kid?" I asked, taken aback by this revelation. A solemn expression crossed Virion's face as he nodded. "Yes, my one and only daughter, born to me by my wife. Her name is Xiechio. Xiechio, say hello to them there from the Resistance. And be especially mindful of that man. He's an outer god. I've explained this to you before, haven't I?" he said, gesturing towards us. Xiechio stared at us with her bright yellow eyes, her curiosity palpable. After a moment, she seemed to collect herself, releasing Virion and bowing deeply. I am Xiechio. It's nice to meet you," she exclaimed, nearly shouting, which elicited chuckles from both Milt and Virion. "Aaron Tool, pleased to make your acquaintance, Xiechio," I responded. Cinchuredo instinctively wrapped her arms around her chest, attempting to shield herself from the unwelcome scrutiny. She turned away, her cheeks tinged with embarrassment. Meanwhile, Xiechio's smile lingered as she redirected her attention to Virion, inquiring, "Will the tournament proceed as usual?" Virion's expression turned serious as he shook his head. He began to outline the forthcoming events, detailing the modifications and how they would unfold. Xiechio listened intently, her expression one of focused concentration, before she finally nodded in understanding. "I understand. I'll go and inform my friend who's participating. I'm sure they'll be pleased with these changes. See you tonight, Dad," she exclaimed with enthusiasm before sprinting off, her departure marked by a burst of energy. "She's certainly full of energy," Kuroka and Kirino remarked simultaneously, exchanging a knowing glance. It was almost as if they shared a silent agreement about the boundless vitality they had just witnessed. She inherited that enthusiasm for life from her mother, Virion elaborated, his voice tinged with a subtle emotion. The comment was brief but laden with unspoken meaning, and we all sensed the weight behind his words, choosing to remain silent out of respect. Clearing his throat with a gentle cough into his fist, Virion redirected his attention towards me and then to Milt. "Milt, please take it upon yourself to give them a tour of the city. Ensure they are well accommodated, and rest assured, I will cover all expenses." Milt acknowledged the request with a nod, her tone efficient and brisk as she addressed us. "Understood. Please follow me. I'll make sure your hotel is conveniently located near the tournament venue for your ease." Without waiting for any further response, she began to walk away with purpose, prompting us to quickly gather our belongings and follow her lead. She guided us to an area bustling with activity, teeming with people who were clearly excited about the forthcoming tournament. Everywhere we looked, stalls were laden with a wide array of souvenirs celebrating the event. There were plushies, t-shirts, toys, and various other items adorned with images of Virion, the generals, and past tournament champions, transforming the place into a vibrant hub of merchandise. This area functions more like a vendor's district rather than a traditional shopping district, Milt began, her voice carrying over the din of the crowd. "None of this is officially sanctioned merchandise, but we permit it because it attracts a large number of tourists and keeps the local populace content. Lord Virion, understanding its benefits, chooses to overlook its unofficial status. Some generals and high elders express their discontent, but they tolerate it out of respect and loyalty to Lord Virion." After a prolonged silence, Kanzaki finally spoke up, his curiosity piqued. "What kind of security measures are in place for the tournament?" Milt fixed her gaze on him for a few moments before responding, her tone firm and reassuring. "The security is of the highest caliber. This tournament invites participants from all corners of existence, so we cannot afford to be lax. We employ state-of-the-art technology and our most skilled guards to ensure the safety and security of the event. Every precaution has been taken to maintain a secure environment. So, if I were to attack it right now, they would respond immediately?" Kanzaki asked, his tone deadly serious as he fixed Milt with an intense stare. Before Milt could respond, Shizuka Kirino intervened in a flash, delivering a swift smack to Mitsuya's head before wrapping her hands around his neck in a mock strangling gesture. "I'm Sully. He's just Well, he's stupid and terrible at talking to people. Please don't take him seriously, she exclaimed, her voice a mix of frustration and apology. Milt, slightly amused by the comical scene, shook her head, effectively brushing off Kanzaki's provocative question. Her expression softened as she turned back to address the group. Answering that young man's query, and considering his unusual powers, Milt began thoughtfully, I can assure you that our security forces are exceptionally responsive. If the subordinates of the Outer God possess formidable strength, it could indeed pose significant challenges. In such a case, we would likely need to call upon our most powerful fighters to confront the threat together, she explained, casting another glance at Mitsuya, who was still staring at her with an unyielding gaze. Hey, are you in love with Virion, your leader Naya? Kuroka blurted out suddenly, causing everyone to stop and stare at her. She seemed puzzled by the sudden attention and simply tilted her head in confusion. Milt, whose expression remained stoic, sighed softly and shook her head as we continued to stroll through the bustling area. No, many have speculated about that due to our close relationship and my involvement in caring for Xiechio. However, there is nothing romantic between us. Lord Virion is deeply devoted to the memory of his late wife, she explained, a touch of sadness creeping in her voice as she mentioned Virion's wife. How did she die, Naya? Kuroka inquired again, prompting Chiron to pinch her side with a look of disapproval. Well, if you don't want to answer, then he'll understand. She stammered, her previous boldness giving way to nervousness. Milt paused for a moment, her gaze growing distant as she recalled the past. It's a painful memory, she began, her voice barely above a whisper. Lady Aylin, Virion's wife, was a remarkable woman. Her death was a tragedy that struck us all deeply. She fell during a fierce battle, defending our land against an overwhelming force. Her sacrifice saved countless lives, but it left a void in Lord Virion's heart that has never been filled, Milt recounted, her eyes reflecting a profound sense of loss. A battle? Sarorg echoed, his interest piqued by the unfolding tale. Have you ever heard of the Byromites? Milt inquired, scanning our faces for any signs of recognition. Most of them shook their heads, unfamiliar with the name. The Byromites are an invasive species that travel from planet to planet, consuming everything in their path. They leave behind nothing but desolation. They visited our world once a long time ago. Due to the destructive nature of the Byromites and their association with a bygone era, we've taken great care to ensure they are not mentioned in contemporary records. The Byromites are led by a fearsome entity, the Celestial known as Yaogazia, the Devourer of Worlds. Milt sighed, her expression heavy with the weight of history. However, like the other Celestials who disappeared after the old era, Yaogazia also vanished. No one knows his whereabouts or the fate of the others. They could have met their end or gone into hiding. Despite Yagagazia's disappearance, the Byromites continue to exist, though in a much weakened state. This diminished strength is why they seldom appear now. Nonetheless, the threat remains, and we stay vigilant, always ready for their possible return. Wait a minute. How was Xiechio born if Aylin died a long time ago? Keisha asked, her curiosity piqued as the timeline seemed incongruous. Milt fell silent, her gaze fixed on the ground as if she were grappling with whether to reveal a deeply guarded secret. After a moment of contemplation, she closed her eyes and sighed. I can't divulge all the details, but for Xiechio to be born, both Lady Aylin and Lord Virion had to make significant sacrifices. Lady Aylin was unable to have children naturally. Though Xiechio is indeed their biological child, she was conceived through careful medical assistance. Doesn't sound like adoption, remarked Bai Susbu, resting his chin on his hand thoughtfully. Was she created in a lab? I recall a similar case with the daughter of Kalora Hine. The queen of the Volgenders, Albilka chimed in, her voice filled with curiosity. Milt's eyes narrowed as she studied the two, her gaze settling on Bai Susbu. Were you from our planet by any chance? She asked, her tone probing. Bisusbu met her gaze, his expression unreadable. After a few moments, he shook his head slowly. "No, am not from here. Unfortunately," he replied, his voice tinged with a hint of regret. There seemed to be more to Bisusby's connection with this planet than he was letting on. Enrin Wu's occasional glances at him only deepened my curiosity, and then there was the enigma surrounding Xiechio's birth. How could she be Aylin's biological child if Aylin hadn't given birth to her? The evasiveness surrounding the topic piqued my interest even further, and I found myself resolving to ask Virion about it when the opportunity arose. Our journey eventually brought us to an imposing building, its grandeur undeniable. The structure boasted a predominantly red and black roof, intricately tiled and adorned with numerous golden ornaments and marble statues that exuded an air of opulence. "This is the Whippium," Milt began, her voice taking on an informative tone. "Here, we auction off items of great value and significance. The origin of the items, whether from our planet or another, is irrelevant as long as they are highly regarded. For items from other planets, detailed information must be provided. We conduct thorough research for a few days to verify authenticity. If the item is genuine, it will be auctioned. If not, it will be rejected and returned to the owner," Milt explained, her words underscoring the meticulous process that ensured only the most coveted items were sold here. Judging by the surroundings, this section was clearly distinct from the previous area where the unofficial merchandise was sold. This new location exuded an air of opulence and affluence, a marked contrast to the bustling vendor district we had left behind. The lavish decor and sophisticated atmosphere spoke volumes about the wealth and prestige associated with this part of the city. As we stood there, Chiron approached me, tugging at my sleeve with a serious expression. I met her gaze and nodded in silent understanding. It became apparent that we were being watched, a fact that seemed to register with everyone else in our group. Yet, we all chose to ignore the prying eyes, maintaining our composure and focus. Breaking the silence, I asked, "Is it open?" Milt responded after a brief pause. "The Whippium operates on a bi-weekly schedule to allow time for thorough research on the items. The next auction is in 2 days, so if you're interested in observing, you can certainly attend. However, if you have something you'd like to sell, today is the final day to submit it for our evaluation process." Her explanation underscored the meticulousness with which they curated their auctions, ensuring only items of verified authenticity and value were put up for sale. I nodded and pulled out a phoenix tear from my pocket. "How about this?" I asked, presenting the item to Milt, whose interest was immediately piqued. "And what exactly is this?" she inquired. I proceeded to explain the nature of a phoenix tear, emphasizing that I had modified it to prevent replication or copying. If it's from another universe, our usual verification methods won't work." Centurado and the cut healed instantly, demonstrating its efficacy. Milt watched the demonstration with keen interest. "Impressive. This should suffice for our verification process. We will proceed with the necessary research to ensure its authenticity, but I am confident it will be accepted for the upcoming auction. We don't often come across items like this, so they will undoubtedly fetch a high price. How many are you planning to sell?" she asked, her excitement evident. 20, I responded, producing a small box filled with the tears. I hadn't asked Ravel for help on this. I had made them myself. The idea of selling them in a legitimate auction sounded enjoyable, so I went ahead with it. I also believe the Phoenix clan wouldn't mind. Once I connect the 4 universes of DXD, CXB, EXE, and Tensura, items like the Phoenix Tears and my slime pills would be in high demand. I also plan to collaborate with the Phoenix clan to streamline the production of these tears, as their creation was a time-consuming process. Handing over the box to Milt, she accepted it with a discerning gaze, carefully examining the contents. After a moment, she looked back at me and asked, "May I try one?" In response, I extended my hand and conjured another Phoenix tear for her to test. She returned the box to me, then took the newly created tear. To demonstrate its efficacy, she summoned a single petal from thin air, imbuing it with energy before testing its restorative properties on herself, allowing blood to flow. She then applied the Phoenix tear, and within moments, the wound began to heal, bringing a satisfied smirk to her face. "Thank you. I needed to ensure it would be effective for the inhabitants of this universe. It will definitely be included in the auction now," she declared. She retrieved the box from me once more and made a subtle gesture. Instantly, a man dressed entirely in black appeared, took the box from her hands, and vanished just as swiftly. "Now, then how about I treat you all to lunch? There's a nearby restaurant that's quite well known. Come with me," Milt suggested, her voice warm as she began to walk ahead of us. The two Nicomedes sisters, clearly pleased by the offer, quickly followed after her, chattering excitedly about the local cuisine. The rest of us fell into step behind them, maintaining their brisk pace. As we walked, I felt Sarorg's hand come to rest on my shoulder. Turning to look at him, I saw his eyes squinting slightly in Milt's direction. "What do you think about this world so far, Aaron?" he asked, his voice low and contemplative. "Just like with any other world, it has its own set of mysteries and problems, despite being part of Fumara's alliance and organization. However, relying purely on my instincts rather than any supernatural abilities, I sense that there are several complex issues brewing in Fonyan Foodie. Resolving them all in a single day seems an unrealistic goal," I explained. To ensure our conversation remained private, I discreetly cast an invisible bubble around us, preventing any eavesdroppers from overhearing our exchange. The tournament, Sietchio, Virion, is generals, the Hanlagong species, Fumara, Eleanor, the unrest, and whatever else may come into play. It feels like there's a lot brewing beneath the surface, doesn't it? Sarorg mumbled, his gaze distant as he mulled over the various complexities. "Exactly. Each element is intricate and driven by its own motives and ambitions. Achieving a resolution that satisfies everyone will be a challenge. It's unlikely everyone will be content with the outcome. However, as Team DXD always strives, we'll do our best to reach the best possible result for everyone involved, even if it means some may suffer in the process," I replied, feeling the weight of the responsibility. The others around me nodded in agreement, sharing a collective determination. "Are you confident you can pull it off?" Mitsuya asked skeptically, casting a sideways glance at me, his voice dripping with incredulity. I smiled at him. "Yes. Even with minimal use of my powers, I believe I can guide everyone toward the best possible outcome. But using my powers to their fullest extent, will that truly grant everyone the future they desire? Or would I merely be using it to control them?" I pondered aloud. Sona's words before our departure resonated in my mind. She had inadvertently posed a relevant question to me, which I found quite amusing. Her question had sparked a deeper contemplation within me, shaping my approach for both the near and distant future. The conversation with her had undeniably left a lasting impact. Mitsuya continued to scrutinize me for a few more moments before averting his gaze. Kirino, on the other hand, seemed a mix of nervousness and hopefulness. She had confided in me before that she trusted my decisions and judgment, even though I wasn't the Issei Hayudu of our universe. After lunch, where we indulged in the unique culinary delights of this planet, everyone was pleasantly surprised by the flavors. Kuroka and Chiron, in particular, had eaten quite a lot and were now visibly exhausted and full. "I will leave you to your own devices," Milt announced. As Lord Virion mentioned, the tournament will now take place in 2 days instead of tomorrow. Please ensure those participating are prepared. You are free to explore the planet as you wish. We have informed everyone about your and your group's presence, Saren. With a respectful bow, she took her leave. Turning to my friends, I asked, "What do you want to do now?" Sarorg was the first to speak up. "I'm going somewhere with Regulus. I talked to Milt about it, and she said it was fine." He gave my shoulder a reassuring pat before departing with Regulus. "We're going to do more scouting," Mitsuya said, his tone serious. "I don't trust this planet, especially after you mentioned there's unrest somewhere." With that, he walked away, accompanied by Kirino, by Suspiew, and Abilka. Their cautious demeanor reflected the unease we all felt. Aoife grabbed both Keisha and Anren Wu by the arms, cheerfully announcing, "Anren Wu is going to show us around. Do you want to come with us?" I hesitated, looking at the ground for a moment before shaking my head. "I have somewhere I need to be, but I'll join you later, if that's all right," I replied, meeting Aoife's gaze. She seemed to scrutinize me, perhaps trying to decipher my reasons, but eventually she smiled and nodded. With a light-hearted tug, she led the two girls away, leaving me with the two exhausted and overstuffed Nakomata sisters. "Somewhere we're going somewhere?" Kuroka asked, clinging to me from behind. Her voice carried the unmistakable tone of someone who regretted overindulging at lunch. Meanwhile, Chiron, who was nestled in my arms as I carried her, simply groaned in protest. "It's a short trip. It'll handle all the walking and moving," I reassured them. "I'll also cast a spell to help you feel better." I quickly cast the spell, ensuring they wouldn't get sick too easily. Despite this, I hoped they would reflect on their actions and try not to overindulge in the future if they could manage it. "What is this place, Naya?" Kuroka asked, her voice tired as she looked around after our teleportation. Chiron, who had been resting her eyes, opened them wide in surprise at the sight before her. She sat up a bit straighter, wrapping her arms around my neck and taking in the scenery of the town. "Huaqianming," I said, "a small town filled with cherry blossom trees, or whatever they're called here, as it's the equivalent of that." Surrounding us were countless cherry blossom trees, their pink petals creating a picturesque landscape. A large bridge spanned a significant river beneath us, and floating above were transparent, jellyfish-like lanterns, casting a soft glow. In the far distance, several mountains loomed majestically, and a quaint town lay ahead, inviting us to explore. "Why are we here, Naya?" Kuroka asked again. She got off my back. Standing beside me, though, she still clutched her stomach in discomfort from her earlier overindulgence. "I wanted to show you this place," I said, looking around at the serene beauty of Huaqianming. "It's a peaceful spot, perfect for relaxing and recuperating. Plus, I thought you might appreciate the beauty of the cherry blossoms. And I have some business here with someone else." Kuroka glanced around, nodding her head, her discomfort slowly giving way to appreciation. "It's beautiful," she admitted, her eyes softening as she took in the tranquil surroundings. Chiron, still perched on my shoulders, nodded in agreement, her earlier groans forgotten as she marveled at the scene. "Let's take a walk," I suggested. "The fresh air and scenery might help you feel better." With that, we began to stroll through the charming town, the cherry blossoms gently falling around us, creating a moment of serene tranquility. As we crossed the bridge, something peculiar caught our attention. Beneath us, in the clear waters of the river, we noticed fish swimming with what appeared to be fur. These creatures were about the size of regular sharks from our universe, making the sight all the more astonishing. "Nia, why does that fish have fur? We don't have anything like that back home," Kuroka exclaimed, grabbing onto the bridge's parapet railing in disbelief. Chiron turned her wide-eyed gaze towards me, clearly expecting some kind of explanation. I chuckled at their reactions. "Cinchurado, this trout developed a thick coat of fur to maintain its body heat in frigid waters. These stories date back to the 17th century, and there's also the shaggy trout from Icelandic folklore," I explained. Kuroka's eyes widened even further. "But those are just legends, right? In human folklore, yes. However, in the supernatural world, such creatures are quite real. What humans glimpsed were actually supernatural beings, but it was vital for them to remain hidden from human eyes, which is why they were rarely, if ever, seen again after those initial sightings," I continued. Noticing a bit of drool trickling from her mouth, I added, "Yes, they're edible here and are considered a delicacy. This town is known for making special dishes with them despite being stuffed from lunch." Kuroka's stomach let out a loud growl, soon echoed by Chiron's. I was utterly baffled by their sudden hunger. "Weren't you two just complaining about being too full? How are your stomachs even growling?" I exclaimed, still in disbelief. This comment made both Nakomata sisters blush deeply and avert their gazes. "Ha ha ha, they seem energetic," boomed a familiar voice, prompting us to turn to our left. There stood Virion, with Xiechio beside him, nibbling on a small chocolate-covered apple. I had sensed their approach earlier, so I had decided to distract Kuroka and Chiron with the peculiar fish and a few interesting facts. Those fur-bearing fish were indeed real, but they typically didn't come out during this time of day. They usually appeared at night or in the early morning. Kuroka and Chiron have boundless energy, it seems, I said, smiling at Virion. He chuckled. It's good to see such enthusiasm. How are you finding Huachi? It's beautiful, Chiron replied, still looking around in awe. The cherry blossoms and the fish. It's like a dream. Virion nodded. This town is one of our hidden gems. Not many outsiders get to see it. Xiechio looked up at me, curiosity shining in her eyes. Did you know about the fish before, Aaron? I did, I replied. They're part of an old legend in our universe, but seeing them in person in this universe is something else entirely, since the size difference is a lot too. Kuroka, seemingly over her initial embarrassment, stepped closer to the edge of the bridge, peering down at the water. Can we try some of the dishes made from these fish? She asked, her previous hunger apparently reignited by the sight of the unique creatures. Virion laughed again. Of course. There's a restaurant nearby that specializes in them. Shall we? As we followed Virion and Xiechio through the picturesque streets, I couldn't help but marvel at the serene beauty of Huachi Yunming. The floating jellyfish lanterns, the lush cherry blossoms, and the tranquil river all combined to create an atmosphere of enchantment and tranquility. It was a stark contrast to the bustling vendor district we had visited earlier, and I found myself appreciating the change of pace. We soon arrived at a charming little restaurant with a thatched roof and walls covered in blooming vines. The aroma of exotic spices and freshly cooked meals wafted out, making even my mouth water despite our recent lunch. Welcome, greeted the hostess with a warm smile as we entered. You're in for a treat today. We have several dishes featuring our famous furred fish. As we sat down and perused the menu, I noticed that Kuroka and Chiron were already engrossed in deciding what to order, their earlier discomfort completely forgotten. Virion and Xiechio engaged in light conversation, clearly enjoying each other's company. I couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to this town and its mysteries, but for now, I decided to simply enjoy the moment and the company of my friends. There would be time enough to delve into secrets and unravel the complexities of this world. For now, a good meal and pleasant conversation were exactly what we needed. Our food arrived soon enough, and it was an impressive spread. I turned to Virion and asked, does the normal currency of this universe work here too? Of course, he replied, digging into his portion. That's one thing Fumara hasn't touched. The currency system was well established since the old era. Nodding at his words, I reached into my pocket and pulled out a substantial amount, likely more than needed. As the hostess approached, her eyes widened in shock. I'll pay with this, and you can keep the rest, I said, handing it over to her. Thank you very much for your patronage. She stammered, practically sprinting away. Virion gave me a strained smile. This was meant to be my treat, but I appreciate it, Aaron. Don't worry about it, I replied, then turned my attention to Xiechio. From my pocket, I pulled out a small bag of sweets that Ophis favored. Would you like some? These are sweets from a different universe. Xiechio's eyes lit up with curiosity and excitement. Really? I'd love to try them. She took the bag from me, peering inside with a mix of wonder and eagerness. Virion watched her, a soft smile on his face as he continued his meal. The Nikomatis sisters, now fully recovered from their earlier indulgence, were happily diving into the new dishes before them, their tails flicking with contentment. This place is truly something else, Kuroka said between bites, her ears twitching. I can't believe how good the food is here, right? Chiron added, her eyes wide with delight. It's so different from anything we've had before. As we enjoyed our meal, the atmosphere around us remained peaceful and welcoming. The gentle hum of conversation from other diners, the soft clinking of cutlery, and the occasional laughter all blended into a soothing symphony of daily life in Huachi Yunming. Virion leaned back in his chair, looking content. This town has always been a special place to me and my daughter. It's a refuge from the complexities and turmoil of the world beyond. I glanced around, taking in the serene beauty of the town once more. It's a perfect place to relax and gather our thoughts, I agreed, especially with everything we have ahead of us. Virion nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, we continued our meal, sharing stories and laughter, the bonds between us growing stronger with each passing moment. Despite the looming challenges and uncertainties, this respite in Huachi Yunming provided a much-needed sense of peace. A few hours had quietly slipped by, and I remained in the charming town alongside Virion, Xiechio, and the two Nikomata sisters. At present, Kuroka and Chiron were being shown around by Xiechio, leaving Virion and me to explore on our own. We took a different path, heading up a hill towards an enormous cherry blossom tree that stood majestically in the distance. The tree was surrounded by delicate waterfalls and smaller cherry blossom trees, creating a serene and picturesque landscape. Our walk was silent, a shared, unspoken understanding that words were not necessary for this short journey. Upon reaching the base of the giant cherry blossom tree, Virion halted and turned to gaze at the panoramic view behind us. I followed suit, taking in the sight of Huachi Yunming spread out before us. The tranquility of this place was palpable, the only sounds being the gentle rustle of the wind and the soft murmur of the flowing river. The town below looked idyllic, bathed in the soft, warm hues of the late afternoon sun. The floating jellyfish lanterns cast an ethereal glow, mingling with the pink petals that occasionally drifted down from the cherry blossoms. It was a scene that could have been plucked from a dream, a stark contrast to the often turbulent and chaotic world we were used to. I first met my wife here. All those years ago, Virion began, his voice tinged with a bittersweet nostalgia as he spoke about his past. We were young, and our first encounter was far from ideal. She punched me in the face because I startled her, and immediately after we fought each other, he recounted with a sad chuckle, the memory both painful and cherished. He clenched his fist, his gaze drifting to the large cherry blossom tree behind us. Slowly, he walked towards it and placed his hand on its rough bark. As I followed his gaze, I noticed two names carved into the tree, surrounded by delicately etched cherry blossom petals. The inscription read, Virion X Aelin. The sight of it made me chuckle softly, appreciating the tender and personal mark left on the tree. Virion stood there, his expression a poignant mix of sorrow and longing. The carved names seemed to hold the weight of countless memories and unspoken words. I remained silent, giving him the space he needed to continue. After a few moments of quiet reflection, he resumed speaking. This tree, it's a reminder of our journey together. We carved our names here after one of our many adventures, vowing to return every year to see the blossoms. It became our tradition, our little secret sanctuary away from the world. He paused, his fingers tracing the carved letters with a gentle touch. Aelin was my strength, my guiding star. Her laughter, her fierce spirit, she brought light into my life in ways I never imagined possible. Losing her it felt like the world lost its color. I watched as he took a deep breath, composing himself before continuing. But even after she was gone, this place remained. It became a symbol of our love, of the life we built together. Coming here brings me peace, even if it's bittersweet. I could feel the depth of his emotions, the love and the loss interwoven in his words. The cherry blossom tree stood as a silent witness to their history, its branches swaying gently in the breeze as if to offer comfort. I often come here to remember her, to feel close to her, Virion said, his voice now steady but laced with a quiet sadness. This place holds our memories, our promises. And though she's no longer with me, I find solace in knowing that our love is etched into this tree, into the very fabric of this place. I nodded, understanding the profound connection he had with this place and with Aelin. It's a beautiful way to honor her memory, I said softly, and to keep her spirit alive in your heart. He smiled faintly, the sadness in his eyes tempered by a glimmer of gratitude. "Thank you," he replied. "Will you share this place with Xiechio in the future?" I asked, my gaze shifting from the tree back to the town below. Virion hesitated, his eyes lingering on the carved names. "When she's ready, I will tell her everything about her mother, the significance of this tree, and—" He paused, uncertainty clouding his expression, "and how she wasn't conceived in the usual way." I finished his thought for him, watching as he turned to me, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Milt mentioned it briefly, but she didn't go into detail. "We deduced that Xiechio's birth involved considerable sacrifices," I elaborated. Virion looked at me, processing my words before sighing deeply. "I see. So she mentioned it somewhat." He walked towards me, standing beside me as we both took in the serene landscape. "Yes," he began, his voice soft but steady. "Xiechio's birth was not straightforward. Aylin and we faced many challenges. Aylin was infertile, and we sought every possible means to have a child. Ultimately, we turned to an ancient and forbidden ritual, one that required immense sacrifice from both of us. We wanted a child so desperately that we were willing to do whatever it took." He paused, as if reliving the weight of those decisions. "The ritual demanded a piece of our essence, a part of our very souls. It was a dangerous and uncertain process, but we succeeded. Xiechio is our biological daughter, but her existence came at a great cost." I listened intently, understanding the depth of their sacrifice. "It's a heavy burden to bear, but it's clear that you both loved her enough to make such a sacrifice," I said quietly. Virion nodded, his gaze distant. "Yes, we did. And when the time is right, I will tell her everything. She deserves to know the truth about her origins, about the lengths we went to bring her into this world. But for now, she's still young, and I want her to enjoy her childhood without the weight of that knowledge." What truly captivated my curiosity was the ritual Virion had mentioned. He didn't go into the specifics, which only heightened my suspicion. Driven by my curiosity, I decided to investigate immediately. What I discovered was unsettling. Ironically, the location where this ritual took place was directly beneath this very hill, hidden in an area known to few. I turned to Virion and asked, "You do know the real truth behind this ritual, don't you?" Virion remained silent for an extended period, the kind of silence that suggested he was grappling not with new information, but with an old, painful truth he had long since accepted. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, he nodded his head, a thoughtful expression on his face. "Yes, I'm aware of its truth now. Even then," he said, his gaze locking onto mine with an intensity that spoke volumes, an unspoken declaration that he would not shy away from the repercussions. "I love my daughter, and I'm certain that Aylin will agree with me on this, that the sacrifice we made was worth every single bit of it." Closing my eyes, I dare to ask, even if it means sacrificing your life, your soul, and your very humanity? He chuckled softly, a sound filled with a complex mix of emotions, and responded, "All of that holds no significance to me. As long as my daughter remains safe and well, all those sacrifices, they are trivial in comparison. You may not grasp it now, but once you step into the shoes of a parent, you'll find yourself ready to forfeit anything and everything to ensure your children have the best life possible." "I kind of know," I replied, causing him to raise an eyebrow in curiosity. "Before I found myself in this universe, I encountered a young devil girl. She had endured unimaginable suffering. Her entire clan had been eradicated, and she had been captured and subjected to terrible cruelty by those evil monsters. I couldn't just walk away from her. So I took her under my wing, and I devoted a significant amount of time to her before we ended up here. I didn't want to leave her behind, but circumstances forced my hand. However, she, along with my mother, keeps in touch with me regularly by sending letters. I understand all too well what it means to be willing to do anything to keep them safe and happy. That's precisely what I want to do for Vivi, my adopted daughter, as well as for my friends and the people I hold dear." I trailed off, the weight of my emotions making it difficult to continue. There were unspoken thoughts, perhaps too dark to voice, but I knew Virion understood exactly what I meant. I see. So you have a family to protect as well, he remarked, and a contemplative silence settled between us for a few moments. Breaking the silence, he shifted the conversation and said, "The elder of the Hanlagongs wishes to meet with you during your stay here. I would recommend visiting their residence. It lies to the west of this location. Their home is markedly more advanced than ours, primarily because Fumari utilizes them extensively for missions." Curiosity piqued, I inquired the Hanlagongs. "What exactly are they?" Virion responded, "This may sound peculiar, but they are humans much like us. However, they possess unusual tails that resemble the bodies of fish and have gills on their necks, although they breathe normally like humans. Their home is a colossal sphere filled with water, significantly larger, perhaps 2 or 3 times the size than the main city on our planet." Filled with water? Then how are we supposed to visit it? I asked, perplexed. Do they have some unique technology that allows regular humans to enter without needing gills? Virion nodded. Indeed, they do. To be precise, their species has 2 distinct groups, and their sphere-like home is divided accordingly. The western side is inhabited by a new faction eager to broaden their horizons. They've advanced their technology significantly, removing the water from their part of the sphere. They live like the rest of us and frequently venture out from their home. The eastern side, however, adheres to the traditional ways of the Hanlagongians. They reside in a water-filled environment, relying on their gills to breathe and their fish-like tails to navigate. While they do permit outsiders to visit, the inhabitants of this side are generally more reserved, he explained in detail. Nodding my head, I responded, "Sounds like you're trying to warn me about something. Is there trouble there?" Virion fell silent, not answering my question directly. His closed eyes and the rest of his demeanor made the answer quite obvious. Sensing the underlying tension, I pressed on, "If we win the tournament, will you seriously consider changing sides to ours?" He sighed deeply and replied, "As I said, I guarantee that I will. Whether the rest of the planets I oversee will agree is another story. If they don't, this planet may be the only one to change, and we may need to sever ties with the rest," he said, squinting his eyes in worry. "You're not entirely sure that the ones here want to join, are you?" I asked, probing further. He shook his head, the uncertainty etched across his face. "Even though the planets I govern may appear to be in perfect harmony with one another, that's far from the truth. With every planet, every species, every society, there's always some degree of strife, even when you strive for near perfection. Unrest is an inevitable companion unless you impose the peace you seek, but even then, can it truly be called peace or unity?" He said, his words almost framed as a question directed at me. He's not the first to voice this sentiment, even if it wasn't specifically meant for me. Azathoth, the Satans, the Seraphs, Azazel, Penemu, and countless gods from various pantheons, along with other faction leaders, have all conveyed to me that a perfect world is a myth. And now, hearing it from Virion again, it really makes me ponder whether such a world is even remotely achievable. I'm not yearning for some bizarre dystopian reality, but rather a world that's at least 90 peaceful. A world where we only need to fight against the remaining 10 that resist this peace. Yet, I can't help but feel that I'm merely dreaming of a fairy tale, far removed from the harshness of reality. After a brief pause, I finally responded, "Well, just keep striving for it, even if it takes billions or trillions of years. Keeping them confined doesn't seem enjoyable for anyone, but releasing them only to see them perish within hours, days, or months is equally unappealing. So, I want to assist them, give them the encouragement to keep striving for something greater, inspire them to improve themselves so they can discover their own happiness and an ending they are content with." Virion laughed and shook his head, a mix of amusement and disbelief evident in his expression. "That sounds even more challenging than what I have accomplished, Outer God. Yet, from the words you're speaking, I detect something peculiar within me that wants to agree with you." He looked at me and smiled. a genuine warmth in his eyes. I do hope you achieve it. A world, or perhaps a multiverse like that sounds truly wonderful. Words are only words, after all. Anyway, it'll get going and give you some space, I said, starting to walk away. After a few steps, I halted and turned back. Are you certain about this path you've chosen, Virion? It's not too late to change. You know, I can help you with that. There was a brief silence before he replied. I won't stop. I can't stop now. All I can do is move forward with the choice I've made. I nodded silently, unable to offer any further words. This man had fixed his gaze on a goal and would not retreat until he had pursued it to the very end, even if it meant being erased from all of reality. Chapter 25, Part 2. Hanlagong's Aaron Tools Soliloquy HM? Aaron, where did you go? Kuroka's voice rang out as I approached, catching them mid-snack. I sighed, trying to hide my exhaustion. Just took a stroll with Virion. I'll be back soon. How are you still eating? Her grin widened, eyes sparkling with mischief. I got Comptoir to help. She gave me some kind of ability to keep eating forever. I squinted at her, checking the power Comptoir had used. Another sigh escaped me. Chiron, too? Ich glänzt her. She was nibbling on something small, discomfort written across her face. The other stomach trick wasn't working anymore. Sietchio caught my next, holding out an apple on a stick, her expression expectant. I took it, muttering a thanks before biting into it. Tastes good, I said, her smile brightening in response. Virion appeared beside me, sweeping Sietchio into his arms with a practiced ease. Thank you for looking after my little Sietchio, Chiron, Kuroka, he said, nodding to each of them before turning to me. We'll be heading off now. They'll see you another time, perhaps at the tournament. With that, they vanished. Kuroka didn't miss a beat, her mouth full of food. What did you talk about? I wave her off. They'll fill you in later. For now, I've got a place to show you. The Nakomata sisters perked up, curiosity piqued. We quickly left, heading towards a massive cherry blossom tree. As it came into view, both sisters stopped in their tracks, eyes wide with awe. What the heck is this? It's huge, Kuroka exclaimed, her voice echoing with amazement. Chiron snickered beside her, earning a quick retort. Not like that, Chiron. Kuroka's cheeks flushed as she shot her sister a playful glare. As they marveled at the tree, I discreetly scanned the area with my powers, searching for a hidden entrance. Instead, I stumbled upon something else, a teleportation pad adorned with ancient symbols. Follow me, I instructed, leading the way. So it's not about the tree? Chiron asked, falling in a step beside me. No, it's impressive, but there's something similar in the Shinto pantheon. We can visit that another time if you'd like, I replied. She nodded, seemingly content. Then why are we here? Kuroka asked, finally done with her food. It's about what Milt mentioned earlier. I discussed it with Virion. This tree, or rather, what's beneath it is connected to Sietchio's origins, I explained vaguely. The sisters exchanged curious glances, their interest clearly piqued. We circled the massive tree, the trek taking a good 2 minutes. When we reached our destination, it was obscured by a tangle of vines, foliage, and thorny bushes. With a flick of my wrist, I burned the obstacles away, revealing the pad with its ancient symbols. Kuroka stared at it, head tilted. So do we take this? She poked it, earning an elbow from Chiron and a groan of discomfort. I examined the pad, trying to decipher its use. It seemed intricate, but I could probably bypass the complexity. I planned to modify it to suit our needs, allowing us to skip the unnecessary steps. Once inside, I could teleport us out manually and restore the pad to its original state. Yeah, I responded to Kuroka. Give me a minute. I bent down and touched the pad. As soon as my fingers made contact, Kuroka leapt onto my back, making me grunt. Ignoring her weight, I focused on altering the pad's activation method. Originally, this required a specific item Virion had discovered years ago. The item needed to be placed at a precise spot on the tree, triggering the pad to teleport users directly into the chamber where the ritual had occurred. A few seconds later, the pad glowed faintly, a strange shape forming on its surface before emitting a soft sound. I stood up, sighing. It's ready. We can use it now. Why didn't you just teleport us to the place yourself? Why rely on this? Chiron's voice held a note of skepticism as she moved to stand beside me. I admitted, but there seemed to be something peculiar about the location. Utilizing the official method, while tweaking it to suit our purposes, offers a certain security. Besides, it's a more inclusive approach. Now, let's proceed, I explained, lifting Chiron into my arms before stepping onto the pad. Moments latte. We vanished from our surroundings. As we departed, I noticed that the mechanisms were veiled by an illusion, ensuring that accidental discoveries remained unlikely. It was a testament to the ingenuity of the designers, a fact that did not escape my notice. Nyo, what is this place, Naya? Kuroka's question hung in the air as she gracefully dismounted from my back, her gaze sweeping the room. I gently set Chiron down beside her, allowing her to join in the exploration. The chamber was expansive, its dimensions dwarfing us beneath the looming presence of two massive golden bells adorned with winding vines. Their eerie, golden glow cast shadows that danced across the intricate statues scattered about each one, resembling a grotesque amalgamation of tentacles and monstrosity. Directly ahead stood a sight that froze us in our tracks. A golden coffin, flanked by a colossal axe suspended menacingly above it. The room was bathed in a strange, dappled light, courtesy of golden torches flickering with yellow flames. Perched atop pillars, they cast both brightness and shadow, creating an otherworldly ambience. It feels as though we've stumbled into the set of an ancient horror movie, Chiron remarked, her voice tinged with a mixture of awe and unease, fingers absently scratching her head as she surveyed our surroundings. Leaving the two to their schemes, I made my way to the golden coffin. Stairs led up to it, a short ascent, each step echoing like a death knell. When I reached the top, the coffin lay open before me, yawning and empty save for a white cloth stained with dry blood. The axe hovered above, a signal of death, poised and ominous. I wondered how this ritual worked, its mechanism and purpose shrouded in mystery. I touched the coffin, my fingers brushing against the cold metal, seeking answers. Seconds passed, a shiver running up my spine, before I withdrew my hand, grimacing. I saw it churn my stomach. I'd glimpsed fragments of it in Virion's history, but the full details of the ritual, the sacrifices that Virion and Aelin made, struck me deeply. Their love for each other and for Chiyo shone through the darkness of their deeds, a twisted testament to their devotion. I saw what they sacrificed was everything. The tale Milt spun for us? A fabrication, a lie intricately woven by Virion into her mind. The true cause of Aelin's demise was far more tragic, far more gruesome. And the hand that wrought it? Both unexpected and in some twisted way expected. I sighed, the sound heavy in the silence. My gaze fell upon the coffin, and I grasped the blood-stained cloth, its touch coarse and haunting. I squinted at the dark stains, another sigh escaping me, before I banished it to my inventory. Turning on my heel, I descended the stairs, each step a reminder of the burden I now carried. The Nekomatas sisters still roamed the room, their curiosity undimmed. Draig's voice rumbled within me. What did you see, partner? Albion's curiosity echoed. I wish to know too, Aaron. I frowned, the weight of my discovery pressing down. What I saw, I began, the words thick in my throat, changes everything. The future holds dark times. And the one responsible, it's Ive. I didn't expect her to plant that here on this world. But she did. Now, after so many years, they must all face the consequences. You're being vague. Care to elaborate? Draig's voice rumbled in my mind, but I shook my head. It's better to tell everyone together, to prepare them. The time of reckoning is near, and Virion knows it, as does the current leader of the Hanlaganjans, I told Draig. All right, but what can we do? Is there anything? His curiosity was genuine, a rare thing. When, I said aloud, drawing the attention of both Chiron and Kuroka. What we need to do is win. More specifically, either Anrin Wu or Serorg has to win the tournament. They have one chance to change Virion's decision. If they fail, I paused as the two Nekomatas sisters approached, their eyes wide with confusion. I met their gaze, the weight of my words sinking in. Fengyun Fudi, along with its connected planets and all their inhabitants, will cease to exist. A strange silence fell, heavy and oppressive. Kuroka and Chiron stared at me, their shock evident. They didn't understand, but the dragons within me did. I shook my head, promising to explain later when the entire team was assembled. They nodded, still reeling, as the gravity of our situation began to settle in. Aoife Murphy's soliloquy, "It's a pretty big city, isn't it? Strange that we haven't seen more people around this part," I remarked, my eyes scanning the empty streets of Fengyun Fudis main city. Come to think of it, what's the name of this city? I turned to Anren Wu, who I had insisted on dragging along with me. Anren Wu sighed, a sound heavy with exasperation. She glanced around, her cheeks tinged with a delicate shade of red. "Aoife, there was a large sign that said taverns earlier, and you just ignored it. Why do you think there aren't many people here at this time of day?" Her tone carried a mix of amusement and incredulity. I exclaimed, the realization hitting me like a sudden gust of wind. Smacking my fist into my palm, I glanced over at Keisha, who was also blushing furiously as she took in our surroundings. I had been so caught up in the thrill of exploring, the sheer excitement of the unfamiliar, that I completely missed the sign. My own fault, really. Scratching the back of my head in a gesture of embarrassment, I let out a sheepish laugh. "My bad, I got distracted, hee." Keisha shook her head, a bemused smile playing on her lips. "You and Aaron are disturbingly alike at times. He's done things like this before, well, before that happened. At least, that's what Aquino told me." "Really? I mean, I guess he used to be a lot more aloof and easygoing." "He still is, but he's much more guarded now, right?" I replied, starting to walk away from the eerily empty streets. The few eyes that were upon us held a mix of curiosity and judgment. Aaron had been forced to grow up quickly, whether he was ready or not. Was I doing the same now? The thought gnawed at me, but I knew we had to get out of this place first. As we approached the entrance, 3 men appeared, blocking our path. "You can't shut up," I snapped, my foot lashing out before he could finish his sentence. My kick landed squarely in his midsection. He crumpled, doubling over in agony. Anren Wu and Keisha looked at me, wide-eyed, shock painted across their faces. The 2 remaining men stared, equally stunned, at their fallen comrade, now groaning and writhing on the ground. My actions had been swift, decisive, and entirely unexpected. "What on earth is wrong with you?" One of them bellowed, a sword materializing in his hand, its blade glowing with an eerie white light. The other conjured a spear, its tip shimmering a menacing green, both weapons now pointed directly at me. I frowned, extending my hand to summon a large ice sword, its edges glinting with frost. I pointed it at them, my eyes flaring a vivid red as a grin spread across my face. I knew a scenario like this was inevitable, I said, my voice low and cold. I knew I couldn't escape fighting forever, but I had hoped for at least one day without it. "No matter. Let's go." We advanced towards each other, the tension crackling in the air. Just as we were about to clash, a voice echoed around us, a voice all too familiar. Suddenly, a streak of white lightning slammed into the ground before me, then shot towards the 2 men, cutting through the air with lethal precision. The 2 men convulsed violently as the white lightning coursed through them, their figures collapsing to the ground, foam frothing at their baratos. I halted, my gaze shifting to the woman who had intervened Milt. She turned to face us, a sigh escaping her barato. "I'll leave for a few hours, and you nearly get into a fight? Why didn't you try to resolve it peacefully?" she demanded, her tone stern. "They were going to stop us to barato us, to pay a fee. I know these types of cliches. They'd either do that or try to exploit us in some other shady way, and not going to agree to either," I declared, meeting her gaze unflinchingly. Milt shook her head, her expression one of weary exasperation. "That kind of scam is notorious here, but I would have preferred if you immobilized them rather than try to barato them." She glanced back at the incapacitated men and added, "I will clean them up. Please keep going and try not to cause too much trouble." I sighed, dismissing my ice sword with a flick of my wrist. "Fine," I agreed, motioning for my group to move on. As we left the area, a thought nagged at me. Had Milt been following us the entire time? Or did she have spies watching our every move, ready to intervene when necessary? I couldn't be sure, but I decided to ask Aaron about it later. Aaron Toole's soliloquy later that night. I gathered everyone in my room. The air turned thick with tension as I relayed the events we had witnessed, the unsettling truths about Virion, Ilan, and Sietchio. Silence settled over us like a heavy fog until Mitsuya finally shattered it with a question. What do you want us to do, then? Just sit around waiting for Sarorg or Anrin Wu to win the tournament? His irritation crackled in the room. I met his gaze steady. No, there's more going on here than the tournament. We need to handle other matters on this planet. It's going to be a while before either Sarorg or Anrin Wu make it to the finals, considering the number of participants. And finding that invitation wasn't a coincidence. Eleanor wanted us here. We need to be prepared for whatever she has planned. He nodded, a flicker of understanding in his eyes, and I took it as a sign to continue. We're left with his generals, the Hanlagong species, and Eleanor. These are the threads we need to unravel. Mitsuya, by Suspew, your teams will keep an eye on the generals. There's unrest among them, traitors who want to shift the balance of power on this planet. Stay vigilant and be ready to act if any of them move against us. I turn my attention to Aoife next. Keisha, Aoife, your mission is to scour the planet. Eleanor has secrets buried here, and we need to uncover them before they become our downfall. My team will tackle the Hanlagongians. We need to dismantle their influence piece by piece. Understood? Their nods came as one, a silent chorus of agreement. I dismissed the group, watching as they filed out, each burdened with the weight of our tasks. When the door closed behind the last of them, only a handful remained with me. They had refused to find other rooms, choosing instead to stay by my side. Keisha broke the silence, a wry smile playing on her lips as she settled beside me, gently placing my head in her lap. You look like you had something on your mind, Aaron. You held back earlier. Care to share now? Her voice was soft, inviting the words I'd kept to myself. Right? Aoife said, her voice laced with exasperation. You have this tendency to hold back certain information until you've looked into it first. It's not always, but it's becoming a bad habit. Maybe you've always had it. Come on, spill it. With that, she launched herself at me, her head colliding with my stomach and knocking the breath out of me. I get it, I gasped, trying to pry Aoife off me. Give me a second. I scratched my head, taking a moment to gather my thoughts. The girls watched me intently, their faces reflecting a mixture of curiosity and concern. I told you about the Ceresteals earlier, right? I asked, scanning their expressions for recognition. They nodded, their attention unwavering. Wait, you're not saying... Aoife's voice rose in alarm, her eyes widening with a dawning realization. Just like the gods in our universe, I began, choosing my words carefully. There are major gods who wield immense influence and minor gods who are lesser known and less powerful. In Fongyan Fudi, we're dealing with one such Ceresteal. And as I mentioned before, even when they die, traces of their influence and power can linger. Wait, Aoife interrupted, her shock palpable. You mean, Virion and Aelin came into contact with it? Is that how the ritual worked? Her eyes were wide, the implications of my words hitting her hard. Ilona, the Wishmaker. As her title implies, she grants wishes, but as I mentioned, her powers aren't that great, although she's comparable to a high-tier god in our universe. With that said, they made a pact with Ilona, and Sietchio came to be, I explained, deliberately omitting a crucial detail. What's the limit on her wish-granting abilities? Chiron asked, crawling onto my lap with a cat-like grace. I began scratching her chin absent-mindedly, a habit that seemed to soothe us both. Her powers can't exceed her own strength or affect someone she perceives as more powerful than herself. For example, Fumara, Ive, or Magnum Tenebrosum. If she fights and determines her opponent is stronger, her abilities won't work on them. Kuroka sprawled out on the bed, her voice laced with a teasing drawl. Seems inconvenient, Niawell, They are born with these powers, the omniverse or their universe bestows them. The other Celestials have similar limitations. To an extent, I added, attempting to provide a clearer picture. Ilona's powers were both a gift and a curse, their limits shaping the very fabric of her existence. It wasn't merely about granting wishes. It was about navigating the delicate balance of power and perception. Even other Celestials, it seemed, were bound by rules and constraints beyond their control. Chiron leaned into my hand, her eyes half closed in contentment. So, Ilona can't grant a wish that would make her stronger than her own limits? I nodded. Exactly. Her abilities are confined within the boundaries of her own power. It's a safeguard, a way the universe ensures balance to an extent. Too much power in one being's hands could unravel everything. Kuroka's eyes gleamed with curiosity. And the other Celestials? They follow similar rules? To a point, I replied. Each has their own set of limitations, their own unique constraints. Keisha squinted at me, her sharp eyes narrowing with suspicion. You seem to be holding back something else, Aaron. I responded with a smile, not uttering a word. Aoife, seated nearby, gave a silent nod, clearly in agreement with Keisha's observation. Let's just say, it's better to omit this fact for now, I said, enjoying the puzzled expressions that spread across their faces. Figuring it out on your own will be more worthwhile. But if you want a hint, keep an eye on Milt. Milt? Why her? Is she secretly Virion's new wife or something? Kuroka asked, her voice tinged with playful mischief as she licked her hand in a distinctly feline manner. Chiron, nestled comfortably in my lap, sighed deeply before reaching up to pinch my cheek. Even if we try to press you for answers, you won't budge. So it's best to leave this topic for now. The others burst into laughter, the sound lightening the room's atmosphere. They agreed with Chiron, deciding to let the mystery rest for the time being. We spent the rest of the night in relative ease, the heavy burden of our responsibilities momentarily lifted. We chatted about inconsequential things, shared stories, and allowed ourselves to enjoy a rare moment of respite. Yeah, we have to go out so early, Barato complained, her tiny cat form perched atop my head. Her soft fur tickled my scalp as she shifted, trying to find a more comfortable spot. You just became sleepy after eating too much, Ne-sama, Chiron said with a sigh, walking steadily beside me as we made our way toward the teleporter that would take us to the Hanlagong territory. We wove through the streets of the main city, a maze of bustling activity. Market stalls lined the cobblestone paths, vendors shouting their wares, and the air thick with the scent of exotic spices and freshly baked bread. The vibrant energy of the city pulsed around us, but I could feel the weight of our mission pressing down on my shoulders. As we neared the teleportation hub, a large open plaza teeming with people, I noticed that the rest of our group had already dispersed, each member off to complete their assigned tasks. The hub was a marvel of intricate design, with multiple teleportation circles etched into the ground, each one glowing faintly with arcane energy. People stood in orderly lines, waiting for their turn to be whisked away to various destinations across the planet. Details, Chiron, I'm going to nap for a bit. Wake me up when we're there, murmured Kuroka, her voice trailing off as she settled into a deep sleep, her small body rising and falling gently with her breaths. I shook my head, exasperated yet amused by her antics. It's only 9 in the morning, good grief. Chiron chuckled beside me, her laughter light and melodic, a soothing counterpoint to the chaos around us. The line inched forward, a slow but steady progression. As we waited, I couldn't help but think about the task ahead. The Hanlagongs were a formidable species, their loyalty to Eleanor unwavering, and infiltrating their homes would be no easy feat, but it was a necessary step if we were to understand the full scope of the power dynamics at play. Eventually, our turn came. We stepped onto the teleportation circle, the intricate runes beneath, our feet flaring to life. A sudden rush of energy enveloped us, and the world around us dissolved into a swirl of light and color. The sensation was disorienting, a brief moment of weightlessness before solid ground reformed beneath our feet. When the light cleared, we found ourselves standing at the edge of the Hanlagon territory, a vast landscape that stretched out before us, dotted with their distinctive, domed dwellings. The air here was different, charged with a subtle tension, as if the land itself was aware of the impending conflict. I gently lifted Kuroka from my head, cradling her in my arms as she continued to sleep, oblivious to the change in surroundings. Chiron stood by my side, her eyes scanning the horizon with a determined focus. As I stepped onto the platform and the teleportation light faded, I found myself in a breathtaking new world. The sky above was a brilliant azure, so intensely blue it felt like staring into an endless sea. Towering structures, sleek and futuristic, rose gracefully towards the heavens, their glass facades reflecting the vibrant sunlight. The buildings seemed to be arranged in a grand, circular formation, almost as if they were reaching toward the sky itself. Below me, the city was a mesmerizing spiral of islands and waterways, connected by elegant bridges and dotted with lush greenery. The islands seemed to float in a vast, shimmering ocean, their edges adorned with vibrant foliage that cascaded into the water. Boats and ships, small and large, drifted serenely along the waterways, adding a dynamic element to the otherwise tranquil scene. High above, graceful, whale-like creatures soared through the sky, their silvery bodies glinting in the sunlight. They moved in unison, a majestic dance that mirrored the gentle flow of the water below. Smaller birds, or perhaps fish that had taken to the air, flitted around them, creating a sense of harmony between the elements of air and sea. The entire scene felt surreal, as if I had stepped into a painting or a dream. The air was fresh and carried a faint scent of salt and flowers, a combination that invigorated my senses. The city below bustled with life, yet there was a serene, almost otherworldly calm that permeated the atmosphere. As Chiron and I stood there, taking it all in, I couldn't help but marvel at the beauty and ingenuity of this place. It was a testament to the incredible harmony that could be achieved between nature and civilization, a glimpse into a world where the lines between land, sea, and sky blurred into a seamless, enchanting whole. I glanced at Chiron, whose eyes were wide with wonder, shimmering like the water that surrounded and supported this incredible city. The sheer awe written across her face mirrored the enchantment I felt but didn't dare to fully express. The scene before us was nothing short of mesmerizing, a living testament to the extraordinary creativity and ambition of the Hanlagonians. This must be the work of the new faction within the Hanlagonians. I mused aloud, my gaze sweeping across the breathtaking vista. The ones who aspire to transcend their ancestors' legacy. I didn't expect them to teleport us here first. I thought we'd end up in the older section. Not that I'm complaining, I added, a wry smile tugging at the corner of my lips. Chiron nodded, still entranced by the view. The architecture here was unlike anything I had ever seen. Fluid, organic shapes that seemed to blend seamlessly with the natural environment. The buildings, made of materials that gleamed and reflected the light in a myriad of colors, appeared almost as if they were grown rather than constructed. I pointed to our right, using the sleeping form of Kuroka as a makeshift indicator. Oh, look at that. They have these shining, see-through escalators to take us down. Let's go. Chiron followed the direction of my gesture and nodded again, this time more eagerly. We walked towards the escalators, each step releasing small bubbles that floated up from the ground, adding to the magical ambience. The bubbles caught the light and sparkled, creating an ethereal pathway that guided us forward. As we stepped onto the escalators, they moved smoothly beneath our feet, carrying us downwards. The transparent material allowed us to see through to the layers of the city below, a dizzying array of interconnected platforms and floating islands, all teeming with life. Schools of fish swam through the air as if it were water, their iridescent scales flashing in the sunlight. Above us, the sky whales continued their graceful dance, casting fleeting shadows that drifted over the city. "This place, it's like a dream," Chiron whispered, her voice barely audible over the soft hum of the escalator. I nodded in agreement, feeling a profound sense of wonder and anticipation. The Han Lagrangians had created something truly magnificent here, a place where nature and technology coexisted in perfect harmony. It was a glimpse into a future that felt both familiar and fantastical, a reminder of the boundless possibilities that lay ahead. We reached the base of the escalators and stepped off onto a soft, moss-covered path that wound its way through a lush garden. The air was fragrant with the scent of exotic flowers, and the gentle sound of flowing water provided a soothing backdrop. As we continued to explore, I couldn't help but feel a growing sense of excitement. This was just the beginning of our journey, and already it was proving to be more extraordinary than I could have ever imagined. Kuroka stirred in my arms, her eyes fluttering open briefly before she settled back into sleep. I smiled down at her, then looked up at Chiron. "Ready to see what we have to deal with?" Chiron's demeanor changed, and she nodded in agreement. "Yeah." Just then, a tall Han Lagrangian stepped in front of us and bowed. She stood with an air of quiet determination, her long, azure hair cascading down her back in shimmering waves. Her deep, crimson eyes held a sharp, alert gaze, revealing a depth of knowledge and strength. The wide-brimmed, black hat with gold trim shaded her face, adding an element of mystery to her striking features. Her attire was a harmonious blend of elegance and practicality. Flowing white and blue fabrics adorned with intricate patterns made up her robe, which was cinched at the waist with a golden sash and decorative tassels. Pieces of sleek, polished black armor with vibrant accents of red, green, and purple adorned her chest and shoulders, hinting at both ceremonial importance and readiness for battle. In her hand, she held a gracefully curved sword, its blade gleaming. The hilt, wrapped in dark leather, contrasted with the brightness of the blade, and she carried it with a natural ease, as though it were an extension of herself. "Welcome to Meeksingtian, Outer God and his Barado. I am Bashiking, and it is my honor to guide you through our city and to our esteemed leader," she said, her smile warm and inviting. I adjusted my hold on Barado, the black cat purring softly in her sleep against my Barado. Barado stood beside me, her eyes wide with curiosity. "Thank you. I'm Aaron. This is Kuroka," I said, nodding down at the sleeping cat in my arms, "and this is Chiron." I gestured to Chiron. "Your city is incredible." Seeing it from where we teleported was quite the shock. Bashiking's smile widened, and she nodded, turning to lead us through the streets. We fell in a step beside her, the city unfolding around us. "Yes, it's a recent endeavor," she began, her voice carrying a blend of pride and nostalgia. "We aimed for a balance, a modern aesthetic interwoven with the timeless traditions of our species. We wanted it to be more accessible, a welcoming place for all visitors, unlike the ancient city of our ancestors." Chiron, always the inquisitive one, tilted her head and asked, You didn't want me tied to the past?" Bashiking nodded, her expression thoughtful. "Precisely. The other leader of the Han Lagangs is far older than ours, having held his position since Lord Virion took up the mantle of Eradicator. Our new leader, however, is relatively young, just over 1,200 years old." She spoke with a reverence that hinted at the wisdom and vision of this young leader, a subtle testament to the city's transformation. As we strolled through the city, our eyes couldn't help but drink in the meticulous craftsmanship of the buildings. Each structure seemed lovingly handcrafted, a testament to artistry and dedication. The streets were lined with buildings that whispered tales of their creation, their surfaces almost humming with the touch of their maker. Bashiking, ever perceptive, noticed our observations and continued her narrative. "Our leader, Lord Jakalzu, designed each building himself," she said, her voice carrying a blend of pride and reverence. "He devoted countless hours to each structure, though some may appear similar. To save time, he occasionally repeated elements, but even those have his unique touch. Every stone and beam holds a piece of his soul. She paused and pointed toward a grand edifice in the distance. That piece is his most beloved, she added, her smile widening with genuine affection. It was dedicated to his wife, Lady Kizawa. She is here today, so you will have the honor of meeting both of them. As we approached, Kuroka stirred in my arms, her eyes fluttering open. With a soft, sleepy yawn, she leapt down, transforming into her human form. She clung to me for support, her eyes still heavy with sleep. Yeah, why did you guys make your own new faction? She asked, her voice a drowsy murmur. Bashiking's expression darkened, a frown marring her usually serene face. While we respect our elders and their ways, we couldn't keep living in the past, clinging to old traditions. Many of those customs were outdated, and adhering to them made progress excruciatingly slow, she said, her voice tinged with frustration. She paused, collecting her thoughts before continuing. What Lord Jakalza proposed were innovations, visions that would have propelled our society forward exponentially. But the elders, stubborn and set in their ways, refused to embrace these changes. They clung to their old ways with a tenacity that stifled growth. Tensions rose, a palpable tension simmering beneath the surface, threatening to erupt into conflict. Bashiking sighed, her gaze distant as if recalling those tumultuous times. It seemed inevitable that fighting would break out, but Lord Virion, with his wisdom and foresight, intervened. He quelled the rising storm and offered us this new land, a chance to build a city free from the constraints of the old ways. Thus, Mixingshin was born a fresh start, a canvas for Lord Jakalzu's dreams and innovations. She gestured broadly to the bustling city around us, a living testament to their success. The old city of our elders still stands, but it is a relic, a place where the weight of tradition stifles the spirit. It remains far less popular than Mixingshin. Its inaccessibility and the strict rules that govern it deter many from settling there. Here, we have created a place where both heritage and innovation coexist, where progress is not hindered by the shackles of the past. As Bashiking spoke, her passion was evident, her words painting a vivid picture of the struggles and triumphs that led to the creation of Mixingshin. Each building we passed seemed to echo her sentiments, standing tall as symbols of their break from the past and their embrace of a brighter future. We eventually arrived at a building that stood out even among the intricate marvels of Mixingshin. It was an architectural wonder, a harmonious blend of fish and a dragonfish. Its scales shimmered in the light, and its sinuous form seemed to undulate with a life of its own. There was no mistaking it. This was undoubtedly Jakalza's home. The very air around it pulsed with a unique and formidable aura, mingling with a few other powerful presences within. I glanced down at Barato, who was walking close beside me. She looked a little tired from the journey, and her nose twitched, and I could see her mouth beginning to water. The scent of food wafted through the air, rich and enticing, predominantly seafood, a somewhat ironic choice given our surroundings. Bashiking paused at the entrance, turning to us with a gracious smile. "Please follow me," she said. "They are waiting in the throne room. Their servants will attend to your hunger once the more pressing matters have been addressed." With that, she stepped through the grand entrance. We followed her into the building, feeling an immediate and palpable shift in the atmosphere. It was as though we had crossed an invisible threshold, passing through a barrier that thrummed with energy. The air inside was thick with it, a powerful, almost tangible force that seemed to press against our skin. I realized with a start that anyone not of God-class power would be overwhelmed, possibly even annihilated, by the sheer potency of it. The interior of the building was as breathtaking as its exterior. The walls were adorned with intricate murals depicting legendary battles and ancient myths, while delicate lanterns cast a warm, golden glow, illuminating the rich tapestries and gleaming floors. The very air seemed to shimmer with a soft, ethereal light, enhancing the otherworldly beauty of the place. As we proceeded deeper, The energy grew more intense, each step resonating with the history and power embedded within these walls. Bashiking led us with unerring confidence, her movements graceful and assured. The hallway widened, and the doors at the end swung open, revealing the throne room in all its majesty. Jikalzu and Kizua awaited us, their presence commanding and regal. They sat upon thrones that seemed to be carved from the very essence of the dragonfish that defined their home, their eyes observing us with a mixture of curiosity and welcome. The room was filled with an array of servants, poised and ready to attend to our needs the moment our discussions concluded. "I have brought them, Lord Jikalzu," Lady Ga said, Bashiking before bowing and leaving, as did the other servants there. We were left with the two leaders of the new faction, and they stared at us for a few seconds. The man in the middle was Jikalzu himself. His form was tall and elegant, draped in flowing robes that rippled like water with each subtle movement. The fabric was adorned with intricate patterns of swirling clouds and waves, hinting at the elemental forces he commanded. The colors of his attire, a harmonious blend of deep blues and golds, reflected the majesty of the sea and the sky. His hair cascaded down his back in a wave of midnight blue, framing a face that was both serene and formidable. Two small, curved horns emerged from his temples, a reminder of his draconic heritage and the power that lay beneath his composed exterior. His eyes, partially obscured by his hair, held a depth of wisdom and experience that spoke of centuries of life and leadership. They were the eyes of someone who had seen much, who carried the weight of his people's hopes and dreams with quiet strength. Around him, the air seemed to shimmer, filled with an ethereal energy that was both calming and intimidating. Beside him was Kizua. Her long, teal hair cascaded down her back in a glossy waterfall, framing a face that was both delicate and striking. Large, expressive eyes, the color of the deepest ocean, peeked out from beneath her bangs, conveying a mixture of curiosity and quiet confidence. Her attire was a black jacket with a fur-lined collar hugged her slender frame, the emblem on its sleeve hinting at her seafaring lineage. The juxtaposition of her modern jacket with the flowing teal hair that almost seemed to merge into the tail extending from her lower body. Her lower half was distinctly that of a sea creature, a powerful tail that ended in a fin reminiscent of sharks, yet her posture and presence were entirely human. She sat with a casual elegance, her tail curled around her legs in a way that suggested both comfort and readiness. The scales of her tail shimmered with a subtle iridescence, catching the light. "Welcome, Outer God. We were informed of your presence by Lord Virion. And if I have to be honest, we want your help. If you're willing," that is, Jikalzu stated without hesitation, his voice a harmonious blend of authority and earnestness. His eyes, sharp and discerning, met mine with a frankness that suggested both urgency and respect. Intrigued, I cocked an eyebrow and replied, "Is it about the old Honlagonjans? Bashiking mentioned you nearly came to blows, but Virion managed to stop it." A knowing smile curved Jikalzu's lips as he nodded. "Yes. In fact, the conflict never truly ceased. They merely became more adept at concealing their actions from Lord Virion. Rather than confronting us openly, they resorted to subterfuge. You know how the elders can be, they prefer to keep their machinations under wraps, striking in the shadows to maintain the facade of peace." His words resonated with a universal truth that transcended realms. Even though we hailed from different universes, the stubbornness of the older generations seemed to be a constant, a multiversal, perhaps even an omniversal phenomenon. It was both amusing and exasperating. Jikalzu's insight struck a chord. No matter the world, the older generation often clung to familiar rules and beliefs, resistant to change or evolution. While not all elders were like this, I'd wager that a significant majority, perhaps 90%, were entrenched in their ways. The remaining 10%, those rare few who embraced progress, were the true gems among the older generation. "So, what's exactly happening, and what do you need help with?" I said, leaning forward slightly, my gaze steady and unyielding. Don't mistake it him not offering my help until I hear the full explanation. And don't lie because he'll know. My words hung in the air, a promise of scrutiny and discernment. Jakalzu nodded, accepting the terms without hesitation. They began by sending assassins or troublesome youth to wreak havoc in our cities. Acts of vandalism and minor sabotage were their initial tactics. When we chose not to retaliate, thinking it would de-escalate the situation, they grew bolder. Their methods turned more sinister. Now, they resort to kidnapping our people, subjecting them to harsh treatment before sending them back as broken shells of their former selves. One time, they went as far as taking the life of one of ours. They won't admit it, but the person they abducted has not returned in 2 years. We fear the worst. His voice grew more somber, the weight of his words pressing upon us. We've tried to keep the peace, but it's clear they interpret our restraint as weakness. Recently, we received a disturbing message from Lady Ive. She warned us that Madame Fumera is assembling an army, possibly preparing for war with the resistance. This, however, is speculation, yet the threat looms large over us. As he spoke, the magnitude of their predicament became starkly clear. This wasn't merely a matter of internal conflict. It was a powder keg, and the old Homlagongians were ready to light the fuse. Their relentless aggression, fueled by an unyielding adherence to outdated traditions, was pushing the new Homlagongians to the brink. The stakes were impossibly high, a clash not just of ideologies, but of survival and legacy. Jakalzu continued, his expression earnest. We need your strength, your unique perspective. We need someone who can see beyond the immediate conflict, who can help us navigate this treacherous path. We seek to end this strife before it escalates in a full-scale war. Your presence here, your willingness to aid us, could be the turning point. There was a moment of silence as his words settled over us. The enormity of the situation was palpable, each sentence weaving a tapestry of urgency and desperation. They were on the precipice, balancing precariously between hope and despair, their future hanging by a thread. As I considered his plea, the complexity of their struggle unfolded in my mind. This was not just about power or politics. It was about the right to forge a new path, to break free from the chains of the past, and create a society where innovation and tradition could coexist. It was about protecting the vulnerable, ensuring that the dreams of a new generation were not snuffed out by the stubbornness of the old. Very well, I said finally, my voice steady and resolute. I will help, but I need to see the extent of this conflict for myself. Show me where it began, the places that bear the scars of their attacks. Only then can I fully understand what we're up against. Jakalzu's eyes lit with a mixture of relief and determination. Thank you, he said, his voice thick with gratitude. We will show you everything. Together, we can end this. Aoife Murphy's soliloquy, what precisely are we searching for? Anrin Wu's voice broke the stillness as we set foot on a fresh swathe of the planet's uncharted terrain. The instructions from Aaron had been frustratingly ambiguous. Scour the planet for any traces of Eleanor. Our quest had already taken us through a sequence of designated locations. Each held the charm of antiquity, deserted villages, time-worn towns, all framed by breathtaking vistas. Yet they offered no clues, only the eerie beauty of abandonment. Anything connected to Eleanor, I replied, my voice taut with a mix of determination and unease. This is the final spot on our list, and I can't shake off this strange feeling about it. Stay vigilant. My eyes narrowed as I scanned the horizon, finally settling on a towering peak that loomed in the distance, casting a long shadow over the landscape. Do you see that mountain? There's something about it. Unlike the other places we've combed through, this one feels different. The landscape before us was stunning. Tall, jagged mountains reached up to the sky, their peaks hidden in mist. The sky was a mix of deep reds and purples, casting a surreal glow over everything. Waterfalls tumbled from high cliffs, their silver streams catching the light. They fed into a winding river below, which snaked through a lush valley. The sound of the water was constant, a soothing contrast to the towering peaks. Trees clung to the rocky cliffs, their roots winding through the stone. Some had green leaves, others a striking red, all swaying gently in the breeze. Below, dense forests covered the rolling hills, light filtering through the leaves in dappled patterns. Birds flew across the sky, their calls echoing through the valley. The air was cool and fresh, carrying the scent of pine and earth. In the distance, the tallest mountain stood out, its peak shrouded in clouds. It felt ancient and powerful, like it held secrets we were meant to uncover. The entire scene was both beautiful and mysterious, a perfect end to our long journey. "This place is called Tianbei-Chin," Keisha remarked, her voice steady as she dismissed the screen from her ring. "Kuntor showed us earlier, and yes, like Aoife said, there's something about that tallest mountain. We need to check it out. And let's stay cautious, be ready for a fight." Anren Wu squinted at the distant peak, shaking her head slowly. "I don't sense anything, but I'll trust both of you," she replied. Without another word, we set off toward the mountain. As we trekked through the unfamiliar terrain, we encountered creatures unlike any we had seen before. Massive animals, twice or even 3 times the size of those from our universe, roamed the land. Pandas dressed in elaborate garments wandered around, pausing to give us curious looks as we passed. It felt like stepping into a surreal version of our world, where everything familiar had been amplified and twisted. The sight of these clothed pandas made me think, with a wry smile, of Kung Fu Panda come to life. We eventually arrived at the base of the mountain. It wasn't steady ground under our feet. Loose rocks shifted and rolled with every step. We stared up at the towering peak, its summit lost in swirling mists. I sighed, planted my hands on my hips. "Well, at least it's not spiral staircases," I said, casting a glance at Keisha. "Remember how many we had to climb back in our universe?" Keisha chuckled, nodding in agreement. "Yes, even in the few weeks before we came here, it seemed like every other day we were navigating those infernal stairs, especially when we went on dates with Aaron." Anren Wu, quiet as ever, stared at us for a moment, her expression unreadable. Then, without a word, she stepped forward and pressed her hand against the rough stone of the mountain. To our astonishment, a sharp click echoed through the air, followed by the grinding sound of rock against rock. A section of the mountainside slid aside, revealing a hidden entrance shrouded in darkness. Anren Wu blinked, taking a step back, her surprise mirroring our own. "I swear I didn't know anything about this," she said, her voice barely above a whisper, eyes wide as she gazed into the shadowy depths beyond the newly revealed passage. "We didn't accuse you of anything," I told her, waving off the concern. "But enough of that, let's go inside." We stepped into the opening, the air immediately cooler and tinged with the scent of damp stone. The moment we entered, my enthusiasm died. I groaned loudly. Why? Aaron had always hated spiral staircases, cursing the endless steps head faced in the past. Now we all shared his disdain. Before us stretched a seemingly endless spiral staircase, winding upward into darkness. The sight of it made my blood boil, and the Irish in me took over. Words flew from my mouth, curses that rarely saw daylight. My friends stared at me, wide-eyed and taken aback. It wasn't often I let loose like that, and when I did, it wasn't a pretty sight. Eventually, I reined in my temper and let out a heavy sigh, still glaring at the infernal staircase. "I hate this place," Keisha laughed awkwardly, then placed a comforting hand on my shoulder. "Let's just get it over with. We can fly up, Aoife." Her words hit me like a revelation. "Right? I forgot about that. Let's just fly up," I exclaimed, my spirits lifting. Without another thought, I began to float upward, my friends following close behind. We flew up the spiral staircase inside the mountain, the air growing colder and more oppressive the higher we went. The walls were covered in markings, some in Chinese characters and symbols, while others were familiar from our time at the Resistance's base. The juxtaposition of the ancient and the familiar was unsettling, making me feel as though we were caught between worlds. As we ascended, the powerful aura we sensed grew stronger, almost tangible. It thrummed through the air, a silent, ominous beat that seemed to synchronize with our quickening hearts. Finally, a platform came into view above us. We flew over it and landed softly, our eyes widening at the sight before us. Standing there was a robot or android, its appearance eerily similar to Eleanor's. It turned to face us, raising a hand in greeting. "I'm glad the Resistance could come here. I've been monitoring this planet for a long time now, waiting for it to start, but well, enough about that," it said, its voice smooth and almost human. With a casual flick of its wrist, a floating spatula materialized, quickly multiplying around her. "Shall we start a small dance, Outer God's companions? If you stop me, you may be able to uncover what I mean, foo-foo," she taunted, a sly smile playing on her metallic lips. Before we could react, the multitude of spatulas shot toward us, sharp and fast, slicing through the air with deadly precision. Keisha sprang into action, summoning holes around us. The spatulas vanished into these portals, absorbed and teleported elsewhere. The robotic Eleanor watched with an amused expression, her eyes gleaming with interest. Anrenwu didn't hesitate. She charged at the robot, her fist aimed directly at its face. But just before her punch could connect, an electric barrier crackled to life, blocking her attack. In an instant, glowing electric chicken wings materialized around the robot. Anrenwu hesitated, thrown off by the bizarre sight, but quickly leaped back as bolts of electricity shot out from the wings, narrowly missing her. "I'm so confused about what I'm seeing right now," I muttered, summoning an ice sword in my hands. The cold blade shimmered in the dim light of the cavern, ready for battle. The robot's laugh echoed through the chamber, a metallic, chilling sound. "I wanted to be creative with the powers I gave my robot," she said, her voice laced with mockery. "So, you're going to be attacked with interesting concepts. It's entertaining, wouldn't you agree?" "Fake no," I shouted, charging at the robot with a burst of speed. She responded instantly, firing spatulas and bolts of electricity in my direction. I raised my ice sword, and as I did, a soft glow of silvery white darkness enveloped the blade. A bark sounded from my shoulder. Shin had appeared, his presence bolstering my confidence. Grinning, I swung my sword down, slicing through the incoming spatulas and deflecting the bolts of electricity. The robot's eyes widened in surprise. "I don't need to chant, do I?" I asked Shin. He shook his head, his eyes gleaming with encouragement. With renewed vigor, I sped up, my blade dancing through the air as I sliced and diced through her relentless attacks. Eleanor clicked her robotic tongue in frustration, trying to jump back to gain some distance. But I was faster. I closed the gap between us in a heartbeat, my ice blade flashing through the air. With a single decisive swing, I struck her down. Shin leapt off my barato, his sword-like protrusion glowing fiercely. He charged at Eleanor, the powerful impact sending her crashing into the monitors behind her. The screens flickered and shattered, sparks flying as the robot slumped to the ground, her systems struggling to recover. However, to our astonishment, the electricity surrounding Eleanor's damaged parts solidified, reforming her detached arm and repairing the other damage. She stood back up, her laughter echoing through the cavern. With a flourish, she pointed a finger at us, striking a dramatic pose. "Even though this robot is nowhere near my strength and only serves as an observer here, I have gained a bit of insight into your abilities," she mocked, a smug grin spreading across her metallic face. "Allow me to create items to counter them in the future." "That won't happen," Anrenwu declared. In a blur, she appeared behind Eleanor, thrusting her hand forward in a swift palm strike. Her energy surged through the robot's body, forcing it to involuntarily dispel its solidified electricity. Seizing the opportunity, Keisha summoned a spear forged from her demonic aura. With precision and power, she hurled it towards Eleanor, the weapon striking the robot's torso with tremendous bravado. I moved in for the final blow, Shin and I acting in perfect harmony. With a powerful lunge, we struck down Eleanor together in unison. "Centuredo," and from what I've gathered, the head grinned at us, a chilling smile. Virion, along with his wife, We're the ones to seal this planet and its fate. It has spread far enough now that the other planets he governs are already affected. Good luck with those final words. The robotic Eleanor shut down, her eyes dimming as the last spark of life left her. But the danger hadn't passed. Suddenly, we heard a rapid beeping all around us, echoing ominously through the cavern. Some kind of sequence had started. 30 seconds until explosion. Beginning countdown. 30, 29. We exchanged quick, panicked glances, then looked at the still-functioning monitor displaying the countdown. "Let's move," I shouted, my voice cutting through the rising tension. Without wasting a second, we teleported out of the cavern, our surroundings blurring as we reappeared outside, far from the mountain range. We barely had time to catch our breath before the mountain exploded. The force of the blast was immense, a deafening roar that shook the ground beneath our feet. Flames and debris shot into the sky, and the entire mountain face was obliterated, reduced to rubble and smoke. We stood there, watching the aftermath, the heat from the explosion washing over us. The landscape had been irrevocably changed, a stark reminder of the destructive power we had just escaped. I glanced at my companions, their faces reflecting a mix of relief and grim determination. "We need to figure out what Virion and his wife did," Anren Wu said, her voice steady despite the chaos around us. "And stop whatever it is before it spreads any further." Keisha nodded, her expression resolute. "Agreed. This is just the beginning. We need to be prepared for whatever comes next." I took a deep breath, the weight of our task settling heavily on my shoulders. "Then let's not waste any time. We have work to do, but let's go inform Aaron first. He may know what Eleanor was talking about." With that, we turned away from the ruined mountain and set off, our mission clearer than ever. The fate of not just this planet, but countless others, rested in our hands. Shizuka Kurino's soliloquy, "This is our last chance." Make contact with the ancient dragon of the past and his allies. Otherwise, this future will repeat once more. Ajuka's words echoed relentlessly in my mind, a haunting refrain that matched the steady rhythm of our steps. We moved through a city on the planet's south side, its streets bustling with a vibrant energy that felt both alien and eerily familiar. This place bore a striking resemblance to China from our universe, though twisted by the peculiarities of this world's magic. Here, the general possessed a gift for fire manipulation, invoking images of the vermilion bird of the south, or Suzaku as it was known in Japan, Jujak in Vietnam. From my vantage point, the city of Hishidu spread out like a living artwork, alive with light and sound. The evening sky glowed softly, with twilight fading and stars beginning to appear. But it was the grand pagoda at the heart of the city that drew my gaze. Its towering spire reached towards the sky, crowned with a pulsating, mystical symbol. Fireworks burst in the air, their colors reflecting the lanterns lining the busy streets below. The city was alive with celebration vendors calling out, children laughing, music filling the air. The scent of food and incense mingled, carried by the breeze that tugged at my hair. Above, a huge, shimmering disk rotated slowly, casting an eerie glow over everything. It felt like a silent guardian, its purpose a mystery that both fascinated and unsettled me. A gust of wind brought me back to the present. Despite the festive atmosphere, a sense of unease lingered. The city's defenses seemed quietly alert, aware of potential dangers lurking beyond the horizon. The sigil on the grand pagoda flared brighter, casting long shadows over the city's walls. As we walked, the air hummed with the sounds of celebration, laughter mingling with the distant roar of fire as the general demonstrated his power. This place, caught between day and night, felt like a realm suspended in time, a fitting setting for our desperate mission. Our attempt at inconspicuousness fell short. Our attire marked us as outliers, making it impossible to blend in. It was a problem we couldn't ignore. Yet, we held on to the hope that the generals, familiar with our identities, would offer no hostility. "I'm surprised you knew the way, by Suspew," Albilka remarked, her gaze fixed on her longtime partner. Bisusbu remained silent, his eyes locked on the path ahead. He led our group with an unwavering focus, Mitsuya matching his pace in tacit agreement. Neither spoke, their silence speaking volumes. Albilka sighed beside me, the sound a mixture of frustration and curiosity. Why is he suddenly so broody? I considered her question, my eyes drifting to Bisusbu's tense shoulders. Maybe he did live here and now is experiencing flashbacks? It would be weirder if he lived in this exact city. Hence why he's so tense, I suggested, glancing at her. Albilka mulled over my words, nodding slowly. She fell silent, seemingly lost in thought. Despite her past as an enemy, she had proven her loyalty since switching sides. Yet, there were gaps in her knowledge, pieces of Bisusbu's history that remained hidden even from her. He came to a halt, and before us loomed a massive structure, its imposing presence accentuated by the long, worn steps that stretched out ahead. The silence enveloped us until Bisusbu finally spoke, his voice steady and authoritative. There are 200 steps here, he began, breaking the stillness. Each one will multiply the gravity around us and increase the heat. If you want an audience with the general, you have to endure this trial. It's a one-time ordeal, but there are exceptions, which none of us qualify for. So let's begin. With that, Bisusbu stepped forward, and we watched as the air around him seemed to shift. The gravity visibly tightened, pulling at him with an unseen force. A small fiery wisp materialized beside him, flickering and dancing in response to the rising temperature. Each step he took increased the intensity, the heat radiating from his body in palpable waves. The steps loomed ahead like a gauntlet, each one a promise of escalating difficulty. The gravity's pull grew stronger, the air around us thickening with each forward movement. Bisusbu's resolve was unyielding, his pace steady as he climbed, the fiery wisp growing brighter with every step. We exchanged glances, steeling ourselves for the ordeal. Bisusbu's silent determination set the tone, a clear indication that retreat was not an option. One by one, we followed, the gravity tugging at our limbs, the heat seeping into our skin. The steps stretched on, each one a testament to the trials we had faced and those yet to come. Albilka, usually so composed, gritted her teeth against the increasing pressure. Mitsuya's calm facade showed cracks as the heat intensified, but he pressed on without complaint. My own muscles strained under the weight, the sweat beading on my forehead a reminder of the challenge ahead. Eventually, after a grueling 10 minutes that felt like an eternity, we reached the summit. The trial had pushed us to our limits, and as soon as we stepped onto the final platform, we collapsed, breathless and drained. The climb had grown exponentially harder after the halfway mark, each step a monumental effort against the crushing gravity and oppressive heat. Even Mitsuya, whose rigorous training and formidable strength were well known, was visibly struggling. His legs trembled uncontrollably, betraying the immense strain he had endured. Seeing him, usually so composed and powerful, reduced to such a state was both unsettling and a testament to the severity of the trial. To my astonishment, Bisusbu, despite being slightly weaker than Mitsuya, remained on his feet. He stood alone, his posture steady and unwavering. I stared at him, still in disbelief. It was clear that he wasn't standing out of sheer willpower or a desire to impress. It seemed more like he was accustomed to this, standing out of necessity and familiarity rather than bravado. Before any of us could articulate our thoughts or voice our amazement, the sound of clapping broke the silence. We turned our heads towards the source of the applause and saw a figure emerging from the shadows. As the figure came into view, we realized with surprise that it was a kitsune. She stood with an air of regal mystery. Her hair cascaded in a golden wave, flowing freely past her shoulders, almost blending with the pale fur of her voluminous tail. Sharp fox ears, nestled in her locks, twitched slightly as though attuned to the faintest whispers. Her attire showed both elegance and authority. The black kimono, adorned with intricate cloud patterns, contrasted sharply with the deep red accents of the obi and inner layers, hinting at a dual nature calm yet fierce. The wide sleeves draped gracefully, concealing her hands but for the slender fingers that peeked out, one holding a delicate pipe, the other a small, lacquered fan. A single red rose, set upon a silver hairpiece, perched gracefully among her hair, adding a touch of softness to her otherwise commanding presence. Her eyes, partially obscured by her golden fringe, whom Mitsuya started, but Baisusbu silenced him with a raised hand. Lady Hakuon, it's been a while, Baisusbu said, bowing deeply, his breath still ragged from the climb. The kitsune, now identified as Hakuon, smiled warmly at Baisusbu. She raised a delicate finger and pointed it at him. Fufu, it has indeed been a long time, Baisu. I trust you are well. Regardless, I welcome the companions of the outer god. Follow me. Our leader is waiting for you. With a flick of her hand, a wave of cool air washed over us, soothing our overheated bodies and washing away our exhaustion. The sensation was invigorating, like a refreshing breeze on a scorching day. I glanced around in astonishment, feeling the fatigue melt away, replaced by a renewed energy. Baisusbu met our eyes and nodded, signaling us to follow. The transformation was nothing short of miraculous, and without another word, we fell in line behind him and Hakuon. The path ahead led us through an ornate archway into an expansive courtyard. The ground beneath us was paved with intricately carved stones, each depicting scenes of ancient battles and legendary creatures. Surrounding the courtyard were towering statues of mythical beings, their eyes seeming to follow us as we passed. Hakuon moved with a fluid grace, her fox-like tails swaying gently behind her. Her presence commanded a quiet reverence, and we followed in respectful silence. The air around us grew cooler, the oppressive heat of the trial replaced by a serene calm. No words passed between us as we ascended the vast structure. The interior was a testament to the wealth and artistry of this world, fashioned from lavish woods, intricately carved stones, and other materials that spoke of this universe's unique nature. The decor featured creatures linked to fire and symbols of royalty, each piece exuding an aura of power and regality. We climbed 4 floors in silence, each step echoing in the grand halls. At the top, we faced a formidable door. Hakuon pushed it open with a delicate touch, yet the resulting gust of wind was strong enough to show that it would have required considerable effort from any of us. Her gesture demonstrated a subtle but undeniable strength. Stepping into the room, we were immediately confronted by a powerful force. It surged towards us, a palpable energy that threatened to blow us back. The heat was even more intense than the trial we had just endured, the air shimmering with its intensity. I felt a wave of shock at the abrupt rise in temperature, my skin prickling under the relentless heat. At the far end of the room, elevated on a dais, sat a woman on a throne. Her presence dominated the space, her gaze fixed on us with a penetrating intensity. She looked us over as if attempting to discern our true intentions, her eyes sharp and unyielding. Her hair gleamed like embers, cascading over her shoulders in fiery waves, each strand catching the light in a mesmerizing glow. She held a wine glass delicately, the crimson liquid inside matching the intense hue of her eyes. She wore black and red like an armor, the intricate designs on her chest and gloves suggesting both elegance and danger. Every inch of her seemed crafted to intimidate, from the high collar to the blood-red accents. I am Huashen Rinqing, one of Lord Virion's generals. Speak, what is the purpose of your visit here? The woman demanded, her gaze piercing through us, as if seeking to unravel the secrets of our very souls. Mitsuya, ever blunt, stepped forward. We came to scout out this place under the orders of Eren. We heard of corruption, so we're here to see if you're one of them. The words hung in the air like a death sentence. Shock rippled through our group, and without thinking, I lashed out. My hand connected with the back of Mitsuya's head, followed swiftly by my knee driving into his stomach. He doubled over, clutching his midsection, while I stood frozen, the reality of my actions crashing over me. Embarrassment flared hot on my cheeks, and I stepped back, covering my face, unable to find the words to explain or apologize. Huashan Renqing raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of amusement dancing in her eyes. Corruption? I see. So Lord Virion is also aware of it. Huh. Well, you're right about that, boy. There is corruption here, but I myself don't know who it is. I certainly am not part of it. There is no proof of that, Mitsuya retorted, his gaze unwavering. Even if you are the general of this city, your words can only mean so much to us as outsiders. Many who are corrupt in governments conduct their own internal investigations and then declare themselves innocent, but it's often clear to anyone on the outside how deep the corruption runs. We'll be spending a few hours here to see for ourselves. A flicker of amusement crossed Huashan Renqing's face, and she let out a laugh, rich and unrestrained. Well, you have a point there, she conceded, nodding thoughtfully. Very well, go ahead. Keep an eye on me and any of my subordinates. See if you can uncover any hint of corruption among us. I will grant you full access to our city. We were taken aback by her unexpected openness. Before we could process this development, she dismissed us with a casual wave of her hand. I will see you when I am out and about. For now, I need to conduct my own investigation. Your presence has confirmed my suspicions once again. With that, she turned away, leaving us to our own devices. We exchanged glances, a mixture of surprise and determination in our eyes. It was clear that our task was far from over. Huashan Renqing's unexpected cooperation had granted us an opportunity, but also raised new questions about the nature of the corruption we sought to uncover. As we exited the Grand Hall, the air seemed to grow cooler, the oppressive heat of the throne room dissipating into the more temperate corridors. What do you think, Lady Hakuon? Vaisusbu asked as we walked away, his voice barely above a whisper, laden with concern and curiosity. Hakuon placed a thoughtful finger on her chin, her eyes distant as she pondered the question. Well, she began slowly. I can assure you that our leader isn't corrupt. She hasn't changed at all these years. She's as hard-headed, blunt, and fiery as ever. A female version of Lord Virion, if you will, honest and forthright, but respectful if you earn it. Corruption and scheming? She's far from it. I nodded, agreeing with her assessment. I sense that too. Her demeanor, it's genuine. But there's something about her that I don't quite understand, I confessed, glancing at Hakuon. Hakuon's eyes twinkled with a knowing light. Because it was ignited, she said cryptically, the flames that had dulled for many years were recently reignited. That's why. We had an inkling of what Hakuon was hinting at, or at least I did. The flames she mentioned were something this universe had lacked for the longest time, until Aaron Toole, the fire dragon, had recently reignited them with the help of that enigmatic Ceresteel. Is this about the eternal flame? Albilka asked, her voice breaking the thoughtful silence. Hakuon looked at her, surprise flickering across her features before she nodded. I suppose the outer god told you? Hakuon mused, her gaze sharp and inquisitive. If so, then yes. Lady Huashan Renqing's lineage has been devoted followers of the Ceresteel for generations. She kept it a closely guarded secret until she confided in me. However, when she felt the flame reignited, she found herself yearning to join the one who had rekindled it. Hakuon explained, her voice carrying the weight of long-held truths. I glanced at Vaisusbu, who nodded slightly, indicating he understood the significance of Hakuon's words. The rekindling of the eternal flame wasn't just a symbolic act. It was a catalyst that could alter the balance of power in this universe. Aaron Toole and the Ceresteel had set into motion events that would ripple through every corner of this world, and Huashan Renqing's renewed fervor was but one manifestation of this change. Lady Renqing's desire to join the one who reignited the flame. I began, my thoughts racing to piece together the implications. Does it mean she seeks to align herself with Aaron? To fight alongside him? Hakuon nodded. Indeed, her loyalty to the Ceresteel binds her to the flame, and its reignition has stirred her deeply. She believes that by aligning herself with who did it, She can uphold the legacy of her lineage and fight against the corruption that plagues our world. Abilka frowned, processing this new information. But if Ranking's intentions are noble, and she seeks to combat the corruption, why has she kept this a secret for so long? Why not rally others to her cause? Hakuin's expression softened, a touch of sadness in her eyes. Trust is a rare commodity in times of upheaval. Lady Rinxing feared that revealing her true allegiance might make her a target for those who seek to snuff out the flame once more. She confided in me because she needed someone she could trust, someone who could aid her discreetly. We eventually arrived at a grand, imposing building that loomed over the street like a sentinel. Let's put a pause on this conversation here for now, Hakuin said, her voice calm and unyielding. This will be the hotel where you'll stay. However, you don't have to use it if you prefer otherwise. Now, I give you two options. Go out on your own, or let me guide you around. Mitsuya squinted, suspicion etched into his face. Why? Are you trying to lead us into an ambush? Hakuin laughed, a musical sound that did little to ease the tension. She shook her head, her eyes sparkling with amusement. No, but you'll find it easier with me as your guide. And besides, she added, her tone turning cryptic, don't you feel them? Abilka, ever perceptive, glanced around warily. Eyes have been following us since we left the meeting with Lady Rinxing, she said softly. Baisusbu nodded in silent agreement, his gaze sharp and alert. There is no proof that you aren't part of their group, Mitsuya said, his voice hard and distrustful. I don't like people like you, Sly, types that hold secrets but reveal only half-truths. You make my skin crawl, he added, his hostility palpable. Hakuin's smile faded, replaced by a more serious expression. Your mistrust is understandable, Mitsuya, she said, her voice steady. But I assure you, my loyalty lies with Lady Rinxing and the Ceresteel. The eyes you sense are not mine, but those who wish to hinder your mission. Navigating this city without guidance will only make you more vulnerable. Mitsuya's glare didn't soften, but he remained silent, considering her words. I stepped forward, hoping to diffuse the tension. If Hakuin wanted to harm us, she's had plenty of opportunities already, I reasoned, looking at Mitsuya. We need to be cautious, yes, but rejecting her help outright might not be wise. Hakuin inclined her head in acknowledgement, her gaze meeting mine with gratitude. You're wise to consider all angles, she said. Trust is not easily given, but sometimes it's a necessity in the face of greater dangers. Mitsuya grumbled, but he didn't argue further. The unspoken agreement settled among us, a fragile truce built on mutual necessity. The interior of the hotel was as grand as its exterior, the opulence almost overwhelming. Polished marble floors reflected the soft glow of chandeliers, and rich tapestries adorned the walls, depicting scenes of historical significance and mythological grandeur. Hakuin led us to a suite of rooms, each more luxurious than the last. These accommodations are at your disposal, she said, her tone formal. Rest here if you need to, or use it as a base of operations. The city is vast, and there are many places where secrets might hide. As she spoke, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. It was a subtle sensation, like a whisper at the back of my mind, a reminder of the eyes that followed our every move. We need a plan, Baisusbu said, his voice breaking the silence. We can't afford to be careless. Abilka nodded. Agreed. We should start by investigating the places where corruption is most likely to take root. The markets, the administrative offices, anywhere power and money converge. Hakuin watched us with a thoughtful expression. I can help guide you, she offered again. There are places in this city that outsiders would never think to look, hidden in plain sight. I can take you to these places, help you see what you might otherwise miss. Mitsuya still looked wary, but he seemed to accept the necessity of her aid. Fine, he said grudgingly. But know this, Hakuin, if you betray us, I will personally see to it that you regret it. Hakuin didn't flinch at his threat. Instead, she nodded solemnly. I understand. Your trust is a fragile thing, and I will do my best to honor it. Arentul's soliloquy a few minutes had slipped by since our arrival at the cliff's edge. From our vantage point, the scene below was a chaotic tangle of combatants, around 40 on each side, embroiled in a bitter struggle. The Hamlagong's factions, old and new, clashed with ferocity, the air thick with the sounds of their conflict. This was supposed to be a secret meeting, Centuredo, his voice barely audible over the din of battle. They've been escalating, pushing harder for dominance over the new factions. We haven't informed Lord Virion yet. He has enough burdens without adding this to his list. We thought we could handle it ourselves. He spoke with a grim determination, eyes fixed on the melee below. The urgency in his tone was clear, a reflection of the perilous balance they sought to maintain. As we watched, the fighting intensified, each side vying for control with reckless abandon, oblivious to the toll it exacted on their ranks. Why are the old faction so hell-bent on keeping the old ways? Kuroka asked, turning to look at Jikalzu. It is what saved them, Kizua interjected, drawing our attention. Her voice carried the weight of history, and we all listened intently. Long ago, before the Hamlagongians became what they are now, they lived on a different planet. During Lord Virion's journey, before he became an eradicator and was given planets to oversee by Madame Fumara, he encountered our species. Her gaze drifted to the battleground below, the sorrow in her eyes mirroring the carnage we witnessed. We were in a dire situation. Most of us didn't survive to adulthood, ravaged by a disease that has since been eradicated. Back then, poverty was rampant, and hope was a rare commodity. But Lord Virion, he was like a beacon in that dark time, a light that guided us through. He brought us the means to survive, to thrive. Since then, we have remained fiercely loyal to him. But something changed, Jikalzu said, his brows furrowing deeply. I don't know exactly when it happened, only the elders would know. But at some point, after we settled on this planet, something shifted in them. They started acting differently, almost as if they were possessed. They clung to the old ways with an iron grip, determined to see them thrive, even as our world evolved around us. He shook his head, frustration evident in every line of his face. Any new idea, any hint of innovation, was met with harsh resistance. Those who dared to bring up something new were swiftly punished. The elders, with all their knowledge and power, made it nearly impossible to fight back. But I couldn't stand by and watch. I want to change, desperately. Jikalzu's gaze grew distant as he recounted the turning point. It was pure chance that Lord Virion came to our city then. He saw the struggle, saw the potential in our new faction, and he helped us make it a reality. He granted us new land, a place to build something fresh, and he warned the elders to treat us with civility. But with so much happening lately, from the rise of the resistance to other pressing matters, Lord Virion has been preoccupied. That was where Jikalzu fell silent, and both Kuroka and Chiron turned their questioning eyes to me. They didn't need words. Their expressions said it all. I closed my eyes, letting my powers look into the mystery of the elders' change. The truth unraveled before me, and I couldn't help but sigh and shake my head. How stupid, I muttered under my breath. The reason was so absurd, it made me wonder if the elders had ever paused to consider the consequences of their actions. What do you mean? Jikalzu's confusion was palpable, his eyes narrowing as he tried to read my expression. Before I could respond, a powerful explosion rocked the ground beneath us. A massive crater appeared, revealing a being that seemed ripped straight from the pages of an eldritch tale. Its body was a shifting mass of shadows, crowned with an empty, deer-like skull that made the area fall silent. An Aramire and Shirol, I said, my voice steady despite the chaos. Eleanor planted it within many of the elders, thinking it would be an entertaining experiment. These creatures take over the body of their host, slowly killing them from the inside out. Hold on, how many? How many were affected by Eleanor's experiment? Jikalzu's voice edged on panic, his composure slipping as the gravity of the situation settled in. As far as I could see, all the elders of the other faction and some of their family members. A large part of your species has been infected. Luckily, None of the new faction were affected. If Ibn I glanced back down at the carnage and the monstrous entity below. Most of them died fighting already. The Aramire and Shurol let out a piercing scream, its shadowy form writhing with dark energy. It began attacking everything around it, tendrils of darkness shooting from its body and lashing out at the Hamlagonjans. Before the dark tentacles could reach their targets, Jakalza vanished from my side, reappearing in the chaos. With a swift motion, he conjured countless dragon-shaped clouds, their ethereal forms intercepting the attacks. Kyuzua was not far behind. She leapt down with a fierce determination, summoning a massive dark green shark from her energy. The creature roared to life, surging towards the Aramire in Shurol. Kyuzua unleashed beams of dark green energy, striking the monster and conjuring heavy shackles that weighed it down. The dark green shark seized its moment, tearing a massive chunk from the creature's shadowy body. The Aramire and Shurol let out a final, anguished scream before collapsing into a formless mass. Its death sent shockwaves through the battlefield, the Hamlagonjans below momentarily stunned by the abrupt end of the monstrous threat. Jakalzu conjured a gleaming white sword from the clouds, its ethereal edge shimmering with power. He leveled it at the members of the old faction, his voice cutting through the air like the blade he wielded. Leave. Now. As his aura swelled, an almost tangible force, the old faction members faltered. Fear flashed in their eyes before they scrambled to gather their injured and retreat from the battlefield. The urgency in their movements was unmistakable. They knew better than to defy Jakalzu in this moment of dominance. Chiron, Kuroka, and I descended to join them. The aftermath of the battle was stark bodies strewn, the ground stained with blood, and the air thick with the remnants of conflict. I approached the lifeless form of the Aramire in Shurol. With a touch, I turned it into a shadow soldier, silently commanding it to meld into the army hidden within my shadows. Turning to Jakalzu, I asked, "Now that you know the truth, what's your next move?" My gaze was steady, probing. I can help bring them back to their senses, but there's a small chance they won't survive the process. I left unspoken the fact that I could revive them, wanting to gauge his response to the difficult decision before him. Bashiking had vouched for his leadership, and now I wanted to see it in action. Jakalzu's face was a mask of contemplation, the weight of responsibility evident in his eyes. He glanced at the fallen, his own people who had been twisted into enemies by forces beyond their control. The internal struggle was clear duty to his people clashing with the harsh reality of their situation. "We can't abandon them," he said finally, his voice resolute. "If there's even a small chance, we have to try. They are our elders, our kin. We owe them that much." His decision spoke volumes about his character, a leader who valued his people's lives even when the odds were grim. There was a strength in his resolve, a testament to the kind of leader Bashiking had described. He wasn't afraid to face difficult choices head-on, and in this moment he proved his worth. I also need time to think about the rest of my decision. Is that acceptable? It's a difficult choice to make on the spot. For now, I want to discuss it with Kyuzua and the other supervisors, he remarked, meeting my gaze steadily. I smiled back at him, nodding. "That's fine, but your time is limited. I won't stay here forever. You have until midday tomorrow," I told him, watching as he processed my words and nodded in agreement. "Thank you. I will leave you to your own devices, so please feel free to explore our city. I will see you soon," Jakalza said. With that, he and Kyuzua mounted a cloud dragon and soared away, their figures growing smaller in the distance. The other Hamlagonjans, following their leader's example, began to disperse, leaving the battlefield to its grim silence. I stood there for a moment, absorbing the quiet that had settled in the wake of their departure. The city lay open before us, a sprawling landscape of possibilities and hidden truths. Midday tomorrow would come quickly, and with it, the resolution of decisions that could shape the fate of the Hamlagonjans. "Now what, Naya?" Kuroka asked, her tone carrying a mix of impatience and curiosity. "We have to wait for their decisions, and the rest of our team hasn't gotten back to us yet." I smiled, shaking my head at her eagerness. Time for a small infiltration mission. How about it? I suggested, turning to both of them with a gleam of mischief in my eyes. Kuroka's face lit up, and she clasped her hands together. Nin, ninja mode activate, she shouted. A puff of smoke enveloped her, and when it cleared, she stood there dressed head to toe in a sleek, black ninja outfit. Chiron sighed, face-palming at her sister's antics. I think Aaron meant we would use transformation magic to change our appearance to fit in more, she said, her voice laced with exasperation. Nia! Kuroka exclaimed, her shoulders slumping in disappointment. She looked genuinely crestfallen, a far cry from her usual enthusiastic self. Her sudden display of ninja enthusiasm was surprising, yet it fit her unpredictable nature. Still, I had to stay resolute. It's like what Chiron said, hidden in plain sight. Let's go. Chapter 25, Part 3, A Devil in a Tournament. Third-person point of view. Azathoth perched atop a hill, surveying the vast expanse before her. The Resistance's planet served as her vantage point, a silent witness to the allied worlds circling in their orbits. She had lingered here since Aaron's team had ventured to Fengyun Fudi, her thoughts an impenetrable labyrinth known only to herself. The air shimmered, and a figure materialized behind her, birthed from glitches and pixels that danced into life. The figure approached, halting beside the former ruler of the Omniverse. Silence enveloped them, heavy and profound, as if the universe itself held its breath. After this year, or the year in the draconic dais, do you think he'll go through with it? The voice broke the stillness, belonging to Kuntuar. Azathoth shifted her gaze to Kuntuar, her expression unreadable. She then returned her attention to the celestial bodies, her silence stretching across the night sky. No one can answer that question apart from Aaron himself, Azathoth finally said, her voice low but resolute. His experiences shape him, shifting his answers with the passage of time. In the beginning, he would have sacrificed anything for nearly anyone. Now, he places himself, those dear to him, and the draconic dais above all else. Azathoth continued, her voice carrying the weight of distant storms. What Aaron faces in this universe, along with his allies, will shape them in ways they cannot yet comprehend. These trials will ready them for the long journey ahead. Once these ordeals conclude, they'll encounter even more challenges, but they possess the resilience to overcome all. Silence enveloped them once more, a thick, tangible presence. It was Kuntuar who finally disrupted the quiet, her question emerging softly, but with an edge of urgency. Given Aaron's susceptibility to external influences, do you believe he will face so many morally ambiguous scenarios that his values might shift? We know that Azathoth cut her off, her gaze sharp and unwavering. Aaron was always destined for two paths. No more, no less, she declared, her tone almost reproachful. He could either accept and grow, or accept and fall. She paused, the tension between them palpable. With the direction we're heading, Aaron will not succumb to anything anymore. His principles and beliefs will endure, evolving only to foster his maturity, as will his companions. There were countless moments where he could have veered onto a different course, but his determination kept him steady. Kuntuar fell silent, her mind churning over Azathoth's words. After a moment, she spoke, her voice low and contemplative. He is the beginning, the end, and everything that lies beyond. His actions will shape not only the Omniverse, but also countless other realities he will eventually bring into existence. His words, his thoughts, if he wills them, they become reality. You're saying this is the correct path, right? So, what happens if he strays onto the wrong path? Azathoth paused, her gaze distant as she recalled memories that spanned the vastness of time. He seldom speaks of what transpired after he first wielded his powers. He prefers to downplay his actions, shrouding them in mystery. But do you know what he truly did? Her question lingered in the air, puzzling Kuntuar. Kuntuar shook her head, even more confused. Despite their closeness, Aaron had kept the full extent of his deeds hidden from her. When he had acted, she had been blocked, an impenetrable barrier preventing her from witnessing his true capabilities, a fact that had surprised her then and continued to do so now. Azathoth's eyes softened slightly as she observed Kuntuar's bewilderment. Even with your bond, there are things he chose to conceal, not out of mistrust, but perhaps to protect you or to shoulder the burden alone. His decisions, his actions, they reach beyond mere consequence. They define the very fabric of existence, the threads of reality twisting and bending to his will. He ended countless immortals, several creator deities, a monster capable of devouring entire universes, and a dreaming god from another reality, not me, as you know. He vanquished many more formidable opponents, god killers and chosen heroes. Some boasted immunity to death, eternal life, infinite regenerative immortality. Kill one, and another would appear, yet he annihilated them all for good. His power is so absolute that time travel cannot reverse it. Any being he destroys remains erased, even if you travel back to a time before their death. They cease to have ever existed except in memory. He isn't death itself. He is the ultimate conclusion of all things. Every universe, the multiverse, the omniverse everywhere will eventually succumb to entropy. And that is him, the end of all things. A human with a unique skill that lets her see the lines of fate as one would read a book or watch a movie once looked at him. All she saw was the final page when he briefly appeared before her. Every story, every book concludes at his feet. That said, while he possesses immense power, he isn't violent. He almost never uses his abilities unless provoked. Even if he were dropped into another universe, he likely wouldn't act. He only destroys those who threaten him or his loved ones. It's terrifying. I never anticipated this outcome after his evolution. I thought he would simply become like me, but more advanced. However, as you know as well as I do, every universe, even fictional ones, has a beginning and an end, Azathoth explained. Azathoth sighed deeply, the weight of countless ages reflected in her exhale, and stood up. To answer your question, it's quite simple. If he had chosen the wrong path, none of us would be here now, or perhaps we would find ourselves in a far worse situation. Imagine every dreadful outcome Aaron ever read in a manga and comic from his original universe. Then multiply it by infinity. We both know he harbors unresolved anger, though it's less apparent now thanks to everyone around him. She began to walk away, her voice carrying over her shoulder. Everything as we know it would end, because that Aaron would no longer care. Once Azathoth disappeared from view, Kuntuar remained, standing in the profound silence that followed. Her mind raced, processing the gravity of Azathoth's words. She turned her gaze back to the planets orbiting this one and sighed. He would end us all, huh? I can't quite envision it, but you're probably right. It's a miracle he stayed on the right path. Aron tulis soliloquininin. I whispered, skirting the edge of a shadowed alley. The cobblestones felt rough beneath my shoes, the city bathed in the fading twilight. Ninin, Kuroka echoed, her voice a soft conspiratorial whisper. She slipped beside me with a mischievous grin, her eyes glinting with the thrill of our little game. From behind us, Chiron sighed deeply, a sound of long-suffering patience mingled with amusement. She closed the distance with 2 brisk steps and rapped her knuckles lightly on our heads. Enough. You're embarrassing us. Hidden in plain sight, remember? Her voice carried a note of exasperation, her lips twitching despite her frustration. I couldn't help but chuckle, shaking off the silliness with a rueful smile. But Kuroka? She plunged ahead, her playful spirit undeterred. Her laughter danced on the air as she twirled around a lamppost, casting a fleeting, delicate shadow against the ancient stones. Our earlier use of transformation magic had changed us, blending us seamlessly into the crowd. We moved through the old-fashioned city, a place that straddled 2 worlds. The city, a marvel of ancient and modern design, divided into 2 grand towers. Each tower rose from the depths of the encompassing waters, their reflections rippling beneath the surface like twin sentinels. The towering structure, glittering with 1,000 lights, rose from the depths of the ocean's floor, spiraling upwards like some colossal bioluminescent tree. Each level teemed with life, vibrant with lush greenery and the soft glow of flora that thrived in the dim light. Fish swam lazily through the air, their silvery scales catching the light as they wove between the tiers. Bridges of glass and steel connected the various platforms, arching gracefully over the abyss below, where a river of light cascaded down the cliffs, illuminating the water in a soft, azure glow. The topmost levels shimmered with a more intense glow. I imagined the view from up there, looking down over the cascading lights and the canopy of the ocean forest far below. People moved about, tiny specks in the grand scheme, busy with their own lives in this vertical city of wonder. Each layer seemed to host its own ecosystem, a blend of nature and technology in perfect harmony. Gardens flourished next to sleek, metallic structures, and the air smelled of fresh earth and blooming flowers, mixed with a faint hint of ozone. The lower levels were shadowed, mysterious, with darker foliage and the occasional glint of something moving in the undergrowth. Okay, Naya, okay. But where do we start? Even though Jakalza mentioned this place was ancient, it looks quite modern, maybe on par with their new land, Kuroka said, her eyes darting around, taking in the bustling scene. I nodded, considering her observation. I saw some signs pointing to a historical museum over there. We can start there and explore for a while. It's wise to wait for Jakalzu's decision before taking any action. For now, think of this as a scouting mission, I replied, setting off in the direction where I believe the museum lay. As we walked, the girl's eyes roved over our surroundings, fascinated by the blend of old and new architecture. At first glance, the city seemed ultramodern, sleek lines and gleaming surfaces reflecting the late afternoon sun. But as we went deeper, the marks of time became apparent. The stone facades of certain buildings bore the weathered scars of age, faint etchings of bygone eras etched into their surfaces. We finally arrived at the museum, its form unlike any structure from our own universe. The building resembled a colossal fish, perhaps a narwhal, elongated and imposing. I conjured some local currency into my pocket and retrieved it. We approached the entrance, paid the fee, and stepped inside. The interior was a labyrinth of exhibits. I chose a direction at random, steering us to the right. The first display we encountered was a small statue, an intricate blend of stone and metal, depicting a Hanlaganjan warrior. The figure balanced on one leg, spear poised, and aimed directly at us. Below the statue, a placard read, Zhen Yuan Hu. Kuroka leaned in, her eyes scanning the inscription. The first leader of the Hanlaganjans, she recited. The man who fought in the ancient era, bringing prosperity to the Hanlaganjan species. Zhen Yuan Hu, first generation, will be remembered fondly while his son, Zhen Yuan Hu, second generation, lives on. The statue was a powerful representation of the Hanlaganjan legacy, capturing both the strength and determination of its first leader. Zhen Yuan, who stood frozen in mid-stride, every muscle taut, every detail meticulously crafted to convey a sense of perpetual vigilance and readiness. His spear, though inanimate, seemed to radiate an energy of its own, an extension of the warrior's will. So the current leader is the second generation Zhen Yuan Hu? Interesting. I wonder if they resemble this statue. I mused, my eyes lingering on the intricately carved figure. There was nothing overtly mystical about it, but the craftsmanship was undeniable. Every detail meticulously rendered. The spear is beside it, Chiron noted, guiding our attention to a display case. We moved closer, the artifact catching the light. Long Lin Yu Ji, she read, dragon-scale fish spear, used by the first leader to lead us to victory. Kuroka turned to me, curiosity alight in her eyes. Is it still in use? I doubt this is the real thing. Maybe they made a second version, possibly even a better one, and gave it to the current leader? I scrutinized the spear, letting my powers sweep over it. A subtle aura enveloped it, a layer of energy meant to deter theft. This is the original, I confirmed. There's a protective barrier around it. Your assumption is correct, Kuroka. They've likely crafted a new spear for the current leader. Kuroka's eyes sparkled with pride at her insight, a small smile playing at her lips. Knew it, she said, a hint of smug satisfaction in her voice. We continued our tour, taking in the various artifacts and displays that chronicled the Han storied past. Each piece seemed to pulse with historical significance, weaving together a narrative of their culture's evolution. The architecture itself, blending ancient stone with modern design, added to the sense of walking through a living history. As we wandered deeper into the museum, we stumbled upon something that diverged from the earlier exhibits. It was not a relic or a statue, but a simple plaque, inscribed with mysterious text. There was a gravity to it, an aura of importance, yet it was fundamentally different from the other displays. Kuroka approached it, her brow furrowing as she tried to make sense of the inscription. What is this? This doesn't fit with the rest of the exhibits. It's just a plaque with words, she remarked, tilting her head in confusion. Nearby, a Han Laganjan, dressed in the robes of a scholar, took notice and approached us. His eyes held a gleam of pride and reverence. Those are cryptic words left by the wife of the first leader, Zhen Yuanhu, he explained. His voice carried a weight that matched the solemnity of the plaque. Chiron gazed at the plaque, her voice quiet as she read aloud. With lofty ambitions and a heart full of love in your youth, you can forge through hardships and bravely charge forward. The journey of 100 miles begins with 90, and the road ahead is long and arduous. Therefore, just as the heavens move vigorously and the gentleman constantly strives for self-improvement, so too should the earth be vast and the gentleman possess great virtue to embrace all. Only through honesty and sincerity can you win trust and build genuine love. Kuroka sighed, shaking her head. Long, too long. Aren't quotes supposed to be short and to the point? The Han Laganjan scholar chuckled, a warm, knowing sound. That is true, he agreed, but the original leader, Zhen Yuanhu, was known for his love of elaborate advice and lengthy sayings. It was his way of imparting wisdom to his people. Chiron's eyes flickered with a mixture of amusement and respect. It's more than a quote. It's a lesson, she remarked. It encapsulates his philosophy, his view on life and leadership. The scholar nodded. Exactly. He believed in striving for self-improvement and maintaining great virtue. His words were meant to inspire perseverance and integrity, qualities he deemed essential for true leadership. Kuroka rolled her eyes, but couldn't suppress a small smile. Still, a bit much for a casual bit of wisdom, she teased. The Han Laganjan smiled, his eyes twinkling with pride. Perhaps, but that was his way. His words continue to resonate with us, guiding our actions and decisions even now. Wait, the wife said this? Why not the husband? I asked, puzzled. It didn't make sense that they would quote the wife when those words came from the husband. She related to us, the scholar explained. At that time, Lord Jin Yuan, who spent most of his time in his private chambers, working on matters known only to his wife. One of the things that emerged was that long quote. He looked at the text with a soft expression of nostalgia. After their passings, the new leader Jin Yuan, who of the second generation, our current leader, decided to attribute the quote to his mother. He believed his late father would have approved. Chiron's eyes widened with understanding. So, it was a way to honor both of them, she said. His mother for conveying the wisdom and his father for originally speaking it. The scholar nodded, still gazing at the plaque. Exactly. It was a gesture of respect for both parents. The second-generation leader wanted to recognize his mother's role in sharing his father's teachings. It was a way to keep their legacy alive, intertwined. Kuroka looked at the words with a new appreciation. That makes sense. It's a tribute to both their contributions, she said thoughtfully. The scholar's eyes twinkled with pride. Yes, it reflects our deep reverence for our ancestors. Their wisdom continues to guide us, and attributing the quote to Lady Lian Hua acknowledges her pivotal role in our history. After spending a bit more time in the museum, we finally emerged back into the vibrant city. Our exploration continued, taking us through various levels that felt surprisingly familiar. The bustling corridors and open spaces reminded me of a large shopping mall back in the Draconic Dais, filled with shops and eateries. Eventually, we found ourselves drawn to a cozy restaurant. We settled in and placed our orders, the day's adventures still fresh in our minds. As we waited for our food, I glanced around, taking in a lively ambience. The sun was already setting, casting a warm, golden glow over the cityscape. I hadn't realized how much time had passed, but given our thorough exploration of this first city, it made sense. We still hadn't ventured into the other, identical-looking part of the city, which might hold its own unique surprises. I didn't realize we spent so much time there, Kuroka said, reclining lazily in her chair. But I guess when you're exploring a place like this, you lose track of time. We're going back to our hotel after this, right? Yeah, I replied, recalling the message I had received earlier. Aoife's team wants to talk to me about something they discovered. Kuroka perked up at that. Her curiosity piqued. Oh, did they say what it was about? I shook my head. No details yet, just that it was important. We'll find out soon enough. As we chatted, the restaurant began to fill up with the evening crowd, the low hum of conversation blending with the clinking of cutlery and the occasional burst of laughter. The city outside transitioned into night, the lights from buildings and street lamps creating a twinkling, ethereal landscape. Our food arrived, and we dug in, enjoying the flavors and the chance to rest our feet. Despite the busy day, there was a sense of contentment among us, a feeling of satisfaction from uncovering a new part of this fascinating world. As we finished our meal, I felt a renewed sense of anticipation for what Aoife's team had discovered. Later that night, back in our hotel, we gathered to discuss what Aoife's team had uncovered. They spoke at length about their findings, having scoured the world for more information, but hitting dead ends without consulting me or Comptoir. Their expressions were a mix of frustration and curiosity, eager for answers but wary of the unknown. Aoife fixed her gaze on me, her eyes sharp with inquiry. What did you and Eleanor mean by keeping an eye on Milt? I pondered my response, weighing the options carefully. In the end, I decided to provide them with more clues rather than the full picture. I won't reveal everything, but I can offer you some hints. Milt and Xiechio are more connected than you realize, I said, watching their confusion deepen. Aoife's eyes widened, and she leaned forward, her mind racing with possibilities. Don't tell me, Milt is really her mother? Maybe they put Aelin into Milt's body, but Virion had to wipe his memory of it? She exclaimed, pointing at me with a mix of excitement and disbelief. I chuckled, shaking my head. No, I said, still amused by her wild theory. It's an amusing idea, though. The room fell into a thoughtful silence as everyone digested the new information. The connection between Milt and Xiechio was clearly a significant piece of the puzzle, but its exact nature remained elusive. I could see the wheels turning in their minds, each team Barato trying to fit the pieces together. I don't know, I'm drawing a blank. Just like Aoife, I keep thinking they have some kind of secret connection, said Keisha, shaking her head in frustration. Anren Wu fell silent, her brow furrowed in deep thought. She had known them both longer, which should have given her more insight, but her expression revealed only confusion and inner conflict. Seeing her struggle, I decided to intervene. Anren Wu, the tournament starts tomorrow. I suggest you focus on that for now and leave the investigation to us. We'll update you on our findings, unless the tournament ends, and you can learn the truth alongside them. Kuroka leaned back, her mind clearly still working through the possibilities. Is Xiechio Milt and Virion's legitimate child then? Given how close they are, maybe she lent him some extra bravado behind the scenes? She suggested, her voice tinged with curiosity. The room fell silent again, everyone digesting Barato's words. It was a plausible theory, adding another layer of complexity to the already tangled web of relationships. Anren Wu's eyes flickered with a mixture of surprise and contemplation as if this new angle had opened up fresh avenues of thought. "I suppose it's possible," Anren Wu finally said, her voice thoughtful. "But if that's the case, why the secrecy? Why hide something so significant?" Shaking my head once more, I said firmly no. "It's nothing like that." Clearing my throat, I added, "Keisha and Aoife, adjust your investigations accordingly. I trust you to handle it. Anren Wu, you, and Sarorg, with Regulus, will focus on the tournament starting tomorrow. My team will proceed with our work, and Mitsuya's team will continue their part as well. Is that clear?" Everyone nodded in agreement, the plan set. With that, we turned in for the night, each of us retreating to our rooms with thoughts of the day's revelations still swirling in our minds. Hours later, sleep eluded me. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, my mind racing. Finally, I slipped out of bed, moving silently to avoid waking anyone. With a quiet breath, I teleported to the rooftop of the hotel. The cool night air greeted me as I looked out at the vast expanse of the starry sky. Millions of stars glittered above, a breathtaking tapestry of light and darkness. I took a deep breath, letting the tranquility of the night wash over me. The city below was a sea of lights, but up here it was just me and the endless sky. The problems of the day seemed distant, insignificant against the backdrop of the cosmos. But even in this moment of peace, the weight of our mission hung heavy in my mind. "Something wrong?" I asked, not bothering to turn around. I sensed Susby's presence as he approached, his footsteps soft against the rooftop. He came to stand beside me, a silent shadow in the dim light. After a moment of silence, he spoke, his voice heavy with contemplation. "I don't know what's happening in this world, but I belong here. I grew up here. Recently, memories have been coming back, especially when I started reading more about my past. Under Yunuyo's leadership, we never questioned much. But after joining DXD and arriving on the Resistance's planet, my horizons began to widen." Now, he trailed off, his gaze fixed on the scenic view before us. The city lights twinkled below, and the stars above seemed to mirror them, a reflection of the vast possibilities. He let out a tired sigh, the weight of his thoughts evident. "I'm not sure if I belong to a specific family or clan here," he continued, his tone somber. "But I know I was born into this world. I think regardless, I want to save it if possible. If not, then I want to help them save themselves." A couple of months ago, I wouldn't have believed he could say words like that, but now he was. People, even those from this universe, had the capacity to change, despite the tangled histories they carried. Susby's origins were steeped in darkness, made by Yunuyo after he committed a terrible wrong against a woman. Perhaps Susby felt a connection to this world through his mother, who hailed from here. Closing my eyes, I said, "I can sense that you're serious and genuine with your worry. Don't worry, we'll try to do that." And also I turned to look at him, meeting his eyes. "Your mother survived and is living in a small village in this world. Once we're done here, I can guide you to her." Survived. It was more accurate to say I had revived and healed her once I evolved, but telling him that might shatter his spirit. Susby stared at me, searching my face for any sign of deception. After a tense moment, he nodded, his expression a mix of disbelief and hope. "Thank you and good night," he said softly before vanishing, leaving me alone under the starry sky. "Ladies, gentlemen," the announcer's voice cut through the air, a raw force that set the crowd alight. "Welcome to this year's Tournament of Strength in Fengyan Fudi." The stands erupted, a sea of faces and voices, united in a single, roaring wave. This year's turnout had swelled beyond expectation, drawing competitors from every corner of the galaxy. They had come, driven by the promise of glory and the rare chance to learn under the famed generals or even Lord Virion himself. The stakes were higher than ever, and the anticipation was palpable, a thrumming energy that crackled in the air. "The turnout this year is beyond anything we've seen." The announcer's words rode the crest of the crowd's excitement. Warriors from every walk of life, from distant stars and obscure planets, have converged here for this unparalleled spectacle. And remember, The champion will earn the honor of training with our esteemed generals, or perhaps even with Lord Virion in the martial arts. Another wave of cheers cascaded through the arena, spilling out into the surrounding city where countless others watched the event unfold live. The Tournament of Strength was a magnet for thrill seekers, and it never failed to deliver heart-stopping combat. This year, due to the unprecedented number of participants, we've arranged for the fights to take place across 6 different arenas. The announcer's voice grew even more charged, if that was possible. Each arena brims with warriors, and today's goal is clear: we will whittle down the competition, paving the way for the climactic battles of the main stage. They're excited, Naya, Barato said with a playful smile, standing close behind me with her hands resting lightly on my shoulders. Barato nodded, her eyes fixed on the bustling arena below, where the announcer's voice echoed, hyping up the imminent events. The crowd's energy was palpable, even from our vantage point atop the building. The Lion King and Anren Wu will be in separate arenas, Chiron said thoughtfully. They'll probably face each other on the main stage, assuming they both advance that far. She turned her gaze to me, curiosity shining in her eyes. You sensed a lot of powerful arrivals today, right? I nodded, my focus returning to the arena. Yeah, for this one, I can sense about 15 strong contenders among the participants. Not a huge number, honestly, but in the other 5 arenas, there are roughly 117. Most of them are at God class, a few just below high tier, but the rest? They're relatively weak, at least by the standards I'm used to. I explained, my tone matter of fact. That was when a notification blinked into existence, pulling my attention. I flicked my head, and a blue, game-like screen materialized before me. Jikalzu's name glowed at the top, the leader of the new faction for the Hanlagongs. Have you made your decision? I asked, my voice steady, eyes locking with his through the ethereal interface. His nod came promptly, resolute. Yes, we wish to resolve this swiftly, Jikalzu replied, his tone firm but measured. Our plan is to target those affected by the Aramire and Shirol. If these things have compromised them, they need to be eliminated. We require your healing skills afterward to ensure we can engage in a more civilized dialogue with the survivors. I considered his words carefully. And how do you propose we proceed? Infiltration of the old city? A full assault? Or do you have an alternative strategy in mind? Return to the throne room, he instructed. I will lay out my plan there. It doesn't involve harming ordinary Hanlagongians. We will deal solely with those influenced by the Aramire and Shirol. His voice carried a note of assurance, one that hinted at a well-thought-out strategy. Without hesitation, we agreed to reconvene at the throne room, ready to hear the details and act accordingly. After dismissing the screen, Kuroka slipped off my back, her eyes searching mine with a hint of concern. Well, missed the tournament, but you've got your shadow soldiers scattered across the planet, right? I nodded. Yeah, their main duty is to safeguard the innocent, leaving the heavy lifting to us. But we need to move now. We can count on Serorg, Regulus, and Anren Wu to make it to the finals at the very least. Kuroka's eyes flashed with determination as we turned to teleport to Meeksingtion. The place I teleported us to was just outside the door to the throne room, so we didn't need to move too much. I pushed the doors open, and as soon as we got in there was a small table with various people around it. The ones we could see was both Jikalzu and Kiza at the head of it with various other people around it, 4 in total. One of them stood tall, dark hair framing his face in wild waves. His purple eyes, sharp and piercing, held a glint of confidence. A smirk played on his lips. The white coat he wore was detailed with black and blue accents, covered in patches and pockets. It flared slightly at the bottom, giving him a dramatic presence. Beneath the dark, form-fitting suit emphasized his lean, athletic build. On his arm rested a creature, part reptile, part machine. Its metallic scales shimmered blue and white, with sharp claws and a horned head adding to its menacing appearance. Another male stood beside him. His dark hair, tousled and unkempt, framed a face that held an intense, almost feral gaze. Deep blue eyes peered out, sharp and unyielding beneath long lashes. A pair of delicate, almost ethereal horns curved gracefully from his head, matching the blue tones of his outfit. The white cloak he wore, patterned with diamond-shaped accents, draped loosely over his slender frame, revealing a snug, black bodysuit underneath. His boots, sleek and white, contrasted starkly against the dark fabric of his pants. A long, reptilian tail curled around him, its scales a gradient of blue to white, ending in a pointed tip. The tail seemed almost alive, twitching with a life of its own. Thin, whip-like appendages extended from his head, moving gently as if sensing the air around him. The one across them was wrapped in a flowing cloak of deep blue and stark white, the fabric shimmering with a subtle sheen that hinted at something more than mere cloth. His hair, cascading in waves of blue and silver, framed a face both delicate and sharp, with a pair of glasses perched neatly on his nose, reflecting an icy, analytical gaze. The gold adornments, a circlet, chains, and tassels caught the light with every movement. His gloved hands held a dagger, the blade gleaming. Centuredo the last crouched low, red hair with wild waves around her sharp face. Her eyes, of vibrant gold, glinted with a mix of curiosity and mischief. She wore a white lab coat, cinched with black straps, the fabric marked with stains and patches that spoke of many experiments. A belt full of tools and odd devices hung at her waist, each item meticulously arranged for quick access. Her left hand gripped a syringe filled with a neon blue substance, held with the ease of familiarity. Beside her, a potted plant with jaws that snapped and dripped vividly colored sap seemed almost alive, its presence more companion than specimen. Her long, serpentine tail, covered in dark, segmented scales, coiled behind her, a stark contrast to the pristine coat she wore. "Welcome, Aaron. We've been expecting you," Jakalza began, his voice steady and commanding. "These are my subordinates. The stern-looking one is Hai Long, the one with tentacles is Shuaimin Long Wang, the one with the long tail is Bo Lin, and finally, our female scientist, Bai Shen Haixing." I nodded as we approached, taking in the diverse group. Aaron. This is Kuroka, and the other is Chiron. Let's dispense with the formalities. What's your plan? Jakalzu and Kiza exchanged a brief glance before Kiza gestured toward the table before us. A 3D hologram flickered to life, depicting a location unfamiliar to us. Our strategy involves teleporting all those affected to this place. We'll engage them in combat, forcing the Aramire and Shural out of their bodies. Once they're expelled, you will destroy them. Chiron, always quick on the uptake, interjected, "Wouldn't it be more efficient if Aaron eliminated them after the teleportation? Attacking them from within? Normally, that would be faster, but the problem with the Aramire and Shurals is that they slowly kill their host, not just physically, but also mentally and spiritually. If we kill them outright, there's a risk they'll drag the host down with them," explained Bai Shen Haixing, her voice measured and precise. "Expelling them through established methods will be safer." She paused, then continued, "I've done my own research on them periodically, and from what I've gathered, they try to corrupt the memories of their hosts. There's still so much we don't know about these entities, just like the many other mysterious species in our universe." Kuroka interjected, her tone curious and challenging. "But Aaron's an outer god, Naya. Wouldn't that make Chiron's suggestion feasible?" Bai Shen Haixing nodded thoughtfully. "True. But as I mentioned regarding the memories, we aim to engage and stimulate that part of them before expelling the entities. This approach might help the hosts regain their old selves, preserving who they once were. It's not just about removing the threat, it's about restoration." Kuroka tilted her head slightly, a casual shrug following her words. "You're the scientist here, so you've got the expertise, Naya." I shifted my gaze to Kizua, curiosity piqued. "So, you want me to hang back until you finish the battle, then expel them from their hosts? If that's the plan, how should I handle the Aramire and Shurals? Should I eliminate them or capture them?" My eyes flicked to Bai Shen Haixing, expecting her scientific curiosity to dictate the response. She shook her head, dismissing the notion. I've studied them intermittently, but am not keen on examining them further. Their behavior has some predictable patterns, but there's still much we don't understand. Plus, I lack the proper equipment for such an in-depth study. They'll have to pass for now, she explained. Jakalza nodded, his expression firm. All right, let's get this operation underway. We'll meet back here in 5 minutes. Use this time to get ready. His subordinates murmured their assent and departed, their eyes flicking to our group with a mix of curiosity and caution. Once they were gone, I turned to the two leaders, my mind racing with the implications of our task. Is this enough? Do you want Kuroka and Chiron to assist as well? It looks like the old faction's numbers might be much greater than yours. Jikalzu's nod was slow and deliberate. Yes, their help would be valuable. However, we need you to remain on standby and wait for the signal to expel them, if that's agreeable to you. Their insistence on my passive role puzzled me, but I saw no point in arguing. I inclined my head in silent acknowledgement, resolving to follow their lead for now. When the allotted time elapsed, Jikalzu whisked us away to the designated location with a quick teleportation spell. Kyuza was conspicuously absent, though the rest of his subordinates were present, sparking a flicker of confusion among us. Nevertheless, we held our questions, trusting the plan would reveal itself in due course. In mere seconds, the sky darkened, and a massive dark green circle materialized above us. From it, 68 Hanlaganjans tumbled down, hitting the ground with a thud that reverberated through the air. A smaller circle formed beside the first, and Ka descended from it before both circles vanished as abruptly as they had appeared. Begin! Jikalzu's command rang out, and his subordinates surged forward, charging at the bewildered Hanlaganjans of the old faction. I placed a hand on Chiron and Kuroka's heads, my tone firm but encouraging. Subdue them, don't kill. You two excel at this. Make sure to expel those entities from their bodies. Understood? Yes, Naya, Kuroka responded, her tone light and playful, before springing off the platform with feline grace. We can use our kasha to drive them out, Chiron noted, a hint of annoyance creeping into her voice. It's convenient, but it requires quite a bit of effort. She didn't let the frustration linger, quickly leaping after her sister, ready to face the opponents ahead. Third-person point of view, you intend to spark a war, Jikalzu? The old man's voice rang out, sharp and angry, as a crowd began to converge. Jikalzu stood firm, his gaze steady on the approaching throng. It ends today, Jin Yuan Hu, he declared, his voice a quiet thunder. With a swift motion, he summoned vast, swirling dragons of white clouds, which surged forward, aimed directly at the old faction's leader. Jin Yuan Hu's face hardened, his eyes narrowing. He drew his arm back and thrust his other arm forward, as if loosing an arrow. With a low growl, he conjured an emerald dragon of crystalline brilliance. It erupted from his form, shooting toward Jikalzu's creation. The two dragons hurtled through the air, meeting with a cataclysmic collision that rocked the ground beneath them. The force of their impact sent tremors through the area, causing many to stumble. Kuroka landed lightly on her feet, her expression one of amusement. Always with the dragons, huh? She muttered with a wry grin. Her laughter was cut short as a pair of Hanlaganjans from the old faction confronted her, their hostility plain. Bring it on, then, she called back boldly, her voice light and taunting as the Hanlaganjans from the old faction charged at her. Shadows flickered around them, dark tendrils creeping out evidence of the Aramire in Shural's influence. Kuroka sighed, flicking her hair back with a casual hand. I wonder how this even happens. Oh well, I'll ask Aaron about it later. Kitty, she murmured. She raised her hand, palm open, and unleashed a barrage of Tuki bullets toward her enemies. The Hanlaganjans readied themselves, their powers surging. Darkness and water manipulation twisted into a variety of shields and weapons, trying to block or deflect her onslaught. Shields of liquid blackness and shimmering water rose, weapons forged from shadows and fluid light in their grasp. Kuroka's smile widened, amusement in her eyes. She shook her head slightly as her Tuki bullets collided with the defenses. The impact was immediate. Shields shattered, weapons crumbled, and the energy projectile struck the Hamlagonjans with unerring precision. They dropped to the ground, unconscious, the control of a Ramire in Shurol, no match for her power. That was easy, Naya Kuroka murmured to herself, sidestepping as an axe made of water came crashing down where she had been standing. She looked at the Hamlagonjan wielding the weapon, a playful frown curling her lips. That's not nice, she added, delivering a swift kick to their stomach. The Hamlagonjan crumpled to the ground, unconscious. Kuroka turned, her eyes catching the flurry of movements as more Hamlagonjans launched various attacks at her. With graceful agility, she leaped and twisted through the onslaught, her movements fluid and precise. Her Tuki-infused fists and legs struck out, each punch and kick landing with practiced accuracy, sending her attackers sprawling. Despite the ease with which she dispatched her foes, there was a hint of tension in her movements. She could feel the gaze of her younger sister, Chiron, watching her intently. The unspoken plea hung heavy in the air. Please take this seriously. Nae-sama, lives are on the line. Even though Chiron hadn't voiced the words, Kuroka could almost hear them, a gentle reprimand echoing in her mind. Jin Yuanhu and Jikalzu's attacks clashed incessantly, each collision sending shockwaves through the area. The force of their blows caused the ground to tremble and reverberate. The old, crumbling buildings surrounding them began to collapse, the earth itself splitting and cracking under the strain. Jikalzu's subordinates, though loyal, couldn't help but worry. They had never seen their leader unleash his powers to such an extent. It was becoming clear he was struggling against the more experienced Jun Yuanhu, a second-generation warrior with centuries of battles under his belt. Aaron observed the chaos from his earlier vantage point, his expression unreadable, his silence unnerving. The clamor of battle continued to rise, and still, he remained unmoved, eyes fixed on the scene unfolding before him. Baishin Haishing, a female scientist and one of Jikalzu's most trusted subordinates, appeared beside Aaron. Her face was etched with concern, her eyes reflecting the growing unease among their ranks. I don't think Lord Jikalzu will be able to win this. Will you help him? She asked, her voice trembling slightly. Aaron turned to her, his gaze steady. The clash of dragons and the crumbling of stone filled the air, but his focus was unwavering. He glanced back at the battlefield, where Jikalzu and Jun Yuanhu's titanic struggle continued to reshape the landscape. Baishin's eyes pleaded with him. The trust and desperation in her voice were clear. We've never seen him push this far. Jin Yuanhu's experience, it's overwhelming. Aaron quietly sighed through his nose. He'll win, don't worry. And if he doesn't win it alone, he has his wife, Aaron explained. Momins Late. An enormous dark green tentacle surged toward Jun Yuanhu, forcing him to retreat and conjure several shields in defense. What? Jin Yuanhu exclaimed, his surprise evident as a shield buckled under the combined assault of Jikalzu and Kinga. Realizing the danger, he manipulated water to propel himself away, narrowly avoiding the devastating strike. It's 2-on-1 now, ITL'll be fine. Kuroka and Chiron are handling anyone else who might join him, so you need not worry. Also, your friends need your help, Aaron added, gesturing to some of Jikalzu's subordinates who were struggling against the Hamlagonjans. Baishin glanced at the battlefield, her eyes lingering on Jikalzu and Kizua fighting side by side. She nodded, her resolve steeled, and left Aaron to rejoin the fray. Aaron remained at his vantage point, his eyes flicking between the leaders locked in combat and the fierce battle where Kuroka and Chiron were making their stand. He noticed Chiron engaged in a fierce duel with Jun Yuanhu's wife, their powers clashing in a dazzling display of strength and skill. I'd just go down there and fight, partner. Watching from up here is boring, Drake remarked, his voice tinged with frustration as he observed the chaotic battlefield. It's unnecessary. Kuroka and Chiron are more than capable of handling this, and Jikalzu's subordinates are competent, Albion replied, his tone measured. But are you certain The husband and wife duo can defeat the old faction leader? His skepticism hung in the air, a counterpoint to Aaron's earlier assurance. They'll pull through. And if they don't, a bit of intervention from me won't hurt their pride. Aaron responded, his voice calm and confident, ending the conversation. As his words lingered, another explosion shook the ground, more powerful than the previous ones. Jikalzu and Qi Yuzua's clash with Jun Yuan, who had escalated. The resulting blast left a significant mark, obliterating a large portion of the battlefield and carving out a giant cylindrical hole in the earth. The sheer power of the combined attack reverberated through the area, causing the remaining structures to tremble. Debris rained down, and dust filled the air, adding to the already chaotic scene. Jikalzu and Qi stood together, their determination evident in their eyes, their power a formidable display against the ancient leader. Jun Yuan, who stood in the chaos, his arms crossed in front of him, forming a protective barrier. Slowly, he lowered them, a grin spreading across his face. You've improved over time, Jikalzu, but it isn't enough. Even in my old age, I've been training in secret all these years. Just because I look older doesn't mean I'm out of my prime yet, he declared. The ground around Jun Yuan, who erupted, and pillars of water shot up, surrounding him and obscuring their view. Both Jikalzu and Kizua leapt back, uncertainty flickering in their eyes. They knew something was coming, but the nature of it remained elusive. Then, another explosion rocked the area as the water pillars vanished. Jun Yuan's appearance had transformed. The scaled, serpentine form writhed and twisted, engulfed in surging energies that catalyzed an incredible transformation. Sinuous coils reshaped into armored plates edged with wicked barbs as massive wings unfurled from its back. A regal, spiked crest emerged atop its elongated skull, crowned with curving horns. Intricate azure runes etched themselves across its armor plating, pulsing with an inner luminescence. Where once a fish-like tail propelled it through the depths, now segmented legs, ending in razor-sharp talons, gripped the ethereal realm it had entered. In one clawed hand blazed a staff of pure energy, a focused conduit for the immense powers unlocked through its dramatic transformation into this draconic juggernaut. Jun Yuan, who, in his newly transformed state, leveled his sword at the duo before him. "Come, younglings, allow me to show you the difference in our experience," he declared. He stood poised, waiting for Jikalzu and Kizua to make their move. Neither of them did. Their cautious nature held them back, eyes wary and calculating. So hesitant, then allow me," he bellowed, his voice echoing with authority. In an instant, he vanished, reappearing behind them with a swift swing of his blade. Jikalzu reacted with lightning speed, turning and conjuring a large white cloud to block the strike. But within moments, the shield shattered under the force of the attack, forcing both of them to leap away. To their horror, from the tip of Jun Yuan's blade, an enormous emerald fish dragon emerged, surging towards them with a fierce, relentless energy. Kizua countered the attack, summoning her dark green shark. It surged forward, a mass of muscle and teeth. But as the two attacks collided, Jun Yuan's fish dragon emerged in scathe and victories, its scales gleaming after it destroyed her attack. The old faction leader grinned at them, eyes sharp with triumph. He didn't pause. In a flash, he was behind them. His sword struck, the flat of the blade slamming into their backs. The impact sent them hurtling towards his fish dragon. The collision triggered an explosion, the force of it shaking the ground and tearing apart nearby buildings. Smoke and debris filled the air. When it cleared, Jikalzu and Kizua stood within the wreckage. Their clothes hung in tatters, and blood seeped from cuts and bruises, but they were alive. They gasped for breath, eyes locked on Jun Yuan. He floated still, the fish dragon coiled protectively around him, its eyes watching with a predatory gleam. "That's it." Jun Yuan's voice cut through the aftermath like a blade, disappointment dripping from every word. He stood there, an imposing figure of disdain. "I expected more from you. More strength, more cunning. Did you come here with nothing more than this? Or do you have a plan hidden away? Jikalzu struggled for breath, his chest heaving as he met Jun Yuan-Hu's gaze. Words failed him, the weight of their defeat pressing down like a leaden shroud. His eyes darted to Aaron, a silent plea for assistance. Aaron sighed, lifting his arm with a deliberate slowness that drew Jun Yuan-Hu's attention. The old faction leader's eyes narrowed, confusion mingling with recognition as he regarded Aaron. Then, without warning, flames erupted from the bodies of Jikalzu and his allies. The eternal flames, fierce and unyielding, wrapped around them, their heat palpable, their wounds knitted together, and their strength surged anew, revitalizing their weary forms. Aaron, standing apart, watched with a measured calm. Interference was not yet his role, but this was enough for now. With a curt nod, he signaled them to press on. Oomph. Just because Jun Yuan-Hu began, his tone dripping with condescension, but his words abruptly stopped. Jikalzu and Kua reappeared on either side of him, their movements a blur, and unleashed point-blank attacks. The force of their assault generated a thick plume of smoke, obscuring everything in a dense shroud. As the smoke dissipated, Jun Yuan-Hu emerged, seemingly unharmed. A triumphant sneer twisted his bravado. "Huh, I told you it's useless," he declared, his arrogance echoing across the battlefield. But then, to his astonishment, fine cracks began to spiderweb across his armor. His expression shifted from confidence to shock. Before he could react, Jikalzu and Kizua struck in unison. Their fists connected with his face and chest, sending him hurtling to the ground with bone-jarring force. The impact left a deep crater in the earth, dust and debris rising in a chaotic swirl. They didn't relent. A storm of white cloud dragons and dark green shark-shaped auras surged from their hands, raining down upon Jun Yuan-Hu. Each attack pummeled him deeper into the ground, the relentless barrage tearing into the earth. The sky lit up with a dazzling display of white and dark green energy, a violent dance of power and fury, until the battlefield was nothing but a smoking ruin. Both of them landed on the ground, eyes locked on Jun Yuan-Hu. This time, they had inflicted more than superficial damage. His left arm was badly injured and hung limp, and the remnants of his armor clung to him in shattered pieces, riddled with cracks. Jun Yuan-Hu's breath came in ragged gasps, his eyes red-rimmed and wild. He staggered forward, each step heavy and unsteady. "How? Were those flames? Why did that thing help you?" His voice, filled with disbelief and desperation, trailed off as he collapsed, consciousness slipping away from him. Kiva moved swiftly, her hands steady as she administered a potent herb to his arm. The bleeding slowed, then stopped, the wound beginning to close. With careful precision, she retrieved his injured arm, placing it beside the fallen leader. Jikalzu stood over Jun Yuan-Hu's prone form for a moment, his expression unreadable. He crouched down, placing a steady hand on the old faction leader's back. White energy enveloped his hand, glowing with a soft, eerie light before he pushed it into Jun Yuan-Hu's body. Jikalzu's lips moved in a silent chant. Censuredo, but before it could act, a conflagration of white and orange flames engulfed it. The creature's screeches rose to a fever pitch, echoing across the battlefield, before it dissolved into nothingness. Aaron landed beside them, his expression calm as he swept the flames away with a casual flick of his wrist. He crouched down, his hands moving with practiced ease as he healed Jun Yuan-Hu's body and mind. The old faction leader's breathing steadied, the tension easing from his frame as the wounds knit together and the mental strain lifted. Aaron straightened, his eyes meeting Jikalzu and Kizu's. The rest should fall more easily now that their leader is down. "Good work," he said, a note of satisfaction in his voice. He paused, his thoughts momentarily introspective. "I hadn't realized the eternal flames were this potent, and I haven't even combined them with my dragon tattoo's powers yet, and it's another win." Warrior Seror Bale and his living weapon Regulus are winning their matches with a single punch. The announcer's voice boomed, barely audible over the roaring crowd. Sarorg stood in the center of the arena, arms crossed, his expression calm and composed. Beside him, Regulus glimmered with latent power. At the far end of the platform, their opponent hung limp, half embedded in the wall, where Sarorg's punch had sent him. The match had lasted mere seconds. Sarorg had taken one look at his opponent, gauged his strength, and decided to end it swiftly. It seems another challenger is stepping forward. Will Warrior Sarorg accept? Will he do? The announcer's excitement was palpable, electrifying the atmosphere. I will proceed, Sarorg declared, his voice firm and unyielding. The crowd's response was immediate, a wave of cheers and shouts that echoed throughout the arena. Immediately after Sarorg's declaration, a figure emerged from the tunnel opposite him. Officials still struggled to extricate his previous opponent from the wall, their efforts hampered by the sheer force of the impact. The new challenger was an imposing sight. Standing at nearly 9 feet tall, the beast wielded a massive metallic club and bore a distinct resemblance to a delinquent gorilla, his movements exuding raw power. As he approached the platform, his footsteps grew deliberately heavier, each one causing the ground to tremble. He halted just a short distance from Sarorg, a smug grin spreading across his face as he rested the club on his shoulder. Warrior Hotai has entered the arena. He's already defeated 15 participants with just a few swings of his mighty club. How will this clash with Warrior Sarorg unfold? The announcer's voice crackled with excitement before he paused, building the anticipation. Are both warriors ready? Both Sarorg and Hotai nodded, their eyes locked in a silent challenge. Begin, the announcer shouted, and the crowd's roar reached a fever pitch. Hotai charged at Sarorg, his metallic club raised high, a grin splitting his face. Sarorg remained motionless, arms crossed, eyes fixed on his opponent. As the club swung down with crushing momentum, Regulus intervened, his kick sending both Hotai and his club flying. Miraculously, Hotai managed to keep hold of his weapon as he landed heavily on the ground. Laughter erupted from Hotai as he stared at Sarorg and Regulus. You make your living weapon fight for you? No wonder you when relying on something else, not your own strength. Weak, pathetic. His voice dripped with scorn, his head shaking in mock disappointment. Regulus frowned, ready to retort, but Sarorg's hand on his shoulder stopped him. The silent command in Sarorg's eyes was clear, and Regulus stepped back. Sarorg began to walk toward Hotai, each step measured, the air around him taut with unspoken power. Hotai's confidence wavered, but he masked it with a sneer, underestimating Sarorg. Feel my might, Hotai shouted, his voice reverberating through the arena as he swung his club in a wide arc towards Sarorg. Sarorg stopped, closing his eyes for a moment. An aura of 10k enveloped his body, shimmering with raw energy. As Hotai's club connected with Sarorg's 10k, it halted abruptly, as if striking an unyielding barrier. The crowd gasped as the force of the swing dissipated, leaving Hotai's weapon motionless against the invisible shield. Sarorg opened his eyes, his gaze locking on a Hotai, who stood frozen, fear and shock etched across his face. The ones who gather here have dedicated their lives to training. They come for one purpose, to win, to gain recognition, and to be trained by Virion, Sarorg said, his voice calm but firm. He drew back his arm, more 10k swirling around it, amplifying its power. People with your attitude mock that dedication. Return once you've been humbled, he declared, his tone unwavering. Sarorg's punch landed squarely on Hotai's face, the force of it launching the massive warrior out of the arena. The impact created a powerful backdraft, a whirlwind of energy that threatened to tear the arena apart. Dust and debris swirled in the chaotic winds, but as they settled, silence descended upon the crowd. All eyes were on Sarorg, standing resolute in the aftermath of his victory. The winner is Warrior Sarorg. He beat his opponent with just one punch and launched them out of the arena, Holy moly! How much is this warrior holding back? I can't wait to see more of him. The announcer's voice broke the silence, filled with astonished excitement. The crowd erupted into a cacophony of cheers, their awe palpable as they celebrated Sarorg's overwhelming power. He and Regulus began their departure from the arena, their turn concluded for now. Sarorg-sama, was that fine to do? Regulus asked, a hint of unease in his voice as they walked. It's fine. They know we're here, and Aaron told us not to worry about revealing ourselves. Everyone has their role and mission. We're sticking to ours, so you need not worry. Sarorg reassured his sacred gear, his tone steady and confident. Regulus nodded silently, his trust in Sarorg unwavering. Together, they made their way back to the waiting room, ready to prepare for their next match. And she's out. Another win for warrior Anren Wu. It's been a while since she visited the planet, but she's still got it. Anren Wu will advance. Oh, hold on a minute. A warrior wishes to challenge her right here, right now. What will Miss Anren Wu do? The announcer's voice rang out, brimming with excitement. Anren Wu looked up at the announcer and gave a curt nod. I will accept. The quicker we get through these preliminaries, the quicker we reach the main stage of the tournament, she remarked, drawing enthusiastic cheers from the crowd. From the tunnel opposite her, another figure emerged. She was a striking woman, standing at 5'10", her light brown skin contrasting with the red scales that adorned her body. Her glowing red eyes captured everyone's attention, the crowd murmuring in awe at the sight. Oh my goodness, a Reslurian? We don't get many of them out here. This is quite rare, everyone. This is Warrior Zarala, the announcer exclaimed, his voice tinged with astonishment. Anren narrowed her eyes at Zarala. Reslurians, known as the lizard people from the Draconic dais, were infamous for their closed society built on tightly controlled bloodlines, fiercely guarding their genetic purity. Rarely did they leave their planet, and hybrids among them were even more uncommon. Rumors abounded that these hybrids possessed greater power than purebloods, though the reasons remained unclear. Some speculated that the combination of Reslurian DNA with that of another species created a potent mix, enhancing the strengths of both. Yet, these claims remained unconfirmed, with even Eleanor offering no clarity on the matter. I am Zarala, hailing from the Reslurian species. It's an honor to fight you, Zarala declared, bowing slightly before lifting her greatsword and pointing it at Anren Wu. Anren Wu returned the bow, bringing her palm and fist together in a gesture of respect. The honor is mine, Zarala. Am ready when you are, she replied, shifting into her combat stance, her eyes locked on her opponent. It seems both warriors are ready. Then begin. The announcer boomed, and in an instant, both fighters dashed toward each other. Zarala struck first, her fist flying straight at Anren Wu. Anren Wu deflected the blow with her left hand and countered with a punch of her own. But Zarala met it with a swift headbutt. To Anren Wu's astonishment, Zarala's forehead blocked the punch effortlessly. The impact created a small shockwave, and both warriors leapt back from their initial clash. Anren Wu sighed, brushing the dust from her sleeves. Seeing this, Zarala grinned. Forgive me, I underestimated you. I won't make that mistake again. Allow me to go all out. With that, her entire form was suddenly engulfed in lava and flames. There it is, their most well-known trait, using their natural manipulation of flames and lava to create a near-impenetrable defense. The announcer's voice echoed with excitement, capturing the crowd's growing anticipation. Anren Wu contemplated employing her crane ascent method, but chose against it, opting instead to witness this renowned technique firsthand before relying on her own powers. In a heartbeat, Zarala vanished, splitting into two identical forms, one on either side of Anren Wu. Yet Anren remained unfazed. Her confidence stemmed from extensive training alongside Raria and the other members of the Resistance on their home planet. Their rigorous regimen exposed her to a vast array of abilities from different universes, enhancing her understanding and readiness for any challenge. Anren closed her eyes momentarily, centering herself. When she opened them, she unleashed her 10k, interwoven with her distinctive blue and green energy. This formidable aura clashed against the twin Zoralas, effectively neutralizing their dual attack and catching them off guard. Seizing the moment, Anrin executed a swift spinning kick. Her foot connected with a lava clone on her left, obliterating it instantly. The real Zorala barely managed to block the follow-up strike with her arms, realizing too late the extent of Anrin's prowess. Zorala was knocked away, her body skidding across the rough surface of the platform. She barely managed to stop herself from being pushed off the edge. Glancing behind her, she saw the boundary that marked the end of the fighting area. She leapt forward, a bead of sweat forming on her brow. "I can't play defense," she reminded herself. "I decided against it. I have to prove that my way can be effective, even if it contradicts our renowned technique." With renewed determination, Zorala dashed towards Anrin Wu. She propelled herself into the air, her body becoming engulfed in a swirling mass of lava and flames, creating an impromptu armor. Like a meteor, she hurtled towards Anrin Wu, her arms thrust forward to unleash pillars of molten rock, spinning wheels of fire, trailing in their wake. Anrin Wu stood composed, her eyes keenly analyzing her opponent's movements. She pulled her arm back in one fluid motion before thrusting it forward. In that split second, she unleashed a barrage of 42 punches. The rapid blows shattered the fiery onslaught into harmless fragments. As the debris rained down around them, and Zorala's face registered shock, Anrin Wu vanished from her spot. She disappeared entirely, leaving no trace. Zorala landed heavily on the platform, her eyes darting around frantically in search of her elusive opponent. She spun, scanning every corner, every shadow, trying to locate Anrin Wu, but the battlefield remained eerily silent. Suddenly, Zorala felt a fist crash into her cheek, the force of it sending her reeling. But it didn't end there. Her assailant, moving with blinding speed, caught up to her airborne form and delivered another strike, this time sending her hurtling skyward. A third blow followed, then a fourth, each one landing with unerring precision. She was flung about effortlessly like a rag doll caught in a tempest. With each impact, the armor she had conjured began to disintegrate. She felt the shock of it reverberate through her. Her formidable defense, renowned for deterring any who dared make direct contact, was being methodically dismantled. Anrin Wu, the relentless force behind the attacks, seemed utterly indifferent to its reputed strength. Another powerful hit launched Zorala higher into the sky. As she reached the apex of her ascent, Anrin Wu's foot connected with her stomach, driving her back down with devastating impact. She slammed into the ground, lying there for a moment, her gaze fixed on the expanse above. The sky blurred as pain throbbed through her body. Anrin Wu landed gracefully in front of her, standing silent and composed. She watched as Zorala struggled to regain her footing, waiting patiently for her opponent to rise and continue the battle. Zorala finally stood up, her legs trembling beneath her. She couldn't fathom how her renowned technique had been methodically dismantled. When she looked at Anrin Wu, she was stunned to see her completely unscathed. Zorala had expected her opponent to bear at least some injuries after all. Hitting lava and flame armor should have caused burns, even to the most skilled fighter. "How?" Zorala asked, her voice tinged with disbelief. "How did you avoid being injured? I clearly felt you hit my armor." Anrin Wu raised her hand silently, revealing a swirl of 10k and her distinctive energy coiling around her arm. 10k and my energies mixed together created a barrier around me. "That was what you felt hit you, not my actual fist," she explained, her tone calm and steady. "It's a simple application that anyone can do, but it can be particularly effective against your kind. However, one must master it and possess enough strength to cause harm afterward." What Anrin Wu had done wasn't inherently remarkable, and, as she had mentioned, it was a simple application. Yet Zorala couldn't deny the sheer effectiveness of it. None of her previous opponents had attempted such a technique, or if they had, they hadn't been strong enough to pull it off. or she had defeated them too quickly for them to try. You did well, Anren Wu said, her voice calm and steady. But you need to evolve and master your technique further. Everyone knows that the Resolurians are renowned for their formidable defense rather than offense. You're attempting to do the opposite, which is commendable. However, it isn't perfected yet. As she spoke, a large crane made of her energy materialized around her body, shimmering with blue and green hues. The crane's wings spread wide, and Anren Wu's stance shifted, becoming more poised and powerful. She took a deep breath, drawing in the energy around her, before releasing it in a controlled surge. The ground beneath them trembled, and the air crackled with raw power, startling everyone within the vicinity. Zarala struggled to move, her legs buckling under the strain. She couldn't believe how much damage she had sustained in such a short amount of time. This was unfamiliar territory for her, yet she forced her body to respond. Once again, she summoned her armor of lava and flames, determined to withstand Anren Wu's next attack. She conjured a massive barrier of molten rock in front of her, bracing for the impending assault. Moments later, Anren Wu surged forward, the energy crane surrounding her coming to life with a powerful flap of its wings. The crane shimmered more intensely, its power growing as they hurtled toward Zarala. When they collided with Zarala's defenses, the impact was tremendous. A direct hit. The announcer's voice echoed with excitement. What happened? A massive explosion erupted, contained within the arena's barriers to protect the spectators. The ground trembled violently before gradually settling. The air was thick with tension as the dust and smoke slowly began to clear. Finally, as the smoke dissipated, the scene within the arena became visible again. Zarala lay sprawled on the ground, her once imposing armor completely gone, leaving her unconscious and defenseless. Anren Wu stood tall behind her, not a scratch on her, the clear victor. TTT the winner is warrior Anren Wu. She took down her opponent Zarala. She's conquered their formidable defenses. The announcer's voice rang out, filled with astonishment and excitement. The crowd erupted into thunderous cheers, their voices a cacophony of admiration and awe. Warrior Anren Wu used her most powerful technique to end it. Anren Wu allowed herself a small smile before she turned to leave the arena. As she walked away, she heard the medics rushing in to carry Zarala off for treatment. She shook her head slightly, her thoughts turning inward. Full power? If I even came close to using that, this city and region would be decimated. Anything near full power, this planet would be gone. But that's something better left unsaid, she murmured to herself, her words lost in the roar of the crowd. Report, commanded a shadowy figure. In a dimly lit room, shrouded by the manipulation of darkness, a subordinate stepped in, their movements betraying their nervousness. Reporting it seems the outer god is aiding with the Hamlaganjan problem and is nearing its resolution. 2 of his companions are participating in the tournament, while the others remain unaccounted for. However, the last sightings of 2 groups were in Hishidu, near Tianbei Chin, and within the halls of Zhufu Dian, the subordinate relayed, their voice trembling slightly. A smile curved across the man's face. Hishidu and the Palace of Granted Wishes? To think they would venture to such sacred grounds. Although, Hishidu was expected. And what are the other generals? Have they been approached by them? He inquired, his tone laced with curiosity and intrigue. Have them follow the ones snooping around Zhu Fudian. I want to know their purpose there, he ordered, his voice firm and unyielding. The subordinate gulped, nervously clearing his throat before speaking. We sent teams of equal strength to that location, only to lose all contact with them. It appears they are far more aware and powerful than we anticipated. We believe they're neutralizing our forces. The man raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement dancing in his eyes. Is that so? He mused, nodding thoughtfully. Then send her to them. I believe she has the skill to infiltrate and earn their trust. The subordinate gulped again, sweat beginning to bead on his forehead. We already did that, sir. Unfortunately, we also lost communication with her too. Reports from our other teams before they went dark indicated that 2 women are responsible for this. What are your orders? Interesting, truly interesting, the man murmured, his amusement growing. Then guide them towards the opposite side of that area. There, they will encounter an intriguing entity. I don't care how you accomplish this, he commanded, his tone brooking no argument. Understood, and what about the others? The subordinate asked cautiously. The other generals are already wary of me, but some are willing to side with me. We need to inform those who are loyal and keep the rest in the dark. Tell them I wish to convene a meeting. I will personally meet the Outer Gods' companions soon, he instructed, his tone decisive. Yes, at once. However, one of the generals has chosen to participate in the tournaments, defying your explicit wishes. How shall we address this? The subordinate inquired, concern evident in his voice. He chuckled, shaking his head with a mixture of amusement and disdain. He opposes me, and I truly don't care about his actions now. Let him indulge in his childish pursuits. He poses no threat to me anymore, he replied dismissively, his confidence unwavering. The subordinate nodded and finally left, carrying the weight of his master's commands with him. The man gazed at the table before him, its surface suddenly illuminating with a soft, bluish light as a 3D hologram of their planet sprang to life. This was the only light in the otherwise pitch-black room. He manipulated the hologram deftly, spinning it with practiced ease until he stopped at the location of Zhu Fudian. A slow, sinister smile spread across his face as his attention fixed on a particular area. The remnants of that war still linger there, he murmured. We couldn't defeat them all, so we trapped them. Only time will tell when they break free, but why not test the extent of their abilities? Let's unleash those things on them. As he spoke, images of several Biromites flickered into view beside the hologram. His smile widened, a gleam of satisfaction in his eyes. A plan many years in the making may soon come to fruition, he muttered to himself. With a final tap, the hologram flickered off, plunging the room back into darkness. Aaron Toole's soliloquy, I rose slowly, letting out a sigh that carried the weight of the day's work. The sun hung high in the sky, casting harsh light over the abandoned, rocky expanse. Bodies lay scattered across the rubble-strewn ground. The old faction members sprawled out, each one freed from the grip of the Aramire and Shurol. The battle had been intense, but no lives had been lost. They lay unconscious now, the fight drained from them. Raising my hand, I summoned a wave of healing energy. It rippled through the destroyed area, knitting wounds and soothing bruises. I watched as their injuries mended, the once fierce combatants now peaceful in their forced slumber. Jin Yuan Hu's fall had been the turning point. With their leader down, the others had lost their resolve, their will to fight diminished, though the Aramire and Shurol had still made them resist until the end. Shiren's voice broke the silence. We're done here? I glanced at her, the soft glow of the healing wave fading around us. More or less, they'll want us to oversee whatever decisions they come to. But it's their future to shape from here. Our part in this is nearly finished. But we're not done with the entire planet yet, Naya, Kuroka remarked, sauntering over to us with her usual feline grace. We stood together, watching the new faction members assist the fallen ones. Slowly, the defeated began to rise, bewilderment etched on their faces as they took in the destruction around them. Why are they acting like that? Chiron asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. Think of it this way, I began, searching for the right analogy. They've just emerged from a long, disorienting journey. Imagine being surrounded by darkness and fog for so long that it muddles your senses and warps your actions. Now, suddenly, they've been yanked out of that haze. They're trying to regain their bearings, figuring out how they got here from what felt like home, and why there's this gaping void in their memory. Chiron nodded slowly, her eyes following a man who stumbled, supported by a new faction member. He looked around, bewildered, as if the world had shifted beneath his feet. The air was thick with the dust of collapsed buildings and the sharp scent of scorched rock, remnants of our fierce battle. All right, I found this in one of their pockets, Naya, Kuroka said, her voice light as she fished out a small device and handed it to me. I took the device from her, turning it over in my hands. My brow furrowed as I quickly analyzed its structure and purpose. Before anyone could ask, I tightened my grip, crushing in my palm. A moment later, I called forth my flames, melting it down to nothing. Kuroka's eyes widened. What happened? What is it? Her surprise was evident in her voice. Eleanor's handiwork, I said, my gaze sweeping over the gathered group. She's likely planted these on people across countless planets and species. She's thorough. They'll give her that. This was probably her way of spying, of gathering information. Who knows how much she overheard? I scanned the crowd before us, noting the subtle glints and hidden devices embedded in or on them. Eleanor had woven her web well, using these devices to keep tabs on them. Perhaps it was for Fumara's benefit, or perhaps for her own amusement. Either way, it was a violation we couldn't let stand. With a snap of my fingers, I sent a wave of energy rippling through the crowd. The devices disintegrated instantly, leaving the Homlagongians unharmed but free of Eleanor's surveillance. After several more minutes of standing around within the wreckage, I spotted Jikalzu and a now conscious Zhen Yuan who making their way towards us. Zhen Yuan, who was no longer clad in his imposing armor, his demeanor more open and less guarded. Outer God Zhen Yuan who began, but I raised a hand to stop him. Call me Aaron, I interjected. He nodded in acknowledgement. Then, Sir Aaron, I want to extend our gratitude for your assistance, Zhen Yuan who said, his voice steady. However, we need to discuss several matters. An alliance might not be straightforward for us right now. A private setting would be more suitable for such discussions. I agreed, recognizing the gravity of his concerns. Right? Let's gather everyone and find a more private place to talk. There are a few things I need to understand as well. We swiftly moved into action, helping those who were still disoriented to teleport back to their respective homes. The new faction members assisted the old, a tentative cooperation forming in the aftermath of the battle. It was a chaotic yet oddly harmonious scene, with people slowly regaining their bearings and accepting the unexpected turn of events. Third-person point of view. Where do we go from here? So many weirdos keep popping up and trying to make us go with them, Aoife remarked, her voice tinged with exasperation. She dragged a long line of people behind her, their faces a mix of confusion and resignation. Keisha, walking alongside her, sighed deeply and shook her head. I don't know, but for what you said earlier, you sense two strange energies here? Yeah, Aoife replied, her voice heavy with frustration. But they're in opposite directions. She stopped, her gaze drifting off into the distance. Keisha glanced at Aoife, then at the captives trailing behind them. We have to choose one direction first. How do you suggest we decide? Coin flip? Aoife suggested, tilting her head slightly. The simplicity of her solution made Keisha sigh again. Well, if that's how you want to do this, then I won't question it, Keisha replied. She fished a coin out of her pocket and tossed it into the air with a practiced flick of her thumb. Heads for north, tails for south. Aoife called out as the coin spun in the air. Keisha caught it deftly, both of them holding their breath as they waited for the outcome. Keisha opened her hand, the coin gleaming in the dim light, and revealed tails. Tails it is, she remarked, her tone a mix of resignation and acceptance. They turned and began their march southward, the long line of captives trailing behind them like a heavy, reluctant tail. As they trudged along, Keisha cast a sideways glance at Aoife. Is there any difference between the two energies you sensed? Aoife's brow furrowed in concentration. The south feels strange, unsettling. It's the kind of eerie that makes your skin crawl. A voice from the group of captives broke through the tense air. I would advise against going there. That place knows only suffering. The woman's voice was soft, but the weight of her words hung heavily in the air. They halted, turning to face the woman who had spoken. Her head was bowed, refusing to meet their gaze, her entire demeanor a testament to the gravity of her warning. What do you mean by that? Aoife asked, her curiosity piqued despite the ominous tone. Do you know what we're heading towards? The woman remained silent, her head still downcast. The other captives followed her lead, their eyes fixed on the ground, their silence more telling than any words they could have spoken. The collective fear and knowledge among them sent a shiver through the air, adding an even greater sense of foreboding to their chosen path. Their journey lasted a full 20 minutes, the sun crawling toward the horizon. The day inched closer to 4 in the afternoon, shadows stretching longer by the minute. Aoife's group pressed on with a shared understanding they had to halt their progress soon. Nightfall would steal their advantage, plunging them into darkness without the information they needed to succeed. As they ventured deeper into the forest, known as Kumu, an almost palpable shift enveloped them. The trees, taller and denser, stood like ancient sentinels. The air thickened, charged with an energy that prickled their skin. Each step forward seemed to pull them further into an unknown world, both thrilling and unnerving. The forest stood tall and silent, its ancient trees shrouded in a mist that clung to their trunks like an old memory. Thin beams of light pierced through the dense canopy, casting a ghostly glow on the scene below. A winding stream, its waters glowing with an otherworldly blue luminescence, cut through the landscape, its path edged by dark, gnarled roots and vibrant crimson underbrush. The air hummed with an unspoken tension, a quiet that spoke louder than any noise. It felt as if the entire forest was holding its breath, waiting. The stream's glow reflected off the damp rocks and twisted branches, creating an eerie, almost surreal tableau. Here and there, patches of vivid red flora contrasted sharply with the cool blues and dark shadows, adding an almost violent splash of color to the subdued palette of the woods. The tall, skeletal trees reached upward, their bare branches intertwining in a desperate grasp toward the obscured sky. The light, struggling to break through the thick mist, cast an ethereal sheen over everything, making the scene look both alive and frozen in time. The forest, with its whispering leaves and silent sentinels, seemed to be guarding secrets long forgotten, its stillness a testament to the ages it had witnessed. "Now if this doesn't scream creepy and danger, I don't know what would," remarked Aoife with a chuckle that didn't quite reach her eyes. "I'll agree with you on that," Keisha replied, casting a glance behind them at the prisoners. "They're not budging, are they?" Aoife shook her head, her gaze following Keisha's to the reluctant captives. "Yeah, they don't want to go into this forest. Honestly, we don't need the rest. Let's just knock them out and bring the lady with us." Keisha nodded in agreement, her eyes settling on the woman who had first alerted them to this ominous spot. "Yes, she seems to know more about this place than the rest. We'll take her with us, regardless of how she feels." As the weight of those words sank in, the woman's eyes widened in terror. She shook her head vigorously, a silent plea for mercy. Her desperation went unnoticed, her protests falling on deaf ears as Aoife and Keisha turned their backs on her fear. Aoife handed the rope to Keisha and strode over to the prisoners. One by one, she tapped their heads, each touch rendering them unconscious. She then tied them up with separate ropes, securing them to the trees and trapping them in ice, ensuring no chance of escape. The final captive, the woman who had informed them about the forest, was separated from the others. Despite her initial resistance, she soon stopped struggling and fell silent as resignation set in. They began their march into the forest, the atmosphere growing heavier with each step. As they neared the heart of Kumu, Aoife broke the silence. "Be honest with us. Tell us what you know, and we might let you wait by the entrance." The woman shook her head, tears streaming down her cheeks. "It's too late," she whispered, her voice trembling. "Once you cross a certain threshold of this forest, you cannot escape until you slay them. No one will come out alive. Oh, no, Mother Father, I'm sorry." Her words dissolved into sobs, her despair echoing through the oppressive stillness around them. Aoife and Keisha shared a glance, their confusion mirrored in each other's eyes. Despite their concern for the woman, they pressed on. Her words had settled into their minds as undeniable truth. Whatever awaited them in the forest needed to be defeated if they were to find their way out. Yet, uncertainty gnawed at them. What exactly were they supposed to confront? Each attempt to coax more information from the woman was met with louder sobs and silence. The forest around them was unnaturally quiet, an oppressive stillness that weighed on their senses. Not a single animal's cry pierced the air, an unsettling contrast to the usual symphony of forest life. "Did you know?" Aoife said, breaking the silence and drawing Keisha's attention. "When in forests, they're usually lively. You normally hear a lot of noise, but if it goes completely quiet, something is terribly wrong, like a predator is present and the prey need to hide. You're not helping our case here, Aoife," Keisha quipped, though her voice held a nervous edge. Aoife's laughter was a brief, hollow sound in the oppressive stillness. Their path led them to a strange clearing, a peculiar, open space in the heart of the forest. In the center, a hole was covered with something that seemed to pulse with an eerie red glow, exuding a powerful, malevolent aura. The air around it felt thick with malice, making the hairs on their necks stand on end. Chapter 25, Part 4. A different time, third-person point of view. The hole in the earth glowed an eerie crimson, mirroring the hue of Aoife's eyes. The light cast an unsettling ambience, one that prickled at the edges of their senses. Yet, beneath the surface unease, there lay a steel certainty. They were capable, ready to face whatever might emerge from that ominous glow. Without a word, Aoife took the lead, her steps firm and resolute. Keisha and their new female prisoner trailed behind, the latter's nervousness palpable in the oppressive air. Sweat beaded on the prisoner's brow, her eyes darting around, searching for an escape that wasn't there. The crimson light grew brighter with each step, intensifying the disquiet that gnawed at their nerves. The prisoner's agitation spiked as they neared the hole. Her frantic glances turned desperate, but she had no recourse, no option but to follow. They stopped at the edge, where a strange magic circle barred their path, its energy humming with the same eerie light. "What in the world is this?" Aoife muttered, her eyes narrowing. "It feels like the energy of this universe, but it looks like a magic circle. What's it doing here?" Keisha squinted at the glowing circle, her eyes narrowing as she examined the intricate symbols. "I can't say for sure," she began, her voice tinged with unease. "But the sense I'm getting from this thing, it's like a warning. Trying to open it might unleash something catastrophic." She turned to Aoife, her gaze questioning. "Do you feel the same?" Aoife gave a terse nod, her eyes never leaving the ominous circle. She took a cautious step back, her mind racing. "Yeah, I think we need to reconsider our approach. Maybe we should turn back, find another way to break the barrier that's trapped us here." She glanced around, her eyes tracing the semi-translucent barrier that now surrounded them, shimmering faintly in the crimson light. The oppressive atmosphere seemed to close in, amplifying the tension. "We're going to die," the female prisoner's voice was barely a whisper, her lips trembling with fear. "What?" Aoife began, ready to question her, but the words died on her lips. A powerful wave of crimson energy pulsed from the circle, the force of it chilling them to the bone. Instinctively, they turned to the source, eyes wide with shock. Another pulse followed, more intense than the first, and they leapt back, the ground trembling beneath their feet. The air thickened with a palpable dread as they stared at the glowing circle, its energy now crackling ominously. Whatever lay behind that barrier, it was waking up. The barrier sealing the hole shattered, a cascade of glass-like fragments dissipating into the air. From the depths below, an otherworldly shriek pierced the silence, its sheer intensity forcing them to cover their ears in a desperate attempt to block out the sound. The trees surrounding them quivered violently, their leaves rustling as though caught in a fierce storm. Moments later, a surge of crimson light erupted from the depths, enveloping them in its blinding radiance. As the light receded, their eyes adjusted to the sight that had emerged. A monstrous creature stood before them, its form a grotesque amalgamation of various beasts. It possessed the elongated body of a dragonfly, the imposing horns of a beetle, and the majestic wings of a phoenix. A serpentine tail coiled behind it, ending in a gaping maw lined with venomous fangs. What is that? It feels creepy, Aoife exclaimed, her voice tinged with a mixture of awe and dread. She summoned a blade of ice into her hand, the weapon shimmering in the dim light as she braced herself for the inevitable confrontation. "Do you think—" Keisha began, but her words were abruptly cut off as the insect screeched once more. The sound was sharper, more commanding, and in response, smaller versions of the creature began to emerge from the shadows. The main beast loomed over them, its vast size dwarfing the barrier that encased them. Its spawns swarmed around it, their movements synchronized with a predatory grace. Not a moment later, the smaller insects charged at Aoife's group, their shrieks harmonizing into a piercing dissonance. As they flew closer, they spat streams of venomous crimson gunk and launched spiky thorns, each projectile a lethal promise. Aoife swung her sword in a wide arc, conjuring a wall of ice that rose before them, intercepting the barrage. The ice crackled and hissed as the venom splattered against it, but held firm. She exhaled sharply, her breath fogging in the cold air. "We'll take on the big one, the Brood Queen, maybe? You handle the smaller ones, Keisha." "Works for me," Keisha replied, her eyes flicking to their prisoner. Quickly, she broke the cuffs and chains binding the woman. "You need to fight with us, or you'll die." The woman's face paled further, eyes wide with terror. Comte. They're too strong for me. I can barely block an attack from them." Her voice quavered with desperation. Keisha's expression hardened. "If you want to die a painful death, then do nothing. Otherwise, fight alongside us." Her gaze bore into the woman. "What's your name?" The woman swallowed hard, her fear evident. "Ling Feng," she muttered, her voice barely audible. "All right, Ling Feng," Keisha said, her tone unyielding. "Stay close, and remember we either fight or we die." She turned her focus back to the swarm, her muscles tensing as the first wave of smaller creatures closed in. Aoife launched herself toward the Brood Queen, her movements precise and deadly. Her ice blade cleaved through the smaller insects with ease, each swing sending their fallen foes to the ground. With her free hand, she conjured sharp icicles, flinging them with precision at the swarming creatures. Yet, despite her efforts, some insects evaded the icy projectiles or healed their wounds almost instantaneously. The anti-healing technique, she muttered, focusing her energy. She imbued her blade and attacks with it. The effect was immediate. The insects' regenerative abilities faltered, their wounds festering instead of mending. The swarm's numbers started to thin noticeably. Behind her, the sounds of continuous combat rang out. Keisha and Ling Feng held their own, their attacks a relentless barrage against the encroaching horde. Aoife caught glimpses of Keisha's fierce strikes and Ling Feng's desperate but effective defense. Their combined efforts bolstered her resolve. She pressed on, her blade cutting through the seemingly endless tide of insects. Each movement was a precise ballet of violence, her sword an extension of her will. She weaved through the multitude, a whirlwind of ice and steel. Despite the overwhelming numbers, she advanced, her eyes locked on the Brood Queen. The Brood Queen itself was a grotesque marvel, its vast size dwarfing everything else. It watched Aoife with a cold, calculating gaze, its multifaceted eyes glinting in the crimson light. The air around it crackled with menace. Aoife couldn't fathom how a single creature could spawn such an immense army in so little time, but the evidence was undeniable. She continued her relentless advance, cutting down the smaller insects that dared to stand in her way. Her blade now glowed with an eerie blue light, the anti-healing technique seeping into the wounds it inflicted. Each slash diminished the swarm further, the insect's ability to regenerate crippled. Finally, the Brood Queen stirred into action. Another shriek split the air, more piercing than before, and a series of shimmering circles formed around her. From these circles, a multitude of attacks erupted, mirroring the smaller insect's venomous spits and thorns. Her tail, a serpentine menace, hissed before lunging at Aoife with terrifying speed. Aoife twisted aside, narrowly evading the tail's strike. She brought her sword down in a powerful arc, aiming to sever the appendage, but the tail bent with the blow, deflecting the attack without harm. Frustration flared, but she remained composed, her mind racing to find a solution. In those fleeting milliseconds, inspiration struck. Her free hand conjured flames, not ordinary ones, but a silvery blue fire that shimmered with a fierce brilliance. Without hesitation, she unleashed the flames at the tail. The fire engulfed it, eliciting a pained shriek from the brood queen. The tail recoiled, retreating back to its monstrous owner. Aoife seized the advantage. With a single, quick step, she reappeared behind the towering insect queen. Her sword, now imbued with surging blue energy, rose high above her head. The blade seemed to hum with power as she swung it down with all her might. The brood queen, in a desperate move, summoned countless energy circles before her, hoping to shield herself from Aoife's assault. But Aoife's attack smashed through them with overwhelming power. The blade's impact struck the queen, wounding her in the exchange. Another shriek erupted from the brood queen, piercing the air. In response, she birthed more of her monstrous progeny, sending them swarming towards Aoife. With a graceful leap, Aoife propelled herself into the sky, her movements graceful. From her elevated vantage, she unleashed a barrage of icy crescent moon-shaped slashes. These crescent blades, sharp and swift, tore through the horde below. The icy magic embedded within them froze, shattered, and sliced the smaller insects apart with ruthless efficiency. The speed and ferocity of Aoife's attack exceeded the brood queen's expectations. Unable to react in time, the queen took the full brunt of the assault. Each crescent slash bit deep into her, carving multiple gashes into her already wounded body. Blue blood poured from the new wounds, the brood queen's cries growing more frantic and pained. She tried to summon more energy circles to defend herself, but her efforts were in vain. Before Aoife could deliver the final blow, something zipped past her, striking the brood queen. An enormous explosion erupted, hurling her backward. The shockwave shattered the barrier around them, engulfing everything in its fiery embrace. Aoife hit the ground hard, her instincts kicking in as she conjured a shield to protect herself, Keisha, and Ling Feng from the blast. When the smoke and debris cleared, the battlefield lay in eerie silence. The brood queen and the remaining insects were reduced to lifeless forms, their blue blood pooling on the ground or scattered in grotesque fragments. The once menacing swarm had been obliterated. Aoife pushed herself up, sensing a familiar presence. Her eyes widened as she spotted a figure with long white hair and piercing yellow eyes. It was Kuntuar. Aoife's voice echoed with astonishment. Their friend stood before them, a serene smile on her lips. Kuntuar descended gracefully, landing lightly in front of the group. As her foot touched the ground, a pulse of energy radiated outward, spreading through the entire forest. Trees that had been charred and broken straightened and bloomed anew. The scorched earth revitalized with vibrant life. The devastation wrought by the battle vanished, leaving the forest restored to its original, pristine state. Aoife, Keisha, and Ling Feng watched in awe as the forest came back to life. The magic wielded by Kuntuar was powerful, a stark contrast to the destructive force they had faced moments ago. Aoife approached her, still in disbelief. "What are you doing here?" she asked, her voice a mix of relief and curiosity. Kuntuar's smile held an enigmatic quality as she regarded them. "I sensed something unusual here and went to investigate. It seems my intuition was correct." Her gaze shifted to Ling Feng, scrutinizing her with a penetrating intensity before nodding subtly, as if confirming a silent conclusion. She turned to Keisha next, a knowing glint in her eyes. "You have an idea of what that was, don't you?" Keisha hesitated, a flicker of uncertainty crossing her face before she nodded in confirmation. I believe they were the Biormites Aaron mentioned earlier, led and created by Yayo Gazia, the devourer of worlds. Correct, Kuntuar responded with a smile, pivoting smoothly as she began to walk. Follow me. There's still one egg that hasn't hatched, and we need to destroy it. This revelation startled them, but they quickly fell in step behind Kuntuar. Ling Feng, though hesitant, joined the group, her eyes fixed on Kuntuar. She tried to gauge the extent of Kuntuar's power, but it eluded her completely. She speculated that it might be on par with Virion or even Fumara, and dared to think it could be greater, perhaps rivaling the Outer Gods, their master magnum tenebrosum. The entrance loomed ahead, its once vivid crimson now a faded memory, overtaken by an oppressive darkness that seemed to devour light. An odd sound echoed from within, adding an unsettling quality to the void. The stench that emanated from it was beyond vile, an unbearable attack on their senses. Each of them turned away, their faces contorted in disgust, except for Kuntuar. She stared into the inky blackness, her gaze steady, unblinking, as if the fetid air didn't faze her at all. Ugh, what in the world is that smell? Aoife exclaimed, swiping her hand furiously in front of her nose as if trying to bat away the foul odor. Her expression twisted in revulsion, her eyes watering from the intensity. Kuntuar remained still, her eyes locked on the entrance as she spoke. Her voice carried an unnatural calm. They were trapped down there for a very long time. One by one, they began to die off until only the brood queen was left. Desperate to continue their species on this planet, she resorted to a different method: orthogenic reproduction. Keisha's eyebrows shot up in surprise, a hint of disbelief coloring her features. Isn't that something straight out of science fiction? How could it possibly be real? Orthogenic reproduction, or orthogenesis, is the idea that an organism's development is driven by internal forces rather than solely by external factors like environmental influences or natural selection. This theory suggests that living things possess an inherent developmental path, guided by an internal drive toward a specific endpoint, often seen as progressive change. In biology, this idea contrasts with other evolutionary mechanisms. Lamarckism focuses on the inheritance of traits acquired during an organism's lifetime, while Darwinism centers on natural selection and adaptation to the environment. Despite being discredited by modern evolutionary theorists, orthogenesis once played a significant role in early evolutionary thought. It encompasses various forms, such as saltationism, which argues that species evolve through large, rapid leaps in teleology, which proposes that organisms develop toward a specific predetermined goal. Though modern science has largely dismissed orthogenesis, it remains an intriguing part of evolutionary theory's history. Its influence is seen in how it challenged and enriched early discussions on evolution. The notion of an internal drive, a self-directed path of development, provides a fascinating counterpoint to the more widely accepted ideas of evolution, highlighting the complexity of how scientists have sought to understand life's diversity. Did you forget that this isn't your original universe? Kuntuar's smile was gentle but knowing, or that some concept from science fiction are very real in different universes. Keisha nodded, eyes wide with realization. You have a point. So it's real? That's really surprising the Biormites are made like this, or close to it. There are many more things you believe to be fictional, but are very much real across the Omniverse, Kuntuar said. Her tone was patient, as if she had explained this countless times before. In time, you'll learn about it. Just learn to ask the right questions to me, Azathoth, or even Aaron. With a clap of her hands, the stench that had been assaulting their senses vanished instantly, leaving the three other women blinking in confusion. Follow me, she commanded, and without waiting for a response, she jumped down. Instead of hitting the ground, she hovered just above it. The others exchanged wary glances before jumping after her. They landed heavily, their feet sinking into the muck with a revolting squelch, drawing grimaces of disgust from all three. The unpleasant texture and sound made their skin crawl, but they quickly pushed aside their revulsion and hurried to follow Comptoir. They walked on, the silence stretching between them, their eyes scanning the vast expanse of the tunnel. The walls, rough and unyielding, bore numerous holes that gaped like empty eyes. These holes, Comptoir said, her voice cutting through the quiet, were made by the Byramites. They lived here, their lives snared in traps, set long ago by someone from this very place. Care to guess who? Aoife, pondering the words, finally spoke. Well, Era mentioned there's a traitor, or maybe traitors, among Virion's people, right? A place that's always been peaceful and orderly can't stay that way forever. Rebellion brews over time. As for who, I'm not certain. Mitsia and Aaron's teams haven't shared anything definitive yet. Keisha turned to Ling Feng, curiosity in her eyes. Who are the other generals under Virion's direct command? Ling Feng nodded, her nerves evident in the slight tremor of her hand. Zhao Quan, Galen, Milt, Huashen Renqing, Bain, Liora, Kaiyong, and Chengxi. She listed, her voice tight. Those are the current generals under Lord Virion. There are more, but most felt a disease or mysterious circumstances. Aoife's eyes narrowed as she leaned forward, a spark of suspicion in her gaze. They're quite a varied bunch. My bet is on Zhao Quan, since you mentioned him first. Her words cut through the air, and Ling Feng looked away, shame coloring her cheeks. Comptoir stepped in, her tone firm. Correct. Zhao Quan is the one behind this. He's cunning. Even if you bring this to Virion, he may not take you seriously. Zhao Quan has built a solid reputation for loyalty since he joined Virion's ranks. Keisha interjected, her brow furrowed. What if Aaron tells him? Comptoir shook her head, her expression grim. Even then, Virion won't believe him. Despite any bonds they might forge, Aaron and all of us are still seen as enemies to Fumara. Virion is stubborn, and his convictions are unyielding. If Fumara were to strike, he'd likely meet his end. Then what do we do? Aoife's frustration seeped through her words, her brow furrowed as she voiced the question that hung heavy among them. Aaron's always advocating for a peaceful resolution first, avoiding conflict unless absolutely necessary. But it feels like our hands are tied here. The group moved through the narrow corridors, their steps echoing off the damp stone walls. After several minutes, they entered a wide, open room. The air was thick with a stench that clung to their throats, though they managed to stifle their discomfort. As they took in their surroundings, a faint heartbeat resonated, breaking the oppressive silence. Comptoir's voice cut through the tension. The path ahead is the final one. Deviating will have little impact in the long run. But be aware, every action you take might seem inconsequential now, but it shapes what lies ahead. She raised her arm, pointing upwards. Look, their gazes followed her direction, and they collectively drew in a sharp breath. Above them, an enormous white egg hung, suspended from the ceiling. Intricate yellow and blue lines traced its surface, pulsing rhythmically with an otherworldly glow. The egg seemed almost alive, each beat of light echoing the heartbeat they had heard moments before. Ling Feng's grip tightened on her weapon, the cold metal reassuring against her palm. Is it close to hatching? She asked, her voice steady despite the anxiety tightening her chest. Comptoir nodded, her eyes fixed on the egg above. Yes, but there's no need for concern. It will hatch half-dead. With a small motion, she directed a pulse of energy toward the suspended egg, a glitch-like shimmer emanating from her hand. Symbols and lines erupted across the egg's shell, swirling in an intricate dance before settling into a permanent pattern, etching themselves into the surface. Tell me, what did you do? Aoife's confusion mirrored on her face as she glanced between Comptoir and the egg. And what do you mean by ITLL hatch half-dead? Comptoir's gaze remained on the egg as she responded. Exactly as I said, Aoife. Orthogenesis can only push so far, especially with Byramites. Yaogazia made them inherently flawed, ensuring their loyalty through their imperfection. With a gesture, she tore the egg from the ceiling, guiding it to the ground with her powers. The egg landed with a muted thud, its glowing lines dimming slightly. Seconds later, the egg quivered, fissures spiderwebbing across its surface as it began to hatch. The three women tensed, muscles coiling, ready to spring into action, but Kantuar's calm demeanor held them in check. The egg shattered with a sharp crack, revealing the creature within. The same insect they had encountered earlier emerged, but this time it was a pitiful shadow of its former self. The brood queen, once formidable, now appeared frail and shrunken. The moment it stepped from the broken shell, blue fluid began to seep from its segmented form. It let out a feeble screech, a sound more pitiful than menacing, and attempted to summon the same attacks it had used earlier. But the effort was in vain, serving only to exacerbate its wounds. The creature's blue blood pooled around it as it stared at them, its eyes filled with a mix of hatred and desperation. "It's gonna die, right?" Aoife's voice was soft, tinged with an unexpected pity as she regarded the struggling insect. Her instincts tugged at her to offer aid, but she remained rooted to the spot, knowing that intervening would be unwise. "Yes, it's inevitable," Kantuar replied, her voice devoid of emotion as she stared unblinkingly at the pitiful creature before them. Keisha, still fixated on the dying insect, asked, "What did you mean by Yaogazia made them inherently flawed?" Kantuar remained focused on the insect, her expression unchanging as she began her explanation. Yaogazia is a being consumed by distrust, believing in no one but himself. These insects are crafted in his image. They serve as an extension of his will, yet he ensured they were significantly weaker than him, produced in vast quantities with varying levels of power. The strongest among them can challenge universal beings, followed by those capable of facing Dragon God class and God class entities, down to the foot soldiers, who range from the pinnacle of Satan class to low God class. Her gaze never wavered as she continued, driven by his paranoia. Centuredo, her eyes fixed on the spot where the insect had perished, a faint trace of color fading into the cracks of the stone. "What I did earlier hastened its end," Barato explained, her voice matter-of-fact as she addressed the group. "Normally it would take hours, and it would drag itself through these tunnels in great distress. I deemed it more merciful to end its suffering quickly. There's nothing more to find here. Let's head back up. They'll begin the necessary repairs once we return." With that, she turned on her heel and walked away, leaving the echo of her footsteps to fill the silence. The three women exchanged glances, then looked back at the blood-stained ground where the insect had met its end. Each of them absorbed in their own thoughts. They fell in a step behind Kantuar, the weight of what they had witnessed settling heavily on their shoulders. Once they emerged back at the surface, the air was thick with a lingering stench of the tunnels. The group moved a distance away from the gaping hole. Kantuar raised her hand, and the ground beneath them began to tremble violently for several seconds before settling into an uneasy stillness. Where the entrance to the hole had been, there was now a solid expanse of rock and earth. Kantuar had sealed it completely, the tunnels beneath them filled with stone she had conjured from the very air, obliterating any remnants of the Byromites within. She stepped forward, her foot pressing firmly into the ground. The moment her soul touched the earth, a radiant pulse of green energy rippled outward. Grass, trees, and a profusion of vibrant plant life erupted from the barren soil, transforming the desolate landscape into a lush, thriving haven. Ling Feng, taken aback by the display, watched in awe. She had never fully grasped the extent of Kantuar's powers. Before her eyes, the lifeless expanse became a vivid picture of green, far more vibrant and alive than it had been before the contamination of the Byromites. Kantuar extended her right hand with deliberate grace, summoning a seed that materialized between her fingers. Its shell was small and brown, but it pulsed with a gentle golden light, laced with vivid green lines, tracing intricate patterns along its surface. She cast the seed towards the vanished entrance, her gesture both casual and precise. The seed met the ground and disappeared upon impact. A moment later, the earth beneath them shuddered, a deep rumble growing in intensity. From a spot where the seed had fallen, a surge of emerald energy erupted, accompanied by fierce winds that lashed out in all directions. Ling Feng staggered backward, struggling against the onslaught, her determination wavering. Before she could falter completely, Aoife stepped forward, a steadying presence against the tempest, bracing Ling Feng with a firm grip. From the seed's resting place, an enormous tree sprang forth, its growth rapid and unstoppable. It soared skyward, dwarfing every other tree in the vicinity. Its entire formed trunk, branches, leaves, and roots emitted a soft, otherworldly glow. The tree's branches soon bore fruit, each one glowing softly, adding to the tree's majestic aura. Ling Feng's eyes widened in shock as she stared at the towering tree that had sprouted before her. "That's... How did you?" she exclaimed, the words catching in her throat. Kuntuar smiled, her gaze fixed on the glowing tree, an inscrutable expression playing on her lips. Without turning, she responded to Aoife's puzzled look and question. "So what is it?" "It's a rare tree from Fengyun Fudi," Kuntuar explained, her tone calm and measured. "There's only one of its kind left on this planet, hidden in a heavily guarded location known only to Virion, Milt, and Zhao Quan. It's called Phenylfructus, and it's incredibly precious to this world, though we, as outsiders, might not appreciate its true value." "Phenylfructus," she repeated, her voice almost reverent. "A rare and powerful tree, renowned for its fruit, which possesses extraordinary healing properties and the ability to enhance one's energy. It was highly sought after in ancient times, but greed led to its near extinction. Virion managed to save a single seed and nurture one tree to keep its legacy alive. The tree stood tall, its branches heavy with softly glowing fruit, each one a testament to its rare and potent nature. Its leaves shimmered in the light, and the air around it seemed to hum with a quiet, vibrant energy. Ling Feng, still grappling with her astonishment, couldn't tear her eyes away from the magnificent sight. "Yes, because of our people's greed from many years ago, it nearly became extinct. Understanding our history explains why. But that's a long explanation for another time." But she turned, eyes locking onto Kuntuar. "Is it really real?" Kuntuar nodded, her expression calm and assured. "I made modifications to it. Something Aaron would approve of, ensuring only those with pure hearts and intentions can benefit from it. If their motives are impure, the effects, whether healing or energy enhancement, won't manifest." With a graceful motion, Kuntuar raised her hand. One of the fruits detached from the tree, floating gently into her palm. "Another improvement I made is to the ripening time. Normally, it would take 6 months for a batch of 15 fruits to become fully edible. Now, it will be a monthly cycle. If none are harvested in a given month, the fruits will be stored in a different space, where they will continue to cultivate, increasing their quality." She tossed the glowing fruit to Ling Feng, who caught it with wide eyes. The fruit felt warm in her hands, pulsating with a gentle energy. The tree's soft light bathed them all, casting a serene glow over the scene, as if the very air around them had been infused with the tree's essence. Ling Feng took a tentative bite, the fruit's juices bursting in her mouth with a sweetness that quickly had her devouring it in rapid, eager bites. Within moments, the fruit was gone, its effects manifesting almost instantly. Her body began to vibrate, a silver mist coiling around her form like a living thing, wrapping her in its ethereal embrace. The transformation was quick. The vibrations intensified, coursing through her veins, and the mist thickened, obscuring her from view for a few heartbeats. Then, just as quickly as it began, the mist dissipated, leaving Ling Feng standing there, breathless, with a pool of black sludge at her feet. She opened her eyes, taking in the sight of Kuntuar, Aoife, and Keisha, their expressions reflecting a mix of curiosity and awe. "These effects," she muttered, her voice tinged with disbelief, "are even better than I heard." Kuntuar nodded, a knowing smile on her lips. "Naturally, these fruits have been cultivating for a year, enhancing their quality. The effects on your body are more potent as a result. I can see it quadrupled your energy and healed other injuries you had before. Yes? Ling Feng nodded slowly, still processing the dramatic change within her. The fruit's power had surged through her, leaving her feeling revitalized and stronger than she had ever imagined possible. The black sludge at her feet, a tangible reminder of the impurities purged from her system, seemed almost symbolic of her rebirth. Would these fruits have any effects on us? Keisha asked, her voice tinged with curiosity. Kuntuar shook her head. No, unfortunately. Aaron already performed something similar for you and many others in varying degrees. Do you remember your time in the pocket dimension? He did it there, and for the rest, before we came to this universe, Kuntuar explained, glancing at Keisha. She then shook her head, a smile playing on her lips. Now, then, shall we get going? You came to this part of the planet for a reason, didn't you? Aoife tilted her head, crossing her arms. Well, yeah, I guess. We didn't know exactly what we were looking for, but it definitely wasn't this tree and the Bioramites, she replied, letting out a sigh. Zhu Fu Jian. Ling Feng interjected, closing her eyes. Her energy enveloped her, washing over her body and drying her off. She opened her eyes and looked at them. Zhu Fu Jian is the place you're looking for. Our superiors informed us about it. Su Fu Dian? Aoife asked, curiosity lacing her tone. Doesn't that mean Palace of Granted Wishes or something? Ling Feng nodded. Correct. I don't know the full significance of the place or why it still stands, despite numerous requests from the generals for its destruction. Lord Virion has always denied those requests. There's a beast that resides there, protecting it. If we go now, you may get to see it. She brushed her hair aside, the gesture elegant and practiced. Aoife's eyes lit up with excitement. Well, we know where to go. Let's get moving. Lead the way, Ling Feng. She pointed in a random direction, her enthusiasm evident. The others had already started walking away, leaving Aoife to catch up. Keisha stood waiting, hands on her hips, her left foot tapping impatiently, a smirk playing on her lips. Aoife chuckled nervously and hurried to join them, the group now moving with a shared sense of purpose. A few minutes passed as they followed Ling Feng along a winding path. Aoife and Keisha gazed around in wonder. The forest looked vastly different from what they had seen earlier, more vibrant and alive. Did you change the rest of the forest too, Kuntuar? This doesn't seem like the one we saw before, Aoife asked, raising an eyebrow. Yes, I repaired any damages sustained over the years and rejuvenated the entire area. The place we're headed to received the same treatment. So, if Ling Feng doesn't recognize it immediately, that's why, Kuntuar replied. We're here. Before Aoife could ask another question, they arrived at a new clearing. This time, they passed through a shimmering barrier. Instantly, both Keisha and Aoife's instincts went into overdrive. They readied themselves, muscles tensed, senses heightened, scanning the area for any threats. Calm yourselves. Nothing will happen here unless we step past that line, Kuntuar assured them, pointing to a distinct boundary near the pyramid-like structure. The structure gleamed in pristine white, perfectly symmetrical. Various runes and symbols adorned its surface, glowing with different intensities and pulsing with latent power. This is Zhu Fu Dian. That structure was destroyed a long time ago and lay in ruins. What Kuntuar said is true. It seems she repaired it, Ling Feng said, her voice trailing off as a beast emerged from nowhere. The creature walked in front of them, then leapt onto the stairs, gazing down at them. It was a white and golden lion, its fur sharp and streaked with gold. It held an air of mystery and elegance, as if judging their character from its perch. I don't know what that is, Ling Feng added nervously, staring at the beast. The lion's eyes glowed with a quiet intelligence, its presence both awe-inspiring and intimidating. It stood there, silent and regal, a guardian of the newly restored Zhu Fu Dian. Ikibo, that's its name, Kuntuar announced. Her gaze locked on the creature that bore the appearance of a lion. Her voice was calm, almost detached, as she addressed them. I will leave this to you then. If you need advice or minor help, I will do as much as I can. With a flick of her wrist, a chair materialized from thin air, and she lowered herself onto it with an air of nonchalance. Wait, what? You're not helping with whatever we need to do. Aoife's voice wavered, confusion knitting her brows together. I am here for two things: to help you with the Biormites, and to take you somewhere else after this. What happens after this is up to you, Kuntwar replied, her tone unyielding. She conjured a cup of coffee and took a leisurely sip, as if the monstrous beast before them were of no concern. Keisha and Aoife exchanged a glance, a silent conversation passing between them, before they both turned to Ling Feng, who stood paralyzed, eyes wide with terror. Aoife stepped forward, her voice tinged with a mix of skepticism and tentative curiosity. So, assuming all this fantasy stuff makes sense, you can talk, right? The creature's eyes flicked towards Aoife, gleaming with an intelligence that belied its fearsome appearance. For a moment, the air seemed to crackle with anticipation, the silence thick and oppressive as they awaited the beast's response. Speak, why are you here? Ekabo's voice rumbled through the air, each word carrying a weight that made the ground seem to tremble. Aoife's eyes widened. It speaks, she murmured, almost to herself, before shaking her head to clear her thoughts. What is this place? She asked, her curiosity overpowering her trepidation. The lion-like beast gave her an incredulous look, tilting its head slightly as if trying to comprehend their ignorance. You came here not knowing what this place is? He asked, an eyebrow arched in bewilderment, his gaze probing, searching for any deceit. No, we didn't, Aoife admitted, her voice tinged with uncertainty. We were told to explore and find things for reasons and stuff. She finished lamely, her eyes locked onto the lion, unblinking. Ikibo closed his eyes, a deep sigh escaping him, resonating like a distant thunder. This place is Zhu Fu Dian, a realm of wish fulfillment. I was created by Ilona, the wishmaker. When one arrives here, it is to undergo a trial, with the hope that their wishes might be granted. That sounds neat, Aoife remarked, her voice carrying an unsettling nonchalance. She turned to Keisha. We may as well take it, right? Keisha stared at Aoife, her mouth slightly agape, utterly baffled by her friend's casual demeanor. We can't just jump into a trial without knowing anything about it. This could be a trap, for all we know. Her voice rose, almost a shout, filled with a mix of exasperation and worry. Aoife nodded slowly, acknowledging Keisha's point. That makes sense, she conceded, then turned back to face the lion. Is this a trap? She asked directly, causing Keisha to slap her forehead in frustration. Ikibo chuckled, the sound deep and resonant. I assure you, this is no trap. However, I must caution you. Even after undertaking the trial, your wishes may not manifest as you expect. No wish in this universe comes without its consequences. So, I ask you once more, do you wish to take the trial? His gaze held a knowing gleam, as if he had seen countless seekers stand where they now stood. Aoife turned to Ling Feng, her eyes questioning. Are you coming with us? Do you know anything more about these trials? Ling Feng shifted her weight, her expression darkening with memory. A few months back, a group we hadn't seen before was brought here by someone from Madame Fumer's faction. They took the trials and gained power, but it came with significant drawbacks. They didn't seem to mind. As for the trials themselves, they are unpredictable. The nature of the trial changes depending on whether you enter alone or with others. She explained, her voice tinged with resignation as her gaze returned to Ikibo. I'd like to say, let's go. But everyone needs a say, Aoife said, turning to Keisha. So what do you want to do? Keisha stared at the ground, her mind a whirl of indecision. She weighed the risks and benefits before looking up at Aoife. What will we gain from this? I don't have any wish I'm desperate to see granted. The main reason for undertaking these trials is to gain power. However, individuals may have different motivations, as the nature of the trials varies, as your companion said. Whether the trial you receive benefits you is entirely up to you to decide, Ikibo explained. So, it's meant to teach you a lesson? Aoife asked, her tone probing. Ikibo didn't respond, He merely closed his eyes, a silent dismissal of her question. Aoife put her hands on her hips and declared, "Well, in for it. I think Aaron won't mind if we do this. I've been meaning to do these trials as well," Ling Feng added. "Given how things have turned out, I believe I have time to take them now." Keisha sighed, her resistance wavering. Fine, we'll do them." She turned to Comptoir. "Will you be watching over this place, then?" "Yes. Please be assured that nothing will happen to this place while I keep guard," Comptoir replied, her tone leaving no room for doubt. With that, all three of them stepped towards Ikibo. "We'll do the trial all together or by ourselves?" Keisha asked, looking at her companions. "Together sounds reasonable," Aoife replied, and Ling Feng nodded in silent agreement. Keisha turned to Ikibo and declared, "We'll take the trials together." Ikibo's eyes snapped open, glowing with an eerie brilliance. "So be it," he bellowed, and the ground trembled beneath them. The air itself seemed to hum with power before erupting into a massive pillar of light, engulfing Keisha, Aoife, and Ling Feng. In an instant, they vanished, leaving only Ikibo and Comptoir behind. "Entity of the god, how do you see them faring?" Ikibo asked, his gaze shifting to Comptoir. Comptoir, who had been sitting with her eyes closed, opened them and smiled softly. "Fairly well. It won't take them too long. As you mentioned, the trials will vary in difficulty, shaped by their perceptions and inner battles." Without another word, she closed her eyes again, retreating into silence. Ikibo followed suit, his powerful form lowering to the ground. He stared at the spot where the three women had stood moments before, then closed his eyes, as if preparing to sleep, his breathing deep and steady, merging with the stillness that settled over the place. Why are we back in our world?" Keisha's voice held a note of bewilderment as she took in the familiar surroundings. "We're in Lilith?" Aoife's confusion mirrored Keisha's, her brows furrowing deeply. "I prez, get behind me." A teenage boy's voice rang out, cutting through their uncertainty. "Drake, let's do this balance break," he shouted, and the boosted gear materialized on his right arm. "Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker." Drake's voice thundered, and the boy was swiftly encased in the red armor of the boosted gear. Aoife's eyes widened in recognition. It was Issei Hayadu, the destined wielder of the boosted gear from the original series, a role that had seemed altered by Aaron's unusual arrival in their world. "What? How does that devil have the boosted gear?" Keisha's confusion deepened as she stared at the armored figure. Look, Ling Feng's voice was almost a whisper, her finger pointing skyward. Hovering above them was a creature, one that they recognized all too well. It wasn't just any adversary. It was a Biramite, and not just any Biramite, a massive brood queen, larger and more menacing than the ones they had encountered before. Everyone, getting Rias Gremory's command, was cut short by the brood queen's piercing screech. The sound was otherworldly, reverberating through the capital city of the underworld. Around 1,000,000 Biramites materialized, flooding the streets in a nightmarish deluge. "What in Satan is this?" Akino Himajima's voice trembled with disbelief. Keisha turned to Aoife, worry etched on her face. But Aoife was already using her ring to assess the situation, her eyes widening as the data streamed in. "Is something wrong?" Keisha asked, her voice tinged with uncertainty. "This isn't an illusion. We were in a different universe, and in an alternate timeline, Aoife's voice was a mere whisper. These two universes have collided, and now Fumara is attacking the Draconic Dais along with the Celestials she made deals with." A heavy silence settled over them, the enormity of Aoife's words sinking in. Keisha's eyes widened in shock, but before she could process further, Ling Feng sprang into action. With a powerful leap, she launched herself at the brood queen, unleashing an attack that blasted the creature backward, much to everyone's astonishment. All eyes turned to Ling Feng as she drew a fan and a dagger, her expression resolute. "My companions and I will help. Do not let your guard down," she declared, before diving into the swarm of Biramites, cutting through them with speedy, deadly precision. "We could talk about specifics later. Everyone attack." Rias Gremory's voice cut through the chaos, a rallying cry that galvanized her peerage and the few devils brave enough to stand with them. They took flight as one, a formidable force plunging into the swarm of Byromites. Aoife dismissed the holographic screen before her and joined the fray, her ice blade materializing in her hand. She moved with precision, freezing and shattering the insectoid creatures with deadly efficiency. Keisha, not wanting to attract attention as Serord's queen, altered her appearance. She soared into battle, eschewing her clan's distinctive whole ability in favor of more generic demonic and elemental attacks. As the battle raged on, Keisha and Aoife's group gradually gained the upper hand. The Byromites fell in droves, their corpses littering the streets of Lilith. The cityscape transformed into a grim battleground. When the last of the Byromites had been slain and the cacophony of combat had faded, a tense stillness settled over the city. It was then that a communication magic circle appeared beside them. Greyfire's voice emerged from the ethereal glow, grave and urgent. This event is happening everywhere in the underworld. She reported, various other pantheons and the human world are also under siege. At least 60 of Earth is already destroyed. 60%. Keba's voice cracked with disbelief, his eyes wide. Before anyone could respond, a powerful draconic aura erupted from Issei's body, suffusing the air with raw energy. What about my parents in Japan? His voice was ice, sharp and cold. We managed to evacuate them. They're safer now. But these creatures are multiplying at an alarming rate, and our defenses are stretched thin, Grafia replied, her tone brisk and efficient. Lady Rias, I will be picking you up to bring you to a meeting with various faction leaders. We need to coordinate our efforts from there. The magic circle vanished, and seconds later, Grafia herself appeared in the clearing, her presence commanding. She turned her scrutinizing gaze to Aoife's group. Who are they? She demanded, her eyes narrowing. They helped us fend off those things. Without their assistance, I doubt we would have survived. Please bring them with us, Grafia, Rias implored, her voice urgent and earnest. Greyfire's gaze lingered on Aoife, Keisha, and Ling Feng, weighing Rias' words. Finally, she nodded. Very well. We can use all the help we can get. Follow me. A larger magic circle enveloped them all, and in a flash, they were whisked away. They arrived in a different dimension, an intricate sanctuary forged by Ajuka and various faction leaders. The air buzzed with tension, the weight of countless eyes turning upon their arrival. They were greeted by the sight of an injured Surzex, his regal presence marred by the loss of an arm, now being tended to by a human wielding the twilight healing sacred gear. Brother? Rias' voice trembled with shock, her eyes fixed on Surzex. I'm fine, Rias, Surzex reassured her, his voice steady despite his injuries. But our focus needs to be on the crisis at hand. Those creatures, whatever they are, have decimated populations across the human world, the underworld, heaven, and numerous other factions. We must devise a plan to stop them. With a grimace, he pushed himself up, offering a nod of gratitude to the healer. The room buzzed with muted conversations, leaders from various realms exchanging worried glances and hushed words. Ling Feng stepped forward, her demeanor calm and commanding. I know what they are, she declared, her voice cutting through the low murmur of the crowd. You'll need a few minutes to explain, but once you understand, things will become clearer. May I? Surzex nodded, his expression a blend of curiosity and urgency. Go ahead, he urged, gesturing for the room to quiet down. Ling Feng stood before the assembled leaders, her presence commanding as she began to explain her hypothesis. She detailed the collision of their universe with another, and how Fumara, the ruler of that different universe, now sought to conquer theirs. Her explanation of the Celestials, beings of formidable power allied with Fumara, was thorough, with Keisha and Aoife contributing their own knowledge to paint a clearer picture. The room fell silent. Each word Ling Feng spoke sinking in. Faces turned grim, expressions of hope giving way to the heavy weight of realization. When she finished, The silence was broken by a god who stepped forward, his voice resonating with a mixture of curiosity and suspicion. "Then who are you, and how did you come by this knowledge?" Ling Feng met his gaze steadily. "I am originally from that universe," she began. "My leader was killed, replaced by one far more tyrannical. Many of us rebelled, but the situation grew dire. Now, as you've seen, Fumara is attacking your universe with her Celestials, seeking to expand her dominion. It was a narrative laced with truth and falsehood, designed to be convincing." Ling Feng felt the weight of their scrutiny, but sensed a shift as her words were accepted. The tension in the room eased slightly, and she felt a flicker of relief. The leaders seemed to believe her, their minds now turning to the practicalities of the threat they faced. "How does one propose to deal with them, then?" "You and your companion seem to handle them quite well," inquired a god, his tone laced with both curiosity and underlying concern. Ling Feng responded, her voice steady and firm. "The most efficient method would be to eliminate the broodmother or queen. They're on par with the highest tier gods of your universe. Those smaller ones you've seen are merely the lower end of the spectrum. Your people managed to kill them, but only with our assistance." Gasps of shock rippled through the crowd. Issei Hyuda's eyes widened in disbelief. "What? Those little insects are at least god class." More precisely, Keisha interjected, her voice calm, but drawing all eyes to her. "They range from the peak of Satan class to the beginning of God class. And there are even stronger beings than these, particularly the Celestial responsible for their creation." "You speak about this. Celestial, were they exactly?" "You mentioned them briefly before," Ajuka asked, his interest clearly piqued. She nodded, considering how to frame her response. "Are you familiar with the concept of outer gods?" Ajuka blinked a few times, processing the question before replying. "Those eldritch beings humans dream up for their fantasies?" "Correct," she confirmed, her tone serious. "Celestials are a step below them, but they operate in a similar manner. The one currently invading this universe is named Yaogazia, the Devourer of Worlds. His power is immense. He's been responsible for the destruction of multiple galaxies and universes before he was halted," Keisha elaborated, her words hanging heavily in the air. Aoife and Ling Feng exchanged puzzled glances, clearly taken aback by this revelation. They hadn't heard this information before. Keisha caught their eyes and gave a subtle signal, urging them to play along. With this new revelation, the room sank into an even deeper silence, the weight of Keisha's words settling heavily upon everyone. A sense of unease rippled through the air, like a cold draft seeping into a warm room. "Wait, I read about them before. Aren't they basically omnipotent or whatever it's called?" Issei asked nervously, sweat beading on his forehead. Kiba Yudo nodded, his expression serious. "The powers they wield seem to surpass even the gods of our world, almost nonsensical in their magnitude." "So, you're saying outer gods exist as well?" "Yes, they exist," Aoife blurted out, a sudden smile lighting up her face. "In fact, one of them is my boyfriend." She caught herself, clamping her mouth shut too late. Every eye in the room turned to her, expressions ranging from shock to confusion. Aoife rubbed the back of her head nervously, an awkward chuckle escaping her lips. "What?" Kaneko Tuju asked, her confusion mirroring the thoughts of everyone else in the room. Keisha put a hand on her face and sighed deeply. "Don't mind her. We are associated with an outer god. While they're notorious for sowing chaos and destruction, the one we're aligned with is somewhat different. A self-proclaimed outer god of justice, if you will. With that in mind, we are prepared to engage the enormous brood queen currently hovering above Earth. All we ask is that you hold out until we can deal with her," Keisha explained, her tone steady. Aoife's demeanor shifted, her expression growing serious. "That means everyone must fight, including gods from every pantheon and all significant figures. If you don't, there's no assurance that your species or faction will survive." Another wave of unease swept through the room, thickening the already tense atmosphere. Asia Argento broke the silence, her voice trembling slightly. So hypothetically, what happens after you defeat it? Keisha met Asia Argento's gaze with a somber expression. It depends on their retaliation. They might launch another assault with something else, or they might withdraw. We can't predict their response. But understand this. Your universe and planet will never be safe again. Humans and the supernatural will need to unite in the future to forge stronger defenses. Ajuka sighed, his eyes reflecting the gravity of the situation. Unity, but not as we envisioned it. If we don't act, the world as we know it might come to an end. I am for this plan. Sir Zex nodded in agreement, his voice firm. Ajuka is right. To prevent our home from being obliterated, we must follow through with their strategy. The aftermath will be our responsibility. For several minutes, the room buzzed with intense discussions, the weight of the decision pressing on each participant. Eventually, consensus was reached. They quickly disseminated the plan, urging every faction and pantheon to prepare for war. The ramifications for the human world would have to be dealt with later. As everyone set off to prepare, the Gremory group hurried to catch up with Aoife's group. "Excuse me." Rias Gremory's voice rang out, causing the trio to turn and face them. From what you said earlier, it seems like you have an understanding of our world. Why is that? Keisha and Aoife exchanged glances, a silent conversation passing between them before Keisha spoke. "We come from the Draconic Dais, this planet from a different timeline. We defeated Fumara and brought peace to that world. Our husband, the Outer God, enabled travel between a few universes, so we have good relations with them. It was a lie, but Keisha knew that offering hope was better than feeding their despair." The Gremory group, taken aback, processed her words in stunned silence before speaking up again. "But why? Why come to this timeline and world specifically to prevent these events?" Akino Himejima questioned, her brows furrowed in confusion. "I can't bear to see my comrades perish in such a manner," Keisha replied, her voice heavy with determination. With a subtle motion, she dispelled the illusion concealing her true appearance. "Que Keisha Baden-san? Sera son queen?" Issei exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. "It seems you know me well," Keisha acknowledged, her tone steady. "I doubted you would have accepted me so readily if I had appeared like this from the start. So, I chose to disguise myself. Nonetheless, I hope your universe thrives after this, as we likely won't meet again." She restored her disguise with a practiced ease, then turned away, her group following suit. As she walked, her voice carried back to them. "If this universe survives, a team will be formed to combat such threats, a coalition of various groups called Team DXD. This is our version, operating on a multiversal scale," she declared. With those final words, Keisha, Aoife, and Ling Feng vanished, leaving the Gremory group to absorb the weight of their revelation. A few minutes later, Aoife's group witnessed the supernatural forces and human governments springing into action. Across the globe, various governments, some already familiar with the supernatural, coordinated with them. To calm the public and facilitate evacuations, Heaven's angels were deployed, their presence astounding the majority of the human population. Lindsay San, in about 5 minutes, every non-combative human will be relocated to a secure area and well commence our defense. We'll leave the rest to you. Gabriel, one of the angels, communicated through a glowing magic circle. "Roger that. We're on standby now," Keisha responded, using the alias Lindsay she had provided earlier. As the magic circles dissolved, the trio was left alone with their thoughts. Was it wise to disclose so much? Aoife asked, her voice tinged with concern. "Even though this is an alternate timeline, it still feels risky. Aaron instructed us to save as many people as possible, regardless of whether this is an alternate timeline or not. I believe we'll be involved in such efforts in the near future. Once things have settled," Keisha said, her voice steady but her eyes scanning the horizon. She paused, then looked up sharply. A resounding noise, the distinctive roar of the Byramites, reverberated above them. "It's starting again. Prepare yourselves. We need to push forward and reach the Brood Queen as soon as she launches her next attack," Keisha directed, her tone tolerating no argument. Ling Feng and Aoife instantly moved to gear up. The brood queen, high above, began spawning billions of smaller biormites. These creatures descended upon Earth in a frenzied swarm, targeting anything within their sight. The supernatural forces braced themselves, prepared to fight to the last breath to protect their world. "Our turn," Keisha declared, her voice cutting through the chaos. With a powerful stroke, she unfurled her wings and soared toward the oncoming insect horde, Aoife and Ling Feng following close behind. "Ling Feng, you're not as strong as we are, so your role will be to support us." "Understood," Ling Feng replied, her tone resolute. She began unleashing wind attacks of varying forms and intensities, directing them at the encroaching swarm of biormites. Ling Feng's wind attacks tore through the swarm of biormites with brutal efficiency. Many of the creatures fell, their bodies shredded or severely wounded. The recent power boost Shed received from the fruit thanks to Kuntuar's help had made her a formidable force, a fact evident in the devastating impact of her attacks. Aoife stepped in, her eyes narrowing with determination. She conjured a barrage of icicles, ice swords, and colossal ice spheres, targeting the injured biormites with pinpoint accuracy. Each icy projectile struck true, finishing off the wounded creatures and ensuring that their suffering came to an end. Keisha joined the fray, her presence a whirlwind of demonic energy. She unleashed dark, searing attacks, and her ability, Whole, allowed her to slice through the biormites with ease, splitting them in half as if they were mere puppets. Her interventions made their task more manageable, clearing a path through the onslaught. Chaos erupted around them as fighter jets roared overhead, and devils, angels, and other supernatural beings engaged in a desperate struggle against the relentless swarm. The battlefield was a mayhem of combat. Some fell immediately, their lives snuffed out in an instant, while others fought valiantly, their strength not enough to turn the tide, but sufficient to hold their ground. "If you want to help them, you may do so," Keisha called out over the din, her gaze fixed ahead. "But I will focus on reaching the brood queen." Her voice carried a note of finality, recognizing Aoife's visible distress over the carnage. The decision was made. While Aoife could choose to help the other fighters, Keisha was determined to confront the source of the threat directly. "ITLL, be quick," Aoife shouted, her voice cutting through the chaos. With a burst of magical energy, she propelled herself toward the Citri group, who looked up in confusion as she arrived. "Who's Saji?" started to ask, but his words were swallowed by the sudden, dramatic action. Aoife drew her sword, Fragarak, and swung it in a powerful arc. The sheer force of the blow cleaved through the air, and a wave of energy eradicated at least half of the biormites in their vicinity. The Citri group stared in stunned silence, their confusion only growing. "Are you?" Saji finally managed, his voice trailing off as he processed the sight before him. "What was that?" he exclaimed, unable to mask his shock. "I think she's from the group Rias mentioned," Sona said, her tone brisk as she refocused on the battle. "But right now it doesn't matter. We need to keep defending." She and her peerage returned to their fight, their determination sharpened. Aoife moved on, targeting her next destination, Valis Group. They were entrenched in combat, struggling alongside other forces. Valley, within the fray, was clearly enjoying himself. The challenge of battling foes of God-class caliber invigorated him, despite the occasional painful hit. His enthusiasm for the fight was evident. "Oi, Vali, we need to bike a shout," was abruptly silenced as a swarm of ice angels erupted into existence. They whirled around, their crystalline wings slicing through the air, their icy presence freezing and shattering the biormites with cold, ruthless efficiency. The Vala team stood in stunned silence, struggling to grasp the sudden onslaught. Before they could even begin to react, Aoife streaked past them. With a single, fluid sweep of her sword, she shattered the remaining ice angels. The fragments exploded outward, decimating another cluster of the insects in a flash. "What the heck, Naya?" Kuroka's voice cracked with surprise, her eyes wide at the rapid, sweeping devastation. Vala Lucifer and Arthur Pendragon watched intently. Their gaze was drawn to Aoife, both fascinated by her display of power and intrigued by the sword she wielded. Each man's mind raced with the prospect of testing their skills against her. Yet, they both understood the moment was not right for such a confrontation. Aoife floated above them, her crimson eyes flashing with a brief, piercing glance before she vanished again. Almost immediately, new ice angels formed, their crystalline wings slicing through the air as they circled and struck the Byramites. The Byramites shattered under the freezing barrage, their bodies breaking apart in a cascade of ice and fragments. Who was that? Vika's voice was filled with disbelief, struggling to comprehend the sudden shift in the battle. I'm not sure, but she's incredibly powerful, Valis said, a grin spreading across his face. Luffy mentioned she was from a different timeline, the one that warned us about these creatures. He gestured toward the chaos surrounding them. Her ability to defeat beings of God class and Satan class so effortlessly makes her a worthy opponent. Ugh, there goes the battle maniac again, Biko sighed, swatting another Byramite away. Huh! Valley raised his arm and began chanting, preparing to enter his juggernaut drive form. He focused on the insects swarming around them, eager for the chance to confront Aoife and test his own abilities. Do you have a plan to take down the Brood Queen? Ling Feng's eyes were locked on the massive insect hovering ominously above Earth. Keisha nodded, a firm, precise motion. For the most part, she began, her voice steady. Aaron, our leader, usually instructs us to hold back. He determines how much power we use in battles. Our mission is to liberate and free the inhabitants of these planets, not destroy them. Ling Feng's eyes narrowed, processing her words. You're saying you've been holding back? Keisha's lips curved into a thin smile. Yes, but tell me, can you survive in space? Her gaze shifted to Ling Feng, curiosity mingling with challenge. Yes, most species in our universe can, to some extent, Ling Feng replied, her tone matter of fact. It's rare for any of us to lack that ability. Surviving and flying in space are almost second nature. Follow me, and we'll finish this quickly, Keisha instructed firmly. You probably can't kill it, so we'll handle that. Your task is to manage the smaller insects it sends our way. She moved forward with purpose. Ling Feng close behind, both passing the enormous insect and entering the space where it hovered with dark intent. As they advanced, resistance grew. The Byramites attacked with increasing ferocity. Keisha led the charge, her strikes cutting through the swarm, clearing the smaller Byramites. Ling Feng fought alongside her, her fan and dagger cutting through the insects. When they reached the Brood Queen's position, the situation escalated. Hundreds of thousands of Byramites rushed towards them in a wild frenzy. Keisha unleashed a series of demonic elemental attacks, each blast disintegrating the insects instantly. Ling Feng's fan and dagger worked in concert, slicing through the swarm. They carved a path through the dense crowd of Byramites, moving closer to the Brood Queen. Keisha pierced through the swarm of smaller insects with her whole ability, appearing above the Brood Queen. The monstrous creature reacted by unleashing a storm of colossal spikes from its back, aimed directly at her. Without moving, Keisha extended her palm and released a barrage of demonic bullets. Each bullet struck a spike mid-air, shattering it into pieces that disintegrated on impact, rendering the Queen's offensive futile. Annoyed by the ineffective response, the Queen increased its attack, sending a new wave of spikes in her direction. Keisha responded by creating additional holes around her, allowing the spikes to pass through these rifts and redirect their energy. The Queen's own projectiles, now intensified by their redirected force, collided with the creature's back. The impact created numerous deep craters, causing the Brood Queen to screech in agony. Keisha observed the scene with a steady gaze, ready to end the conflict to prevent further suffering for those caught in this timeline. Keisha took a deep breath, steadying herself before focusing her energy. In her hand, a small but intensely concentrated sphere of demonic energy began to form. She observed it closely, letting the ball gather more power before she released it with a deliberate push. The sphere shot through space with remarkable speed, heading straight for the Brood Queen. Upon impact, it struck with great bravado against the Queen's back. Just before the explosion occurred, a protective shield enveloped Earth, similar to the one the Helper had created in their own timeline. This unexpected appearance briefly caught Keisha off guard, but she recognized it as the Owlie's intervention from afar. The resulting explosion was enormous, spreading out across the cosmos. However, like Earth, the other planets were shielded by protective barriers, safeguarding them from the devastation. The explosion's intensity lasted for about 3 minutes before gradually diminishing. When the light faded, the Brood Queen was no longer there, leaving only a scorched, lifeless shell behind. The Brood Queen fell, a shudder rippling through the smaller Biromites. Their initial panic was quickly subdued as Keisha regrouped with Ling Feng. Together, they methodically dismantled the remaining threats. They descended from their vantage point, where the chaotic skirmish on Earth continued. Humans and supernatural beings alike fought to eradicate the last of the Biromites. From their new position, they saw the tide turning. Aoife was methodically sweeping through the enemy ranks, her movements precise, avoiding any harm to her allies while she annihilated the remaining Biromites. Her control over her power was evident. Each strike was calculated, aimed to ensure her comrades remained unharmed. Rejoining the fray, Keisha and Ling Feng added their efforts. Within the hour, the brief conflict reached its resolution. Yet, an unspoken understanding lingered. This battle was but a chapter in a larger struggle. Once Aoife's group regrouped with the leaders from both the supernatural and human worlds, a brief silence enveloped the room until Keisha spoke. "This is the start. What I killed was just a brood mother, one of many, and far from the strongest thing from their universe. As I mentioned earlier, the beings from their universe are far more powerful than those from your universe, and you'll need to fight them periodically from now on," Keisha explained, causing another wave of unease among those present. "What can we do to completely stop this?" The president of Russia asked, his brow furrowed deeply. "You need to defeat them, or, at the very least, take down those responsible for this multiversal invasion, such as Fumara or one of the Celestials," Ling Feng replied. She then detailed the ones she was aware of, and once more a heavy silence fell over the assembly. "And on a scale of 1 to 10, how would you rate this Fumara individual?" Another god from the Shinto pantheon asked. Keisha turned toward them and answered flatly, "If the Ouroboros Dragonophis, the Great Red, and the Beast of the Apocalypse are rated a 10, and Shiva is a 9, then Fumara is a 20. This blunt statement left the room silent as the gravity of her words settled in. The gods looked at Keisha, then at the table, trying to process her assessment. But then a bold god broke the silence with, "Are you being serious? How is that even possible?" Why should Keisha cut him off sharply? "If the attack and what that brood mother and its minions did hasn't convinced you, then you're welcome to get yourself killed, but we won't let others suffer the same fate." Ajuka entered the discussion, his tone clipped as he asked, "What's your plan for handling it now? A certain group I knew was supposed to help, but from what I can see, they've been wiped out. There's no point relying on them anymore." His face tightened for a moment, revealing a hint of something darker beneath his controlled demeanor, though he refused to elaborate further. "We can't be sure when the next attack will come, but it's crucial to prepare your strongest fighters immediately. Bring them together, organize, and then take action from there. Our team will go straight to the source and eliminate the threat. We'll keep you informed," or Keisha paused, glancing toward Aoife, who picked up on the silent question. "He'll stay behind to help with training your people, and of course, handle any enemies that appear in the meantime," Aoife said, stepping in without hesitation. "Fine. We're running out of options, so he'll agree to that for now," Surzex responded. A few others quickly followed his lead, though some remained wary. In the end, however, Even those who had hesitated gave in, knowing they couldn't ignore the losses they had already endured during the brief incursion. Aoife's group emerged into the open air, the chill of the evening wrapping around them. Aoife, her face set with concern, spoke first. I understand we all agreed on this plan, but are we genuinely prepared to confront Fumara and attempt to defeat her? Ling Feng nodded, her expression mirroring Aoife's uncertainty. I followed your lead, but do we have the strength to take her on? I'm aware of my own limits, and am uncertain about the rest of you. You're undoubtedly more capable than most, possibly even the Eradicators, but I haven't witnessed your full capabilities. Keisha looked up at the darkening sky, a heavy sigh escaping her lips. It's more beneficial to offer them hope at this moment than to let them fall into despair. This is our best course of action. Leaving Aoife behind to help if further attacks occur is wise. I understand your hesitation. We haven't used the full extent of our abilities yet. However, have faith. Everything will work out. Ling Feng closed her eyes, the weight of their situation pressing down on her. All right, even though we're in an alternate timeline, this is still a test set by Ikibo. Even if we were to die here, it's not a true death, so we can be reassured about that. Aoife folded her arms, a frown etched on her face. That's comforting and all. But how do we even get back to the Phantasma? Aaron was the one who brought us there. Keisha let out a soft chuckle, her gaze returning to Aoife. Fumara has opened the floodgates. All we need to do is locate the portal they used to enter and pass through it ourselves. But be prepared. We'll need to battle through countless waves of enemies just to reach our destination, Keisha explained. Oh well, yeah, that makes sense, Aoife said, nodding with comprehension. All right, they'll stay here and help them. I'm quite curious to see how our actions will alter this place. They'll head out then. Contact me when you're ready to leave, she said, and then vanished from sight. Do you need me to back you up? Ling Feng asked, her tone edged with concern. You know the limits of my power. I couldn't even defeat that brood mother, let alone Fumara or any of her eradicators, she said, her eyes narrowing as she fixed an incredulous gaze on Aoife. You don't need to worry about that, Keisha responded, her voice steady and reassuring. They'll handle her on my own. But you must ensure your own survival. I'd rather not see you fall here. She unfurled her bat-like wings, the motion drawing attention as she looked back at Ling Feng. Let's move. Ling Feng hesitated for a moment, her doubts visible, but eventually she began to float and followed Keisha into the air. With the humans now fully aware of the supernatural, there was no need to be discreet. All the governments around the world were actively informing the public about the existence of supernatural elements, aiming to make the transition as smooth as possible. Keisha and Ling Feng had been soaring through the skies for what felt like an eternity, their journey stretching across the globe. After 30 minutes of continuous flight, they finally located the site where Fumara had opened a gateway between the universes. It was not far from Keisha's earlier estimate. It lay close to the South Pole. As they neared the icy landscape, they saw a large group of enemies gathered there, waiting with a cold patience, like soldiers at rest. There's a substantial number of them, Ling Feng remarked, her gaze fixed on the crowds below. I'm quite certain that a significant portion of them are Hanlagonjans. Keisha turned her attention to Ling Feng, her eyes searching for assurance. Do you think you can handle them? She asked. Ling Feng nodded slowly, her resolve firm. I believe so. With this new power at my disposal, I could likely wipe them out. However, if any of the generals appear, my confidence is uncertain. I might be stronger than some of them, or maybe nothing has changed, or maybe it's just a mental block I've placed on myself, she said, looking at Keisha as she voiced her doubts. It's fine. We'll most likely have reinforcements, Keisha said, her words leaving Ling Feng puzzled. What do you mean? Ling Feng asked, raising an eyebrow in confusion. Keisha returned her gaze with a reassuring smile and shook her head. As I mentioned, they'll appear when the moment is right. Trust me on this. For now, let's begin. But first, let me get in touch with Aoife, she said, conjuring a communication magic circle. We're ready. We've located the portal at the South Pole. Make sure to check the northern regions as well, or even the rest of the world if you have the chance. Roger that. I'm heading there now, Aoife replied before the magic circle vanished. All right, Keisha murmured softly as she extended her arms out to either side. From them, two powerful orbs of demonic energy emerged, crackling with force. She opened her eyes and fixed her gaze on the unmoving army before them. The first move is ours, Keisha, then unleashed the two orbs at separate locations. They sped toward the army with a velocity that was beyond the army's ability to react. Mere moments later, colossal explosions of black and red erupted at various points across the South Pole, shattering the ice and obliterating countless Hanlagongans. The sudden devastation startled the army from the phantasma, causing them to turn their attention toward Keisha and Ling Feng. Keisha raised her right arm to the side once more, and this time, numerous holes appeared around the Hanlagongans. From these holes, a barrage of attacks in various shapes and sizes emerged. They struck the Hanlagongans or the surrounding area, exploding and eliminating more of the foreign invaders. Let's go. I've wiped out at least 3/4 of them, Keisha shouted as she shot toward the portal. Ling Feng, stunned by the rapid turn of events, quickly followed after Keisha. They flew through the scene of destruction, their path marked by the continued elimination of enemies. Yet, as Ling Feng had anticipated, one of the generals from Fengyun Fudi appeared, determined to stop their advance. The man began to speak, but his words were abruptly cut off. Keisha covered her left arm in a demonic aura and unleashed a devastating attack on him, ending his life instantly. Wah! That was General Galen of Bai Di Cheng. You just killed him like that? Ling Feng exclaimed, stunned by the sudden and brutal end of one of the high-ranking generals. There's no time for grief or surprise, Keisha said urgently. We're approaching our objective. I sense more generals heading our way. Be ready to confront them as well. As if on cue, additional generals appeared, determined to block their path. Ling Feng's eyes widened as she recognized the new arrivals. It's Generals Chengxi, Kaiyang, and Bane. I'm confident I can take on General Chengxi. Then I'll handle the other two, Keisha declared. She accelerated and vanished from Ling Feng's view, already having taken Kaiyang and Bane with her. It seems you have chosen to betray us, Ling Feng, Chengxi declared, her body enveloped in a swirling mix of black and white energy. You will face the consequences for your treachery. She roared, sending a serpentine wave of energy toward Ling Feng. Ling Feng responded quickly, summoning her paper fan and swinging it with accuracy. The fan sliced through Chengxi's attack, dispersing it and catching the general off guard. Seizing the moment, Ling Feng closed the distance between them and delivered a powerful knee strike to Chengxi's stomach, sending her sprawling backward. Ling Feng was uncertain if her move would be successful, but she was pleasantly surprised by the result. The boost in her power had evidently made a significant impact, and she sensed that Chengxi had underestimated her strength, which had allowed her to neutralize the attack so effectively. Ling Feng, Chengxi shouted, snapping out of her stunned state and charging back at Ling Feng. But before she could close the gap, Ling Feng unleashed a flurry of wind-driven slashes, barato Chengxi into a defensive stance. As Chengxi attempted to block the incoming strike, she was stunned by the impact of the attack. This shocking turn of events forced her to recognize the seriousness of the situation. Chengxi had never imagined that Ling Feng, whom she had always considered insignificant, could become such a powerful opponent. Now, she was locked in a fierce battle with her. I will eliminate you before you can fully harness your abilities. We deliberately restrained you to prevent your true potential from emerging, Chengxi declared, leaving Ling Feng baffled. Bloodline? What's she talking about? My parents were not part of any prominent lineage on our world, Ling Feng pondered, narrowly evading several energy-charged strikes from Chengxi, who was clearly losing her composure. Ling Feng dodged a few more attacks before spinning and delivering a powerful kick to Chengxi's neck, causing it to crack slightly and sending her flying. Seizing the opportunity, Ling Feng unleashed a single, massive slash that cut through the air and hurtled toward Chinx's airborne body. As Ling Feng began to grapple with the situation, more and more Hanlagonjans, along with other creatures from her universe, emerged from the portal, converging on her position. The sight of this overwhelming influx caused her to tense up, and she was thrown backward by Chinx's powerful strike. Ha ha ha! We have been planning this for a long time. Chengxi laughed, her voice filled with triumph. After discovering this universe, we dedicated more of our resources to take control. Madame Fumara enlisted Rank 4 and Rank 2 of the Eradicators to assist in the takeover, Chengxi declared, launching a new wave of attacks toward Ling Feng. Ling Feng took a moment to regain her composure and countered Chinx's attack with several sharp wind slashes from her fan, which cut through the incoming threats. Yet, as she considered her options for dealing with a multitude of approaching enemies, her anxiety grew. She remained on edge, awaiting the next move with mounting tension. Suddenly, a glowing magic communication circle appeared beside Ling Feng, and Keisha's voice came through clearly. As I mentioned earlier, reinforcements should be arriving soon. As if in response, Ling Feng's shadow began to stretch and grow on the ground. From this shadow, several figures emerged, their eyes glowing as they looked around. These figures took on the forms of knights, mages, and archers. Before Ling Feng could fully understand what was happening, the knights seemed to disappear from view. Moments later, a shocking display of destruction erupted around her. The knights struck with unseen bravado, cutting down their enemies. At the same time, the shadowy mages and archers started their attack on the enemies surrounding Ling Feng. Centurato, the attack from these reinforcements brought a sudden and brutal end to the advancing forces. Shadow soldiers, I heard that woman Aoife call these things, Ling Feng muttered to herself, her gaze flickering uneasily. She had caught glimpses of these shadowy figures before, but whenever she tried to focus on them directly, they vanished, leaving her with the unsettling feeling that they were quietly observing her every movement. Were these things? Chengxi demanded, her voice a mix of horror and fury. She turned her gaze sharply toward Ling Feng, charging at her with a snarl. Blood dripped steadily from her injured hand, leaving a dark trail as she moved forward. Ling Feng shifted her attention to Chengxi, but before she could react, a shadowy knight emerged from the darkness. In a swift motion, the figure struck Chengxi and vanished as quickly as it had appeared. Chengxi stared in shock, struggling to comprehend the sudden loss, her screams piercing the air as she realized what had happened. Seizing the moment, Ling Feng advanced toward Chengxi, her fan slicing through the air with a powerful swing aimed directly at her. Chengxi had only a fleeting instant to react, managing to leap backward just in time. However, Ling Feng's fan still grazed her neck, leaving a thin but painful cut that caused blood to flow down. Chengxi clutched at her neck desperately, trying to stop the bleeding, but her efforts were in vain. Her eyes burned with anger as she glared at Ling Feng, but before she could act on her rage, Ling Feng's eyes narrowed with determination as she prepared for her final strike. Ling Feng moved faster than Chengxi could anticipate, appearing behind her. She snapped her fan shut, and almost immediately, a massive green vortex sprang to life where Chengxi had been standing. The tornado's bravado whipped Chengxi into the air, its powerful winds tearing at her clothes and battering her. The swirling currents violently tossed her about, lifting and throwing her across the area. Centurato, but she quickly pushed aside her discomfort, focusing on the ongoing battle. "Took you long enough," Keisha said, her voice cutting through the tense silence as she appeared beside Ling Feng, causing her to jump slightly in surprise. Ling Feng's expression was a mixture of confusion and concern as she glanced between Keisha and the battlefield, silently asking what had happened to the other two generals. Keisha's lips curled into a knowing smile. "I've already dealt with them. I watched your fight from a distance." Ling Feng's eyes widened in alarm. Did you kill them?" "Yes," Keisha said, her tone serious. "I offered them a chance to live if they stepped aside. They refused, too terrified of Fumara to defy her. Now I need to focus on her, or more likely, one of the eradicators, she explained. Ling Feng muttered. Lord Virion? Keisha nodded. There's a good chance of that. We might end up facing a version of Feng Yun Fudi from here on. Prepare yourself. It might be a different version of you, she warned, gesturing toward the portal. Let's move forward. We'll leave the rest to the shadow soldiers. Ling Feng remained silent as she and Keisha moved toward the portal. Her eyes scanned the scene around them, taking in the sight of countless Hamlaganjans and other creatures being driven back in the conflict. The aftermath of the struggle was visible all around them, a grim reminder of the turmoil that had unfolded. Despite her awareness of the horrors, Ling Feng felt a deep, gnawing sense of resignation. Her actions had irrevocably severed her ties, whether in this reality or her own, and now, remorse offered no solace. When they reached the portal, Keisha glanced at Ling Feng without saying a word. Ling Feng met her gaze with a resolute nod, her expression reflecting a blend of resolve and acceptance. Then, without further hesitation, they stepped into the shimmering gateway. As soon as they crossed into the new universe, Keisha extended her hand. A massive barrier of demonic ice formed instantly before them, blocking a stray projectile that had hurtled in their direction. Ling Feng's eyes widened in astonishment at the scene before her. Her initial expectation had been the familiar landscape of Feng Yun Fudi, but instead, she was met with a world on the brink of collapse. The sky burned a deep crimson, streaked with dark red lightning, and the air was filled with the sounds of distant battles, clashes, and explosions. This place isn't any better, Keisha commented as she scanned their surroundings. It seems like there's complete chaos here. I wonder what's caused this mess. She turned her gaze to her own shadow and instructed, please scout the planet quickly and gather some information for us. From her shadow, a shadow soldier emerged, a stealthy figure known as a shadow assassin. It gave a nod and then disappeared into the surroundings. Keisha glanced back at Ling Feng and asked, what's your take on this? You know this planet better than anyone. What do you think happened here? Ling Feng snapped out of her thoughts, her expression troubled. I don't know, this isn't right at all. I need to find out what's gone wrong here. Her voice trembled with the distress of seeing her home planet in such a dire state. Understood, Keisha replied, but we'll need to wait for a while. The shadow soldier will be gathering information, and although they move quickly, it will take some time to get the details we need. Let's find a safer location to wait. The shadow soldier will be able to locate us when they're ready. She began to lead Ling Feng away, searching for a secure spot where they could wait. Chapter 25, Part 5, Ilona. The Wishmaker, third-person point of view after a tense wait of 10 minutes. Ling Feng's patience was on edge. The shadow soldier reappeared in front of them, and Ling Feng, unable to contain her urgency, demanded, what's happening on my planet? The shadow soldier's gaze flicked between Ling Feng and Keisha, who responded with a subtle nod. The soldier then turned back to Ling Feng and began to relay the information. Based on the data I've compiled, it appears a civil war has erupted following some deep-seated disagreements. One faction has emerged, led by the Huoshan Rinqing from Ishidu. Meanwhile, another faction is under the command of Zhao Quan. As for the Eradicator Virion Demon, he has disappeared without a trace. His current location remains a complete mystery. Ling Feng's reaction was immediate and intense. Her hand tightened into a fist, the tension visible in every muscle. Do you have any further specifics? She pressed, her voice edged with frustration. The situation is dire. The generals Leora and Milt are also unaccounted for. No one knows where they are. There are speculations that they might have gone with Virion Demon, but these are just rumors at this point, the shadow soldier elaborated, his tone revealing the gravity of the situation. However, the shadow soldier continued, it seems that one of the Celestials is present on your planet. According to its own reflections, this entity appears to have been the catalyst for the conflict. The specifics are not entirely clear to me at this moment, so perhaps you and Keisha-sama should begin your investigation there. A Celestial is here? Ling Feng's voice was a mix of disbelief and alarm, her shock evident. Keisha shared in the astonishment brought on by this revelation. However, as the words settled, another thought occurred to her, prompting her to voice it aloud. Is this what Aaron was referring to when he mentioned that the situation was more complex? As Celestial's involvement, does this mean that in our original universe Ling Feng quickly grasped the implication and responded? The conflict that might happen in our own universe could soon mirror what's happening here. We need to find out more about this situation and identify who is truly behind it. I doubt it's solely the Celestial. Thank you, Keisha said, addressing the Shadow Soldier. Please go and gather more details for us. We'll proceed on our own for now. The Shadow Soldier nodded in acknowledgement before vanishing from sight. Keisha turned to Ling Feng and added, "You lead the way. In with you on whatever you decide. I'd like to confront and perhaps deal with this Celestial immediately." But Ling Feng cut in with urgency. "Let's go and confront Zhao Quan first. I don't care which side is deemed right. I need to understand why he's instigating all of this." Keisha acknowledged Ling Feng's urgency, but added, "That's a valid point, but keep in mind different timelines can bring about different motivations. The Zhao Quan in this universe might have reasons that differ from those of the Zhao Quan we know." Ling Feng's response was tense, but resolute. "I understand," she said. They left their position and began to fly away, keeping their altitude low to avoid detection or interruption from the ongoing battles around the planet. After several minutes of flying and tuning into the distant sounds of ongoing battles, Ling Feng and Keisha pinpointed Zhao Quan's location in the capital city of the planet. They made their way there, but the sight that greeted them upon arrival was far from what Ling Feng remembered. The city had been transformed beyond recognition. The once familiar skyline was now dominated by an enormous barrier that enveloped the entire city. Beyond this barrier, towering walls stretched up, adorned with magical spikes. Watchtowers rose above the landscape, each one manned by guards. These guards were armed with what appeared to be highly advanced firearms. The weapons, held firmly in their hands, suggested a sophisticated level of technology. They seemed to operate with some sort of liquid power source, adding a layer of complexity to their design. A world with martial arts, yet they use guns? Keisha observed, her eyes fixed on the weapons with a mix of surprise and curiosity. It looks like these guns are powered by some kind of liquid. Life force, Quinn, is the type of energy that most of us use, Ling Feng explained. However, since many of us are born with the shadow, darkness manipulation, or both, we don't often rely on it. Mastery of Quinn can lead to significant power, but it hasn't been utilized in this way before due to its dangerous nature, especially for those who are less skilled. Keisha looked intrigued and asked, "When you mention Quinn, is it similar to Qi, or as you said, life force?" "Yes," Ling Feng confirmed. "It flows through all our bodies. But now, they're using it in their bullets, which is troubling. To some, this might even be considered a form of martial arts, despite how unconventional it seems. The gunfu style, I believe Kuroka referred to it as that," Keisha said. Ling Feng gave Keisha a puzzled look, but then shook her head, dismissing the remark. She then asked, "Can you try to locate Zhao Quan? Theoretically, he should be the most powerful person in the city, so it shouldn't be too difficult for you." "I doubt I can pinpoint his exact location myself." Keisha agreed and started to concentrate. She began searching throughout the entire city, focusing on the specific energy she had in mind. It didn't take long for her to find it. Before relaying the information to Ling Feng, she decided to assess the energy levels. To her surprise, Zhao Quan's power was slightly below that of Shiva. She had expected him to be more powerful and concluded that he might be suppressing his true strength. "I found him, but he might be hiding his power," Keisha reported. "For what I remember, he's in the meeting room where Aaron's team had their encounter with Virion." She continued scanning for other powerful individuals. Eventually, Keisha detected 3 more individuals, though they were mostly dispersed throughout the same building where Zhao Quan was located. She promptly relayed this information to Ling Feng. "Anything specific?" Ling Feng inquired, her tone reflecting a sense of urgency. No, I only picked up their levels of power. I can't see through walls or anything like that, Keisha responded. But I can do this. As she spoke, another shadow soldier emerged from her shadow. Can you go and check on those three and take note of their appearances? She directed. The shadow soldier nodded and instantly disappeared to carry out the task. Ling Feng looked at Keisha with a hint of apprehension. How many of these shadow soldiers do you actually have? She asked, her voice betraying her uncertainty. She had braced herself for an astronomical number, thinking in the millions, but Keisha reassured her that the number was around 10,000. How is that any better? Ling Feng asked, her disbelief evident. Keisha chuckled softly. It's definitely better than the millions he suggested. Although, it's worth noting that some did take Aaron up on his offer. He's ridiculously overprotective, Ling Feng remarked, shaking her head in disbelief at the absurdity of the situation. They stood in tense silence for about 2 minutes before the shadow soldier reappeared, silently emerging from the darkness. Without delay, it described the 3 individuals it had observed. Ling Feng listened closely, but confusion quickly creased her brow. I've never heard of those 3 before. Are you sure about this? Yes, I'm certain, the shadow soldier confirmed. I can show you my memories by projecting them onto the wall behind you. Ling Feng nodded, curiosity clear in her expression. A soft glow emitted from the shadow soldier's chest, illuminating the area as it projected the memories. The first image revealed a towering figure, nearly 8 feet tall, resembling a grotesque fusion of human and insect. The creature was dressed in punk rock gear leather, studs, and chains clashing with its insectoid features. The second figure was even more bizarre, a woman resembling a walking dolphin, wrapped in a frilly skirt and elaborate dress that seemed ridiculous on her aquatic form. The last figure was the strangest of all, a humanoid chicken, moving with a swagger that defied any sense of logic or seriousness. What in the world am I even looking at? Keisha muttered, unable to mask her confusion. The absurdity of the scene left both of them struggling to grasp how these odd characters could be involved in anything significant. From what I gathered, their names are Biazar for the humanoid insect, Joplin for the dolphin, and Clucker for the chicken, the shadow soldier explained. Clucker, that's amusing, Keisha murmured to herself, a trace of amusement in her voice as she considered the chicken's name. She shook her head and turned to Ling Feng, who still looked puzzled. Which one do we go after first? As I mentioned earlier, it's up to you. Ling Feng snapped out her thoughts, fixed her gaze on Keisha, and replied, let's target the insect Biazard. He looks like the most aggressive of the group, at least based on his appearance. She then turned to the shadow soldier and asked, can you lead us to him? Yes, of course. Please follow me. The shadow soldier responded and began to move away. He guided them through the city, making sure they stayed hidden and avoided detection. Whenever they encountered a guard or anyone who blocked their path, the shadow soldier efficiently neutralized the obstacle, allowing Ling Feng and Keisha to continue without interruption. They eventually arrived at a spacious room adorned with lavish decorations, the opulence of the surroundings contrasting sharply with the grim scene before them. Biazart was the only occupant, seated at a grand table covered in the aftermath of a terrible ordeal. The sight was unsettling and ominous, still arranged haphazardly, and Biazart seemed to be consuming them with a disturbing satisfaction. The sight caused both women to narrow their eyes in revulsion and disbelief. The shadow soldier who had accompanied them melded back into the darkness of Keisha's shadow as they focused their attention on Biazart. He remained engrossed in his grim feast, ignoring their presence. Unable to contain her frustration, Ling Feng raised her voice, demanding answers. Who are you? Tell me why Zhao Quan is doing this. At last, Biazart lifted his gaze. His many eyes locked onto Ling Feng, and a slow, menacing chuckle escaped him. Why should I know? I was merely hired by Zhao Quan to eliminate his enemies. In return, I was permitted to feast on their remains to increase my strength. This arrangement has proven quite profitable, and I have grown significantly stronger because of it. Ling Feng glared at Biazart, her frustration evident. She drew out her fan and launched a barrage of wind blades at him. Bayazart's expression turned into a smirk as he countered her attack. With a wave of his hand, he summoned a swarm of small insects shaped like shurikens. These insects raced toward the wind blades, meeting them directly and causing a series of small explosions. Before the dust from the explosion had even begun to settle, Bayazart vanished from his position, reappearing behind Ling Feng with a sudden, deadly swipe of his sharp claws aimed directly at her. His intention was clear: to end the confrontation quickly. However, his attack was blocked when Keisha's leg intercepted his strike. To Bayazart's astonishment, the impact left no mark on Keisha's leg. While Bayazart began, his voice filled with disbelief. Before he could finish, Keisha's leg lashed out, breaking his claw's grip and slamming into his face with such force that it sent him crashing through several walls of the building, his form disappearing from view. "So much for being stealthy," Keisha remarked, watching the path Bayazart had been flung along. "That should alert everyone else to our presence. We need to prepare ourselves. We'll have to defeat everyone here before we can confront that Ceresteal." She stood ready, her gaze fixed on the direction where Bayazart had been sent flying, preparing for the challenges ahead. "Understood," Ling Feng responded, though there was a hint of surprise in her voice. Realizing how easily her attacks had been neutralized, "Don't let it bother you too much. Leave these opponents to me and go meet with Zhao Quan. He'll send a shadow soldier with you as a precaution," Keisha suggested. Her stern expression left no room for disagreement. Ling Feng nodded in agreement and quickly set off, the shadow soldier merging into her shadow as she departed. Bayazart charged back at Keisha, his remaining claw now larger and more menacing, aimed directly at her. Keisha stayed composed and extended her hand in front of her, creating a hole in the space before her. Bayazart's enlarged claw pierced through the opening, and Keisha quickly shut it, stopping him from coming through. She sidestepped his charge and brought her foot down sharply into his side, sending him crashing into a wall with a resounding impact. He tumbled to the ground, emitting strange, guttural shrieks of rage and pain while fixing a venomous glare at Keisha. Keisha formed several additional holes, each one methodically targeting Bayazart's limbs. She created one around his neck, allowing it to slowly close in on him. As she approached, she asked, "So, was that the only reason you took this job? What about the other two?" With his life slipping away, Bayazart gave up. He recognized when the fight was lost and made no attempt to resist further. His confidence had been built on his past victories, and it had made him somewhat complacent. "I don't know much about the others. I accepted this job purely for the money and the opportunity to gain power. You understand the rules of our universe, don't you? It's survival of the fittest. If you're defeated or taken out, it just means you weren't strong enough. It's as simple as that," he said, smirking despite his dire situation. Keisha couldn't detect any deception in his words. With a sigh, she ended his life swiftly and turned around, sensing the approach of the other two hired individuals closing in on her position. Moments later, the dolphin and the chicken appeared before Keisha, their expressions a mix of alarm and rage. "So someone would come here so recklessly. You've got some nerve, woman cluck," the chicken said, glaring at Keisha with a mix of anger and contempt. Keisha raised an eyebrow, amused by the peculiar cluck at the end of the chicken's statement. It reminded her of Kuroka's habit of adding Naya to her sentences. She then turned her attention to the dolphin, which was opening and closing its mouth rapidly. It appeared to be speaking, but the sounds it made were unintelligible to her. "Why did you come to this planet?" Keisha asked abruptly, catching both of them off guard. "We have a job, cluck," the chicken replied, his tone blunt and dismissive. "It pays well. What more is there to life?" He continued, his attitude both rude and unapologetic. Keisha shook her head, her expression cold as she summoned more demonic aura around her hands. She fixed her gaze on the two figures before her. "Well, I have my own tasks. Let's finish this quickly." The chicken and the dolphin assumed their combat stances, their intent clear. Their mission was vital: They could not let a stranger who had already caused so much damage roam freely. If they failed, Zhao Quan's plans and the conflict he had started could be disrupted. Without hesitation, the chicken moved forward, creating a sword from feathers that glowed with a sharp, white light. It swung the weapon, aiming to cut down Keisha. At the same time, the dolphin shot a powerful jet of water, a strong stream, designed to incapacitate her quickly. Keisha reacted, directing her hand toward her attackers. She unleashed two massive orbs of demonic aura, each one filled with destructive power. The chicken, focused on its attack, managed to sidestep one of the orbs, but the other struck its target. The edge of its barato took a serious hit, though the full extent of the injury had not yet registered. The chicken continued its assault, unaware of the severity of the damage. Keisha promptly conjured a hole and directed it toward the dolphin's assault. The powerful jet of water passed through the hole, vanishing from sight. In an instant, Keisha reappeared behind the dolphin, driving her foot into its back with a powerful strike. The impact sent the dolphin hurtling away. The chicken, taken aback by the speed of her movement, refocused its attention. It aimed its feathered sword and unleashed a beam of white energy. Keisha responded with a surge of demonic aura, the two forces meeting in a violent clash. The collision triggered a powerful explosion that heavily damaged the room and a large part of the building. As the dust cleared, a wide crater marked where the room once stood. The chicken, still hurt from the earlier attack, finally felt the pain and held its injured barato, attempting to heal it, but to no avail. Frustration etched on its face. Its gaze shifted to the dolphin, now lifeless on the ground. Shock washed over the chicken as it realized the dolphin's end was caused by its own attack. Above the corpse, the hole Keisha had created was clear. She had skillfully redirected the stream of water back onto its source. "What's the matter? Not going to keep fighting?" Keisha taunted, her voice cutting through the clamor. "I heard from Bayazart that none of you are particularly close, that you are just here for the job. So why are you so upset about your companion's death?" Her words were aimed to provoke, and Clucker the chicken responded with a fierce glare, his anger evident. Clucker remained silent, his focus narrowed. Ignoring the severe wound on his shoulder, he launched himself at Keisha with renewed urgency. Despite his increased speed, Keisha matched his movements effortlessly. He attempted to maneuver around her, but his efforts were in vain. Each swing of his feathered sword sent droplets of blood spraying from his injured shoulder. With every strike, his strength waned, and the ease with which Keisha evaded his blows increased. She moved with calculated accuracy, her energy barely taxed as she sidestepped his desperate attempts. Gradually, Clucker's movements grew sluggish. Exhaustion took its toll, and he collapsed to his knees, his strength spent. His reckless attacks had drained him, his blood loss clear in the weakening of his efforts. Despite the danger, he pressed on, driven by the loss of a comrade, one who had accompanied him on numerous assignments. "She was a good friend, and I always knew this was our end." "I'm just furious it came from such a pitiful failure," Clucker rasped, resignation overtaking the earlier defiance. He had realized, perhaps too late, that fighting Keisha was a losing battle from the start. The difference between their capabilities was undeniable now, and his earlier arrogance had faded into reluctant acceptance. "Tell me, do you know anything about the Celestial lurking on this planet?" Keisha's voice remained cold, her palm raised toward Clucker as a dark orb of demonic aura began to spiral and expand. "Celestial? No, I had no clue one was even present," he answered, his tone carrying a sincerity that was difficult to dismiss. Keisha's gaze sharpened, distrust creeping into her expression. "You expect me to believe that?" Clucker gave a hoarse laugh, shaking his head in a defeated manner. "Believe it or don't. Makes no difference now. I might look odd, maybe I even act in a way that doesn't match the usual mercenary, but there's still a line I want crossed. Our code demands we fall in combat, not beg for our lives or jump ship. I want to grace myself like that." "I see." Keisha responded flatly before unleashing the gathered energy in her palm. The resulting explosion obliterated everything in its vicinity, reducing both Clucker and Joplin to ashes as the remains of the structure collapsed under the force. Dust and debris hung momentarily in the air before settling, leaving a massive crater where the building once stood. With that task done, Keisha turned her attention to the location of Zhao Quan's energy. Ling Feng's presence there was unmistakable too, signaling that their confrontation was well underway. Without delay, Keisha moved toward them. Upon arrival, she observed the intense struggle between the two. Ling Feng's body was littered with scratches, cuts, and bruises, while Zhao Quan, though less battered, still bore several deep slashes. His expression twisted in fury, eyes blazing with hostility as he continued his assault. Noticing Keisha, Zhao Quan launched a dense orb of dark energy in her direction, hoping to catch her off guard. She deflected it with an almost indifferent motion, leaving him visibly stunned. That brief moment of shock gave Ling Feng an opening. She surged forward, fan ready, and struck Zhao Quan with all her might. The blow sent him hurtling backward, but her frustration grew despite her strength. The attack didn't defeat him as Shed hoped. Instead, he was merely knocked away, irritating her as she prepared to press on. "This is..." Zhao Quan roared, his voice reverberating with anger as he unleashed a barrage of energy blasts from behind him. Shadows gathered into several sword-like shapes, their dark edges shimmering menacingly. For the future of Feng Yun Fudi, Virion has lost his way, and we must follow Madame Fumara's commands. Disobeying her will lead to our destruction. Ling Feng recognized the truth in Zhao Quan's words, but the idea of igniting a civil war and destroying their planet in the process made the situation even more dire. She gritted her teeth, her resolve solidifying as she directed powerful gusts of wind from her fan. Each slash of wind cut through the air, aimed directly at Zhao Quan, who was too focused on his own anger to notice. "You cannot refuse." Zhao Quan began to shout, but his words were abruptly interrupted as Keisha appeared behind him. Without hesitation, she drove her foot into his back with force, sending him crashing into the path of Ling Feng's attack. Unprepared, Centurado, as Zhao Quan collapsed to the ground, grunting in agony, he looked up at the two women who had come to confront him. They expected him to surrender, but instead, a powerful energy burst from his body, throwing them backwards. He started to stand up as more energy flowed from him. His body began to change, his arms and physique altering dramatically. "You dare get in my way?" he roared, his voice full of anger and conviction. "I am creating a perfect world for this planet and its people." As Zhao Quan's transformation continued, Keisha acted quickly. She conjured a massive sphere of demonic aura and launched it at him. The sphere collided with the energy surrounding Zhao Quan. To their surprise, it shattered the barrier and struck Zhao Quan's body, causing a massive explosion that destroyed the building they were in. Ling Feng stood there in shock, stunned by Keisha's intervention and the destruction it wrought. As the dust settled, a jagged wound had torn across Zhao Quan's barato, but he remained standing. His eyes narrowed at the two, every breath labored. "You pest," he spat before toppling onto his back, gaze locking onto the bleak sky above. "It was all for peace," he rasped, his voice trailing off into a whisper. Both women approached, their steps echoing in the silence that followed the destruction. Keisha, looking down at his broken figure, demanded, "Why? Why did you push everything to this point? Do you really think would believe you now?" Zhao Quan didn't offer a response. His gaze stayed fixed on the sky as the final moments of his life slipped away. He refused to let them hear anything more, his convictions buried deep with him. Like Virion, he would cling to his ideals even in death. "The sky," he murmured, a faint smile playing on his lips, "is beautifully blue today." With those words, Zhao Quan's body went still, his expression oddly content. Keisha's expression darkened as she noticed Zhao Quan's eyes were still open, staring blankly at the sky. She crouched beside him and gently closed his eyes with a somber expression. Rising to her feet, she turned to Ling Feng, whose face was marked by distress. Our next goal is to locate the Cersteel. I suspect that finding it will lead us to Virion and the others, Keisha stated firmly. Ling Feng, still grappling with the aftermath of the confrontation, nodded in agreement, her voice caught in a tangle of thoughts. She had little to say, her mind swirling with confusion and unease. Keisha, wings unfurled and glowing with a faint, otherworldly light, ascended into the air. Ling Feng followed, their flight taking them in the direction of a peculiar energy signature that Keisha had sensed. No longer concerned with stealth, they advanced with purpose. The closer they got, the more Keisha felt an unsettling sensation in her gut. This, she realized, might not just be about saving the universe, but understanding the true nature of the turmoil on Fengyan Fudi. They had failed to intervene in this timeline, and now they faced the consequences. The trial, she suspected, was not merely a test of strength, but a revelation of the deeper forces at play. Upon reaching their destination, they found themselves near the edge of the forest, the very place they had explored at the beginning of their journey. Ling Feng's gaze swept over the familiar landscape. Why we come here? This is the area of passing. This is where I sense the energy, Keisha responded, her eyes fixed on the grand entrance before them. The Cersteel is likely in this location. Let's proceed. Without waiting for further discussion, Keisha advanced toward the entrance. They crossed a small lake, its surface reflecting the sky, and ascended a series of large white stairs adorned with golden lotus flowers. As they climbed, delicate white curtains appeared around them, fluttering gently in the breeze. Reaching the golden lotuses, Keisha placed her hand upon them. In an instant, the surroundings transformed, taking them to an entirely new location. Ling Feng, taken aback by the sudden change, stared around in bewilderment. What is this place? I've never encountered anything like this before, she stammered, her voice betraying her astonishment. Keisha remained silent, but she extended her arm in front of Ling Feng, leaving her perplexed. Before them stood a lone figure, hunched over and sobbing softly. The figure commands attention with an air of strict authority. Dressed in white robes accented by deep violet and gold, her outfit balances elegance with a firm design. Sharp lines extend from her form, hinting at an armored core beneath the flowing layers. Gold and metal details run along her garments, perfectly aligned with the complex clockwork halo spinning behind her. A golden visor partly covers her face, hiding all but a subtle expression, while silver-white hair cascades in neatly arranged ribbons. In her hand, she holds a thin staff, more symbol than weapon, with angular designs matching those throughout her attire. Behind her, rotating rings and arcs create a dynamic scene, marking her as the center of control, as though she is the fixed point in a world of constant movement. Keisha had activated her ring's scanning function, and with a tense voice, she said, "That's the Cersteel Ilona, the Wishmaker. But strange, if she has the power to grant wishes, why would she allow such devastation to befall this world?" As if in response to Keisha's words, the weeping figure abruptly ceased. Ilona looked up with a sorrowful expression and whispered, "I'm sorry." Before either of them could react, she was enveloped in a surge of dark and violet energy. The overwhelming force lasted only a few seconds, and when it dissipated, a different figure stood before them. Stood tall in obsidian armor that swallowed light, with sharp edges and gold inlays accentuating its ominous elegance. A royal blue cape flowed from the shoulders, contrasting against the dark armor, pulsing with an almost otherworldly energy. A crown of sharp spires adorned with deep blue gemstones sat atop the figure's head, a mask concealing their face entirely, deepening the air of mystery. In one hand, a long, tapered sword rested against the ground, its edge gleaming dangerously. The backdrop was a burst of gold and darkness, framing the figure like the center of a frozen star. At their feet, vibrant blue flowers bloomed, delicate against the cold, imposing armor above. Keisha stared at the new figure, her eyes wide with disbelief. Ling Feng, noticing the change in her expression, looked at her with concern and asked, "What's wrong? Why do you look like that?" Keisha swallowed hard, trying to gather her thoughts. Before replying, "Have you ever thought about how people have different faces they show to different people? For instance, one face for their family, another for their friends, and then a different one for the world at large, a true self that remains hidden for view?" Ling Feng's confusion deepened as she listened. Keisha continued, "This situation is a bit like that. Ilona, who you thought was one person, is actually something entirely different. What stands before us now is not her true self, but rather a being known as Cinder Silk, the songstress of soured wishes." Ling Feng stood motionless, her mind struggling to grasp the implications. The idea of soured wishes that desires granted might come with hidden malice or adverse consequences left her in stunned silence. Without warning, Cinder Silk raised her sword high and brought it crashing down. A massive streak of darkness shot toward Keisha and Ling Feng, compelling them to dive out of the way. The attack cleaved through the space around them, leaving Ling Feng in awe. She had never imagined being attacked by celestial creatures she had only heard of in old tales and legends. The reality of it was both shocking and terrifying. As the dark slashes continued to fly at them, Ling Feng struggled to keep up. The strikes were coming fast, but surprisingly, they were not as fast as she had anticipated. Each attack seemed to follow a predictable arc, giving them a chance to evade. Keisha's voice cut through Ling Feng's surprise. "If they're anything like the gods we know, not all of them are fighters. Their combat skills might not match ours. We probably have more fighting experience. Remember that, and let's take this thing down." Keisha lunged forward, her resolve driving her as she summoned a barrage of demonic aura and hurled it at Cinder Silk. Yet before the attacks could reach their target, Cinder Silk opened its mouth and an unsettling, haunting melody spilled out. As the eerie notes filled the air, each of Keisha's projectiles was encased in undulating bubbles, which neutralized and obliterated them. Frustration marked her face. Keisha extended her hand and created a hole around one of Cinder Silk's arms, attempting to close it and sever the limb. The maneuver succeeded in slicing the arm from the celestial's body, but to her irritation, the limb quickly regenerated. Ling Feng joined the battle, wielding her fan with precise movements. She unleashed a series of sharp wind slashes aimed directly at Cinder Silk. However, the celestial countered with a barrage of dark purple force that surged from its body, intercepting Ling Feng's attacks. The wave of energy not only deflected her strikes, but also converged on the two women, forcing them to brace for the relentless barrage. Keisha extended her focus and conjured multiple holes, drawing the incoming attacks into them before creating several more around Cinder Silk and redirecting her own attacks back at the celestial. Cinder Silk responded by unleashing a fresh wave of the same attack, resulting in a massive explosion where their forces met. The impact sent a series of sword slashes hurtling towards them, prompting the two women to evade the incoming threats. Keisha had resolved to end the confrontation, yet she was driven by a need for answers. The insights gained from this alternate timeline could potentially benefit their own reality. Despite her intentions, Keisha had not attempted to communicate with the celestial, believing such efforts would be futile and unproductive. "Why?" Ling Feng screamed in frustration, drawing her fan back and swinging it with great force. An enormous green tornado surged towards Cinder Silk, the wind howling with raw power. "Are you the one responsible for all this?" she demanded, her voice filled with urgency. To their astonishment, Cinder Silk smirked in response, a hint suggesting that Ling Feng's accusation might hold some truth. Yet this revelation raised further questions. Why would Cinder Silk engage in such destruction? Was it driven by amusement or some other motive entirely? "Answer us," Ling Feng demanded fiercely as she charged towards Cinder Silk. "Stop," Keisha shouted, but her voice was drowned out by the sudden, harsh reality. The instant Ling Feng crossed the threshold, a powerful, unseen barato struck her down in a single, fatal blow, leaving no room for hesitation or escape. Ling Feng, Keisha's scream erupted, filled with shock and horror. Though their encounter had been short and contentious, the abruptness of Ling Feng's death struck her deeply, leaving her momentarily paralyzed by the gruesome sight. Her mind raced through the rules of the trial. Death here didn't mean death outside. Yet, the uncertainty about Ling Feng's fate after this moment troubled her. There was no time for further contemplation. Cinder Silk's attention snapped to her, unleashing a relentless storm of energy blasts and precise slashes. Keisha clenched her jaw, her resolve hardening as she created several additional holes to intercept the barrage of attacks. She charged forward, launching her own counterattacks. Numerous holes formed around Cinder Silk, their energies converging to strike back with force. As Cinder Silk managed to block most of Keisha's attack, Keisha flew past the threshold that had just claimed Ling Feng's life. Nothing happened to her, leading her to infer that Cinder Silk must have been the one to defeat Ling Feng with a strike that Ling Feng couldn't see coming. Keisha quickly generated more holes around the Celestial, launching additional attacks from them to keep it distracted. At the same time, she formed a ball of demonic aura in her right palm. In an instant, she appeared directly beneath Cinder Silk and fired the attack straight at her stomach. A tremendous beam of demonic aura shot forth, annihilating everything in its path. As the beam roared onward, Keisha twisted her body back at an unnatural angle, narrowly evading a blade that Cinder Silk had swung towards her. Keisha leaped back, putting more distance between herself and Cinder Silk. She watched as her attack had indeed caused damage. A significant portion of Cinder Silk's body was missing. Yet, she noticed the creature attempting to regenerate the lost section. She had anticipated this, as she had applied the anti-healing and regeneration technique that Aaron had taught them, which should prevent such recovery. As soon as Cinder Silk realized its regeneration was ineffective, its previously confident smile vanished, replaced by a scowl. The creature opened its mouth, emitting an ear-splitting shriek that forced Keisha to cover her ears in discomfort. Seizing the momentary advantage, Cinder Silk unleashed a new barrage of energy beams aimed directly at Keisha. Despite the attack, Keisha did not need to make any gestures to summon her holes. She called forth the openings effortlessly, redirecting the incoming beams back at Cinder Silk. Each beam, redirected with precision, struck the creature repeatedly as it continued to emit its piercing shriek. Keisha hesitated, contemplating whether she should unleash her full power in this moment. Back in their own universe, Aaron had strictly forbidden them from doing so, citing the potential for severe damage. However, this was merely an alternate timeline within a trial, and the usual restrictions seemed less binding. With that in mind, she decided to release her full strength. After taking a deep breath and closing her eyes for a brief moment, Keisha channeled her raw power to its maximum. The very fabric of the universe seemed to tremble in response to her surge of energy. She understood now that there was no need to employ any other techniques. Her sheer force would suffice. She realized the urgency of acting swiftly to prevent the entire structure from collapsing. The whole surrounding Cinder Silk intensified, their power growing stronger. The attacks emerging from these holes became faster and more bravado, effortlessly cutting through Cinder Silk's form. In an instant, Keisha reappeared directly in front of Cinder Silk's face, catching the creature off guard. Without uttering a single word, she conjured a small, tightly focused sphere of demonic aura in her hand, preparing for her next move. With her gaze icy and resolute, Keisha fixed her eyes on the Celestial and asked, "Why did you do this? Was it out of your own arrogance, seeing yourself as something beyond mere mortals? Were you driven by a need for personal satisfaction, or is this just a manifestation of your warped sense of humor?" Cinder Silk remained silent, its response a piercing, unrelenting shriek as it unleashed a beam of energy from its mouth towards Keisha. The attack blazed through the space between them, but as the beam dissipated, Keisha remained unaffected. The creature's eyes widened in shock as it realized its attack had no effect. With the same impassive expression, Keisha remarked, "That's not the right answer. But I had expected as much. I didn't truly anticipate a satisfactory response from you." Without wasting another moment, she directed the condensed sphere of demonic aura towards Cinder Silk and released it. The sphere hit Cinder Silk directly. Moments later, the explosion wiped out the planet and a vast portion of the surrounding cosmos. The space around them was consumed by a blinding mix of black and red light, and with the overwhelming power of the attack, it seemed as though sound itself had vanished. Once the blinding light had faded, the dimension where Keisha had been transported lay in ruins. The landscape that had briefly appeared a structure resembling an Altair was now entirely obliterated. She had barely registered the details of this place before being thrust into combat with Cinder Silk. Surveying her surroundings, Keisha saw that Cinder Silk's aura and life force were nowhere to be found. She speculated that the creature might have attempted to flee. A few seconds later, a large, translucent bubble appeared above her, bearing the simple message, "Completed." Was eliminating that Cersteal the key to finishing the trial? Keisha pondered aloud. She remained uncertain about the trial's outcome, but chose to accept the result, given her lack of understanding of Ekubo's requirements. At that moment, a magic circle appeared beside her, and Aoife's voice echoed through it. "What was that?" "I felt a massive disturbance, but since you were in a different dimension, we didn't sense it here." "What exactly did you do, Keisha?" "I've finished the trial. We should be sent back to our universe soon. So get ready," Keisha said. As if on cue, their bodies started to transform into tiny points of light, slowly disappearing into the void. Keisha glanced at her arms. Her legs and torso had already vanished and let out a sigh. "I didn't uncover much about what was happening here, but I did gather some information. Only to share it with the others when we return," she murmured to herself. In an instant, she and Aoife were no longer part of the trial. They were transported back to their current location, leaving behind the remnants of the alternate dimension. Arentuul's soliloquy, I glanced up at the sky, a smirk curling at the corners of my mouth. It looked like those two, or was it three, had wrapped up their trial. They'd likely fill us in on the details soon enough. Noticing my expression, Chiron tilted her head and asked, "Is something the matter, Aaron?" I met her gaze and shook my head, brushing off her concern. "No, nothing serious. We're making steady progress with what needs to be done. For now, let's stick around and help the Hanlagonjans with their situation." Kuroka, perched on a small wall nearby, looked down at me and said, "Help them with what exactly?" "We've already supported them through their civil war and provided information about Eleanor's role. But they'll need to integrate both cities eventually, right?" I nodded in agreement. "Exactly. And I have the resources to aid them with that process. Since this place is still in transition, they'll need time to adapt to the changes. Plus, after everything that's happened, they have to update their citizens on what's coming next." I strolled over to where Kuroka was perched, leaning against the wall. My gaze swept across the scenic area that Jakalzu had chosen for their new city. I have a feeling they'll want to hold the merger here. The other location doesn't have nearly the same charm. "What's your take on it?" I asked, turning my head to look at both of them, with Chiron resting comfortably against my chest. Without missing a beat, they both responded in unison, this one causing me to chuckle softly. Kuroka then posed a question. "Who do you think will come out on top in the tournament here?" "Sarork." Chiron answered decisively, her voice carrying a clear certainty. I raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Mind explaining why? Chiron glanced at me, her expression confident. "No one else in the tournament matches his strength. Enrenwu is strong, but she's no match for his level of power. On top of that, Sarorg is still holding back. He'll win easily unless he faces one of the generals before reaching the finals, or even if he battles Virion. Even then, it won't be a significant challenge for him." Chuckling softly at Chiron's assessment, I reached out and gave her head a gentle pat. "You're pretty much on the mark, but things are likely to become more complex soon, so don't rely on that sharp intuition of yours for too long. For now, though, it seems they're here to take us somewhere," I said, gesturing toward the figure now appearing in front of us. Bashiking appeared with a calm demeanor. She had been the first to greet us upon our arrival, and was undoubtedly here to guide us to another meeting location. "Greetings," she said warmly. "Lord Jikalzu and Jin Yuan, who have requested that I bring you to a small gathering where they wish to continue our discussions. Please follow me," she instructed, turning to lead the way. We fell in a step behind her, with the two Nikomata by my side, still admiring the stunning surroundings. I glanced at her and asked, "Any ideas on what this is all about?" Without turning around, Bashiking shook her head slightly. "They mentioned that you might have some insight into the matter. My role is merely to escort you there. I'm not typically involved in the details, so I don't form opinions about these things." I raised an eyebrow, observing her. Having an opinion wouldn't hurt. "By the way, will you be staying with us for this event? You seem more like a guard for them than an attendee." Bashiking tensed slightly, then quickly replied, "No, I have other responsibilities to attend to. However, if I'm called upon again, I will return." Her hurried response and shift in demeanor left Barato puzzled. Barato looked at me, her brow furrowed. "What was that about?" Barato tilted her head, looking equally confused. "Is everything okay?" she asked, as her little sister gently nudged her. As we continued our brief walk, Kuroka and Chiron took in the surroundings, their eyes darting from one beautiful detail to another while discussing Bashiking's sudden shift in attitude. Their speculations were cut short when we arrived at our destination. The area was bustling with activity, filled with a spread of food and a crowd of Hanlaganjans we hadn't encountered before. A few familiar faces from Jun Yuan Hus Group were present as well, looking noticeably more relaxed and at ease. "I'll be taking my leave now. Best of luck and enjoy yourselves," Bashiking said, her voice carrying a touch of formality before she vanished in a swirl of bubbles. We descended the stairs and approached the leaders. The crowd's curious gazes followed us, but we barely noticed, accustomed as we were to such attention. "So you called us? Have you decided on a location yet?" I asked, directing my question at the two leaders. Jikalzu turned to face me with a smile, giving a nod of affirmation. "Yes, we reached a decision rather quickly after our discussions. We were unaware that many of the structures in the previous location for the Hanlaganjans had deteriorated significantly. The widespread influence of the brainwashing had prevented any efforts to address these issues." I listened attentively to his explanation, nodding in agreement. It made sense given the level of disorder Eleanor was capable of, considering how her influence could have led to the deterioration of the cities while maintaining the illusion that everything was normal. It aligned with what I expected. "Well, that fits with what I know about Eleanor. So what's the plan? Should I relocate the city or merge it? Or would you prefer that I demolish it and start from scratch? Perhaps you want to preserve certain elements and then move them?" I asked, my interest sparked as I waited for their decision. Jin Yuan, who responded with a nod. "We would like you to preserve some aspects of the old city and bring them to this new location. We no longer have any use for the old city as it stands, so perhaps you could dismantle it and repurpose it for different functions." "Repurpose, you say?" I echoed, considering how best to transform that area. I imagined options like a large training facility or an entertainment complex. I wasn't certain yet, but consulting with them seemed like the most prudent approach. "Let's go over the details then. I can start on this right away, so please provide me with every specific instruction," I said, ready to dive into the task. They began to outline their requirements in meticulous detail. One of them even brought over a detailed blueprint of the main area they envisioned, which closely resembled one of the older districts from the other faction city. Since Kuntwar wasn't with me, I had to manage this manually rather than relying on her usual assistance. Stepping back from them, I let the blueprint hover in place and created an exact duplicate. One of the individuals then flew back to Jun Yuan, who with the original. I directed my hand toward the designated starting point, causing a variety of concrete blocks, wood, and other materials they had specified to appear. The building blocks began to levitate and position themselves according to the plan. Each component was assembled with the correct materials, and I applied additional magical reinforcement to ensure that the structure could withstand any conventional attack. I followed the same process for the remaining structures and surrounding areas. As soon as I began, people started to evacuate, clearly aware of the scale of work about to unfold. I also teleported away several tables and other obstacles that would obstruct the construction, clearing the space so I could proceed without hindrance. The crowd watched with a mix of curiosity and trepidation as I continued. Gradually, the area began to change. New buildings and homes took shape, street lights flickered into existence, and roads and other essential city elements began to appear. I made sure to link this new development seamlessly with the existing city structures, directing my focus to integrate everything smoothly. Behind me, Kuroka commented, "It's like giant fish Naya, that's." A reference to something the original Zhen Yuan who said long ago. Zhen Yuan who explained, turning his head slightly away as he spoke. The two Nikomata sisters looked puzzled, but seeing Jikalzu smirking to himself, they assumed the reference was more mundane or perhaps a bit embarrassing, rather than an actual historical saying from the original Zhen Yuan who. The structure did indeed resemble a fish, but did it really matter? It was their home, not ours. As I continued to develop this part of Mixingshan, it began to feel less like a mere extension and more like an entirely new city in its own right. But I held my thoughts. Gradually, the initial section of the project was completed. Tall buildings now reached up towards the sky, or should I say, towards the water? Regardless of the terminology, the construction of this section was finished. There were still 4 more sections to complete before connecting everything to the existing part of Mixingshan and then to the main city. Once all those were finished and linked together, the entire project would be complete. I lowered my hands and let out a sigh of relief, marking the end of this phase. The two leaders approached and stood beside me. Jikalzu glanced over the newly finished area and said, "It looks fantastic. There are still 4 more sections to complete before everything is finished." I explained to them, preparing to move on to the next phase. In any case, they'll get it done right away. With that, I disappeared, heading off to tackle the remaining work with efficiency. Shiro and Tuju's soliloquy errand vanished abruptly, leaving me momentarily bewildered. However, Nae-sama quickly broke the silence, saying, "Kumi's going to finish the rest of the work soon, so let's just stay here and enjoy the food. It won't take Aaron too long to get everything done, Naya." Her suggestion made sense, and honestly, I didn't mind the delay too much. As we waited, I noticed that in the distance, new buildings were rising from the ground. Alongside them appeared various other structures, including what looked like an amusement park complete with Ferris wheels. "Oh, an amusement park," Nae-sama remarked with a hint of excitement, which caused me to let out a resigned sigh. "Let's just tidy up and then get something to eat," I suggested. She nodded in agreement, and with the assistance of everyone else, we set about restoring order. Soon, we were seated, enjoying our meal and socializing with the Hanlaganjans. Suddenly, a male Hanlaganjan, accompanied by 2 friends, approached us and cleared his throat awkwardly. "Ahem, are you 2 ladies single?" he asked, catching us off guard. Nae-sama reacted immediately. Sincerado, not only were we devils, but the concept of pregnancy for us was even more foreign than it would be for ordinary beings. Aaron had mentioned he would develop something to normalize devil pregnancies, aligning them more with human birth rates. Ajuka-sama and Surzek-sama had been pressing him about it before we arrived in this universe, emphasizing the need for such a change. Nae-sama continued, "With Aaron's children, so sorry, no?" before she resumed, eating as though nothing out of the ordinary had occurred. The 3 Hanlaganjans who had approached were visibly distressed and horrified by her response. They quickly apologized and hurried away, clearly mortified by the situation. Unlike others who might have reacted with a different attitude, they took the awkwardness in stride, which I appreciated. Still, "Sincerado, what in the world are you talking about?" I hissed quietly, my voice barely contained with frustration. "Neither of us are pregnant." Nae-sama winced from the impact and shot me a reproachful look. "Ouch, Chiron, that really hurts. Well, I just wanted them to leave us alone, so I blurted it out without thinking. I mean, it worked, didn't it? There were so many other ways you could have handled that." I snapped back at her, my eyes narrowed with irritation. She cast her gaze downward but continued eating with a subdued demeanor. Sorry, she mumbled, though it was clear she didn't fully grasp why I was so upset. The Hanlaganjans around us were now back to their meals, oblivious to the tension. With a sigh, I turned my attention away from the awkward situation and observed the progress of the construction. Several more buildings were emerging from the ground, and it seemed that Aaron's work was proceeding smoothly and efficiently. Gradually, the area around us began to transform. Street lamps flickered into existence, casting a warm glow, while roads stretched out, connecting various parts of the island. After a span of about 7 minutes, Aaron reappeared, a look of satisfaction etched across his face. It feels like I was just playing Minecraft, he commented, causing a wave of confusion among us. It seemed like a reference to a game from his past life, perhaps similar to another game I vaguely remembered. Aoife might have been able to decipher the reference more easily. Turning to us and the two nearby leaders, Aaron gave a casual thumbs up. All done. Just give me the signal, and it'll illuminate the whole area. Not blow it up, right? Naysama interjected with a mischievous grin. No, just no. Kuroka, Aaron replied with a chuckle. At least the ID rate that joke a 9 out of 11, he added, which made me groan in exasperation. The two of them exchanged smirks, while everyone else looked on, puzzled by the exchange. Jikalzu, accompanied by his partner Kizua, chuckled warmly. Yes, please. Go ahead and light it up, he said with a playful tone. Aaron responded with a nod, lifting his hand before closing it into a fist. For a moment, there was a tense silence. Then, the ground beneath us trembled slightly, and the street lights around us flickered to life. Above, lights emerged in the shapes of jellyfish and other marine creatures, casting a mesmerizing glow across the sky. That looks really beautiful, I commented, taking in the stunning view. Tasty Naysama murmured beside me, her eyes still fixed on the spectacle. I sighed in exasperation. Even surrounded by an abundance of food, she seemed perpetually hungry. It was astounding she had an appetite that rivaled Shigian-san and Pokon's. It made me wonder if they were long-lost siblings from a different mother in the distance. More lights sprang to life, illuminating other buildings as well. The largest Ferris wheel, situated further away, started its rotation, adding to the vibrant scene. This entire display is powered by an underground generator that utilizes solar energy. I'll give you a tour of it later, Aaron said with a grin. But for now, this is the new section of Meeksingtion. What do you think? His expression radiated pride as he awaited their responses. It's truly remarkable, and we appreciate the effort you've put into this, Jikalzu said, his tone earnest. Given the revelations we've uncovered, we will sever our connections with Fumara. However, if your plan succeeds and Lord Virion changes his allegiance, it could create a rift among the planets under his control. The consequences of such a move are unpredictable, and we can only speculate about the aftermath. Aaron's expression turned serious as he nodded. What happens in the future will depend on numerous factors. For the most part, if everything turns out favorably, the results should be positive. I apologize for being vague, but this is the clearest picture I can provide at this point. Oh, he's being cryptic. I find it quite interesting, Naysama commented, her attention still focused on her food. I wasn't convinced that Aaron's words were cryptic riddles. To me, it seemed like he was intentionally keeping his statements broad, aiming to guide the situation toward the most favorable outcome without directly influencing it. It appeared that Aaron had taken on a more detached role, rather than diving headfirst into the issues. Although, given his past attempts, he had faced a share of failures in this regard. Jin Yuan, who looked thoughtful as he asked, "Then we'll place our trust in your approach. We'll proceed to notify everyone about the upcoming changes. When will you begin to dismantle the old city?" Aaron considered the question before replying. "We'll start as soon as your people have vacated the area. I won't touch it while they're still there. I assume you plan to inform them about the impending transition, correct?" Jin Yuan, who gave a confirming nod. "Indeed. I intend to make the announcement today." Jin Yuan, who confirmed. "We aim to leave our past behind and move forward. With that in mind, it'll take my leave to make the necessary announcement." He then departed with his group. Jikalza turned to Aaron, and asked, "They'll start preparing for the next steps. Everything else in this section of town is set up, correct?" Aaron nodded, extending his hand toward the sky. From his gesture, images of the interiors of the new buildings appeared, floating in the air and demonstrating that they were ready for occupancy. "Perfect, then I'll proceed with my announcement as well." "Thank you once again," Jakalzu said, nodding before departing with his own group. The area was still bustling with Hamlaganjans who chose to remain and continue enjoying their time, fully aware of the changes that were about to take place. I turned to Aaron and asked, "What's next for us?" Aaron glanced over and replied, "We'll be meeting up with Keisha's team shortly, along with the rest, with the exception of Mitsuya's team. Until then, we can stay here and relax." I nodded in agreement and glanced at Nesama, who appeared quite content with the situation. She was happily devouring the array of food laid out before her. I felt tempted to join her, but I held back, observing that our presence here felt more like a leisurely visit than a mission. Shizuka Karino's soliloquy, "Ugh, why is it so stifling down here?" I grumbled, swiping my hand across my face as the oppressive warmth of the underground passage seemed intent on overwhelming us. "It's linked to the system that keeps Hishuda warm during the winter months," Hakawan explained, gesturing toward the network of glowing lines etched into the walls of the tunnel. "You notice the dome surrounding the city, right? This is what maintains it." She pointed to the lines, which pulsed with a gentle, amber light. "These are amber crystals." Baisusbu added, "Amber crystals are crafted by Lady Huishin Rinqing. Although many have attempted to replicate them, none have achieved the exact same results. Nonetheless, their versions work reasonably well, which is why these crystals exist. They were originally designed as heaters to keep the city's temperature stable during colder periods. However, Lady Huishin Rinqing's original creations are what form the dome around the city." Mitsuya glanced at Baisusbu, curiosity evident in his eyes. "So, there are others who can produce similar crystals, but they're less effective? Are these sold throughout the city?" "Exactly. As I mentioned before, these crystals are less potent and are mainly used for routine functions. The place we're in is where the majority of these crystallized stones are formed," Baisusbu elaborated, pointing to the walls where faint, shimmering lines marked the space. "They were originally quite dull, but after Lady Huishin Rinqing channeled her energy into the land and charged the stones, they gained their current properties." Mitsuya looked at Baisusbu, his curiosity clear. "How do you know so much about this? Did you grow up here or something?" Baisusbu remained silent, not offering any explanation. We pushed deeper into the labyrinthine network, the air growing even warmer. My long hair grew increasingly damp with sweat as the temperature soared. At moments like this, being a woman with long hair felt particularly inconvenient and irritating, yet the thought of cutting it never appealed to me. We finally arrived at a small, unremarkable room. It contained only 2 chairs, a table, and what appeared to be a fridge. I approached it and opened the door, only to discover it was empty. To my dismay, it wasn't a refrigerator at all, but an oversized microwave designed to look like a fridge, and it was powered by the amber crystals. "What on earth is this?" I asked, closing the door and taking a step back, still trying to wrap my mind around the sight. "They're quite common here," Hakawan replied. "The workers have easy access to the amber crystals, which they use to power these devices. We use them to cook our meals. There are other methods, of course, but as you can see, there aren't any other kitchen tools around here." Without further explanation, Hakawan conjured a chicken drumstick into her hand. She then opened the door of the strange appliance, placed the drumstick inside, and activated the device with a touch of her power. The appliance, which was a bizarre blend of a microwave and a refrigerator, began to heat up with an increasing intensity. Within moments, the appliance emitted a cheerful ding, signaling that it had completed its task. Hakawan opened the door and retrieved the drumstick, now perfectly fried, to our collective amazement. Despite coming from different timelines, Mitsuya and I had never encountered such a device. It struck us as both remarkably advanced and strangely archaic. Hakawan ate the drumstick with evident satisfaction before Baisusbu shook his head disapprovingly. "This is merely a standard guard station, and that device belongs to the staff. Let's move on. And try not to tease them too much, Hakawan." Hakawan let out a light laugh at Bai Susby's comment before we continued our journey. I was on the verge of asking if Aaron Tool could create something similar, though I suspected Head likely designed something even more advanced and convenient. As we walked further, the noise grew louder and the heat became almost unbearable. I began to use ice magic to counteract the oppressive warmth, which made the environment more tolerable. We eventually reached the source of the commotion and found a small wall to hide behind. Peeking around the corner, we saw a large group of individuals engaged in what appeared to be a ritualistic chant in an unfamiliar language, which left us increasingly perplexed. I glanced at Hakawan, whose expression had turned serious and somewhat unsettled. Bai Susby, on the other hand, appeared more baffled than disturbed. "What on earth is that?" I whispered, glancing at my companions for an explanation. They, however, remained silent, their eyes fixed on the scene before us. Since I wasn't going to get an answer from them, I turned my attention back to the ritual. The group of people were engaged in a strange dance, forming a circle around a glowing amber crystal placed at the center. Lines of shimmering energy flowed from the crystal, snaking out to connect with the individuals who were hopping and chanting. It appeared as though their life force was being drawn towards the crystal, though I couldn't be entirely certain. The sight was reminiscent of something I had seen with the Evies, though it seemed distinct in its own way. Then, without warning, one of the dancers stepped out of the circle and leapt toward the crystal. To our horror, the person collided with the crystal in a terrible way, meeting a tragic end. The shock of the act momentarily froze us all. The remaining participants halted their movements and turned their gaze toward the individual, their chanting growing louder and more fervent in response. Then, another participant stepped forward, lifting their hand high and chanting with increasing intensity. As the chant grew louder and more rapid, a large, glowing wisp appeared above them. The wisp flickered momentarily before spiraling around the individual and plunging directly into the person impaled on the crystal. A blinding flash followed, culminating in a small explosion that sent several of the dancers sprawling, while others were struck down instantly. The bravado of the blast was so powerful that it created a thick cloud of smoke, shrouding the room in a dark haze. When the smoke began to clear, the floor was stained with marks of the tragedy, and the once lively room had fallen into an unsettling silence. Bravado lay strewn across the ground, some lifeless, others twitching and raising their hands in desperation. At the center, where the amber crystal had once stood alone, it now appeared to have transformed. A creature had emerged, or perhaps the crystal had awakened something within the fallen warrior. The exact nature of what had happened remained unclear, but the sight was both chilling and perplexing. The creature was imposing, its towering shape radiating with the same patterns and glow as the amber crystal. It had a glowing horn protruding from its forehead and eyes that glowed a menacing crimson with vertical slits. Its massive fists clenched and unclenched repeatedly as its gaze locked onto our position. Without hesitation, it launched itself toward us with alarming speed. "Take it down or capture it," Mitsuya hissed, turning to Hakon, who was still transfixed by the creature's menacing approach. "Capture if possible," Hakon shouted back, inadvertently drawing more attention to our location. Bai Susby was the first to act. He charged forward, his own fist raised as he prepared to confront the beast. The creature met his advance, its fist coming up to block the incoming strike. When their fists collided, the impact generated a deafening explosion that reverberated through the room, shaking the very walls and sending debris flying. Despite the powerful blast, the creature remained unmoved, standing its ground with a menacing presence. I reached for my pen, ready to take action, but Mitsuya quickly placed his hand in front of me, shaking his head in silent objection. Understanding the cue, I sheathed my pen and summoned my sword instead, preparing for the imminent battle. In an instant, I appeared beside the creature and swung my blade. The creature attempted to block with its hand, but my sword cut through its defense effortlessly. Realizing its vulnerability, it quickly recoiled, pulling its entire body back to avoid further harm. Baisusbiu seized the opportunity, launching a powerful kick that drove into the creature's chest. The force of the blow sent it crashing to the ground, creating a shockwave that echoed through the chamber. As the dust settled, we hit the ground, with Albilka already drawing her wand and chanting a spell, while Hakuon remained poised, and Mitsuya's rings began to glow, indicating he was preparing for his own attack. "Do we have any idea who these people are?" I shouted over the noise, hoping for clarification. Hakuon's voice came from above, clearly stating a negative response. "Could they be a cult?" Albilka suggested, her eyes narrowing as she examined the group and the creature. "There's a possibility a new cult could have emerged, but we haven't encountered them before. Defeat and capture that creature, if possible. We might uncover more about this situation through interrogation. Also, try to leave some of them alive," Hakuon directed, her tone authoritative. We quickly moved to carry out our instructions. Despite Baisusbiu's powerful kick, the creature had already regained its footing, showing no visible signs of damage. Though it tried to maintain an air of indifference, a subtle frown betrayed that the attack had indeed affected it. The exact impact of the blow remained unclear, but it was evident that the creature was not entirely unscathed. As the creature attempted to advance, it stumbled, crashing face first to the ground. Mitsuya had likely played a role in this mishap. There was no other explanation for such a clumsy fall unless he had intervened using his Telos Karma's sacred gear, which influences the outcome of events according to his will. Furious, the creature scrambled to its feet and charged toward Baisusbiu and me. Flames erupted along its arms, forming blazing blades that it swung in our direction. We both leapt aside, narrowly evading the fiery assault. Undeterred, the creature quickly grew a tail and aimed a similar fiery attack directly at me. I drew my sword back with calm resolve and swung it fast, cutting through the creature's tail with ease. The creature's expression darkened into a frown, and it prepared to strike again. However, my attack had not just cut off its tail, it had rendered that part of its body permanently disabled. To clarify, if a being or entity could generate extra limbs through their own energy, aura, or power, my sword had the ability to permanently disable such limbs. This capability was linked to an innate power from my earlier use of the pen, though it could be applied through other weapons as well. The sword was particularly effective for this purpose. The creature appeared puzzled as it attempted to regrow its lost tail, only to find it impossible. Its eyes widened in disbelief, and before it could react further, a glowing green fist struck it in the face. The impact sent the creature crashing into a nearby wall. However, just before hitting the wall, it stumbled over an invisible obstacle, veering off course and crashing to the ground. The creature let out a pained cry, its voice echoing through the chamber. Before it could fully react, Mitsuya descended from above. I glanced back to see Albilka's hand extended. Wand pointed forward. She had cast a spell to close the distance between Mitsuya and the creature, allowing him to engage directly. Mitsuya was in his transcendental arrival form, a state that enabled him to temporarily harness the full power of both Innovate Clear and Telos Karma. His fist connected forcefully with the creature, and immediately, a series of distorted effects began to manifest, causing the creature to writhe and scream in torment before finally collapsing, its body going limp. The skirmish was brief but effective. We managed to subdue the creature without taking its life. I surveyed the scene around us and saw that Baisusbiu and Hakuon were busy rounding up the surviving individuals. They had left the deceased where they had fallen, choosing not to involve themselves with the dead. It was a somber sight, but one that made sense given the circumstances. "That should settle it," I muttered, glancing down at the creature sprawled before us. "So what's next? Do we take these guys to Eren or hand them over to your people?" I turned toward Hakuon, looking for some clarity. Hakuon's gaze stayed fixed on the carnage around us, her expression tight. After a long pause, She sighed and said, "This is within our territory, so we're taking them to our general. You can notify your leader, but they aren't leaving this continent before General Huoshenrenqing makes her decision." Her word stands. I nodded slowly, her reasoning clear. We were on their soil, and yanking these prisoners out without permission would likely cause a problem. It was fair, though a bit inconvenient. I thought back to when we met General Huoshenrenqing. She was intense. No question, the type of person you don't want to piss off, but she wasn't unreasonable either. I could handle it. While I was considering what Hakuon said, Mitsuya came out of his transcendental arrival state, looking like he hadn't just punched the life out of some freakish abomination. He strolled over and caught my eye. "He'll contact Aaron, let him know what went down. In the meantime, round up the survivors. Get them back in custody and slap those anti-power cuffs on. We don't need anyone trying to get creative." I didn't argue, just pulled out the cuffs. They clanked heavily in my hands as I duplicated them and made my way over to the barely conscious prisoners. Snapping the cuffs on, I made sure each one was securely restrained, cutting off any chance they'd use their powers to fight back or escape. Not long after, we began heading out of the place we had been trapped in. Oddly enough, we had grown accustomed to the heat from the amber crystals. It wasn't as irritating as it had been at first, though we still had to use ice magic every now and then to keep from sweating too much. That warmth lingered in the air, pressing on us, but we learned to deal with it. Once we made it out of the tunnels, Hakuon wasted no time teleporting us straight to the entrance of the building where their general stayed. She turned and told us to hang back outside for now, so that's exactly what we did. Mitsuya wasn't around, he was still talking with Aaron, probably relaying everything that went down. It made me wonder what our next move would be and what these crazy bastards were really after. As strange as it might sound, I couldn't shake this strange buzz of excitement that was creeping in. It was almost disturbing how interested I was in figuring this mess out. Hakuon eventually reappeared, giving us a quick nod, signaling it was time. We followed her through the same corridors we had walked before. This time, though, a couple of guards had joined us, sticking close to Baisusbu and Abilka. They weren't taking any chances with these prisoners, making sure no one pulled any stunts on the way. I was left with Hakuon, and walking next to her was unsettling, to say the least. Something about her presence always made my skin crawl. But I kept my cool. We eventually made it to the room, where the general stood waiting. It was just Hakuon, me, the creature, 2 guards, and General Huoshenrenqing. Baisusbu and Abilka had taken the rest of the captives to their cells. The creature was cuffed up, its power locked down, unable to do much other than breathe and glare at us. Hakuon wasted no time explaining to Huoshenrenqing what had happened, running through the details of our encounter and tossing in her theories about what the creature might be or what its motives were. The general listened, arms crossed, not saying much until Hakuon finished talking. A thick, uncomfortable silence settled in the room once her words trailed off. And then, just when we thought it was over, the wretched creature started to laugh. It was a low, guttural sound, and it sent a chill down my spine. Everyone was caught off guard, looking at each other for a split second, unsure what to make of it. "You think any of this matters?" The thing growled, its voice like gravel being ground down. "This is just, no, I won't ruin it for you," it continued, leaving us in even more confusion. "But it'll say this much: the end is coming for all of you." And with that, it exploded. No warning, no sign that it was going to self-destruct. 1 second it was talking, the next it was gone, completely destroyed in a sudden blast. We stood there, stunned and splattered with debris, staring at where it used to be, trying to process what the heck had just happened. It gave us nothing. No real answers, no clues, just some cryptic words before deciding to blow itself up. What kind of help was that supposed to be? Huoshenrenqing stood up from her seat. The remnants scattered across or burned away in a flash of heat. She stepped toward the mess left behind, kneeling at the scorched ground where the creature had stood. She pressed a finger into the ash, and a surge of crimson flames erupted from the spot, flickering into the air like a torch. As she rose, the flame hovered, staying right in front of her. For a few moments, it just hung there. She watched it, though what exactly she was doing was hard to tell. She didn't say anything, just stared at it like she was trying to see something inside it. Then, suddenly, she waved her hand, and the flame vanished. Cinchuredo, you'll find more of them with the eluders. She paused, her tone sharp and cold. They were given technology advanced enough for them to pull this off without having any real knowledge themselves. Someone handed it to them, and I don't know who, but I will find out. Could be Eleanor? I blurted. She's been nothing but a thorn in the Resistance's side, and everyone else's for that matter. This isn't new for her. She's been involved with plenty of other groups on this planet, too. Huashan Rinqing stared at me for a moment, her expression unreadable, then gave a short nod. That does make sense. Lord Virion was aware of her presence here, but he didn't act on it. What? I couldn't hold back the frustration. Why on earth not? Frankly, she's a vicious person. She's done nothing but cause chaos, destroyed lives. Why doesn't anyone bother to deal with her? Ranking's eyes didn't waver as she answered. Apart from the top 3 eradicators, Eleanor is Madame Fumera's favorite. She decides who becomes an eradicator and who gets thrown out. She holds more sway than most, and she chose to stay in last place on purpose. She calls the shots when it comes to who rises or falls. It's all about control for her. Power isn't just about strength. It's about who controls the game. Control? A game? I've never understood what drives these kinds of people. Villains, if that's what we're calling them, just seem to be the same every time. It's like there's 2 main categories. One group is simply born twisted. Something inside them was wrong from the start. The other group, they're the ones who've been broken by life. Something happened to them, and now they think they can fix it, but only by making everyone else pay the price. There are some who don't fall into either of those categories. They get shaped into something monstrous, molded by hands that know exactly what they're doing. But that thing that exploded, it wasn't shaped over time. It wasn't even around long enough for that. Barely a day old, if that. So why would it say something like that? Unless the ones who made it. They filled its head with everything it needed to say right when they created it. You're wondering about too much, young one. Don't. Huashan Ranking's voice cut in. Just leave it. Go inform your leader, the Outer God. He'll know exactly what needs to be done. He'll send my own team to investigate, but let me tell you, the group behind all of this, they're hard to track down. Elusive. We won't be able to catch them easily, unless your Outer God gets directly involved. She said, brushing a strand of hair aside like the rest of this situation was just another problem she'd seen too many times before. I didn't have anything to say back, so I just nodded and turned, heading for the door. As I reached it, she added, "Oh, and tell your leader I want a word. There are a few things we need to discuss." I nodded again, not bothering to look back. The second I stepped past the doorway, fire surrounded me, and I found myself outside the building in an instant. I frowned at what had just happened, but didn't dwell on it. I stood there, waiting for the rest of the team to catch up. It wasn't long before Baisusbiu and Albilka showed up, and then Mitsuya arrived, teleporting in without much warning. We filled him in on what had gone down. Well, nothing much from my side. We may as well report it all. Let's hope Aaron Tool has something useful, Mitsuya said before turning, not giving any more time for questions. He teleported us all out of there without another word. Later that night, we returned to the main continent and headed straight for the inn the planet's Lord had provided for us. We walked through its dim halls and made our way toward Aaron's room. When we got inside, the place was a mess. Despite being on a mission that was supposed to be serious, Kuroka was in her cat form, nibbling at Aaron's hair. Kaneko, meanwhile, was sprawled across his lap, her head resting on his chest like she didn't have a care in the world. The rest of the group sat around the room, talking about the most mundane things, none of it remotely connected to the mission. The scene looked so out of place, like we'd stepped into some bizarre alternate reality where nothing actually mattered. "Oh, welcome back. How'd it go?" Aaron asked like this was just any other day. He glanced over at Mitsuya. He looked annoyed, like he was trying to keep it together, but was barely managing. He let out a long sigh before dropping into the nearest open chair. The rest of us followed suit, finding whatever seats we could. It took me a moment to notice there was something strange about the room. Some kind of barrier surrounded us, sealing everything in. No one outside would be able to listen to anything we were saying. I wondered if Aaron had set it up himself. "It's fine. Anyway, we're getting into it. Mitsuya's tone had a blunt finality to it. Eluders, that creature, and Huoshin Rinqing. Explain. His eyes bore into Aaron. The rest of the teams, who hadn't followed any of this, suddenly leaned forward, their eyes darting between Mitsuya and Aaron, waiting for answers. Aaron's eyes closed briefly, and he exhaled before speaking, as though had been preparing for this question for a long time. Eluders are, well, they're a group that came about pretty recently. He began tone flat. They're driven by their hatred for the way things are. Add to that some help from Eleanor in messing with science and whatever they call divine creation. They think they're onto something. They're trying to create some kind of godlike being. Murmurs rippled through the room. Aaron held up a hand, and the silence returned. The creature? That's just one of their failed attempts. Plenty more like it where that came from. But there's more to it. A connection. He paused, his eyes cutting toward Keisha and Aoife, who gave quick nods. Toward the one, or in a way, two Ceresteals that are here, Keisha finished quietly, and the silence that followed was so deep it felt like the entire room was holding its breath. Ilona, the Wishmaker, and Cinder Silk, the songstress of soured wishes, I believe they're one and the same, said Keisha, her tone steady. And she went on, recounting what happened to them during the trials, detailing what they'd uncovered in the forest. As her voice trailed off, the whole room fell into a deep silence, a kind of silence you don't often find, the type that signals something wrong, something no one wants to acknowledge. Mitsuya and I exchanged glances, both knowing this was new ground. Neither of us had ever encountered anything like it before. Everything here seemed out of place, a history of the draconic dais that didn't line up. In this world, Hayuda Issei had been erased, wiped away. In his place stood Aaron Toulneau, Jean Skyward. And now, with each passing day, more strange things were surfacing. None of us really knew what might come next. Wait, how does that even work? Kuroka asked, looking at Keisha with a raised brow. 2 in 1? Like split personalities? Aoife gave a nod, like it made perfect sense to her. Yeah, probably something like that. You know, how some people can change depending on who they're around. Like, act all friendly with one group, but then cold as ice with another? Maybe that's how this Ceresteal is. Or maybe it's just who they're switching faces, always showing a different side. To give you a wish, only to twist it back at you, Kaneko muttered, her voice barely above a whisper, and suddenly her eyes went wide, something like a realization dawning on her. Is that what you meant with Virion? She asked, turning her attention sharply to Aaron. Mitsuya stopped, letting something click in his head before he spoke up. Twisted wishes and Virion, something must have happened with his wife, something tied to their kid. But what exactly? What was the wish? He took a breath, seeming to wrestle with it, then shifted focus. And what about those other 2 points? He asked again, this time more insistent. Aaron's eyes stayed on the floor, his voice low. I already told you about the eluders. The rest? That's yours to figure out. As for Huoshin Rinqing, she, or her family line, is tied to the Ceresteal we have on our side now, or at least to the embers she left behind. I use those to help us, he continued, looking out the window. He gave a nod, turning back to us with a hard look. They'll keep this brief about Huoshin Rinqing. How she ended up here, why she's on Virion's side, all her own choice, for her own reasons. She's got her plans, sure, but she's not even aware of the Ceresteals here, or what the eluders are. The only thing she wants is to get Virion to switch sides. The other generals, they need to be convinced too. Fine, we'll go over the rest tomorrow. Get some rest. He clapped his hands, and the next second, the room dissolved around us. In a blink, we were back in our own rooms. Mitsuya looked like he wanted to protest, maybe throw a few choice words at Aaron. But then he let out a long breath, shrugged, and dropped onto his bed without a fight. I followed, but lying down didn't shut off the thoughts. They hit me like a wave, crowding my head with pieces of conversations, strange images, half-formed ideas, all of it scrambling for my attention. But for now, follow Aaron's lead. Chapter 25, Part 6, Milt and Sietchio Milt soliloquy. How much time had slipped away? I couldn't tell. Days, months, maybe even years? I didn't know when I first saw those sights or met those people. Memories of my own life had grown vague, slipping through my mind like shadows at dusk. It felt like I hadn't existed at all, until one day, suddenly I did. And there, right in front of me, stood the one person who meant everything, the current rank 4 of the Eradicator's Virion demon. His hand reached toward me, and after a long pause, I took it. That single act tore through whatever life I had known before. Good or bad, I still can't say, but I remember the day vividly, the words he said to me, still clear, as if I'd heard them yesterday. Help me create a happy world. The smile he gave afterward, too, burned into my mind. It shone like no star I'd ever seen. Unforgettable, then and now unchanging, no matter what happened later. After that day, I threw myself into his cause. Alongside his other subordinates, I worked toward the vision Virion had shared, a world he claimed would one day thrive. We faced countless obstacles and watched some plans fall apart. But in the end, we saw that vision take shape bit by bit. Or at least, we told ourselves we had. Yet, somewhere along that path, my memory began to drift, losing its edges. Details grew vague. Virion spoke once about his wife, though I couldn't remember ever meeting her or the ceremony that bound them. Later, they had a child, yet I didn't recall the moment of birth or those early years. Somehow, the child simply was appearing like a piece of his life that had always been there. I felt unsettled by it, but accepted it. If Virion said it was true, then I'd tell myself it was too. Others hinted I might feel some envy toward her, but I didn't think so. My attachment to him felt different, familiar, like the ties of those who would take you in when there's no reason to. I owed him for what had given me, for what had shown me when he extended that hand long ago. That debt was my own to repay, no matter how long it might take or how impossible it might seem. Walking through the city, I found myself wondering, how long had it been here? When had this place first come to life? These questions tugged at me, but I couldn't find any clear answer. It felt as if parts of my memories had been misplaced, leaving only fragments behind, while other parts remained vivid. A strange feeling crept over me, but I tried not to let my thoughts settle too long on it. Good morning, General Milt. Would you like some milk? Morning, Miss Milt. The people greeted me as I passed. I raised a hand in response, giving them a wave, acknowledging each nod and smile. There was a strange familiarity in the way they called my name, like they'd known me for far longer than they had. I couldn't make sense of it, yet I accepted it as part of the life I now lived. They looked out for me. They treated me kindly, like someone they trusted, and I returned that trust. There was an attachment here I struggled to name. Was it simply because I held the rank of general? Because I served as Virion's right hand? I couldn't say for sure. All I knew was that I needed to protect them, as if keeping them safe wasn't only for my sake, but for Virion's as well. In the distance, cheers rose up. The tournament was already in full swing, even though the morning hadn't gotten too far. Or rather, it was around 10, so maybe it wasn't so early after all. Now that I thought about it, the companions of the Outer God were competing today. That seemed worth checking out. Without delay, I left my spot, appearing in one of the booths at a battling venue. My sudden arrival startled a few people nearby. They gave me nervous glances, some murmured greetings. But I raised a hand in acknowledgement, easing their reactions, and together we turned our attention back to the match below. Down in the arena, a man faced his opponent, a muscular figure, flanked by a lion companion. His name came to mind, Sarorg. Power emanated from him, a strength that I could feel even at a distance. It far outstripped my own, yet what truly caught my attention was the familiarity. There was something about him that reminded me of Virion, something in the way he carried himself, a presence that seemed to mirror Virion's but also didn't, as if I was looking at a different version of him. Perhaps the contrast lay in their backgrounds, in whatever paths they'd each taken. Or maybe it was Sarorg's youth. He seemed close to the Virion I'd once known. The Virion from back when? That thought crept up, unexpected, vague, leaving me wondering where it had come from. My thoughts scattered as the crowd exploded in cheers. Warrior Sarorg Bale takes down another opponent after wearing them down. This man's unstoppable. He hasn't even called on his familiar in a single fight, who will step up to challenge his strength. The announcer's voice surged, feeding the crowd's frenzy. Saror Bale's laughter rang through the arena as he strode off the field, offering words to his defeated opponent, not pity, but something that seemed to raise their spirits even in loss. His way of fighting, of interacting, didn't leave them crushed. Instead, it seemed to ignite something, as if his sheer presence drove them forward. In a way, he was a strange one. It reminded me of Virion. Though their paths were different, the way they won people over wasn't far apart. Nearly every subordinate under Virion had joined him after being convinced not by mere promises, but through his force and drive. He could charm others, almost as if people had been waiting for someone like him to appear, someone to rally behind. And somehow, people found themselves choosing to follow him. People envied him, feared him, the raw power he commanded, but had always been clear on his purpose. He followed what he believed was best for his people, and that belief had kept him moving forward for a long time. Maybe I envied him for that certainty. Even with the title of general, something felt out of place. It was like I wore the role, but in isolation, like it only existed in my head. I'd give orders, assign tasks, and they'd be carried out without hesitation almost every time. Yet, sometimes, on that rare 10th time, something happened, usually a visitor to the planet, someone who hadn't seen me in action before. They'd pause, eyes narrowing in that certain way, almost like they were trying to piece something together, as if they saw me as out of place or unfit in some way. It dug at me, even if, in the end, they'd follow through. I was still the general, after all. I took one last glance at the match beginning below, then disappeared, reappearing in the stands of a different arena. There was someone else here, someone tied to us in the past. I arrived at the other arena, positioning myself on the booth's roof this time, observing the fight unfolding below. It was Anren Wu, the one who had stood by Raria's side, ranked second among the Eradicators. She had changed, become something else since I last saw her. She danced through attacks, evading them with ease, then struck back, dropping her opponent in one hit. No one I'd seen could honestly compare to her and Saror Bale. It wouldn't surprise me if they ended up squaring off in the finals, one facing the other before either of them had the chance to challenge Virion. Then again, if one of the general's own or their followers decided to throw themselves into the ring, things might take a different turn. Though, to be fair, they both could still be keeping their cards close, holding back, and if that were the case, anything I guessed wouldn't hold much weight. After her victory, she raised her arm to the cheers echoing around the arena. Then, in a brief pause, she turned her head toward me, acknowledging my presence before she walked away. I had kept my presence hidden before arriving, but she seemed to sense me all the same. Had her abilities surpassed mine? The thought unsettled me, though it was far from the only thing that had been troubling me recently. Then there was him, the Outer God. Stories of his role in aiding the resistance spread everywhere, and their victories grew more frequent. And that wasn't all. Wherever he went, something strange followed. Rebellion flared up in occupied planets under Madame Fumara's control, one after another, almost like an ember catching fire. Whatever his true nature, he stirred something in me that I couldn't ignore. It was like he could peer right into me, past the facade and the half-truths I barely admitted to myself. He seemed to reach beyond what even I knew about myself. Part of me thought about confronting him directly, asking questions to see what he knew or wanted. But with him defined as our enemy, an enemy of all I served, it seemed impossible. Yet Virion allowed him and his followers entry here, a decision that blurred everything I thought I understood. I needed to make sense of this of him, of the pull he had, and the unease it brought. And with that, I slipped away, hoping the solitude might clear the noise in my head. Sietchio's soliloquy, how long had it been since I came into this world? I didn't really know, I couldn't remember that. But I could remember something else, my mother dying. That day felt like it would never end. Everyone around me had cried. They tried to keep my dad going because he was hurting so much. Losing her seemed to break something inside him, though he eventually found a way to keep going, to live past it, to take care of me. He tried his best to look strong when he was with me, never showing weakness. But sometimes I would hear him crying late at night. He'd go to where she rested pretty often, and I'd go with him sometimes. He'd sit by her grave and tell me stories about her, how they met, things they did, how she'd laugh at his jokes. I liked hearing about her, learning who she was. But there was one thing that kept bothering me, no matter how much time passed. It was something no one else noticed, something no one mentioned, none of the adults, the people who served in my dad's army, not even my dad himself. I stopped getting older. When I turned 10, my body just stayed the same. Everyone around me kept growing taller, looking older, but I stayed the same size, the same height. On the inside, I kept changing, learning, thinking like someone older. But outside, nothing. To keep up the act, I had to pretend to be my age. I learned to talk and behave like a kid. It was strange having to be this version of myself that didn't match up with what was inside. But that's just how things were. Even after all these years, centuries, really I hadn't changed. My face, my height, my whole appearance, it was all exactly as it had been since I was 10. Nobody questioned it. People saw me, talked to me, and just accepted it. Even when the resistance arrived, no one seemed to find it strange. They were curious, sure, but there was only one of them who, I think, looked at me and really saw through the surface. And he just played along. That person was their current helper, the one they looked up to and followed, an outer god. He came across as kind, someone who understood people. I could see why the resistance chose him as their leader, why they trusted him, even with all the risks they faced. It reminded me of how my dad used to talk about my mom, his voice full of some kind of quiet happiness. It felt like hope. But there was something else, too. Maybe it was because ID lived so long, because ID seen and felt more than anyone around me knew. Or maybe it was because he was like me, someone who seemed to carry an age far beyond his looks. There was something he held back, something he didn't show the others. It felt familiar, like we both knew what it was like to stay the same on the outside, while inside, well, things weren't the same. I want to talk to him about that. I want to let him see the part of me that wasn't stuck pretending to be 10 forever. But I didn't know where to start, how to break through all the layers I'd been hiding under for so long. Is something wrong, little princess? The attendant asked, watching me closely. Her voice sounded careful, like she didn't want to pry, but couldn't help but wonder. No, just thinking about when Dad will come back, I said, kicking my legs as I sat on the bench in the middle of the city park. She nodded and gave me a soft smile, like she wanted to be reassuring. I'll be back this evening. You don't have to worry. I already knew that Dad had told me his plans before he left. But like always, I had to play the part. That was how it went every day. Then something broke the routine. Both of us looked up, spotting a figure entering the park. It was him, the one they called the outer god, Aaron. He glanced around as he walked, his eyes eventually landing on us. As soon as he saw us, he strolled over, raising a hand in a friendly gesture. Oh, hello. Fancy meeting you here, Sietchio, he greeted with a wide smile. Out here to have fun? The words caught me off guard, and for a moment, I froze. I'm here just to relax and have fun. I managed to reply quickly, hoping it sounded casual enough. My attendant nodded in agreement, staying right by my side. I glanced at her, then took a quick breath. See, can I talk to him alone for a bit? She looked surprised, hesitating like she didn't expect me to ask. After a moment, though, she agreed, saying she'd wait for me by the entrance of the park. Aaron sat down beside me, turning his eyes up toward the sky, like he was giving me the space to speak. I sat there, collecting my thoughts, feeling a jumble of things I wanted to say. But words didn't come easily. Something in my throat held them back, a strange tension that kept me quiet. After a moment, he spoke without looking at me, like he already understood. The best way I've found is to just say everything, even if it comes out messy. Even if it's not perfect or clear, it's real. That's what matters. His words hit something inside me, a bit too close, almost as if he could see right through all the layers I try to keep up. It felt like he understood in a way no one else did. I felt a strange tug, a mix of envy and something else, maybe relief. Taking a shaky breath, I closed my eyes for a second, trying to gather the courage. Finally, I opened them and spoke, each word coming out slowly, almost hesitantly. Mr. Aaron, how would you feel if someone was mentally older but stayed physically and emotionally younger? I asked, fingers nervously twisting in my lap. He chuckled, a quiet sound that carried something I couldn't quite place. Well, I can relate a little. Physically, I look around 18, maybe 19. But if we're talking about experience, it could be anything from that to millions of years. I might have picked up a few things along the way, though I'm not sure any of it means much. What do you think? His words left me uncertain, almost thrown off. Similar? I hadn't expected that. But something about what he said, strange as it was, felt like it reached something deep inside me. I found myself nodding along, feeling a little less alone in whatever this was. I opened my mouth, feeling a pull to say more. I started, stopping again as a strange feeling settled over me. Will you listen? He gave a single nod. No words, just that small gesture. His eyes stayed on the sky, but something else caught my attention, a thin, almost invisible dome around us, like had placed it there without a sound. It was his way of making sure no one else heard. Thank you, I managed, voice low, almost unsure. I don't really understand. I don't know how I came to be, or when things started feeling strange. But there are these memories, flashes, pieces that don't belong to me. They're like pieces of someone else's life. I turned to him, searching his face for any reaction, but he didn't give anything away. He just sat there, listening, as if he'd heard things like this before. So I kept going, trying to get the words out right. I've given these big speeches like I'm helping someone, and I'm there, listening to them cry on my shoulder. They're older than me, I think, but somehow I'm old too, even though here I'm still young. I clench my hands, feeling this tired feeling grow inside. When I try to bring these memories up, like to understand them, it's weird. I end up falling asleep, or I just drift away somewhere and hours pass like they were nothing. Then, after that, I won't remember any of it for days. Then, out of nowhere, it all comes back again. It drives me crazy. I could feel my voice getting shaky. I've lived well. It feels like I've been alive a long time. But I haven't changed, not in how I look. And it's like my brain and how I feel are just stuck. No matter how much I try to learn, how much I study, I can't get past this wall. It's like something's holding me down. When I tell my dad or anyone else, it's like they don't even hear me. They just move on like I didn't even speak. I felt my face get hot, my eyes starting to sting, the tears almost slipping out. I felt his hand land on my head, a warm touch brushing over me. It felt strange, like some heavy cloud had lifted, and somehow the tears just stopped. It's not easy to say something like this, he said, his voice calm. Even if you've tried a few times and they ignored you. It can make you feel alone, can it? He waited, watching me. I nodded. He paused, as if considering his next words. What do you think of Milt? Milt? Dad's general, the one who's by his side all the time? The question threw me off, and I tried to figure out why he'd bring her up now. I thought back, going through every memory I had of her, and honestly, it all seemed ordinary. She was always there, always around, but nothing really stood out. She's important to my dad, I said, trying to make sense of it. And she's helped look after me, too. Why do you ask? I think, he began, looking back up, that finding answers needs a guide. Leaving you to figure everything out alone is unfair. So it'll help. If you want to know more about your past, you need to start by talking to Milt. You'll need to know more about her. About Milt? Why? I asked, still trying to understand. He shut his eyes for a moment, then opened them slowly. She's tied to you, to your past, and to Virion. My team will work to uncover more, but this first step, is yours. Can you handle it? I let his words sink in. It was something, a direction, maybe. Without thinking too much, I nodded eagerly, feeling my head bob up and down as his lips turned up a bit, like he found it funny. All right. Good luck with it, Sietchio. If you ever need me, just say my name, and he'll come. He let the barrier around us drop, stood up, and walked away. I tried to call out to say thanks for the clue, but before I got the words out, he was gone. Had dropped a big piece of my past right in front of me, but I still didn't have the whole picture. Questions filled my head faster than I could make sense of them. Did Milt know something about it? Or was she in the dark too? I needed answers. But I knew I couldn't ask just anyone. they'd probably brush it off, just like every other time. I got to my feet and slapped my cheeks, getting myself ready. "Let's do this," I said under my breath as my attendant came back my way. Aoife Murphy's soliloquy, we had our assignments, all of us, with no question what had to happen next. After the meeting wrapped, we scattered back to the teams we'd been with before. I joined the others, and beside me was Ling Feng and Keisha walking along. She looked like herself again, somehow more at ease, as if brushing against death in that trial had lit a fire in her. She wanted to dig for the truth as much as we did. First task on the list, find that spot again, where the Guardian waited, and see where things led after that. For now, we trailed through the familiar forest, moving closer to where that place waited. "How did dying feel?" I asked, turning my head to her. "I'm sorry if it's too much. Don't feel like you have to say anything." Ling Feng shook her head, signaling it was okay. "No, I don't mind. I didn't exactly die well. I did, but not like you'd think. It was more like being thrown out of the trial. I ended up waiting with Ikibo and someone who called herself Comptoir." "That makes sense," Keisha said, walking at my other side. "It'd be strange if you actually died in there. You'd probably be gone for real, too. But I don't remember Ikibo saying anything about us dying for real in the trial. Guess the fact you're here shows it doesn't work that way." "A trial's still just a trial," I replied, forcing a smile, trying to lighten things up. "Not always," Ling Feng cut in, not letting it slide. "Some trials in our universe actually do end you. I didn't expect to be alive after that, so you're not exactly right, Aoife." I let out a nervous chuckle and rubbed the back of my head, feeling a bit deflated. "That's so? Well, then lucky you made it," I replied, determined to keep things positive. Ling Feng's face softened at that, a small smile breaking through as we kept walking down that old path. Before long, we reached that place again. It hadn't changed, still had that striking, almost royal look to it. Ikibo, posted as ever, didn't seem to have budged. The moment he saw us, his eyes fixed on us, no warmth in his stare. "You have returned, friends of the Outer One. Do you seek to take the trial again?" Ikibo's voice, like a low, unchanging rumble, came from where he sat, a guardian in the form of a lion, white and gold. I shook my head. "You didn't really say this last time, but we're curious. If we die in one of those trials, do we actually die out here too? I mean, Ling Feng is still here after dying, but Ikibo closed his eyes, pausing as if searching for the words. Then opened them again. "It depends on the type of trial. However, true death is not part of it. Instead, one's lifespan shortens," he explained, his gaze landing on Ling Feng. "Your kind is unusual, living to around 8,900 years. Because of your death, you've lost 80 years. Ling Feng lowered her head. Shame seemed to settle over her, though I didn't quite know why. ID thought she was just like us, one of this world's species, but clearly ID been wrong about that. "What about me or Keisha?" I asked, pointing first at myself, then at Keisha standing just beside me. Ikibo stared at us, a silent study that stretched for a few beats before he finally shook his head. "That would be an unlikely event. But if it were to happen, I cannot say. Your bodies, especially yours, Aoife, have peculiar qualities," he said, his face creased. That answer hit harder than ID expected. I knew Aaron had done something special to me, had crafted me with something different, so I figured some sort of unusual response might come up. But to hear this applied to Keisha, too. I glanced over, catching her expression, eyes wide, a mirror of my own shock. "What exactly do you mean by that?" Keisha pressed, refusing to let it go. "As far as I know, Aaron hasn't made any changes to my body. Not like Aoife." "I do not know," Ikibo replied simply, as if that resolved everything. He closed his eyes again, shutting down any path toward a further answer. "Well, that's all, I guess. We got other things on our list." "Thanks," I said, throwing Ikibo a brief nod before turning to the left and heading off, not slowing to see if they catch up. Ling Feng and Keisha hesitated, their footsteps holding back, as if Ikibo had left something unsaid that they wanted to probe deeper into. But they didn't argue and, in the end, followed after me. They must have sensed, as I did, that there wasn't time to press him further. Our purpose here mattered more, and whatever Ikibo had left unsaid wouldn't change that we needed to find that spot. Maybe we'd see signs of a Ceresteal, or maybe we'd come up empty-handed. Either way, we had to check. After walking on for some time, we reached at the area of passing. The place held an eerie silence, heavier somehow than the version we'd seen in the trial, as if something waited just beyond our sight. It looked the same layout and design as before, but now, in reality, it felt more than a stage for the test we'd endured. I glanced at Ling Feng, and in her stance I could tell she felt the same unease. We had no idea what might happen if we stepped into that area again. The previous version we'd crossed was in some alternate, constructed space, a universe of its own rules, separate from this reality. So, maybe the Ceresteal wouldn't even show here. Maybe everything there had been a mere imitation. We crossed the lake Keisha mentioned, its surface smooth and reflective, and ahead, just like in the trial, stood the staircase in white, reaching up from the distance. Curtains lined the edges of the lake, flowing as if caught in a wind that wasn't there, each movement soft and entrancing. At the top of the stairs sat a golden lotus in full bloom, its petals open and vibrant. Smaller lotuses flanked the sides, forming a pathway toward the main one. Reaching the base, we stepped on the first stair, but it didn't feel quite like Keisha described. The stairs responded beneath us, each footfall bringing a distinct note, as if the steps themselves created some sort of melody, their sounds following each move we made. We continued up, each step producing another tone, the strange music filling the silence until we arrived at the top. There in front of us stood the golden lotus, the same one used to enter the authentic area of passing. Its presence signaled we'd reached a new threshold, the point before things could truly begin. I turned to Ling Feng and Keisha, checking if they were prepared. Ready? We could head back if you need anything else. Supplies, maybe? I asked, trying to keep things open, even though I knew what their answer would likely be. No, let's just go, Ling Feng replied. Her expression showed she was more than ready to face whatever lay ahead, if it meant meeting the Ceresteal here. Keisha gave her own nod, her expression matching Ling Feng's. Yeah, we don't need to wait around. All right, let's do it, I said, my hand pressing against the lotus, letting the strange power it held take hold. The place we ended up at was something. It matched what Keisha had described, sure, but I hadn't seen it myself before now. There was this strange mix, like an overdone chapel you'd expect for a wedding, but also something heavy, like a place you'd go to say goodbye to someone. I guess it was some kind of burial ground? Area of passing didn't exactly spell it out, after all. It's not here, Keisha muttered, her brows pulling together. It's not? I looked where she was staring, but all I saw was the usual raised platform you'd find in a church, where some priest would stand during a service. She pointed further on. That's where it was when we got here in the trial. But not now. I can't sense anything like the energy it had back then, she said, her voice dropping lower. Ling Feng gave a nod. Yeah, I do remember that feeling too. It took me down once. But now, just the regular area of passing, nothing strange or out of place. We wandered through the place, taking in piece by piece. The rows of benches looked like those in ordinary churches, only instead of wood. Each one was crafted from pure marble, polished enough to catch the faint light in here. Overhead, bells hung by thin, silver ribbons, spaced out across the ceiling. But the strange part was that they didn't make a sound. The whole place felt too silent, like the air itself refused to stir. With everything around us, the ribbons, the bells, the weird openness of the place, I expected at least a whisper of air, something set the bells ringing. But nothing moved. It was dead still. I couldn't shake the question about who might have built this place in the first place. But hey, what's this? Ling Feng's voice broke the quiet as she reached down, picking up what looked like a book or maybe a tome. The three of us gathered around, peering down at the thing in her hands, wondering just what kind of artifact we'd stumbled upon. Then, without warning, it yanked itself out of her grip, hung there in the air, floating right in front of us. It pulsed a warm golden glow for a few seconds, bright enough that it almost made us flinch before it shot straight up toward the ceiling and vanished entirely. What just happened? I asked, thrown off by the whole thing. Keisha gave a little shrug, pulling out her device. I managed to catch it all on video. Well, show Aaron or Kuntor later, she said, surprising us all. All right, let's keep searching a bit more, then head out to the next spot, I said, and they nodded, each of us giving the place one last scan. We spread out, checking the corners and edges of the room, hoping for something we'd overlooked. There wasn't much, just bits of debris scattered around, like it had been left alone for some time. Not so long that the whole area had fallen apart, but definitely untouched enough that it felt abandoned in a way. After about 15 minutes, we decided we'd seen all there was to see. I turned to them, a thought suddenly clicking in my mind. Wait, so, how exactly do we leave? Didn't you say that, once you defeated it, you got kicked out of the trial? I asked, glancing between the two of them, waiting for some answer. Keisha thought it over, then shook her head. I can't be sure, but I'd bet we just go back to the spot where we were brought in, she said, already heading in that direction without another word. Before Ling phone, or I could respond, she disappeared right in front of us. We both exchanged a quick, wide-eyed look, then rushed to catch up, each of us practically tripping over our own feet to follow her out. I glanced back once just to see the place one last time, and in that split second, I caught a strange shape just there for the briefest instant. Then, before I even had time to react, I felt the strange pull of teleportation pulling me away. Aaron Toole's soliloquy, I walked alone down the city streets, the noise of bustling life fading into the background as I checked in on everyone else through my powers. They were fine, everything seemed to be running smoothly with them, but my thoughts were already elsewhere. I had plans, and soon enough, I would be rejoining Kuroka and Chiron. ID sent them to another part of the planet, giving them the freedom to travel at their own pace. By Di Chung, that's where the white tiger of this world resided. It was in the western part of the planet. ID given them a head start, not because I couldn't catch up, but because they wanted to take in the sights of the world on their way there instead of just teleporting. I understood that. After all, this world, despite the strange and unsettling things that seemed to occur, had its own beauty. It was worth the experience. I came across a food stand. I wasn't particularly hungry, but I knew Kuroka and Chiron would be by the time I caught up with them. I bought a lot of food, more than I needed, and stored it in my inventory. I handed the vendor a generous amount of money, more than was probably necessary, before continuing on my way. The general inn by Di Chung was named Galen. His name wasn't exactly in line with the usual naming conventions of this planet, but it didn't really matter to me. He was powerful, no doubt about that. Though I would say his strength didn't compare to the white tiger of our world, nor was it anywhere near the power Bayako had. Still, he had his own strength, one I would have to keep in mind when I reached him. The streets stretched before me, bustling with life as I walked. Duplicating some of the food I had stored, I ate as I moved, letting the motions of the city guide me. But then, something unexpected caught my Milt. She stood off to the side, a distant expression on her face, her mind clearly elsewhere. Milt, you okay? I called, stepping closer to her. Startled, she stumbled, her feet not quite catching up to her thoughts. Reaching out, I caught her before she could fall. Flustered, she quickly stood back up and cleared her throat. The moment of confusion passing. She coughed into her fist, trying to recover. I am fine. Apologies for that, she said, a small smile tugging at her lips. Her eyes briefly scanned me. What brings you here, Aaron? Offering her some of the food, she shook her head, declining without a word. Just spending some time here before heading to buy Di Chung. Sent Kuroka and Chiron ahead, came my reply. Milt's arms crossed as she nodded thoughtfully. I see. Galen's there, one of the generals. But he's a bit of a battle maniac, she said, her tone turning cautious. Be ready. He might want to fight one of you, or all of you for that matter. Her warning hung in the air as we walked together, the city sounds faint against her words. The information was useful, though not surprising. Galen's reputation wasn't unknown to me. Still, it was good to hear it from someone who knew the area. I chuckled at Milt's words. Well, he won't be the first battle maniac you'll run into, so I'm used to it. No, we're all used to it, I said, the smile spreading across my face. She laughed softly at that, her expression lightening a bit. As we continued walking, we reached a small square. The area was bustling with vendors, their stalls filled with various goods. A fountain stood in the center, the water gently cascading down, adding a soft sound to the mix of voices and footsteps around us. People wandered in and out of the square, some stopping to browse, others just passing through. Nearby, kids ran around the park, playing and laughing. The scene was calm, almost idyllic, and for a moment, I couldn't help but marvel at it all. It was peaceful, tranquil in a way that felt like it belonged in another world entirely. For a brief moment, I let myself think that maybe Virion's vision of peace had actually come alive here. The world seemed to have settled, people moving without fear, enjoying the little things in life. But then, the thought of Fumara and her organization crept back into my mind. Beneath the calm, they were still there, still pulling the strings, holding everyone under their control. Milt must have noticed the change in my demeanor because she spoke again, her voice quieter this time. Are you thinking about the peace Virion brought and Fumara's control? Yeah, I answered, my voice flat. I didn't try to hide it. I know there's good things about it, sure, but there's still a lot of bad, too. Milt nodded, a quiet acceptance in her movements, and spoke. I get it. There are plenty of downsides, but still, people find joy in it. For a long time now, they have. Even with her, we've made it work. We found a way to be happy with our lives. But will it stay? What if she decides one day to drag you all into a war in some other universe? Or what if she gets fed up with Virion and his ways, and everything changes because of that? I pressed, my eyes fixed on her. Does your opinion still hold up, even with all that hanging over you? She paused, quiet for a while, her mind clearly turning over my words. It wasn't immediate, but after a few moments, she shook her head. I don't know, she said, her voice low, uncertain. I know what you're saying has some truth, but maybe it's better to just ignore it, to live in the dream, to stay in the fantasy, even if it's not real. A lot of people would choose that, wouldn't they? To stay in an ideal world, instead of facing the hard truth. It's easier that way. Her words trailed off, soft and heavy, like she wasn't even sure she was talking to me or herself at that point. It's better to face a harsh reality than live forever in a dream built on lies, I said, my voice firm. Facing the truth, no matter how difficult, and growing because of it, that's what matters. Running from it only makes things worse. People and entire worlds will always have to face reality sooner or later. I stood up, brushing off the dirt from my clothes, preparing to leave. Anyway, I've got to head out. Can't leave those two waiting around too long. Just think about what I said, all right? It could help you with your past, your memories, who you really are. With that, I vanished from the spot, leaving Milt behind. She stood there, her expression a mixture of confusion and alertness, no doubt trying to make sense of everything. What she chose after this, that was on her. The responsibility was hers to carry. I could only hope she made the right decision. So much of the planet's future was tied to her and Xiechio, and I knew that their actions would set the course for everything that came after. Hey, I called out, arriving where Chiron and Kuroka were. Nya, Kuroka yelped, leaping onto a branch, clearly startled by my sudden appearance. Chiron snickered, her laughter quickly turning into full-blown amusement at her sister's reaction. Kuroka's face flushed, red as she jumped back down. She marched over to me, swatting at my chest with her hands, muttering Naya over and over, too embarrassed to form proper words. Her hits were soft, but she didn't seem to care. It was as if trying to chase away the awkwardness. Chiron laughed harder, enjoying the moment. After a while, Kuroka finally stopped. She crossed her arms, about to say something, probably to scold me, when I pulled out some food from my inventory. Her expression softened, and she snatched some before Chiron could. They both ate without another word, Kuroka clearly forgetting her irritation for the time being. Looking around, I realized we were on a road, the path marked with signs and faint tracks. We're about 30 minutes from Baidicheng. What were you two doing out here? I asked, keeping my tone casual. We took our time, Chiron began, her voice calm as she spoke. Saw a lot of things, some structures, some creatures. We killed a few, but hesitated to eat them. Decided not to, and kept moving. On the boring parts of the journey, we picked up the pace. Then we came across some fish here. We were about to catch them until you showed up." She pointed to a small lake to our left. The water shimmered under the light, and I could see countless fish and other creatures swimming just beneath the surface. The energy around them pulsed with power. They wouldn't be easy to catch. "Well, since you've already eaten," I said, taking a glance at her, "let's head to the city. There's food there too, if that's not enough for you." I started walking, and both of them quickly caught up, matching my pace without a word. Not long after, we reached a small cliffside. We stopped and looked down at the city. It stretched out below us, sprawling and busy, framed by mountains. The sight felt like something out of a painting, a scene so well-formed, it almost didn't seem real. Shiren's voice broke the silence, her eyes still fixed on the view. "You could literally call it Chinese if you wanted to, right?" she asked, her words drifting between us as she took in the landscape. I let out a small laugh at her choice of words, finding myself agreeing, though the idea of just calling it Chinese felt a bit strange, maybe even a touch ignorant. Hard to say. Still, the architecture style here clearly brought that particular region to mind. The designs, the carvings, it all gave the feeling of ancient, Asian-influenced craftsmanship, intentional or not. "Well, let's not waste any more time," I began, but suddenly, Centuredo. His attire stood out black and gold, tailored in a style that leaned towards something noble, yet unfamiliar, suggesting he was anything but an ordinary local. His name, Galen, came to mind, and it fit, but everything about him, the clothes, the way he stood, seemed almost imported from another world. He didn't dress like anyone on this planet. The vibe he carried, the city he was said to rule, all felt out of place here. I caught myself wondering if this impression was a stereotype on my part, but there was no denying his power. It was obvious, even at a glance. If I had to estimate, his energy felt somewhere around middle-tier god class, even in a state of calm. If he unleashed his full strength, it seemed fair to think he could rival Shiva himself from our world, at least in terms of raw force. Kuroka tilted her head, looking at him. "Who are you, Naya?" She took another bite, barely pausing to speak. Chiron stepped in, sizing him up. "I think it's safe to assume you're the general of this area, Galen, right?" Her tone made it clear she wasn't asking lightly. The man nodded, brushing a hand over his beard as he answered. "Correct, I am Galen." He paused, studying each of us carefully before nodding again. "Your appearance matches what Lord Virion described. He informed me of the god from the Resistance visiting this planet, and you look exactly as he mentioned. Follow me." Kuroka raised an eyebrow, even more bewildered now. "Huh? Follow? To where?" He chuckled, the sound rough but amused. "Surely you're aware that I enjoy a good fight, aren't you? I do like to test you. So come along." With that, he launched himself into the distance, already expecting us to follow. We exchanged looks, realizing what this might entail. The rumors had heard of him, a man who thrived on combat, who saw battles as an art in itself, suddenly seemed to line up. So, with no more hesitation, we decided to go along, understanding that this challenge might reveal far more than we'd expected. The area we arrived at stretched north of Baidicheng, set on a mountain with jagged, rocky terrain all around. This particular spot, though, was leveled out, its surface smooth and flattened, likely by Galen himself. The marks of such work were clear. Only someone with significant power could mold a place like this in the middle of such rough surroundings. Galen walked a few steps ahead, then paused, glancing back to size us up once more. "All right," he started, his tone unreadable. "Which one do you want to step up first?" Kuroka stepped forward without hesitation, barely looking bothered. "I'll go," she said casually, as if she'd just been asked to run a quick errand. "Might as well get this done with. Besides, I've still got food waiting." She added as an afterthought, "Hey, after this, think you can show us where to find a good spot to eat?" That got a genuine laugh from Galen. He seemed amused, nodding his agreement. "Very well. It seems you have a real appetite. So, what kind of place are you thinking of? Or does the price not even matter?" Kuroka threw her shoulders back, hands on her hips, grinning. "Price doesn't matter," she replied, her confidence clear. Galen gave a quick nod, an amused grin stretching across his face. All right then, let's get this sparring match underway. No rules, aside from no killing. If one of us yields, it's over. Kuroka gave a firm nod in agreement. He'll be the arbiter, then, I offered, and they both accepted without much reaction. Holding my position, I looked between them, waiting. After a beat, I called, "Are fighters ready? Begin." Galen launched forward, his form blazing with a thick, emerald energy that coated him from head to toe. His arm swung toward Kuroka in a wide arc. But she stood her ground, almost playful, catching his strike with an effortless motion, as though she had expected it. The impact of Galen's strike echoed out, breaking apart the ground beneath them and sending cracks rippling outward across the rocky surface, even shaking the mountains in our vicinity. But Kuroka barely moved. She held his gaze, a smirk spreading across her face. Galen's expression tightened, surprise flickering across his face before he broke away, moving back to where Head originally stood. Kuroka exhaled, brushing a loose strand of hair from her face before vanishing. A moment later, she appeared beside Galen, her fist already aimed and infused with 10k, zeroing in on his head without hesitation. Galen responded quickly, gathering energy around his arms to block Kuroka's punch. Judging by his expression, he must have thought she was giving it her all. Yet the energy shield he created shattered on impact. Kuroka's fist struck his crossed arms, which had positioned defensively, only to hear a sharp impact just before the powerful blow sent him flying backward. She was relentless. In the blink of an eye, she reappeared where Head been thrown and struck him again, giving him no moment to regain control or defend himself. Like a rag doll, Galen was tossed around the sky as bravado hit him repeatedly. Her blows left him no opening to recover, each strike pushing him further back. Finally, she drove her fist into his stomach, sending him plummeting to the ground, where his impact carved a massive crater. He lay there, unmoving. Landing lightly, Kuroka strolled over to his still form. We approached as well. Taking in the damage Shed inflicted, Galen lay battered and thoroughly defeated, the extent of her power written in the cracks and bruises across his body. "You held back, didn't you?" I asked, looking at Kuroka, who responded with a nervous chuckle. "I hope so. I was hitting him as gently as possible," she replied, scratching the back of her head like she couldn't believe it herself. Beside me, Chiron sighed. "We need to wake him up, Aaron. Can you heal him?" I laughed, agreeing, and threw a small ball of slime in Galen's direction. It hit him, and immediately his injuries began to vanish, his strength returning all at once. In an instant, his eyes opened, and he sprang up, wide-eyed, scanning his surroundings as if Head just been pulled from a dream. "You lost. Welcome back to the land of the living," I said to him. Galen stared at me, then at Kuroka, and let out a deep breath. That wasn't a sparring match, that was a one-sided beating. I didn't even get the chance to go all out, he admitted, dipping his head in a slight bow, as if the loss had taken him by surprise. "All right then, shall we talk?" I asked, not breaking my stare. Galen nodded, his eyes still sharp. "If one of your companions can fight at that level, I can only imagine what you're capable of. So, how about we discuss this over a meal at a place I visit often? It's a nice location." Trusting what I sensed through my powers, I saw no lie in his offer. "Fine, you lead the way," I replied, snapping my fingers to restore the land, every bit of destruction from the battle erased as if it never happened. Galen's eyes swept over the scene, barely hiding a sense of awe. He muttered under his breath, "Unbelievable anyway, this way." The area we entered felt unusual, different from the usual bustling parts of the city. It was tucked into a quieter section, away from the main roads and livelier streets. Inside, only one customer remained, already finishing up and passing us on his way out. Lord Galen, here for the usual, I assume, and some fresh faces with you?" The man called out, his gaze drifting over our group. "Yes, indeed," Galen replied with a light laugh. "Today, I have guests joining me, so let's have your best dishes and make the portions generous. I suspect we're all ready to eat." The man chuckled, nodding as he turned toward the kitchen to begin preparing the order. Galen led us to a spot in the corner, and we settled in at the table. Kuroka and Chiron took the seats across from him, while I sat beside Galen on his right. After a moment of quiet, he looked up, gathering his thoughts before speaking to us. All the generals received Zhao Quan's invitation to a coup, to topple Virion and steer the planets as Madame Fumero would approve, he explained, pausing. I don't know where he got the idea, but out of the 8 of us, if we take Zhao Quan out of the picture, the other 7 are divided. 4 stand with him, am uncertain, and 2 have made it clear they oppose him. He glanced back at the store's doors before continuing. Zhao Quan sent a messenger, tried to sway me, but I said I'd think it over. I can't say when this coup will begin, but I've got a bad feeling about it. I'd guess he's timing it to hit during the finals of the tournament. He'll make use of the chaos from that, right? Chiron asked, her eyes fixed on him. Or wait until Virion's in the middle of his match against the winner, then make his move. But how would he pull that off if Virion's in the ring fighting? They likely have something over him, some threat he can't ignore. So for now, he'll probably go along with it, I said. The first things that come to mind? Maybe they're threatening an entire group, his home planet, or his daughter. Chiron nodded slowly. That would add up. But shouldn't we do something to keep her safe then? Xiechio's just a kid, and honestly, she still comes off as pretty vulnerable. I don't see her standing up to anyone, let alone being able to fight back. He agreed, his face hardening. I feel the same. I've watched her often. She's Virion's only daughter, and I admit, I've grown attached to her myself. She's not just his daughter. She's the princess of our people. If anything were to happen to her, it would stir anger in every corner of our world. His words took me back to my own daughter, the one I had recently taken in, the one I had come to love as my own. The thought of someone harming Vivi that way, it riled something in me I couldn't fully put into words. Words I knew I'd wish I'd never thought. So, what exactly do you want from us here? We're already working alongside Huoshan Rinqing on something else. She's one of those against Zhao Quan's plan, right? Judging by what we know so far, I'd bet Milt is the other one who's opposed. That leaves most of the others as possible candidates for Zhao's side. Assuming you haven't already picked one, I said, fixing my eyes on him. Naya, or maybe it's more like, Naya, which side are you on, Naya? Kuroka threw out lazily, stretching out on her seat without a care. Chiron chimed in with a single nod, keeping her eyes locked on him. Because depending on your answer, would have no choice but to detain you if you're siding with Zhao Quan. But if you're not, then we're good to work together. And don't bother lying. Aaron here is basically a human lie detector, she added, staring him down, not a blink in sight. Beep, I added, playing along. Chiron shot me a look that held no amusement, to which I let out a laugh. Galen stayed quiet, caught in some private deliberation, his face giving nothing away. Chiron, however, didn't look away, her expression firm, not letting even the smallest hint of impatience slip through. Kuroka lay sprawled across the seats, barely paying attention, her eyes closed as she practically drooled at the rich scents drifting through the room. After what felt like an endless stretch of silence, Galen finally spoke, his expression set in a serious way as he said, I've got no real desire to get myself killed going up against your group. At the same time, I don't see any reason to throw my lot in with a coup. I'm content with how things are. So, they'll stay out of it. I'll oppose Zhao's plans. Chiron nodded, acknowledging his response with a simple tilt of her head. Good, but let's eat before we dive any deeper into this. I think the food's finally done, she said, her cat ears flicking up, reacting instantly to the aroma filling the room. Kuroka's eyes snapped open at the same moment, the smell clearly pulling her from her lazy stupor. Now fully awake, her expression lit with anticipation. Galen gave his assent, and soon the man from earlier came over, delivering generous servings to each of us. Though had hinted that the larger portions were only for Kuroka and Chiron, I ended up with an equally substantial serving. It surprised me, but I wasn't complaining. All right then, dig in, he said, motioning toward the spread before diving into his own meal. I scanned each dish, giving the spread a quick once-over. No poisons, no hidden tricks. With that settled, I took a bite, prompting the two Nicomedes beside me to start too. They were all in right away, practically inhaling their portions. The chef owner's jaw dropped at the sight, clearly not expecting Chiron and Kuroka to devour the food with that kind of zeal. Catching his reaction, I looked over at him. "It'll cover the tab," I said plainly, "so go ahead and get 2 more helpings ready for them." He stared at me for a second, blinking in surprise, before nodding in agreement. I called up 2 full bags of the local currency, tossing them to him without a second thought. He caught them, fumbled a bit, then peeked inside his eyes, going wide at the sight. He started stammering, his shock only growing as he realized how much he was holding. "Take it all. Actually, make it 3 more servings," I said, chuckling as the man practically scrambled back to the kitchen. "Right away, sir. And thank you," he called out, his voice barely catching up to his legs. "You're loaded," Galen muttered, eyes still wide at the pile of money ID handed over. "Money's simple. I can make as much as I need, and it greases the wheels of this place," I replied. "I'm not out here to mess up entire economies with it, just helping folks like that one out there." Galen's lips curved at that, impressed but trying not to show it. We watched as Chiron and Kuroka stayed locked onto their plates, almost like they were in some food trance. Their extra rounds arrived as the hour went on, and they tore through them just the same. By then, Galen could only look on, speechless at the sight of what had to be the hungriest Nicomedes had ever seen. I wondered if he'd just flat out pass out if he ever ran into Shigian and the 3 Muscapos in action. After we finished, we asked the owner to give us a moment. He understood right away and hung a sign by the entrance, making sure no one wandered in. With the place cleared out, it was finally time to get down to business. "So what's on your mind, Naya?" Kuroka asked, patting her stomach, clearly satisfied after the meal. Chiron sat beside her, nodding. Even though I already knew most of what they'd say, I wanted the full details straight from them. Leaning back, I let them explain. "The ones driving this coup are General Chengshi, Kaiyang, Liora, and Bain, all in alliance with Zhao Quan. The exact location of their meetings isn't known, but they're keeping it within Zhao Quan's territory, up near the northwest, centered around Daelucan. That's a mega city, the most developed area on the planet, packed with advanced technology Zhao Quan's obtained from travelers Ho visited. He's even got experimental tech from Madame Eleanor backing his forces there," he said, his tone holding nothing back. "Eleanor again," I muttered, narrowing my focus. Taking her down was inevitable, but I knew the timing had to be just right. Leaving her alive a little longer served a purpose. The Eradicators rank 1 and others in the Resistance still needed their chance to confront her before I removed her from the equation. Her influence and manipulations had turned into a nuisance, one that couldn't stay around much longer. Even if I reformed her, like Avetsa and Satinal, Eleanor's nature ran too deep, and those habits of hers would only resurface in another twisted way. She wouldn't change, not fully. Ending her once and for all seemed the only solution. "Yes," Galen replied. "From what I understand, Madame Eleanor has her control stretched across nearly every species, faction, and organization, both here and in other realms. She's a calculating genius, a strategist with contingencies that would shock even the most hardened. That one won't go down without a serious fight. A smart, hard-to-kill cockroach," Chiron said, fixing her eyes ahead. "Forget about her. Now, what's the deal with Daelucan?" Galen gave a short nod. "Like I said, it's the most advanced city around. Over there, they got all sorts of tech that no one else has. They say it's almost impossible to get in unless you're armed with matching tech or have a way to bypass it. On top of that, they've taken our martial arts and energy techniques and merged them with their systems. Zhao Quan calls it something new." He kept on, mentioning that had only been there a few times for official reasons, never by choice. His visits were brief, each one leaving him with little beyond the surface impressions he shared now. From what he described, it sounded like the city ran on a strange blend of martial skill and technology, all woven together into something different. Despite all that, he couldn't give us many specifics, just a broad picture. Finally, Chiron and Kuroka turned to me, expecting answers. I looked at them and exhaled. Daelucan. Think martial arts combined with mechs and advanced tech, I said. But keep in mind, Eleanor and her group handed over that tech and left them to figure out the rest on their own. They're still in the early stages with all that equipment. They nodded, following along as I continued. Still, don't make the mistake of taking it lightly. Those advanced weapons they've got, they might even rival some high-ranking people in raw power. Now, there won't be much trouble for you, but it's worth keeping on your radar. Kuroka nodded. Fine by me. If we can neutralize them before they get the chance, then we're good. So, Dalukin's our next stop? Yeah. I met her eyes, agreeing. Next stop is Dalukin. There's no reason to hold off on this. We should get there without delay. That said, I doubt Zhao Quan will just throw open the gates for us. With the tournament heading into its final rounds and all these other pieces falling into place, everything's leading us straight to Dalukin, Zhao Quan, and of course those two. He'll stay here and make sure Zhao Quan doesn't send any more messengers trying to sway me, Galen said, his attention on the table. He'll let my people know not to entertain them, not even for a second, and to send them off as soon as they show up. I need to get in touch with Huishan Rinqing and Lady Milt so we can form a plan, he added. The next few days won't be easy. Galen stood and straightened, nodding once. I'm off, then. Good luck with everything you're facing. He turned and made his way out, offering his farewells to the restaurant's owner on his way out. We rose as well, gave our thanks, and stepped outside into the lively streets. I glanced around and found the usual scene, people everywhere, going about their routines, faces lit with their own lives, each one wrapped up in whatever came next for them. So, are we teleporting straight there? Kuroka asked, perching herself on my head in her cat form, curled up comfortably like it was the most natural thing in the world. That's the plan, unless either of you has anything to handle here first, I said, catching a look from Chiron, who seemed uncharacteristically focused on the mission now. Can we meet back here in 5? She asked. I want to check a few things, just me alone. Her request caught me off guard, but I gave a nod. All right, here in 5, then? She nodded, then turned and set off, leaving me alone with Kuroka. I glanced up at her, perched on my head, and asked, what do you think about grabbing some snacks, stock up on food for the trip? Absolutely. Nia. But Chiron's got some fire in her now, huh? Kuroka answered, and I had to agree. She was unusually driven, and I couldn't help but wonder what brought it on. Still, I figured she'd let me in on it when she was ready. For now, I set off in the opposite direction, eyes on the stalls and vendors lining the path, checking out what food would make sense for the journey ahead. Chiron Tiju's soliloquy back then, I thought martial arts were pointless. Before Aaron came along, I only cared about using the raw strength I had as a rook in the president's peerage, beating down any opponent until they couldn't get back up. Winning by brute force, it was all I thought I'd ever need. But somewhere, deep down, I must have realized it couldn't carry me forever. I pushed those thoughts away and kept charging forward without a second thought, until the world around us began to change in ways none of us could have expected. Without telling anyone, I started training in martial arts. I wanted to learn for Aaron, to understand more than just power, especially in a world that seemed to draw from China, yet rarely showed much of its ancient disciplines. The styles I'd heard about, or even seen, were few, and the way they were taught felt faded. I couldn't help wondering where they had all gone. Then, today, I overheard something that made it all click into place. Zhao Quan, this powerful figure, was actively pushing for technology to replace martial arts. He wanted it to fade, not entirely, but just enough so that it could no longer stand on its own. What was left would be something weak, barely a whisper of the strength it once held. Since my life took this turn, learning martial arts and being shaped by people like Aaron and those from the Chinese pantheon, I can't deny it's left me feeling like I owe it something. You could even say I've come to love martial arts for opening my eyes to things I never thought I'd understand. So, even if I don't feel completely rooted in this world, I want to give something back. Maybe it's small, but it's my way of honoring what martial arts has given me. I made my way to a food stand, picked up something to eat, and tucked it into my ring. Then, glancing around, I noticed a small bookstore tucked between the buildings. I walked over and slipped inside. Who knows? Maybe this place had some hidden martial arts manuals, or at least something I could use. With luck, I could learn a few new techniques to use against Xiao Quan, and who knows, maybe I could even knock some sense into him. A quote Zhang Mei once told us back when I trained with her came to mind. It was a reminder of why I kept going, no matter where I found myself. Martial arts isn't about just throwing punches or being the fastest. It's about having a talk with yourself, a hard look at who you are and who you might end up as. Every punch, every stance is a question thrown by life, and how you respond to it says everything about who you really are inside. It isn't about beating others down. It's about facing down the parts of you that are stuck in fear or pride. It's about finding a strange calm in the fight, a sense of meaning in every moment, where your spirit and life line up to create something solid that won't break easily. Hearing those words from Zhang Mei, who's always been a battle fanatic and, honestly, not exactly the sharpest at times, kind of like me, caught me off guard. It reminded me that people are more layered than I might assume, and it's not always obvious. Her words hit me deep, like they were aimed right at something inside I hadn't fully figured out. Maybe it wasn't just me. Maybe it was Aaron, too. He's always wrestling with it. That much is clear to anyone who looks. He holds so much power, yet he fights to keep control over it, resisting the pull to bend the world to his will just because he can. If I had that kind of power, could I keep myself from doing the same? I wonder if ID even have the strength to hold back, or if ID end up shaping everything around me to suit my own idea of how things should be. Honestly, I doubt it. After several minutes of wandering around, I found myself stopping in front of a small bookshelf tucked away in the back of the store. I reached out, grabbed a book, and flipped through its pages, catching sight of a few techniques here and there. Some were close to what ID already learned, but the differences were slight enough that I didn't feel they were worth memorizing. I kept at it for a while, pulling one book after another, glancing over pages filled with stances, maneuvers, and all kinds of technical details. I wasn't exactly sure what I was looking for, but something made me feel like I'd find something worthwhile if I just kept going. Still, after a few more rounds of browsing through shelves, I paused. Maybe what I was after wasn't in this store, but somewhere else entirely. ID told Aaron and my sister I'd meet up with them soon, but this felt important, so I left the shop quickly and looked around for another bookstore nearby. Spotting one close by, I walked in, hoping this time would be different, and repeated my search, moving from one book to the next. Yet just like before, I came up empty. No hidden insights, no techniques that stood out, nothing close to what I was hoping to find. It crossed my mind that maybe my instinct had been off, or maybe it was wrong about there being anything here worth finding at all. Whatever the reason, as I turned to leave, something snagged my attention from the corner of my eye. Reaching out, I grabbed the book that had somehow managed to catch me. When I flipped it open, the pages revealed something different. This wasn't true martial arts. It seemed more like a story, or maybe a fantastical version of it. The moves described felt exaggerated, almost like they were meant to entertain more than instruct. But then again, there was something oddly grounded in it. If I asked Aaron or Contour about whether some of these techniques were even possible, maybe they could tell me. Deciding that was worth a shot, I returned to the clerk, paid, and left the store with a bit more energy than ID had walking in. Outside, I found a bench and decided to dive into the book right there. I didn't get far before closing it after around 20 pages, realizing I had promised Aaron and my sister that I'd meet up soon. With the book tucked under my arm, I started heading back, already picturing how Aaron might react. Knowing him, he'd probably just say something direct like, "Do you want to learn it now?" As if it were that simple. The thought brought a laugh up inside me, but I kept it quiet. "I'm back. Sorry I took so long," I said, catching sight of Aaron and my sister settled on a bench. My sister was nibbling on some snack, while Aaron seemed absorbed in a book. Aaron lifted his eyes toward me, calm but attentive. My sister gave me a wave mid-bite, not breaking her rhythm. "You're back. Did you find what you were after?" he asked, tucking his book away like he'd just been waiting for the right moment. I nodded, holding up the book I'd come across. "Yeah, look at this," I said, passing it over to him. Aaron took it, eyes already skimming the pages. His fingers moved steadily, flipping one page after another, absorbing what he could as though he had done it 100 times before. My sister, Kuroka, barely seemed interested, giving the book only the slightest glance. After a couple of minutes, Aaron closed the book and looked up, thinking of learning what's in here. I grinned, a small laugh slipping out. He saw right through me, as usual. I nodded, knowing he understood learning from this book was exactly what I had in mind. He beckoned me closer, and I stepped forward, curious but expectant. His finger tapped my forehead, and suddenly a torrent of knowledge crashed through my mind. Every technique from the martial arts in that book now lodged itself within my memory. It was overwhelming at first, but the moves and sequences felt almost natural, settling in like they'd always been there. As I sorted through it all, I realized I'd need to make adjustments. To fully harness these techniques, they need to work in sync with my senjutsu, or more accurately, my tuki. I could probably attempt an alternative approach using my demonic power too, but for now, I'd keep my focus on my tuki and see where it could take me with this new skill set. Let's get moving, I said, watching Aaron get to his feet, my sister following his lead. He seemed to consider it before responding. All right, but we'll keep things slow. We're not exactly welcome there, and they might hold back from jumping us right away, he said. I nodded, agreeing. Charging in recklessly would likely ignite conflict sooner than any of us were ready for. That plan made sense, and I took my place beside him, bracing myself. Without a hint, he teleported us, the familiar surroundings vanishing in an instant. Whoa, Kuroka muttered as we landed on the cliff's edge, staring down at the sprawl of day looking below. The city spread wide, filled with buildings rising high, each a mix of old and new traditional Chinese architecture meeting futuristic designs that looked straight out of sci-fi movie. But what grabbed our attention was one particular structure standing apart in the distance. Unlike the others, this one leaned into its ancient style, like an enormous temple glowing in gold and purple. It seemed to almost pulse in its own light, bold and defiant against the city's duller skyline. Other pockets of color dotted the city too, though I couldn't say what they were from up here. They're shield generators, Aaron said, breaking the silence, pointing toward various spots around the city. See them around? I squinted, catching a faint glow, barely noticeable, stretching over the city like a subtle protective layer. Carino had mentioned something similar back in his Shido. Its own version shielded the city there, mostly from the bitter cold. So, they're all set for a big clash, right? Kuroka asked, raising an eyebrow as she glanced at Aaron, her earlier lightness gone as she tossed her food wrapper aside. But is that shield actually going to hold up? I mean, we could tear through it, sure, but what about the others? Milt, Huoshan Rinqing, or even Virion. Aaron studied the city with a blank look. For us, it's easy work. Milt and Huoshan Rinqing could definitely crack it, but they'd have to put in effort. Virion, though, would have no problem smashing it apart. The shield rebuilds itself almost instantly when it's running at full capacity. So that's the real challenge. So are we going in loud? Kuroka asked, clearly ignoring everything we'd discussed. No, not yet. Let's start by going in like we're any other visitors. Keep in mind they'll be watching us closely the whole time. He answered, and we started moving down from our spot on the cliff, slipping quietly into the edge of the city, where we'd be far from unobserved. We reached the entrance quickly, spotting a line of hovering vehicles idling nearby. The foot traffic had its own line, and we joined it without delay. The queue moved steadily until we found ourselves at the front, where a guard gave us a once-over, his expression shifting as he recognized something or someone. He spoke into his radio in a low voice, murmuring into the device for about 2 minutes before he allowed us through, giving us a wary, searching look that lingered even as he turned away. Once inside, the sight hit me hard. Structures rose high above us, layers of buildings and platforms stacking upward. Trees sprouted from platforms and rooftops, a strange mix of organic shapes and metal frames, giving the place a look that felt wrong, almost disturbing. It was as if nature and machinery had merged in a way that refused to choose one side. I couldn't tell if I should marvel at it or be uncomfortable. This is what they're calling the future, I thought, feeling a strange chill at the sight. Dystopian, Kuroka muttered under her breath, and by the look on her face, I knew she saw the same twisted vision of progress that I did. Aaron kept his face blank, though a faint frown formed for a moment. It vanished quickly, but by then, the stares had already started. People turned to watch us pass, the kind of attention that made my skin prickle. Their focus felt almost suffocating as we moved deeper into the city streets. The surroundings didn't look too different from the pictures I'd seen of China, but everything felt like it had been yanked years ahead. It had the unmistakable, futuristic touch, swords hovering through the air with people standing on them. Energy and flames sputtering from their bases like jet engines. I couldn't decide if the sight was comical or unnerving, but either way, it left a strange taste in my mouth. I found myself wondering if this was what our world would eventually become, something shiny and strange, stuck between the past and the future. Aaron had always talked about progress, about guiding us forward, about creating something better. He never said what he had in mind exactly, and I trusted him at least. I tried to. He had good intentions. I didn't doubt that. But the doubt kept gnawing at me, the feeling that this change might not end up how he hoped. I'd heard the saying before, not all progress was a good thing. I couldn't shake that thought from my mind. We arrived at an open square, something like a gathering spot for the city's inhabitants. A tall statue rose from the center. I looked up at it, tracing the figure carved in a proud, commanding stance. It had to be Zhao Quan, a person of clear importance, his presence dominating the square, though I knew nothing of his story. Before I had a chance to react, Kuroka's grip tightened on my shoulder, yanking me to a halt. I glanced her way, then caught where her eyes and Aaron's had landed a group moving in on us from all directions. Aaron's voice dropped low, almost too quiet to hear. On the count of 3, I'm going to make them lose focus. He'll shut down the cameras around here too. Stick close and follow my lead. We gave quick nods, no time for hesitation. The people surrounding us drew their weapons, guns gleamed, swords raised, all aimed with clear intent. So much for Zhao Quan's talk of civility. It seemed he had dropped that pretense altogether. Now, brute force was the way forward, and he wasn't hiding it anymore. One of the 3 Muscapos, Aaron muttered under his breath. I felt a flash of confusion. Kuroka's face mirrored mine, but Aaron's tone stayed calm. We watched the puzzled expressions of our would-be captors as Aaron continued. 2 of the 3 Muscapos, he added, his finger moving in a small motion behind his back. A strange, knowing look settled in his eyes, and I knew something big was about to happen. Aaron's hand rose, his finger pointing straight at the man who appeared to be leading the group. 3 of the 3 Muscapos. And they're starving, he said. His strange words threw them off, faces twisting in confusion. Then, a sudden cloud of thick smoke enveloped the entire street. It swallowed everything in a split second, making it nearly impossible to make out anything beyond a few steps. As if by some prearranged signal, we moved covering ourselves, our presence fading into nothingness. Aaron's grip locked around my wrist, and just like that, the world became a blur of gray and shadows. He pulled us up in a rush, leaping to the top of a nearby building with ease. We landed on the roof, the city below lost in the swirling mist. What the hell was that, Naya? Kuroka's voice rose as we raced across the rooftops, feet skimming over stone and metal. Each leap took us farther from the scene. Aaron didn't even look back. He gave a casual shrug and said, felt like doing a countdown, but with a little twist. I based it on friendly Poe. Poe just fit, I guess. His grin was wide, unapologetic. Kuroka snorted, a chuckle escaping despite the tension, and we kept moving, following Aaron's lead as he aimed for something ahead. Kuroka's eyes narrowed as we tracked his movements, but he didn't give anything away. Whatever he had in mind, we were along for the ride. What is this place? Kuroka's voice echoed as we stopped to take in our surroundings. We had reached the farthest corner of the city, deep in the northern district. Aaron had led us to a narrow alley hidden from plain sight, where a barely noticeable illusion masked a door. He pushed it open, revealing a descending staircase. We stepped down, each step a slow march into the unknown, the stairs plain, but leading us into something stranger by the second. Symbols covered the walls, strange marks and shapes painted in every corner, each one giving off a faint light. A soft chime rang out from them, like the tone you'd hear striking a glass crystal back in our universe. It was weird, unsettling, even like something was both there and not there at the same time. Aaron said little. He moved without pausing, not glancing around like the rest of us. His eyes focused, though on what, I had no clue. These things, they're creepy. Were they, Aaron? Kuroka pressed, catching up to him, her voice a little strained. He barely slowed down, tossing a quick answer over his shoulder. You'll see soon enough. We're almost there. Just know that. They keep the barrier outside in place. His explanation didn't reveal much, but it made us wary. Kuroka and I exchanged a look and kept following, each step taking us closer to whatever Aaron had planned. After a couple more minutes of silence, only the strange sounds around us keeping company, we finally reached another door. Aaron reached out and tapped it lightly. The whole thing crumbled into dust, leaving only traces behind. It seemed like it had some kind of defense system, the type that would have triggered alarms, or something worse if we had forced it open. Aaron had probably done something earlier to stop it from going off. Inside, the room opened up. Thick, clear tubes lined the walls, their insides filled with strange, shifting shapes moving quickly through them. All of the smaller pipes connected to a massive tube that dominated the room's center. It looked more like a tank than a simple pipe, filled to the brim with liquid that shimmered under the room's lights. Tiny particles floated inside, catching the dim glow. Aaron approached the tube, his hand pressing against the glass, eyes on the strange substance inside. This is the core, he said. Everything else draws its energy from here. My confusion only grew. What is it? I asked, trying to make sense of it. Ever heard of steriquid? Aaron asked, turning his head slightly toward us. We both shook our heads in unison, clearly clueless. It's what happens when you take matter from stars that are long dead or denied whatever's left of them. They mix that material with liquid, call it steriquid. It's a stupid name. Honestly, just star and liquid mashed together. But the important thing is, it's the stuff they've been using for power. He stopped for a second, then continued. The rest of the energy sources come from minerals scattered across the galaxy, including materials found on this planet. But there's something else, something that makes up a huge part of the energy here. The lingering presence of those who passed on. Bones, spirits, and even the souls of the people who lived here before. Zhao Quan figured out how to harness that, and it was Eleanor who helped him make it possible. The room felt different after his words. The reality of it sinking in. The entire city's power, maybe even the whole continent, comes from the dead. They're using their remains, their very essence. The most powerful sources are what's left of the ones who served the generals before, along with Aaron's voice, took on a strange tone. Aylin's remains. Her bones, her soul. And there's something else, Xie Chio's sister, one that never got to live. An unborn child. My breath caught, and my sister made a sharp noise that echoed in the room. It sounded wrong, horribly wrong. I had come here expecting some kind of secret, but not this chapter 25, part 7, Zhao Quan's decision, Chiron Tuju's soliloquy W. Are you even saying? Are you serious, Naya? And wait, she has a sister. Kuroka shouted, hands clawing at her cheeks like she was trying to snap herself out of some fever dream. The revelation hit harder than I expected. It wasn't just shocking, it was baffling. Virion had always mentioned having only one daughter. That was all he ever let slip, right? If there was another, it meant one of two things. Either we were all being lied to, or there were pieces of the story no one had dared to share. Aaron's voice, calm but pointed, Cinceredo Cinder Silk, the songstress of soured wishes. Two beings sharing one essence. His words came slow, deliberate, as if he were explaining something carved into the foundation of this world. He paused, eyes locked on a massive glass tube before us. Why, you mean, I started, but couldn't bring myself to finish. The words stuck in my throat, refusing to leave. Aaron continued without hesitation, his tone measured, but laced with something that felt like resignation. After Virion and Aylin sought out Ilona, she granted their wish. But there was a condition, a cruel one. They didn't know what it was at first. But the price turned out to be a terrible sacrifice involving the unborn child Aelin was already carrying. Even that wasn't enough, though. Cinder Silk stepped in. Her interference fractured the unborn child's spirit. Fractured the child's spirit? Barato repeated, her confusion mirroring mine. Her brows knitted as if trying to unravel a problem with too many missing pieces. One part of the child grew normally, eventually becoming her father's most trusted confidant after Aelin's death. The other part, however, it never matured. It couldn't grow, stuck in a perpetual state, unchanged and frozen in time. And worse, anytime the younger half tries to speak about it, the thought disappears, the words erased as if they were never there. Aaron let the explanation settle before continuing. As for the older half, they suffer in their own way. Sometimes, they lose track of their actions, forgetting what they've done. It's the result of being incomplete. Only when both halves are reunited, merged, will they become whole again. But there's a final cost. One of them has to vanish completely. He turned to face us, his expression unchanged. When that part disappears, everything they did will vanish from memory. No matter how hard they try to prevent it, it's inevitable. I hesitated, piecing together the fragments of what had said. The explanation began to make sense, but one detail bothered me. What about the younger one? I asked, my voice firm. The memories, does that mean people on this planet forget things too? Aaron nodded slightly. That's part of the deal. Most of the inhabitants here have had their memories altered. It's the price they pay for making such a request to those two Celestials. To exist and not exist simultaneously. To be remembered and forgotten. To be one person yet split into two. It's a strange, unnatural existence, isn't it? His words carried an undercurrent of sorrow, though his tone remained calm. Word wasn't cutting it. Milt's situation, the older half of Virion's daughter, tangled with Sietchio, the younger half, felt beyond anything we could properly explain. Throw in the involvement of the two Celestials, and it was a twisted mess no one seemed eager to untangle. I watched Aaron, half expecting him to outline a plan. He had to have a solution, right? But the longer he stayed quiet, the more I wondered if Head even decided what to do next. So what do we do? Kuroka asked. Do we tell Virion, Milt, Sietchio, or just let them figure it out themselves? Her voice had a bluntness to it, but it made sense. I wanted to know what the plan was just as much as she did. Aaron exhaled slowly, turning toward us. I've already pointed Sietchio in the direction she needs to go. Milt's smart. She's had her own doubts about things for a long time now. If when they end up talking about what Sietchio is digging into, they'll start connecting the dots. What happens after that, and who they decide goes, is up to them. Well, that tracks. He's not the kind of guy to just leave someone stuck when he knows he can step in. But Sietchio, she's the younger side of Virion's daughter. Does she even understand what she's digging for? I can tell you're worried, but don't be. She's more capable than she looks, Aaron said, his voice carrying an easy confidence. She might not come off as much at first, but she's sharp, almost too sharp. Even if her mind hasn't caught up entirely, she knows how to work things out. Trust me, figuring out the truth won't be hard for her. That's good to hear, I replied, the tension in my chest easing up just a little after hearing his take. All right, so we've settled that. Now, what do we do about this mess? My sister cut in, her tail flicking as she glanced around, looking far too relaxed for the situation. Because unless I'm missing something, we're basically being tracked. And it's only a matter of time before we get thrown into some cell for all of this. Aaron turned, fixing his full attention on us. Zhao Quan probably already fed Virion some nonsense about us planning to bring the world to ruin or something equally absurd. But don't worry, he said, a smirk creeping onto his face. I sent him the proof he needs as soon as we left. With that, he changed focus to the tube in front of us. Now this needs handling. Aaron placed his hand on its surface. A faint light began to spread outward, illuminating the space around us. The glow seemed alive, pulsing outward before suddenly stopping, replaced by the appearance of figures. They hovered faintly, pale and transparent, their forms flickering like memories brought to life. The crowd of spirits turned their attention toward us. Some lowered their heads in gratitude. Others wept openly, while a few seemed to offer silent thanks through soft gestures. A woman appeared beside the tube. She was striking and carried a sorrowful expression. Her presence felt significant, though distant. Aaron was already speaking to her, his focus unwavering. She responded in kind, their mouths moving in a conversation we couldn't hear. I tried to read their lips, but no matter how closely I watched, the meaning slipped beyond comprehension. Naya, Aaron's making sure we can't hear anything. That's typical of him, huh? Probably planning something secret. Maybe a surprise? Kuroka chirped as she darted toward me. Her tone is carefree, as always. Maybe, I replied, crossing my arms while watching him. It's probably something private. Something he doesn't want anyone else to know. Something only she should hear. He'll probably explain later, hopefully. Kuroka tilted her head, her usual playful smirk turning into something else entirely. Nope. Look closer. There's more going on over there. Don't you see the baby? Her words caught me off guard, and I followed the direction of her finger. That's when I noticed it a tiny shape cradled in the woman's arms. That's Aylin and her baby? My voice came out quieter than I intended, the realization settling in. The baby she had before? Aaron had called it a fetus when he mentioned it, hadn't he? Yet here it was a child now, no longer just a possibility, but something real. He must have done something, whatever it was. I couldn't wrap my head around it. My thoughts spiraled, trying to make sense of what this could mean, but one feeling rose above the rest. Relief. If it really was Aylin and the baby, if she had the chance to hold that child like this, then at least something good had come out of everything. After a few more minutes, their conversation wrapped up as Aaron placed his hand on her shoulder. The two disappeared instantly, leaving no trace behind. The barriers surrounding them shattered into nothingness, and Aaron turned back to us. Sorry about that, he said, his tone direct but calm. He'll explain everything soon. For now, let's wreck this place and get things moving. You better, Naya. Kuroka shot back with a cheeky grin. What exactly do you mean by get things moving? Are we talking about taking out Zhao Quan's faction and the other generals backing him? Aaron gave a single nod to confirm her guess. That's right, but there are civilians here, so we're focusing on the ones actively involved in pushing this coup forward. Once they're taken care of, we can deal with the other generals more strategically. Less bloodshed that way, he explained, his expression tightening slightly as he spoke. I don't want Virion caught up in this mess, and I still want the tournament to go on, he added, the weight of his thoughts clear in the way he spoke, though he didn't elaborate further. Okay, so keep the tournament running, take down Zhao Quan and his group, stop the Celestials, and that's it? Maybe talk Virion into joining the resistance? Kuroka tilted her head, her tone casual, but her words cutting straight to the point. Aaron gave her a nod in response. That about sums it up. We're also going to make an alliance with General Huashen Rinqing. Her family's connection with the Keeper of the Eternal Flame will help us secure more support. After that, we'll figure out the next steps, he said, his voice firm, though he kept his focus on the empty tubes behind us. The alarms erupted suddenly, their shrill sound filling every corner of the space. Did you set those to go off on a delay? I asked, caught off guard by the sudden blaring. Yeah, I needed a moment to talk to Aylin, Aaron replied, not looking the least bit flustered by the noise. Now that they know we're here, it's time to move. Remember, we're keeping the damage to a minimum. Innocent people don't need to get caught in this, he said, his tone leaving no room for argument. He glanced at each of us in turn. Focus only on his men. Leave everything else untouched. Our target is that massive building of his. As soon as his words left his mouth, the sound of approaching boots echoed closer. A cacophony of shouts followed, growing louder until a group of guards appeared. By their uniforms and the hostility plastered across their faces, it was obvious they were Zhao Quan's men. Their clenched fists and aggressive postures made it clear they weren't here to talk. Stand down, Aaron said, his voice cutting through their noise. With a casual motion, he extended his hand, forming it into the shape of a gun. Boom, he muttered, barely above a whisper. One by one, they dropped to the ground, their bodies crumpling as if their strings had been cut. I stepped past the unconscious bodies, glancing back briefly. "What did you do?" I asked, curiosity lacing my tone. "Overloaded their senses," he replied, not bothering to turn around. "Too much mana for their systems to handle. It knocked them out cold. They'll wake up, but not anytime soon." As we ascended the staircase, I reached out with my senjutsu. The energy signatures of more guards lit up ahead, their movement betraying their intent to intercept us. "We've got more incoming," I said, keeping my voice calm. "Should we pick up the pace?" Aaron shook his head slightly, continuing upward without breaking stride. "No need. They won't be alerting anyone important. At worst, they'll inform the other generals, but not Virion. It'd make them look incompetent if he found out we slipped past them like this." More figures appeared at the landing above, their weapons drawn and expressions hard. Aaron didn't flinch, keeping his focus on the path ahead. He snapped his fingers again, and the guards dropped where they stood, their bodies crumpling in unison. The same scene played out repeatedly as we made our way back toward the alley. When we finally stepped out onto the main streets, we abandoned any attempt at subtlety, moving openly through the space. The moment we emerged, more guards closed in, forming a tight circle around us to block every escape. Their movements were mechanical, almost rehearsed, as if this were standard procedure. "This is starting to feel like something out of a bad story," Naya, Kuroka said, her voice light as she laughed, sounding entirely too entertained for the situation. Before the guards could make their move, a purple mist expanded across the area, enveloping everything around us. The guards froze in place, eyes wide with alarm, before collapsing. Some lay motionless, others twitched slightly, but all were completely incapacitated. "Nia, I wanted to join in," Kuroka said, wagging her finger at Aaron, her tone somewhere between disappointment and playful annoyance. I recognized her work instantly. It was her mist poison, an ability designed to immobilize devils and yokai alike. It wouldn't affect dragons, but it was perfect against opponents like these. Still, something felt different. The technique was more intense, more effective than usual. Aaron glanced at the down guards, then back at Kuroka. "Did you change something about that technique?" he asked, his tone neutral but clearly curious. Kuroka grinned, standing taller, as if waiting for applause. "Nia, of course. You didn't think I'd sit around without making it better, did you? I've been working on this for ages." "Yes, Naya. I was saving it for the tournament," Kuroka said, scratching the back of her head with a carefree smile. "With Kuntuar's help, I can knock out or paralyze anyone I want now. Well, except for you, you're way out of my league, Naya, haha." Her words left me unsettled. I hadn't anticipated her technique evolving to this level. If she intended to use it in the tournament, it could spell trouble. When she said anyone, she clearly meant it, likely including gods. That meant she might even use it against us. The thought settled heavily in my mind, knowing would almost certainly have to confront her when the time came. I let out a quiet sigh, pushing the concern aside for now as we continued moving. Aaron led us at a brisk pace, making sure we stayed on course toward Zhao Quan's location. We got there faster than I expected, standing just outside the place where Zhao Quan holed himself up. On the way, we destroyed his entire operation. It wasn't difficult. Most of them didn't even know what hit them. Kuroka's modified poison mist sent several to dreamland. My strikes to the back of the neck took care of others, and Aaron handled the rest with a casual snap of his fingers, knocking them out cold like it was second nature. There was no need for bloodshed. They were just doing what they were told, after all. Still, I couldn't ignore the feeling that a few of them held a little too much hostility towards us. My instinct screamed to go further, to ensure they wouldn't try something later, but I reminded myself that I wasn't judge, jury, or anything else that justified overstepping, even if it would have been easier. "So, just Zhao Quan left to deal with?" Kuroka asked, her expression unreadable as she glanced over at Aaron. He gave a simple nod, the kind of response that needed no further clarification. He might have some things inside that Virion would want. They weren't his to begin with, so we're taking those too, Aaron said matter-of-factly. As if on cue, more guards emerged from every direction, weapons drawn, and eyes locked onto us. Among them stood someone entirely different, a man towering at least 8 feet tall, his form resembling a grotesque mix of human and insect. His appearance brought to mind a cockroach given human shape, an image both unsettling and oddly familiar. Aaron, who had been mostly quiet up until now, suddenly lit up. "Oh, look at that. It's Cell for Dragon Ball Z, but, the cheap knockoff version," he said, his tone carrying a mix of amusement and disbelief. Hearing that, I stopped short. I studied the creature again, and the comparison hit me. Aaron had shown us the Dragon Ball Z anime during one of our downtime sessions in his pocket dimension. And this person did resemble Cell, if Cell had been reimagined on a bad day, with patches of bright pink and streaks of washed-out blue slapped onto his body. The sight was strange and off-putting, seeing this twisted imitation of someone so iconic. "Pink and blue Cell," my sister Kuroka added, her voice tinged with mockery as she folded her arms. "Too bad he's weaker. That just ruins it." She chuckled to herself, clearly entertained by the absurdity of it all. The man, or whatever he was, listened to our exchange, his expression shifting from confusion to indignation as the realization sank in. We weren't treating him with the fear or respect he likely expected. Instead, we were laughing at him, reducing him to a parody. "How dare you?" he bellowed, his voice trembling with outrage. He clenched his fists, his posture stiffening as if readying himself for some grand speech. "You insult me without so much as an introduction? Such vile words. I shall be the one to deliver your punishment and enact justice upon you." Our laughter grew louder as he continued to flail in his attempts to assert himself. Seeing this version of Cell, if he could even be called that, acting so seriously, felt completely wrong, almost like watching a parody of something that was never meant to be funny. His reaction only fueled the humor, and our laughs came in fits as though we couldn't stop even if we tried. Then he let out a scream. The sound was guttural, raw, and filled with desperation. His body began to glow faintly, and his energy intensified. The ground under him cracked as his aura flared outward, and for a moment, his power seemed to reach the kind of level one would expect from someone nearly divine in strength. But even that wasn't enough to intimidate Aaron. Cell charged at him, fist pulled back as if he were about to deliver the kind of punch that would send someone flying. But Aaron, without even flinching, raised his hand and caught the punch as if it were nothing more than an inconvenience. The creature struggled, veins popping as he tried to push forward, but Aaron stood unmoving. Then, with what looked like a casual shove, Aaron pushed him away. The result, though, was anything but casual. Cell flew backward at a speed that defied reason, slamming into the ground with such force that the impact crater spread out beneath him like a violent eruption. The noise echoed, and dust flew everywhere, but when it all cleared, Cell lay unconscious, completely still in the wreckage of his own attack. The others in his group stared, their faces showing unmistakable horror as they instinctively stepped away. Before they could even think to retaliate or run, Aaron clapped his hands together, the sound reverberating like thunder. The force of a shockwave hit them immediately, their bodies thrown backward as though caught in a storm, and they fell unconscious in the same instant. The place fell silent after that, the stillness broken only by the faint sound of the debris settling. He turned to face us, his tone calm but direct. "Let's get moving. Before that, don't want to take on Zhao Quan. I gotta go find those items for Virion." My sister and I exchanged a quick glance, a silent understanding passing between us. Predictably, she was the first to speak. "You'll leave Zhao Quan to Chiron," she said in a sing-song voice. "I just want to wander around. If someone pops up, maybe you'll fight them, Naya." Of course, that's exactly what she'd say. I let out a small sigh, already resigned to her whims. "Fine, but Nae-sama has to stick with me," I said, making sure to keep my tone light as I flashed her a smile. Her reaction was immediate. She jerked back a little as if the idea itself had startled her, her expression shifting into something like discomfort before she started fidgeting. Before she could wriggle her way out of it, Aaron stepped in. "All right, it's settled. You two stay together, and he'll handle my part. Zhao Quan's at the highest point, completely isolated, but there are bound to be guards in your way. They'll be stronger, so don't let your guard down. Good luck, he said. Without waiting for any acknowledgement, he vanished. Even though he was no longer visible, his energy was still present, lingering somewhere within the building. He hadn't gone far, probably teleported directly to wherever he needed to be. I turned back to my sister, who sighed dramatically before starting to jog ahead, her movements casual and unhurried. I followed behind, trailing just enough to watch her expression, trying to gauge how serious she was about any of this. Erentul's soliloquy, Kuroka, and Chiron set off as soon as I gave them their tasks. My own reason for being here was tied to objects Zhao Quan had collected from various sources over the years. The remains of the Byramites trapped here, the Cersteel with its dual identities, and the corrupted wish granted to Virion, these were just pieces of a larger picture. It was unfortunate, sure, but I didn't think either of them needed to know the full extent of my purpose here. Walking through the halls, I encountered several guards. Each one crumpled to the ground the moment I gestured at them, dropping into an unnatural sleep. Fighting wasn't necessary. Causing unnecessary damage in this place would only complicate things. The building itself had an uncomfortable design. The narrow passages gave it an oppressive feel, and while the exterior boasted grand windows, inside they served no real function. They weren't portals to the outside world, only decorative illusions meant to impress anyone looking at the structure from a distance. What exactly was Zhao Quan trying to conceal here? The space he designed to reinforce the barrier was deliberately secluded, almost impossibly secure. Yet this particular site felt like a trap laid in plain view. Its unassuming appearance likely kept suspicion away from the horrors concealed within. For the good of the people, Zhao Quan always proclaimed. But words like that inevitably twist into something else. At some point, the so-called greater good becomes little more than a justification for self-serving ambitions. I won't claim to know everyone's limits, but it's hard to ignore how often it plays out. Maybe 90% of people give in to that hunger when life puts them to the test. Most don't have the inner strength to resist when those temptations creep in. Whatever drives them, it usually drags them down. I'm no exception to that risk. I've stood at the edge of it myself. The pull was there, and for a moment, I almost let go. Somehow, though, I held on, and now I've ended up here. As I turned the corner, a barrage of energy blasts and swords streaked toward me. I didn't even flinch, letting them collide against my infinity, where they stopped mid-air, unable to move further. Reaching out, I tapped one of the suspended swords with a finger. It shattered into countless fragments, scattering harmlessly. Stop him at all costs. Don't let this man near our Lord's treasures. One of them yelled, their desperation echoing through the hall. The others roared in agreement, their voices trying to mask their uncertainty. They were certainly committed to their task, throwing themselves into it with reckless enthusiasm. But I couldn't help but wonder, did they truly understand what they were guarding? Did they know the truth about these so-called treasures? Whatever their knowledge or motivations, it didn't matter much to me. I wasn't planning to seriously hurt them. Walking toward them without hurry, I allowed their attacks to crash against the invisible barrier surrounding me. With each failed strike, their frustration grew, evident in the way their movements became more frantic and their shouts more strained. Soon, I stood directly in front of them, the group cornered and pressed against the cold stone wall. They didn't look ready to back down, but resistance wasn't going to do them any good. It's better if you rest for a while, I said calmly. At my words, they slumped to the ground, unconscious, their bodies falling limp without resistance. I dusted off my hands and let out a breath, my attention drawn to what appeared to be an ordinary bookshelf in the corner of the room. It didn't look out of place, but I wasn't fooled. Without hesitation, I drove my fist forward, punching straight through the illusion that masked it. The projection flickered and disappeared, revealing a staircase descending into the darkness below. More stairs, I muttered, taking the first step down. At least they're not spiral ones. The staircase stretched downward a long, unbroken path. Each step seemed the same as the last, and the descent felt endless. I lit a fireball in my hand, its glow casting just enough light to guide me forward. After what felt like an eternity, my feet finally touched the ground. The bottom of the staircase was almost completely dark. The faint orange glow of my fireball wasn't enough to reveal much, so I raised my hand and conjured a brighter, white orb above me. Its light spread across the cavernous space, revealing the full scope of the room. Satisfied, I snuffed out the fireball and let the white orb do its job. The room was vast, but mostly empty, its corners lost in the shadows the light couldn't reach. I began to search, scanning the area for my target. It didn't take long before my eyes landed on it. At the far end of the room stood a large transparent case, its surface gleaming faintly in the glow of the orb. Inside were several items, each one locked away and perfectly preserved. Bingo, I muttered, a slight grin creeping onto my face as I walked toward the case. The collection was scattered, ranging from small books to weapons and boxes of varying sizes. Yet, out of all the artifacts secured in the transparent case, my attention settled on a small tube containing two distinct liquids. One swirled with a vivid green hue, while the other seemed to capture the essence of a vast expanse filled with stars and galaxies, as if the universe itself had been trapped within its walls. I exhaled slowly and stretched my hand toward the case. The entire collection vanished, absorbed into my inventory, leaving the area empty. Almost immediately, I summoned the two tubes back into my grasp, the urge to inspect them closer overpowering any sense of patience. Why would Eleanor leave these behind? I muttered, turning the vials in my hands. Or maybe it's not that simple. Why would she hand them over to him? The more I thought about it, the less sense her decision made. Was this some kind of leverage for Zhao Quan? A bribe? Or was it part of a deal that didn't pan out? I couldn't say for sure. The green liquid was familiar enough, blood harvested from a particular species, though the exact one didn't come to mind right away. The other vial, however, was something entirely different. Its contents weren't tied to this world. No, this liquid came from another universe altogether. Whatever experiment she had in mind had been interrupted, and this vial was proof. If it was the only one in existence, then her work on it was far from complete. It was called Who Do You Think You Are? A voice yelled, breaking through my thoughts like a brick through a window. I turned, slow and deliberate, to the source of the interruption. Standing there was a young woman flanked by several dog-like creatures, their postures tense, almost like they were waiting for her command. She must have come out of the room I was planning to check next. It was a wonder she hadn't shown herself earlier, considering the racket ID made. Without missing a beat, I said flatly, "I'm Batman." To make the point stick, I swept my arm across my front, instantly replacing my outfit with his iconic costume. Her expression twisted with confusion, her eyes darting between me and the sudden change in attire. She didn't look angry anymore, just completely thrown off. That didn't last long. Her face shifted quickly, first to worry, then straight into anger. "Gee, get out of here. Weirdos like you," she started, her voice shaking more than she probably wanted. Then her gaze flicked to the shelves behind me. Her sentence stopped cold. The realization hit her as she took in the empty shelves. Her eyes locked on the two vials in my hands, and her expression darkened. "Give those back." "No," I said, smirking under the cowl and flicking the cape behind me with just enough flair to add insult to injury. She clenched her jaw, her voice breaking into a sharp shout. "Get him, Belle Pell. Don't let him escape." The two dog-like creatures sprang forward without hesitation, their jaws snapping and claws outstretched. I didn't even flinch. They collided head-on with the invisible barrier of infinity, the impact halting them abruptly and leaving them visibly bewildered. Their confusion was almost comical as they pawed and pushed against the immovable force. I took a moment to size her up using Aesod. Her name popped into my view, Fensica. It sounded like someone trying too hard to be clever with Jessica. The odd twist gave me a chuckle, though I kept my face expressionless. "What? How on earth is this?" Her frustration boiled over as her hands balled into fists. "Darn it, stop messing around and get it back." My job's on the line. Her tone cracked, and her eyes welled up for a split second before she quickly shook off the emotion. With a deep breath, she summoned swirling orbs of dark energy and hurled them at me in rapid succession. Each one fizzled out the moment it hit the barrier, never making it close. "Why should I?" I said, still standing where I was. My voice didn't rise or falter as I watched her movements carefully. "This isn't yours. It doesn't belong to Zhao Quan either. I'm taking Taviri on. He deserves the chance to make the call himself." She stomped her feet like an impatient child, her arms flailing wildly as frustration overtook her. Her long pink hair whipped around in chaotic disarray, and her lab coat, too big for her frame, flapped as she moved. Her glasses slipped crookedly down her nose, making her look more unkempt than professional. "I want it, I want it, I want it. Let me study it, so let me study it." Her voice rose, and her tone bordered on desperation. She stopped suddenly, turning her tear-filled pink eyes on me, trembling with unrestrained emotion. The whole tantrum reminded me of a kid throwing a fit after being denied candy. It was strange to watch, considering I already knew from my earlier scan that she was 302 years old, a far cry from what anyone would call young, at least by the standards of my universe. "And what exactly did you discover? What were you planning to do with it?" I asked, focusing on her with intent. I didn't need to pressure her. She was already unraveling, and I wanted her to spill every detail. Even if I already suspected her motives, hearing her version would give me confirmation. She sniffed, her voice faltering for a second before she started explaining. "The green liquid, it came from a Lutronian. You know, the same species as the third-ranked Eradicator. It wasn't from him, though. Lady Eleanor obtained it from another one. I don't know all the details, but just getting the chance to study, it is incredible." Her words slowed as she stared at me, as though measuring whether to continue. "The other one, I don't even know how to explain it. With some serious effort and, well, things I don't have access to, Lady Eleanor and a few others managed to create a miniature universe inside it. They've been calling it Universal Liquid. Anything it's combined with can produce an almost perfect replication of life itself," she said. She named it Unimax. I turned back toward the vial. That name had been etched on it earlier, and now it finally made sense. A universe in a bottle, just thinking about it felt absurd. But if anyone could pull it off, it would be them. Whether it was Magnum Tenebrosum's involvement or something completely beyond our understanding from a different dimension altogether, there was no denying this wasn't ordinary science anymore. "Do you work for Zhao Quan?" I asked, tossing the vials lightly from one hand to the other. Her expression changed in an instant, fear flashing across her face before she started shaking her head with force. The desperation in her reaction made it clear she wasn't holding anything back. "No, you don't. And not even from this planet," she blurted out, her voice sharp with urgency. "In what you'd call a wandering scientist. We move from world to world, staying for long stretches to pursue our research. When we're done, we hand over our findings to the local leaders, keep copies for ourselves, and then move on to the next stop." "So, Finsica, right?" I said, tilting my head slightly as I continued to toss the vials. "Hey, race the deal. Work for me and the Resistance. They'll make sure you get access to any planet you need, and you'll be free to experiment or explore whatever you want. Our research and science division can support you. In exchange, you'll hand over everything you've discovered so far." Her posture stiffened as she processed the offer. From the way she carried herself, it was obvious that her work mattered more to her than anything else. There wasn't much room for hesitation when I laid out terms that catered to her priorities. With the offer hanging between us, Finsica froze. Her body tensed, her hands fidgeting at her sides like she wasn't sure whether to run or stay. It wasn't like she had deep ties to Zhao Quan, and from everything I'd seen, her connection to Fumara seemed just as flimsy. That worked for me. Azazel had been grumbling for weeks about needing someone competent to handle his endless stream of projects. Finsica might just be the perfect fit. If I could keep her focused on her work and direct that obsessive drive into helping us, I'd have someone valuable on my side. Giving her access to multiverse data and the freedom to do her research was a small prize for the discoveries she could bring to us. She kept shifting her weight from one foot to the other, torn between whatever options she was debating. The seconds stretched out as she mulled over the decision, her expression flickering between doubt and determination. Then, all at once, she snapped her head up and blurted out, "Take me, Batman." For a moment, I just stared at her, my lips twitching as I fought to hold back a laugh. Out of everything she could have said, that was not what I expected. She had to know who I really was, but the fact that she threw herself into the joke anyway, that caught me completely off guard, and I couldn't help but find it hilarious. A simple okay would have worked, but sure, I said, gesturing her over. Her steps were hesitant, her expression unsure, but she came to a stop just in front of me. With a quick thought, I dismissed the Batman costume, the transformation peeling away like an afterthought. Reaching out, I tapped her shoulder lightly. The dragon tattoo spread across her skin in a flash, and she stiffened, her lips pulling tight as if suppressing a grunt of discomfort. The information must have been hitting her hard through the bond. Her face turned pale, and for a moment, I wondered if she might back out. But then, after a shaky inhale and a few breaths to calm herself, she straightened up. Her expression shifted into something surprisingly determined for someone in her shoes. "I'm fine with those conditions. They'll tell you everything right now," she exclaimed, her tone far too energetic, almost like a character from some cheesy anime. "Good. Lay it all out, don't hold anything back," I replied flatly. Her face turned crimson, and she stammered. "Even like my daily routine and schedule?" she asked, clearly embarrassed, fidgeting as her voice dropped to a near whisper. "You know what I meant," I said, deadpan, already regretting entertaining this nonsense. She gave a nervous laugh, scratching the back of her head before she finally launched into her story, spilling every detail she knew without skipping over anything critical. Third-person point of view. Chiron and Kuroka moved through the expansive hallways of Zhao Quan's sprawling residence. They were on the second floor now, though it was hard to say how many levels the place had in total. Too many seemed like a safe bet. The pair had already dealt with a significant number of guards who tried and failed to stop them. None of them had posed any real challenge, leaving the two unimpressed. "This is getting boring," Naya, Kuroka said, her tone light, though her tail flicked in annoyance as she skipped a few steps ahead. "I hope this Zhao Quan guy can at least give us something interesting." Aoife and Keisha said he was a pushover, so I'm not exactly holding my breath. "Doesn't matter if it's easy or not," Chiron replied, her tone even. She kept her focus forward, her steps steady and deliberate. "We just need to beat him and drag him back so Virion can deal with him. That's the only thing we're here for." "Haha, that's true," Kuroka said, her tone carrying an almost sing-song quality as they entered yet another room. This one was packed with guards, all armed and ready. There wasn't a moment of hesitation from their opponents as they unleashed their attacks in unison. Swords hurled through the air, energy blasts crackled and sped toward them. Laser fire lit up the room, and debris, including chunks of rock and twisted metal, was launched their way. Kuroka reacted first. She clasped her hands together, channeling her senjutsu, and conjured a blazing wheel of fire. It spun violently before she sent it hurtling toward the barrage of attacks. Midway, the wheel fragmented into 6 smaller flames, each targeting a portion of the oncoming assault. The resulting collisions triggered a chain of explosive impacts that rocked the entire room, filling it with smoke and rattling its walls. Somehow, the structure held firm, though the force reverberated through the floors beneath their feet. As the smoke thickened, obscuring the guard's view, both sisters sprang forward, moving as one. They tore into the group of guards without hesitation, weaving through the disorganized defensive line. Each of their movements was calculated to disable rather than harm. Chiron aimed for the base of their necks, her strikes landing with precision to incapacitate. Kuroka matched her pace, her strikes decisive as she executed identical maneuvers, rendering their enemies unconscious in seconds. Neither showed any interest in prolonging the fight beyond what was necessary to clear their path. And that's Kuroka started, only to leap sideways as something slammed into the spot she had just been standing. She and Chiron turned to see the source of the attack, a massive knife embedded into the ground, the blade connected to a thick, heavy chain. Smoke and dust hung in the air briefly before settling, revealing the figure holding the weapon. Draped in dark robes, their opponent stepped forward, her presence commanding immediate attention. The loose fabric of her attire shifted as she moved into a battle stance. "She's incredibly powerful," Barato exclaimed, pointing with absolutely no restraint at the woman in an offensive manner. The woman's expression soured instantly as she crossed her arms defensively. "You are vulgar. Do you not possess any respect or sense of propriety?" she asked, her voice filled with irritation. "No," Barato replied flatly, staring back without so much as a flicker of remorse. Her bluntness left no room for interpretation. Chiron, standing just behind her sister, let out a small, muffled laugh, unable to keep her amusement in check. The reaction seemed to only aggravate their opponent further, her frustration practically radiating from her stance as her grip on the chain tightened. She kept her eyes locked on them, her hands gripping her weapons before moving them to her sides. "So, the god of the resistance has come to enslave us and annihilate our planet. How utterly vile," she shouted, her words earning confused looks from both Barato and Barato. "Enslave? What on earth is this lunatic going on about?" Barato muttered, scratching her head with an irritated expression. "You know what? Talking sense into someone this far gone is pointless. Let's just shut her up the old-fashioned way," she added, balling her fists with a wicked grin creeping onto her face. Chiron gave a simple nod, her actions silently echoing her sister's sentiments. Without wasting a moment, both launched themselves forward, charging straight at the woman. "Idiots!" The woman's words were abruptly cut off as Barato's fist slammed into her abdomen, knocking the wind from her lungs. She staggered, thrown backward and crashing violently through several walls that buckled and crumbled under the impact. The woman struggled back to her feet, clutching at her midsection, clearly winded. But before she could even process her next move, Barato was already upon her. A split second later, her shoe connected with the woman's face, sending her tumbling to the ground. She didn't stir after that. Barato, acting without hesitation, removed her mask and adjusted the fabric of her outfit, exposing her face as she prepared for the confrontation. Her expression betrayed her intention, a mix of confidence and playfulness turned to something else entirely. The sight of the woman's face made her recoil immediately. Her features were severely disfigured, with one eye missing and deep scars that marked her face and the parts of her Barato now visible. Barato froze, her playful smirk vanishing as shock settled over her. Centuredo, she didn't even know where to start unpacking the uncomfortable realization. "Ne Shauma." Chiron's voice cut in, soft yet disapproving. Her expression pointed as she directed a look at her older sister. "I didn't know. I mean, damn it. Okay, I get it, my bad. Sorry. Let's just handle this already, all right?" Kuroka stammered, her tone defensive yet laced with guilt. She reached into the air with a flick of her wrist, summoning restraints designed to suppress supernatural abilities. Without meeting Chiron's eyes, she crouched and secured the cuffs around the unconscious woman's wrists. Her movements abrupt and tinged with discomfort. "Okay, we're done here. Let's just, wait, I got an idea. Hey, can you come out and keep an eye on this person for us? We won't be too long," Kuroka said with a grin as she called out. "Momens late, ashadu suldia amarja." Its appearance resembled that of an insect, similar to Baru. The soldier responded with a curt nod before positioning itself at the ready, casting its senses outward to monitor the area. Kuroka exchanged a brief glance with Chiron, both of them pausing for a final look at the unconscious woman, then moved quickly, urgency lacing their steps as they hurried to finish their task. "Ne-sama," Chiron said, her voice low but weighted with meaning. "I get it, all right? My bad. I won't say stuff like that again, okay? Sorry." Kuroka shot back, her face flushed with embarrassment. She kept her eyes forward, her tone defensive but tinged with genuine regret. As they progressed through the building, they dispatched the guards on the other levels with ease. The fights were over almost before they began, leaving no real obstacles in their way. However, as they moved closer to Zhao Quan's location, something shifted in the atmosphere. The energy in the area grew more intense, almost oppressive. It wasn't just Zhao Quan's power either. Two additional presences became clear, both far stronger than any of the guards they'd faced so far. Do you feel that? They're strong. Centuredo could be someone he caught, or maybe a new ally. Doesn't matter. We need to wrap this up. Got it? Her tone left no room for debate. Barato sighed dramatically, her enthusiasm undimmed. Fine. But I'm going to enjoy taking on mine first. She shot back, her pace suddenly quickening as she darted ahead, leaving Chiron behind. Before Chiron could react, the sound of an explosion roared through the air, rattling the building and throwing her off balance for a moment. She exhaled sharply, pressing a hand to her forehead. The mess was already starting. She hurried after her sister, only to be greeted by the sight of a massive hole punched through the wall. Standing amidst the wreckage was a man, his expression frozen in disbelief, clearly trying to process the destruction in front of him. "What the ninja?" the man muttered, his voice rising in frustration, only for Chiron's foot to streak toward his face like a bolt of lightning. He managed to duck, but just barely, as she propelled herself past him with inhuman speed. "Rude," he began again, but the words were yanked from his lips as her 10k-covered fist drove into his stomach with devastating force, sending him flying backward. He landed hard on his stomach, the wind knocked clean out of him. His mind raced as the world spun. He hadn't even gotten a chance to utter a single taunt or speech, no monologue to assert his superiority. None of this was going the way he had imagined. Pushing himself halfway upright, he glanced up and opened his mouth to shout, only to see a massive surge of 10k barreling toward him. The energy coalesced into the form of a snarling dragon's head, its intensity roaring like a storm. Desperation lit up his instincts, and he hastily summoned a barrier. The shield flickered to life, but cracked almost instantly under the attack, disintegrating in a flash as the 10k engulfed him completely. A thunderous explosion tore through the space, shaking the ground. Smoke and debris scattered in the aftermath. When the air cleared, the man lay motionless, unconscious. His left arm had been severely injured in the attack. Barato approached the unconscious man, crouching to secure his arms behind him with a pair of reinforced cuffs. Without pausing, she applied pressure to his wound, 10k flaring briefly as she cauterized the wound. The acrid scent of burned flesh rose in the air, but her focus remained steady. She hefted the man onto her shoulder, his limp form jostling slightly with the movement. Her eyes flicked toward the gaping hole her sister had carved into the building, its edges still crackling faintly with residual energy. Beyond it, she spotted bursts of light and energy in the distance. Her sister was mid-fight with another opponent, this one with delicate features that gave him a deceptively soft appearance. Chiron's ring glowed faintly as her observe activated, confirming what she already knew male. She clicked her tongue, irritation briefly crossing her face. "Stop dragging it out, Nesoma," she muttered, her voice low but edged with impatience. Her narrowed eyes tracked her sister's movements, the subtle shifts in her posture speaking volumes to Chiron's trained perception. Kuroka clearly enjoyed the challenge, but Chiron's patience for her antics had limits. Farther ahead, Kuroka shivered as though sensing her sister's annoyance. She chuckled, her amusement clear despite the intensity of the battle. Several wheels of flame erupted from her hands, spinning toward her opponent in rapid succession. The man fought to fend them off, his strikes wild and inefficient, his frustration etched into every movement as he struggled to keep up. On Naya, "Well, I have to finish this now, Naya." "Sorry," Kuroka teased, her tone light, which only seemed to ignite the man's anger further. "You dare. Your filthy group claims to seek peace, yet you bring ruin. We of Lord Zhao Quan desire only to bring harmony and prosperity to our world and people. To achieve that, we must overthrow Lord Virion, who has grown complacent. His words carried a wild conviction, his face contorted with indignation. Wow, you're really out of it, Kuroka replied, her unimpressed tone fanning the flames of his fury. The man's hands moved quickly through a complex series of signs, his focus intense. Above them, massive spinning bicycles appeared, their parts breaking apart and descending toward her and the city in a cascade of colorful energy. And you said we're the destructive ones? You're willing to demolish an entire city. You're completely nuts, Kuroka shouted, her voice rising as she extended her arm. Magic circles sprang to life in front of her, unleashing counterattacks that shot through the air toward the incoming assault. Each impact triggered explosions that lit up the skies over Daelukin, one after the other, the sound echoing like rolling thunder. After the attacks neutralized one another, Chiron reappeared without hesitation, moving above the man before either he or Kuroka could react. Her expression had hardened, and her body surged with energy as she entered her Chiron mode. With her left arm extended forward, palm facing her opponent, and her right arm drawn back, her intent was clear. With an abrupt thrust, Chiron launched her right arm forward. In the same moment, an overwhelming force shaped like a massive fist struck the man squarely in the back. The attack was silent yet devastating, its sheer impact undeniable. Almost immediately, flames erupted across his form, catching both him and his attackers off guard. Kasha, infused with Chiron's energy, was renowned for its unparalleled potency. Its purifying nature allowed it to obliterate entities of dark origin effortlessly. Beings like devils, vampires, and other creatures rooted in malice were especially vulnerable. Yet the man, who showed no signs of being one of those entities, began to burn as if marked by the same vulnerability. Barato and Barato exchanged tense glances, the unexpected reaction raising questions about what this individual truly was. Darn it, the man bellowed, his form shifting unnaturally as he transformed into a monstrous figure. In a universe known as the Crepuscule Phantasma, most beings aligned with shadows or darkness in nature. These traits were not inherently evil, but reflected the natural laws of this universe. Barato-esque Kasha, typically devastating against darkness-affiliated beings like vampires, devils, or demons, didn't affect the creatures here unless they shared similar traits or characteristics. The mechanics of her ability were tangled in nuances. Within her home universe of Draconic Deus, her power diminished anything linked to shadows or darkness indiscriminately. Here, its effectiveness weakened unless specific conditions were met, rendering it unreliable against beings unconnected to the types of corruption it was designed to purge. Is he like some kind of ghoul? Kuroka questioned, flying closer to Chiron, her expression shifting as she observed the creature below. Chiron lifted her ring, activating its scanning function. The glowing projection displayed the creature's classification Belgengu. However, what caught their attention wasn't just its species but the note in the analysis. Closely related to demons. Whatever it is, he's done for, Barato said flatly, her eyes narrowing. Let's tell Aaron when we catch up with him. She glanced back at the building they had leapt from, spotting Aaron standing there with a woman at his side. After the man's form finished dissolving, Chiron and her companion flew back toward the building. Once inside again, they got a better look at the woman with Aaron. Her appearance seemed slightly unusual to them, though Chiron ignored it. Instead, she turned her attention to Aaron. What did you offer her? She asked with a raised eyebrow. Exploration across different dimensions and a chance to conduct research alongside Azazel. She fits into his team perfectly, Aaron replied, his tone matter of fact. Chiron let out a quiet laugh at his response. Oh, a humanoid cat species. The woman, Finsica, exclaimed with excitement as she adjusted her glasses, leaning closer to inspect Chiron. I haven't encountered one of these in ages. Most of the main species died out, taking their related branches with them. Reaching out, she attempted to touch Chiron's feline ears. Chiron quickly dismissed her transformation, hiding the ears before Fensica's hand could make contact. Fensica sighed, withdrawing her hand reluctantly. She won't let me touch them. Anyway, beyond that door is Zhao Quan. You guys ready? Aaron asked, his tone casual as he glanced over his shoulder. They gave quick nods of affirmation. As they approached the door, Aaron raised his hand. With a single motion, the surface splintered and fell apart, revealing the scene inside. The man within had his back turned, his snow-white hair rippling from the sudden gust created by the destruction. His long white Yunling Peo, a traditional Chinese robe, billowed faintly in the residual air current. The noise of the entry caught his attention, prompting him to turn. His face, youthful and smooth, was not at all what Aaron's group had expected. He's pretty young-looking, Kuroka remarked, her voice tinged with curiosity. I thought he'd be older. That's common. Fensica replied. Lord Zhao Quan's appearance often surprises people. His youthful looks and reputed charm are well known. Aaron stepped forward without indulging further discussion. The others followed closely, their footsteps measured as they approached. Once they stood face to face, Zhao Quan lowered his head in a polite bow. His gesture left the group momentarily puzzled. Welcome, God of the Resistance, Zhao Quan said, his voice composed and smooth. I had hoped for a calmer introduction, but I see that's not your style. No matter, please, make yourselves comfortable. With a snap of his fingers, chairs appear behind them, neatly arranged and ready for use. Aaron dropped into his seat, his expression neutral but his attention sharp. The others followed, hesitating only for a breath before settling in. Zhao Quan, already seated behind his desk, adjusted his posture and waited. The room held onto a brief quiet, broken only when Zhao Quan finally leaned forward and addressed the group. You're probably wondering why I've set this coup in motion. It's a fair question, he began, his tone measured. And frankly, I have no illusions about the odds. For what I've learned, defeating you or your comrades outright would be difficult to say the least. So, instead, I'll lay out my reasons. If I fail to convince you, I'll surrender. Does that sound reasonable? Aaron gave a small nod, his expression betraying nothing. Zhao Quan straightened slightly, continuing without missing a beat. To begin with, though, I realize how overdone this may sound. It's for the people. Conditions on this planet are deteriorating, and anyone with eyes on the situation can see what's coming. Unrest is inevitable, and you, as the so-called God of the Resistance, must have noticed it too, haven't you? He paused, locking eyes with Aaron. Our Lord's health is failing. Aaron gave another nod, his face remaining unreadable. Zhao Quan studied him for a moment longer before returning his attention to the broader group. With what we now know, wouldn't it be wiser to align ourselves completely with Madame Fumara? Lord Virion possesses strength and a genuine love for his people, but in the eyes of many throughout our universe, these traits are often mistaken for vulnerability. Zhao Quan said, his tone unwavering as he directed his words at the group. That depends, Chiron replied, meeting his words head-on. Do the people themselves feel the same way? Under Virion's leadership, they've thrived. Even those from Hanlagong have found stability and a sense of satisfaction in how things are managed. From what I've observed during my time with many different species in this universe, most just want to exist in peace, each in their own way. Kuroka leaned forward slightly and added, exactly. When I travel with my sister, we heard the same things. A lot of them have said they don't really understand what true peace feels like. They've grown up following whatever they were taught. But with the resistance gaining strength, people are starting to see that there's more to hope for, and they're beginning to want it for themselves. Chiron said, as a leader, have you really listened to everyone's perspective, or are you just focusing on the ones who already agree with you? I get that it's not always realistic to include every voice, but assuming everyone supports this change feels reckless and self-centered. Zhao Quan gave a slow nod and let his gaze sweep across the room before returning to Chiron. I hear you, But doesn't the same apply to the resistance? Aren't they making a similar assumption that everyone wants to break free and rise up against Fumara and what she's done? Wouldn't that make them just as narrow in their thinking? Kuroka interjected without hesitation. We've already had long discussions about this with several of the groups involved in the resistance. There's something you don't understand. The people's ability to stand up for themselves and their freedom has been crushed. Zhao Quan's expression hardened as he absorbed her words. What are you talking about? He asked, his voice measured but carrying an edge of unease. Kuroka smiled faintly, the expression carrying a certain confidence as she began recounting what had transpired on the planet's Flauria. She spoke about the Celestial, whose involvement had reignited Aaron's drive and vision, connecting that to the growing rebellion spanning countless planets and species against Fumara's rule. Zhao Quan listened attentively, his eyes narrowing slightly as he processed her explanation. After a moment, he gave a small nod, his expression contemplative. "I see," he said quietly. "That must explain the strange sensation I felt back then," he murmured, his voice low as if the realization carried an unexpected depth. To think something like that was being held back. He fell silent, his thoughts clearly turning inward. After a few moments, his brows knit together, and his tone grew firmer. "Even so, I think surrendering ourselves entirely to Madame Fumara's control might lead to something more stable than what we'll face when Lord Virion is gone. He's done much for us, but when his time ends, who do we rely on then?" His gaze turned distant, as if he were grappling with the implications. "I don't believe he's made a decision about naming Princess Xiechio as a successor yet. If Lord Virion agrees to this, we can avoid fighting altogether. He'll relinquish control to me temporarily, and then he'll make contact with Madame Fumara or Lady Ive. They can send someone from the Eradicators to oversee us after that," Zhao Quan stated, his tone firm. His attention settled on Aaron, the words hanging with an unspoken demand for approval. Aaron didn't respond immediately, his expression sharpening as he turned his focus toward Zhao Quan. "Are you sure this is what you want? Have you really thought through every possible outcome, good, bad, neutral? Have you considered what happens if the one scent decides to deal with all of you permanently instead of managing things?" The question landed heavily. Zhao Quan's expression tightened, his jaw setting as he locked eyes with Aaron. He thought he had accounted for every eventuality, but the notion of outright annihilation hadn't crossed his mind. Could Madame Fumara really send someone that ruthless? When he reflected on it, the list of transgressions Virion had committed against her directives stretched long. Yet, Virion's irreplaceable value, his influence, and sheer capability had often led her to overlook his repeated acts of defiance. Time after time, she had excused his behavior, even in circumstances like the current one. But once Virion was gone, that scenario felt like a real possibility. The risk would grow, especially if his successor, Xiechio, failed to rise to the occasion with enough strength to lead. Should they face a serious downturn, it would be easy for chaos to consume what remained of their fragile unity. From what he had seen, Virion's child lacked the instinct of a fighter. However, she had shown a spark of ingenuity in tactical matters. He recalled the times he had tested her with small war simulations, where her strategic thinking had left an impression, though her raw strength left much to be desired. "You don't think it could really come to that, do you?" Zhao Quan's question was barely above a murmur as he fixed his attention on Aaron. "I mean, Lord Virion has done plenty that Madame Fumara didn't approve of, but she wouldn't go so far as to wipe us all out over it, right? We've got the Hanlagonjans, essentially factories for soldiers, bred for nothing but war," Zhao Quan said, his words an attempt to justify their purpose. "It's like Ferothos Prime all over again. Destroying it would cripple her efforts." "Eleanor doesn't need that," Aaron countered, his tone blunt, leaving no room for interpretation. "She can recreate everything with her androids and drones. The reality is simple. The planets under Virion's control survive because of him. He's the linchpin. If he falls, so does everything he holds together. To Fumara, you're expendable. None of you matter." Zhao Quan stiffened. His unease deepened as Aaron's words sank in, each one striking with a brutal finality. He had long suspected this, but hearing it from someone with Aaron's stature brought the truth into sharp focus. His schemes, the coup, the rebellion, the attempts to curry favor with Fumara were destined to collapse, no matter how carefully he planned. If that's true, Zhao Quan's voice dropped as the weight of realization pressed on him. His hand came up to cover his face, his shoulders slumping as he leaned back. Everything I've done, all of it was for nothing. Aaron crossed his arms and leaned forward, his tone measured but direct. What you decide defines what it means in the end. But that doesn't mean your actions are unstoppable. There are ways to alter what happens. Shut down the coup. Warn the other generals. Though, I'm guessing not all of them would take your side. Am I right? Zhao Quan felt an uneasiness coil within him, though he didn't deny Aaron's reasoning. He knew full well the generals only followed him because of the power he wielded and the convictions he had upheld. It was never about who he was, not truly. They needed someone to look to, and he had played that part convincingly enough for it to hold. But it was never who he really wanted to be. In his younger years, he avoided conflict whenever possible, wanting nothing to do with bloodshed or violence. Fighting was something he despised. But as time passed, circumstances changed, and he realized that peace could not always be preserved through silence or retreat. Now, every decision he made carried risks, and the outcomes he faced were heavier than had ever imagined choices that could claim lives, including his own. As you've said, not everyone would agree, even if I backtrack on my statement. Among the 4 currently standing with me, I think only one might be willing to listen. They're frustrated too, unhappy with the way things are, but they also value the peace that Lord Virion has managed to maintain, Zhao Quan admitted. So who is it? And what about the others who's backing you on this coup? Chiron asked, tilting her head slightly as her voice pressed for clarity. There are 8 generals in total. Out of the 8, 5 are with me, and 2 are against. Zhao Quan began, his tone steady as he listed them off. There's myself, Bane, Leora, Kaiyong, Chengxi, and Galen. The opposition likely includes Milt and Huoshan Rinqing. No, Aaron interrupted, his tone sharp enough to cut into the exchange. We ran into Galen earlier. He's already sided against you and joined us. That makes 4, not 5. So out of those, who's most likely to flip if you do? The statement surprised Zhao Quan, though not entirely. His expression tightened briefly before he responded. If Galen has already switched sides, then I suppose Bane might be the most reasonable to consider it. Aaron muttered under his breath. Bane, she's like the black tortoise of our world. His voice barely carried over the quiet hum of conversation. Without turning, he added, Why do you think that? Can you go into her stance a bit more? Zhao Quan, leaning slightly against the table, responded without hesitation. She's rooted in her own territory, guarding her people and their way of life. Most of her energy goes into teaching. She's created a school of sorts to share a distilled version of her techniques. Defensive, for the most part, though not entirely without teeth. As he spoke, Zhao Quan raised his hand. A projection flickered into view above him, revealing video footage and snapshots of Bane's continent and the sprawling grounds of her school. The images changed, showing orderly lines of students practicing under the watchful eyes of instructors, the sprawling compound surrounded by natural barriers. This is a live feed, Zhao Quan continued, gesturing toward the projection. Even now, with everything I've informed her of, she hasn't shown much concern. She stepped into this conflict for a handful of reasons, mostly to push back against some of Lord Virion's ways. Beyond that, she seems content to stay where she is. Kuroka's quiet laugh broke the rhythm of his explanation. Sounds more like she joined just to spite Virion. Zhao Quan allowed a small smirk. I wouldn't argue with that. It's likely her main motivation, he replied, amusement creeping into his tone. Now that we've reached this stage, what's your final decision? Zhou Guan, Aaron asked, keeping his eyes fixed on the man across from him. I've been trying to avoid unnecessary bloodshed. That's the reason none of the people you hired were harmed when they tried to stop us. But let's be clear, what you've done here is beyond questionable. Aaron motioned toward the faint, protective barrier shimmering in the city. Zhao Quan's shoulders slumped slightly, his gaze falling to the desk in front of him. I set that up as a contingency, he admitted, his voice strained, in case the worst came to pass. Deep down, I always knew it wouldn't stop anyone with power on the scale of Lord Vyrion's, but I still thought it was worth a try. Barato's voice cut through his explanation, her tone firm. But did you really resort to such dark methods to create it? She demanded. The revelation had disturbed her when they uncovered it earlier. Her accusation hung in the air as Zhao Quan's head snapped up, his expression twisting into one of alarm and disbelief. What? What are you talking about? Zhao Quan asked. His expression tightened as he grappled with her accusation. I instructed my subordinates to gather as much of those as possible for use as an energy source. I didn't specify where they should come from, but it's always understood disturbing Lady Aylin's resting place brings the wrath of Lord Vyrion. So you're saying you didn't know about it, Naya? Kuroka's eyes narrowed, her skepticism obvious despite the playful tone. No. And what do you mean by unborn child? We only knew of one, and that was Princess Xiechio. Zhao Quan's voice rose, the horror in his words unmistakable. Aaron leaned back with a quiet sigh, his tone firm but measured. There's no reason to inform the entire world about the death of one child if another survived. Vyrion likely wanted to mourn them both in silence, which is why he never spoke about this. Aaron rose abruptly, his chair scraping against the floor as he broke the tense silence. Enough wasting time. We have other priorities. What's your decision? Zhao Quan kept his focus on the desk, his fingers curling slightly before he, too, stood. Fine. He'll call it off. But I'm telling you, the others might not go along with it. If things spiral from there, that's on us. Aaron interrupted, his tone firm. He stepped closer, each movement deliberate as he locked eyes with Zhao Quan. Just focus on setting things right here, and get rid of that energy barrier around the city. I've already dealt with the souls you've been exploiting. Keep clinging to them, though. Aaron's expression hardened as the room seemed to constrict around Zhao Quan, forcing him to swallow hard. And you'll answer for it. Zhao Quan hesitated, then gave a single nod. I'll do what I can to return them to where they belong, he said, his voice low but steady. They shook hands briefly, the gesture more transactional than cordial. Without another word, Aaron turned on his heel, leading his group out of the room. Aaron Toole's soliloquy, what now? Chiron turned toward me, her expression neutral as we exited Zhao Quan's office. I glanced at her briefly before shifting my attention to Kuroka and Fensica. I'll leave some shadow soldiers here to handle things. Let's stick around and help them patch this place up. We also need to deal with those subordinates Zhao Quan sent after us. We knocked them out, so they're still our responsibility. I said, keeping my tone flat. Got it. Well, bring them back, Kuroka replied, grabbing Chiron by the arm and leading her away. That left me standing there with Fensica, who avoided making eye contact. You've been here longer than us, I said, gesturing vaguely. Lead me to any hidden labs or locked rooms they might have stashed away. Fensica hesitated, glancing around like she expected someone to appear and stop her. Are you sure about that? Her voice carried a nervous tremor as she shifted uncomfortably on her feet. I met her eyes with a flat look. Who here can stop me? A nervous laugh escaped her before she nodded, her hands fidgeting as she spoke. Fair enough. But still, the things Zhao Quan let slip in that conversation, it's a lot to process. She sighed before starting down the hall, motioning for me to follow. I instructed Chiron and Kuroka to follow us once they were done and to leave the bodies in the hall we had just exited, using telepathy to relay the message. Fensica guided us through several corridors and doorways until we reached a door that seemed completely ordinary at first glance. There's activity in there, I noted. Not quite human, though. Fensica acknowledged this with a nod before she pushed the door open. The room beyond revealed androids. Yet, parts of their bodies weren't mechanical. There was flesh intertwined with their construction. A bizarre amalgamation of human and machine. My eyes swept over the room, catching other examples of this unsettling fusion before Fensica turned toward me. This was Lady Eleanor's space before she disappeared years ago. Finsica began. She had peculiar habits, did things her way, and then left all of this behind. We've kept it untouched, thinking she might eventually come back. However, she hasn't, and things have escalated since then because of the resurrection of the Resistance. And, well, now you guys are here, so I thought this might be a place you want to check out, she explained, finishing her thought. I acknowledged her explanation with a nod, then moved through the room, observing everything in detail. The humanoid robots were stationed in various positions, their appearances cold and lifeless. Despite their inert state, I examined them closely and concluded they could likely be activated, their dormant forms not as lifeless as they appeared. No signs of organic life were present, yet the stillness felt far from permanent. No, I stated firmly, breaking the silence. My response startled Finsica. And no, she echoed, her confusion apparent in her voice. These are similar to the barriers used by Zhao Quan, I clarified. Except, instead of bones and the souls of the dead, these were, or are human. Living people once. She must have abducted them, the kind of people society ignores. The homeless, unruly kids nobody would notice missing. She experimented on them, twisted them into this. My voice hardened as I examined the mechanical remnants of their former selves. It was clear what action needed to be taken. Although these constructs lacked souls, rendering them primarily lifeless shells, they still deserved to be freed from the torment they were subjected to. I extended my right hand outward in front of me, and, in an instant, all sound in the immediate area vanished, replaced with an absolute quiet. "Tell me, what did you do?" Finsica questioned, her voice laced with confusion as she also became rigid due to the sudden stillness that had enveloped the entire area. Her confusion was visible on her face. She didn't comprehend what caused the sudden silence and stillness. I set them free from their task, allowing them to move on, in a manner of speaking. Since they never possessed souls to begin with, I said, turning my head to face her directly. Anyway, that should resolve this situation. I then flicked my hand toward the back of me, and everything within the room was placed into my inventory. With her now following, I walked towards the exit. Once outside the building, I glanced around my surroundings, taking in the view before teleporting us both to the location where my shadow soldiers were keeping the prisoners we had recently captured. After some time, Chiron and Kuroka returned with the individuals they had previously defeated, and they also restored the remaining damage to the building. Following this, Zhao Quan made an official declaration, ordering his people to refrain from any further attacks against us and to stop all operations that were related to his earlier directives. Yet, things didn't proceed as smoothly as anticipated because there were those who wanted to continue their attacks and were unwilling to stop simply because their leader had given them orders to do so. This presented an issue that required immediate attention. "This is a problem. I will go out and handle those who don't agree," Zhao Quan said as he frowned deeply while gazing out his office balcony, contemplating the situation before him. He was clearly stressed about the turn of events. "They'll take care of it. The rest of you stay here. Provide me with a written list containing all the names of those who are currently acting in opposition." I set my voice firm. He quickly agreed and wrote down the names of all individuals who had stated their refusal to adhere to his command. He gave me the list, and I took it. "This won't take long," I stated before I teleported away. I appeared in a space filled with a sizable amount of people, although I suspected that this was not the total number of those who had defied Zhao Quan's orders. I glanced around, observing that each of them possessed different types of equipment. Some of them had more traditional-looking Chinese armaments, such as swords, spears, and various blades, while others had more advanced, futuristic equipment that I didn't recognize. "There he is. Intruder." He willingly walked right into us. "Attack him," someone shouted, pointing directly at me. Their voice was sharp and full of hostility, indicating their intentions. All eyes shifted and were focused directly on me. They all brought out their chosen equipment or enveloped themselves in their personal energy and then launched it in my direction. To be honest, observing this spectacle felt quite surreal because it was truly a strange sight. I was quite aware of the ridiculousness of this entire situation. If I was an ordinary individual, I would likely be terrified. I exhaled loudly and extended my arm outward, then snapped my fingers, which caused all the attacks to vanish instantly. Their faces registered pure shock, as they were probably envisioning some kind of climactic final stand, or something. Sorry to ruin their little fantasy, but that wasn't going to happen. Well, I might as well make this whole situation more entertaining, I said to myself, moving my right hand to my side before summoning the Excalibur sword from the Fate series. I then raised it with both hands, its golden surface shimmering in the dim light. I immediately poured power into it, charging it to its maximum capacity, and then exhaled slowly. Nerfed Excalibur, I yelled before swinging the sword down with force. I unleashed a beam of golden holy light that ripped through the space in front of me. Significant amounts of people were lifted from the ground and propelled across the room, being knocked unconscious. It was a signature move that I gave a ridiculous name, but it was also weakened so it wouldn't seriously harm those affected by it, or accidentally destroy the entire planet. But then I detected the life signatures of 5 individuals that managed to survive my attack, albeit barely. Suddenly, they appeared right behind me, weapons readied and in position, prepared to strike. I turned my head to look at them, smiling. Their resolve to fight was genuinely admirable and praiseworthy. I quickly moved my wrist, which generated a forceful gust of wind, sending those behind me flying backward. Then, summoning the boosted gear, a black and gold gauntlet manifested on my arm. I then formed multiple dragon shots and unleashed them toward the 5 individuals. The projectiles struck each of them directly, instantly knocking them unconscious as their bodies collided with the ceiling and walls, leaving them defeated. Now, everyone in the area had been defeated. I snapped my fingers again and grouped all of them together. I searched through the city and found numerous prisons in the area. I snapped my fingers again and teleported all the unconscious bodies into the prisons, ensuring they were safely locked up. Then, I teleported out of that place to continue my mission since there were still 3 other places that needed to be dealt with, and those who still opposed Zhao Quan had to be stopped. Upon my arrival at the last of the holdouts, I saw only 3 individuals standing there. I could feel their power, yet they remained completely motionless. After a few moments, their eyes opened, and they stared at me with a chilling gaze that made the room seem even colder. Without exchanging a single word, they covered their bodies with a type of energy that was mostly made of darkness and shadow, along with a second elemental aspect that added to their overall power. The one on the left had added ice to their energy, the one in the middle had magma, and the one on the right had light. I couldn't help but make a mental comparison between this scene to the times I saw the 3 admirals from One Piece, Aokiji, Akainu, and Kizaru, which gave me a small smirk. I could feel that they took that gesture as an insult, and then they rushed at me. The one in the middle launched a large fist composed entirely of magma directly toward me. The one on the right unleashed enormous beams of light in the form of swords, while the one on the left fired a barrage of countless icicles in my direction. "Let's get this short party started then," I exclaimed while summoning Divine Dividing. Energy wings appeared on my back, and I extended my right arm forward and shouted, "Divide! Divide!" Albion's voice resounded from the wings as all the incoming attacks were reduced by half in both power and size. The attacks became significantly smaller and less powerful due to my action. I repeated the process several more times until the attacks completely vanished, which left my opponents in a state of shock. I did not give them an opportunity to recover, as I launched myself at them, attacking them at extreme speed. They collapsed on the ground due to a technique I created during the fight, which I called Instant Divide. This technique drained the overall energy of an opponent by 50 times the original amount once it made contact with their bodies. To ensure that they remained completely unconscious, I added a sleeping spell on top of the technique to keep them down and unable to fight any further. Then, I made the call to Zhao Quan, letting him know that the situation was taken care of. "It's over, I'm heading back." After I reappeared within Zhao Quan's office, I stated, "We'll be going soon. I'll leave some of my shadow soldiers to watch over you and the surrounding area. Remember the consequences should you decide to go against your own word." Zhao Quan acknowledged this with a nod, understanding completely that he had yet to gain my trust and that he would need to prove himself before that could ever happen. I was already aware of what was going to happen in the future, but it was important that he and all those around him understood that fact, rather than me being the only one with that information. "Understood. I will leave you now to carry out whatever you need to do," he said before pulling out a handheld device to contact his followers and get them working on various tasks, including taking apart the structures they had recently completed. We walked out his office, and Kuroka asked, "What's the plan now?" She seemed curious and eager to start whatever task was next. I looked out the large windows to our left and said, "All that remains for us to do now is wait. We need all the others to fulfill their responsibilities and allow the natural order of things to move ahead. Our involvement in this ends here for now."